In the primordial middle world within the Hahuan Holy Land, inside a resplendent palace of gold and jade, a handsome young man clad in gilded robes suddenly snapped his eyes open. As he took in the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange, a trace of bewilderment flashed across his gaze. "Have I transmigrated?" he murmured, just as a tide of memories surged into his mind. After a while, he finally managed to sort out his current situation. In this life, just like in his previous one, he was called Su-Mo, and his appearance was exactly the same. He had been reborn in the womb and lived 19 years in this world. Only today did he finally awaken the memories of his past life. The place he now resided in was a power known as the Hahuan Holy Land, of force that, even when viewed across the myriad heavens and worlds, ranked within the top 100 existences. The Hahuan Holy Land possessed unfathomable heritage and countless experts. More importantly, the majority of its cultivators were female, and almost without exception, most were well-versed in the dual cultivation arts of Hahuan. He himself was the holy son of the Hahuan Holy Land, the sole son of the current Holy Lord of the Hahuan Sect, Li Mushua. Yet although he was the holy son of the Hahuan Holy Land, it seemed that up to this very moment, he had never once tasted that soul-stirring pleasure. As a transmigrator, however, he naturally possessed a cheat, and in fact he had two of them. The first was a codex that radiated a golden light. There were no words upon this codex, only hazy silhouettes of figures. One could vaguely discern that they were all women, and at present only a small portion at the front could be made out clearly, while the rest was shrouded in a veil of pink mist. The second was a book whose very body exuded the aura of time. It looked incomparably ancient. The contents of this book were likewise completely blank. There was not even a visible title, so he had no idea what its specific function might be. These two items had appeared abruptly in his mind the moment he awakened his memories, just now. Just then a loud bang sounded. Just as Su-Mo was about to further explore the functions of his two cheats, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, cutting off his next move. Su-Mo frowned slightly, then lifted his head to look over. At the doorway stood a young girl dressed in a pink gown. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her face peerlessly beautiful. 3,000 strands of dark hair fluttered softly, a faint refreshing fragrance lingering in the air. Her bare jade-like feet each bore a small emerald bell, which chimed with a clear ding-dong as she walked. "She is..." Gazing at the breathtaking girl before him, Su-Mo was momentarily dazed. "Su-Mo, hurry and give me the holy pill. I need to rush back to treat Brother Ye's injuries," she said coldly, as if the holy pill were already something in her pocket. "Brother Ye," Su-Mo muttered under his breath when he heard this, and then he finally recalled the girl's identity. The girl before him was named Lu Ruyan, an inner disciple of the Hahuan Holy Land, whose beauty could rank among the top 3 even within the vast Hahuan Holy Land. A year ago, while out tempering himself, Su-Mo had encountered Lu Ruyan, who was then an outer disciple. Her stunning looks had caused the Su-Mo who had yet to awaken his past life memories to fall head over heels on the spot. Not only had he broken the rules to promote her directly to an inner disciple, he had even handed over all the cultivation resources that the Holy Lord granted him each month to Lu Ruyan. He had been a complete, unquestioning simp. What Su-Mo found most absurd was that Lu Ruyan even had a childhood sweetheart named Yifeng. Yifeng's meridians had been blocked since childhood, unable to cultivate, and his health had only deteriorated with time. In order to keep Yifeng alive, Lu Ruyan had come to Su-Mo every month to request a holy pill for Yifeng to stabilize his condition and treat his blocked meridians. And the Su-Mo who had not yet awakened his past life memories had, for reasons he could no longer fathom, truly given Lu Ruyan those holy pills. One had to know that those were holy pills. Even with the deep heritage of the Hahuan Holy Land, there were only 100 or so in total. "Su-Mo, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and hand over this month's holy pill and cultivation resources. Otherwise I'll get angry," Lu Ruyan said with some impatience when she saw Su-Mo still in a stupor. In the past, Su-Mo had always been extremely attentive whenever he saw her offering up his holy pill and cultivation resources at the first possible moment. For him to dawdle like this today truly made her feel she was about to lose her temper. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Su-Mo was actually amused by how angry they made him. In the past, before his memories awakened, that had been one thing, but now that he had awakened, how could he possibly go on playing the part of a lovesick simp? Just as he was about to speak, the mysterious codex in his mind suddenly flared with golden light. The 69th feminine silhouette at the back of the codex began to flicker, and above it a single character, Yen, appeared. Information flooded into his mind, and Su-Mo quickly grasped its specific function. The mysterious codex in his mind was called the Divine Maiden Chart, its rank unknown, yet its effect was incomparably powerful, like an external cheat. So long as he lit up a silhouette on the Divine Maiden Chart, it would grant him a reward. The rewards varied according to ranking. The higher the ranking of the Divine Maiden, the more generous the reward. The method of lighting them up was very simple. He merely had to engage in yin-yang dual cultivation with the other party. From the reaction of the Divine Maiden chart, the 69th silhouette clearly corresponded to Lu Rian. At the same time, the Divine Maiden chart bestowed upon him a special skill, the Ninefold Heavenly Eye. Ninefold Heavenly Eye, able to see through all panels of oneself and others, including cultivation, age, fortune level, and so on. With this, any child of fortune or heaven's chosen protagonist would have nowhere to hide before Suemo. Once the Ninefold Heavenly Eye fused with him, his eyes throbbed with sharp pain. Only after 2 breaths did the pain finally fade. Suemo raised his head and looked toward Lu Rian, preparing to test the power of the Ninefold Heavenly Eye. Name: Lu Rian. Age: 18. Identity: inner disciple of the Hahuan Holy Land. Cultivation: mid-nascent soul. Fortune: green girl with ordinary fortune. Constitution: innate seductive physique, excellent physique for dual cultivation. Appearance: 95. Favorability: 20 out of 100. Current status: none. This ungrateful thing. The instant he saw Lu Rian's panel, Suemo was briefly taken aback. He had not expected her to actually be a girl of fortune. However, when he noticed that her favorability toward him was -20, he could not help but curse fiercely in his heart. After all the resources he had poured into her, could probably have cultivated a mighty expert of the union stage, yet Lu Rian's affection for him was still in the negatives. Suemo, did you even hear what I said? Seeing that Suemo still had not replied, the expression on Lu Rian's face turned anxious. At her words, Suemo let out a cold laugh. Lu Rian, from today onward, I will no longer give you any resources, holy pills included. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Rian's eyes instantly widened, her gaze towards Suemo, filled with disbelief. Clearly, she had never imagined he would speak to her in such a manner. Suemo, do you even know what you're saying? If you don't give me the holy pill, what will happen to Brother Yi? By the end, Lu Rian's voice was already trembling. At her words, Suemo replied in an icy tone, Yifeng's life or death has nothing to do with me. Lu Rian was choked speechless by that sentence. She pointed at Suemo, stammering for a long time. She wanted to accuse him, but when she met his indifferent gaze, she could not bring herself to utter the words. What's wrong with him today? At this moment, Lu Rian's heart was filled with confusion. For some reason, she felt that today's Suemo was utterly unfamiliar. The gentleness in his gaze from the past had vanished, leaving only cold indifference. At the same time, panic gripped her heart. If Suemo refused to give her holy pills in the future, then Brother Ye's body. Meanwhile, Suemo had no idea what was going through Lu Rian's mind. He was currently sizing her up from head to toe. If he remembered correctly, lighting up the Divine Maiden chart required dual cultivation with the other party. With Lu Rian as the first target, he naturally would not let her slip away. Moreover, Lu Rian possessed the innate seductive physique and was exceedingly beautiful. Her legs were long and slender, her entire body suffused with a natural allure that made heat stir in Suemo's lower abdomen. If he could dual cultivate with her, the benefits would be endless. Thinking this, Suemo did not dally. He smiled lightly. Rian, it's not that I absolutely can't give you the holy pill. At his words, the panic in Lu Rian's heart instantly vanished, replaced by excitement. Really, she exclaimed. Of course it's true, Suemo replied. However, I have one condition. If you can fulfill it, I'll give you the holy pill. The corners of Suemo's lips lifted slightly as he smiled. As for me, my recent cultivation seems to have encountered a bottleneck, and as it happens, you possess the innate seductive physique. If you can lend me a hand, I'll give you the holy pill. How about it? Suemo, you despicable, vulgar, shameless man. Once the words left her lips, Lu Rian froze for 2 seconds before coming back to her senses and cursing in fury. Although Suemo had not stated it outright, she naturally understood what he meant. Hearing her words, Suemo merely shrugged his shoulders and said, I am vulgar and shameless. You clearly know how precious Saint pills are. I gave you so many for free before, and the fact that I never asked for them back is already the utmost benevolence I could show you. Besides, I am not forcing you. You can leave right now if you wish. I will not stop you at all. Hearing this, Lu Rian bit down on her pearly teeth, then turned around abruptly, preparing to leave. At the same time, Suemo's voice rang out again. Brother Yifeng's fate is truly bitter. Without the support of Saint pills, with his current physical condition, I fear he would not last more than a few days, would he? Lu Rian's footsteps abruptly halted, and her face turned deathly pale. Indeed, if she leaves, she will not obtain any Saint pills. Without their support, Yejige's body might not hold on for long. Yet if she stayed, she would be at Suemo's mercy. Standing where she was, Lu Rian lowered her head to look at her ample figure, her delicate body beginning to tremble. Seeing this, Suemo knew she had been swayed by his words. He stepped forward and suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. Rian, you don't want your Yejige to die, do you? Of course I do not want him to die, Lu Rian muttered for quite a while, before finally forcing the words out. Since neither of us wishes for him to die, then come into the room with Senior Brother. Senior Brother's room holds many wonderful things, so I guarantee you will be satisfied. Suemo gently pushed Lu Rian forward, his tone soft. Lu Rian did not reply. Instead, she closed her eyes as though hesitating over whether to step inside. After a long time, a line of clear tears slid from the corner of her eyes. She nodded slowly. Very well. I will aid you in your cultivation. Now that is more like it, he replied. And there is no need for such an expression. Senior brother will be very gentle. So gentle you will never forget. With that, Sumo swept Lu Rian up around the waist and strode into his room. Yejij, I am sorry. Rian will no longer be pure. But I just have to endure it, and it will be over after all. It will only take 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Rian chanted silently in her heart, trying to comfort herself. An hour and a half later, the room finally fell completely silent. Looking at the unconscious Lu Rian beside him and the faint dark red mark on the bed, Sumo was somewhat surprised. He then closed his eyes and inspected the divine goddess picture within his mind. Unlike the dull gray it had been before, the 89th figure on the divine goddess picture had now transformed into a colored image of Lu Rian. Not bad. The image looks rather lifelike, Sumo murmured to himself. At the same time, his gaze in that mental space fell upon the words above Lu Rian's portrait. Due to being illuminated for the first time, the divine goddess picture grants double rewards once. Next, Sumo saw 3 small chests radiating 7-colored light appear above the portrait. These 3 treasure chests should be the reward for lighting Lu Rian's entry for the first time. Sumo grew somewhat excited, and in the next instant, he opened the 3 chests in succession. Dragon Phoenix Harmonious Art, an Imperial-grade dual cultivation technique. It was said to have been created by the primordial dragon and primordial phoenix, and during dual cultivation, it could greatly heighten both parties' perception, allowing their souls to resonate as one. At the same time, it enabled one to be nourished by the other party's fortune, thereby strengthening one's own luck. Fortune Slashing Blade, a spiritual-type secret art. When facing an enemy whose fortune surpasses your own, you may wield the Fortune Slashing Blade to attack them, consuming their fortune while feeding your own. This attack ignores all defensive treasures and never misses. Note, when using the Fortune Slashing Blade, you must first employ the 9-fold Heavenly Eye to observe the opponent's fortune. If their fortune exceeds your own by 3 grades, the power of the Fortune Slashing Blade will be greatly diminished or even rendered ineffective. Fortune levels from lowest to highest are black, crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, and 7-colored 9 grades in total. 7-colored fortune is a legendary level that has yet to appear in the desolate ancient world. Solar Sacred Physique, a constitution renowned alongside the Lunar Sacred Physique. One born with this physique is naturally attuned to all manner of strange flames and confused with them to strengthen their own constitution. To some powerful female cultivators, it also possesses a fatal allure. Its cultivation speed is extraordinarily fast, especially during dual cultivation with special constitutions, advancing by leaps and bounds while also enhancing one's abilities in that regard. Sumo was extremely satisfied with these 3 rewards. The Dragon Phoenix Harmonious Art was an Imperial-grade technique 2 levels higher than the Inyang Harmonious Art, the secret heritage never passed down within their harmonious holy land. The Fortune Slashing Blade was an exceedingly rare spiritual-type secret art. There were only a handful like it in the entire desolate ancient world, and as for the Solar Sacred Physique, there was even less need to elaborate. After his excitement subsided, Sumo began to claim his rewards. When he accepted the first 2, nothing unusual occurred. The process was entirely smooth. However, when he fused the Solar Sacred Physique, immense changes erupted around his body. Boom. With a deafening roar, the entire palace trembled violently. If not for the energy shield above Sumo's palace that blocked the sound, the entire harmonious holy land would have heard it. After the explosion, a terrifying pressure surged from within Sumo, and rolling heat waves spread in all directions. Even his clothes were instantly burned to ash, revealing his sturdy physique. Lu Rian, still unconscious on the bed, was flung away by the violent fluctuations of energy surrounding Sumo, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Fortunately, there was no one else in the palace, and since their clothes had not been completely destroyed during their earlier battle, they did not end up fully exposed. Landing hard on the floor, Lu Rian was jolted awake by the raging energy. She stared blankly at Sumo, who was seated cross-legged. While Lu Rian was still dazed, the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth began surging towards Sumo at a shocking speed, soon forming a vortex of spiritual energy around him that enveloped his entire figure. As the spiritual chi poured in, Sumo's aura grew ever stronger. Early stage spirit transformation peak, mid-stage spirit transformation, until it reached latest stage spirit transformation peak. When his aura finally stabilized, Sumo slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. So this is the Solar Sacred Physique? How powerful. I feel as though I have inexhaustible strength. Sensing the vast yang energy within his body, Sumo could not help but show an excited expression. Previously, because he had been obsessed with Lu Rian, he had neglected proper cultivation for an entire year, leaving his realm at only the early stage of spirit transformation. Compared to the holy sons and holy daughters of other sacred lands, this was quite a gap. Now that he had fused the solar sacred physique, not only had his cultivation advanced to the peak of latest stage spirit transformation, making up for the training he had neglected, he had also gained many other benefits. The greatest among these was undoubtedly the extreme yang energy within him. As for the other advantages, they were also immensely useful to Sumo. For instance, greatly increasing his cultivation speed during dual cultivation and enhancing his abilities in that aspect. In this regard, Sumo was particularly pleased. If before fusing the solar sacred physique he had been able to battle with Lu Ruyan for at most 1 hour, then now he was confident that he could war with her for 3 hours or even longer. Thinking of this, Sumo unconsciously licked his lips and looked toward Lu Ruyan, his gaze blazing with heat. After all, as the bearer of the solar sacred physique, his yang energy was naturally exceedingly vigorous, and the consumption from that previous hour and a half had long since been replenished. So, Sumo, what are you planning to do? My legs are already weak. Can't we wait until next time? No, I don't mean it like that, I mean. Facing Sumo's fiery gaze, Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed crimson as she stammered. For some reason, she felt that Sumo was now like a small sun, his entire being radiating warmth, making her subconsciously want to draw closer. What is happening? I clearly like Yejij, so why does my heart race so fast when I look at Sumo now? Lost in her wild thoughts, Lu Ruyan did not even notice that Sumo had already walked up to stand before her. Ruyan, have another round with senior brother, Sumo whispered softly into her ear. All right, feeling the scorching breath beside her ear, Lu Ruyan instinctively agreed for some unknown reason. By the time she realized what was happening, it was already too late. And so time quickly passed for another 2 hours. Sumo pushed open the door looking refreshed and wearing a satisfied smile. Had it not been for Lu Ruyan's inability to withstand the rigorous training, he could have fought for another 2 hours. Moreover, he discovered that with the solar sacred body, his cultivation speed had significantly increased while practicing the Dragon Phoenix harmonizing technique. Additionally, with Lu Ruyan's special constitution, his recently achieved cultivation level had even improved slightly. Although it was still insufficient to reach the void refinement stage, he believed that after a few more sessions he would be close. In contrast, Lu Ruyan was holding her abdomen, limping behind Sumo. She had thought Sumo's second session would last only half an hour, but unexpectedly it lasted 2 hours, longer than the first. She was quite perplexed. After all, most people found that the time shortened as they progressed. Why was Sumo so strong in this regard? Sumo, I've already helped you train, and it's been twice. Hurry up and give me the sacred pill. Lu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth, suppressing the pain in her abdomen as she spoke to Sumo in front of her. Oomph. Hearing this, Sumo sneered inwardly. Not only did he not have the sacred pill in hand, but even if he did, he would not give it to Lu Ruyan. Right now, he could only hope for Yifeng's demise. This was because the second golden finger in his mind, that ancient wordless book, had opened to its first page and revealed a piece of text. At the same time, a piece of information entered his mind, informing him of the specific use of this book. The book was called the Book of Time, detailing events that would occur in this world over a period, as well as the opportunities that the Sons of Fortune would encounter in the future. At that time, Sumo could check in advance to avoid danger, while also intercepting the opportunities of the Sons of Fortune. The first page was specifically about Yifeng and himself. According to the descriptions in the Book of Time, Sumo learned that Yifeng was in fact also a son of fortune endowed with great luck. Moreover, he possessed the highest level of purple luck, just one rank below the legendary seven-colored fortune. The book also stated that a month later Yifeng would undergo a merge and would with the force of thunder kill Sumo with a single punch in the Sacred Fire secret realm. After killing Sumo, Yifeng would seize the Sacred Fire inheritance and become the new generation's Sacred Fire Emperor. Although Sumo did not understand why Yifeng would be so strong in a month to prevent a tragedy from unfolding, he had no choice but to play the role of a villain. However, for some reason, Sumo felt a twinge of excitement. At the same time, he changed his mind about not giving Lu Ruyan the sacred pill. He not only intended to give her one, but two. Sumo, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Seeing Sumo's expression change repeatedly, Lu Ruyan's heart grew anxious, her starry eyes turning red. After all, she had helped Sumo train twice, and each time was longer than the last, all just to obtain a sacred pill. If he didn't keep his word, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? Ruyan, how could this holy son go back on his word? You came early today. My sacred pill is not yet prepared and is still in the sacred land's treasury. But don't worry, I'll go get it for you now. I'll just wait here for me. Without waiting for Lu Ruyan to think, Sumo arrived at a teleportation array in the center of the palace. After a distortion of space, he appeared before the entrance of the Harmonious Sanctuary's treasury. As the only holy son of the Harmonious Sanctuary, he naturally had many privileges with numerous teleportation arrays leading to various important halls within the palace. Suemo was also not dawdling. He aimed the Holy Sun token at the treasury door, and after recognition, he walked straight in. However, he did not head to the location where the sacred pills were stored, but rather to a place where poison pills were kept containing some highly toxic pills that would cause severe harm to the body upon consumption. Among them was a type of pill called the false sacred pill. As the name suggests, it was a counterfeit made by unscrupulous alchemists using ancient dark arts to forcefully elevate the pill's grade for profit. Moreover, this ancient dark art was quite sophisticated unless one encountered a strong practitioner with soul perception at the peak of the reincarnation realm or above. It was virtually indistinguishable. Though its aura and effects were quite similar to those of a genuine sacred pill, it was easily mistaken for the real deal. However, upon consumption, it would produce a large amount of pill poison within the body, and if taken excessively, it could not only lower one's cultivation, but in severe cases could lead to demonic deviation and instant demise. It could be said to be an evil pill. Whoever consumed it would be doomed. In contrast, a genuine sacred pill was crafted by an alchemist who had attained the sacred realm, making it exceedingly precious, so even the well-endowed harmonious sanctuary had only about 100 left in its treasury. Most of these were found by the elders of the sect who risked their lives exploring various secret realms, ruins, and forbidden areas, making each one incredibly scarce. After all, alchemists who reached the sacred realm were exceedingly rare. There might be no more than 5 in the entire ancient world, and since sacred pills were extremely difficult to refine, it often took a century to produce a single one. It is easy to imagine how wise Suemo was to have given Lu Ruyin a dozen sacred pills before. However, these false sacred pills were of little concern. Although they were not commonly seen, their actual value was not high, so even if Suemo took them all, it would not significantly impact the sacred land. This is truly a great item. It's simply a must-have for deceiving others. I can't believe my past self didn't think to use this, or what a waste. Suemo gazed eagerly at the pill that radiated a sacred white light. Indeed, the reason he had previously agreed to give Lu Ruyin a sacred pill was because he knew about the existence of this false sacred pill in the treasury. Yifeng still wants to kill me. After you consume the false sacred pill, let's see how long you can still prance about. As he thought of Yifeng's excited expression while eating the fake pills, Suemo couldn't help but smile. As a qualified villain with such great items, he naturally had to think of the Sons of Fortune. Suemo then collected all the false sacred pills before returning to his palace. Upon returning to the hall, he saw Lu Ruyin pacing back and forth, clearly anxious. Suemo, you're back. Did you get the sacred pill? As soon as she saw Suemo, Lu Ruyin rushed over her face, full of expectation. Of course, this holy son always keeps his word. Here is the sacred pill you wanted. Saying this, Suemo took out a small porcelain bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Ruyin. There are 2 sacred pills. After receiving the porcelain bottle, Lu Ruyin eagerly opened it, exclaiming in surprise. As she opened it, the white light of the sacred pill and its rich fragrance rushed towards her. Lu Ruyin could not believe that Suemo had actually brought her the sacred pills, and even 2 of them. At the same time, she felt relieved. From the aroma and sheen of the pills, it was indeed genuine sacred pills, exactly like the ones Suemo had given her before. No need to be polite, you helped me train twice, so I won't let you suffer in vain, Suemo said with a smile. Thank you. Lu Ruyin sniffled and thanked Suemo, suddenly feeling that he wasn't so bad after all. At the same time, she deeply realized how hard it was to obtain the originally unremarkable sacred pills. She then carefully stored the sacred pills and turned to leave. Ruyin, if you want more sacred pills in the future, remember to come find your senior brother. One at a time, and multiple if you come more often. Upon hearing Sumo's latter words, Lu Ruyin's pretty face immediately turned crimson, as if she had thought of something, and she fled. After saying this, Suemo suddenly felt a strange movement from the Divine Maiden's picture. He then saw a line of text appearing beneath Lu Ruyin's image. The information presented was even more detailed than what Suemo had seen with the ninefold heaven, even including measurements. The most important line was at the bottom. Lu Ruyin's favorability increased by 28. Current favorability is 0-100. Does Lu Ruyin have some special attribute? At this moment, Suemo was puzzled. Shouldn't Lu Ruyin's favorability be lower? Why has it instead increased? However, after a brief moment of confusion, Suemo quickly understood. He had first given Lu Ruyin a blow, then followed it up with a sweet date. With such a stark contrast, Lu Ruyin's emotional fluctuations were significant. Not only did she not hate him, but she also felt grateful. It seems one cannot be a sycophant. Suemo sighed. However, this was normal. Ultimately, whether man or woman, most people prefer strong individuals and dislike those who are weak and submissive. Suemo shook his head, no longer dwelling on these thoughts, instead reminiscing about his dual cultivation with Lu Ruyin. It must be said that Lu Ruyin was indeed quite captivating, but since it was her first time, her experience was lacking. Next time, he must devote more time to train properly. More, I just saw Lu Ruyin coming out of your palace. You really don't give your mother any peace of mind. Just as Su Mo was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Su Mo's heart trembled. He was all too familiar with it, having heard it countless times over many days and nights. The person was none other than his mother Li Muxue, the holy master of the Hahuan sacred land, possessing the strength of a saint. Creak. The palace door was pushed open, and a stunning woman adorned with a golden phoenix crown and dressed in a luxurious black palace gown entered the palace. At that moment her delicate brows furrowed, and her gaze towards Su Mo was filled with helplessness. Here was a saint realm powerhouse ranked within the top 5 of the ancient world, yet she had given birth to such a useless son. Mower, in this vast Hahuan sacred land, what kind of woman is there not? With your status, as long as you speak, I can personally fetch one for you, allowing you to dual cultivate and achieve your goals instantly. Why is it that you are only interested in Lu Rian? Su Mo felt somewhat awkward hearing Li Muxue's words. Although he knew his mother meant well, her words were indeed too blunt, making him uncomfortable, leaving him feeling itchy all over after listening. Mother, I was actually doing this intentionally. I wanted to create an image of being unskilled to outsiders so that no one would pay attention to me, allowing me to develop in secrecy. Su Mo said earnestly. Oh. Hearing Su Mo say this, Li Muxue merely responded indifferently and rolled her eyes at him. It was clear she did not believe this reasoning. After all, she had seen how attentive Su Mo was to Lu Rian, as she felt her son was merely brushing her off again. But none of this mattered. After all, he was her only son, and she could only pamper him. Mother, what I said is the truth. Seeing Li Muxue's disbelief, Su Mo felt somewhat helpless. All right, have you not visited your master in several days? Li Muxue, uninterested in Su Mo's excuses, interrupted directly and revealed her true purpose for coming. Master. Su Mo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and then a memory floated to his mind. 2 years ago, a breathtaking female cultivator in a white celestial dress had arrived at the Hahuan sacred land with unstable aura and severe injuries. She had requested Li Muxue to allow her to recuperate in the Hahuan sacred land for a few years. As a saint realm powerhouse, Li Muxue had immediately recognized that the female cultivator was extraordinary. Had she not been injured, her strength would likely exceed her own. Thus they had made a deal. She must take Su Mo as her disciple and impart her teachings without reservation, and if she could do so, Li Muxue would allow her to recuperate in peace within the sacred land. After all, as the holy master of a sacred land, Li Muxue was usually extremely busy and had little time to teach Su Mo. The woman had thought for a moment before finally agreeing. However, since a year ago after Su Mo met Lu Rian, he had seldom sought out that woman. Even at his most diligent, he only visited once every month. Look at you. As the holy son of the sacred land, you don't possess the aura you should have, spending all day revolving around women. Hurry and find your master to train. Li Muxue said with frustration. Su Mo chuckled, promptly agreeing. He understood, mother. I will go find my master to train right now. After saying that, he left the palace and flew towards a beautiful valley deep within the sacred land. On the way, Su Mo was still reminiscing about his beautiful master. She was not only cold in personality, but also extremely powerful. Su Mo even dared not to approach her too closely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Rian was leaning on her waist, limping into a cave dwelling. Sister Rian, why did you come back so late today? Did something happen on the way? As soon as she entered the cave, a gentle voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian raised her red eyes and saw a smiling, handsome youth. Although he was not as handsome as Su Mo, his fair skin and clear eyes made him very pleasant to look at. At the sight of Yifeng, Lu Rian felt a surge of guilt and grievance rise within her. I encountered something on the way back. She lowered her head, trembling, unable to meet Yifeng's clear gaze, and stammered. Yifeng noticed something was off, frowning slightly. Sister Rian, why is your leg shaking? Is it hurting? I'm fine. You must have seen it wrong. My leg is perfectly fine. Hearing this, Lu Rian's face showed a hint of panic, and she quickly straightened her body, feigning calmness. However, Yifeng's frown deepened. For some reason, he felt that Lu Rian today was different from usual, especially in her aura. Previously, although Lu Rian had a natural charm due to her innate enchanting body, her primary aura was still one of purity. But now, that hint of charm was becoming increasingly intense, making him feel a heat rising within. This kind of aura unconsciously reminded Yifeng of some female elders in the sect who had given birth. They exuded a similar aura of femininity. It seems Sister Rian's cultivation has improved, and coupled with her physique, she's becoming more alluring. While this version of Rian is also quite tempting, Yifeng thought nothing of it, merely licking his lips, believing it was due to her cultivation rising along with her innate charm. Yifeng continued, have you brought back this month's holy pills? Yes, Yigo. This time there are 2. Please take them quickly and get better soon. Lu Rian hurriedly took out the holy pills from her storage ring, which she had worked hard for 5 hours to obtain. Oh, 2 of them. Thank you so much, Sister Rian. I will definitely recover soon. Hearing there were 2 holy pills, Yifeng's lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with excitement. After saying this, he reached out to take the holy pills and quickly headed to his room. Sister Ruyan, I'm going to absorb the holy pills now, I'll find you when I'm done. As long as Yigu can get better, I don't mind any hardships. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of fulfillment arise within her. Even the 5 hours of hard work was diluted at this moment. However, what Lu Ruyan did not know was that after Yifeng returned to his room, he did not immediately consume the pills, but instead burst into laughter. Ha ha, Suemo, this sycophant actually sent me 2 holy pills this time. He probably will never realize that I don't have any blockage in my meridians and my body is perfectly fine. The so-called bodily issues were merely my ruse to obtain the holy pills. If Lu Ruyan were here, she would surely be frozen in shock. She had worked tirelessly for nearly 4 hours to acquire the holy pills to treat Yifeng, yet he claimed he was not ill and was perfectly healthy. All of it was just a lie he concocted. Swoosh. At this moment, a wisp of white smoke flew out from Yifeng's storage ring, transforming into the ethereal figure of a woman. The woman was clad in a light green silk dress, her long hair flowing like 1,000 strands, her brows and eyes picturesque, her face extraordinarily beautiful. Although she was merely a remnant soul, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. Master, you have come out. As the green-clad woman appeared, Yifeng bowed his head slightly and respectfully spoke. Yet deep within his gaze lurked a hint of concealed heat and greed. Lin Xingyin looked at Yifeng and softly said, Finger, do you not fear that using Ruyan like this will lead her to resent you once she knows the truth? She won't. We have been together since childhood. We are true childhood sweethearts, and we love each other deeply. Even if one day she learns the truth, she will never blame me. Yifeng was full of confidence. After a moment, he continued, By the way, Master, I feel that with 6 more holy pills I can break through to the fusion stage. However, Lin Xingyin frowned slightly, but there is only 1 month left until the opening of the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. Breaking through to the fusion stage in 1 month, won't that be too rushed? Upon hearing Lin Xingyi's words, Yifeng merely smiled lightly. That's simple. I will have Sister Ruyan ask for 2 holy pills every week from now on. Suemo, as Ruyan's sycophant, will certainly be more than willing to provide them. Hearing this, Lin Xingyin pursed her lips. She felt that things were too smooth, yet she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Then it settled. Ultimately, Lin Xingyin could only nod and agree to Yifeng's plan. Hearing his master's agreement, Yifeng wasted no time mulling it over, swallowed the 2 holy pills, and began to absorb and refine them. Half an hour later, Yifeng emerged from his room. Yiga, how do you feel? Is your body feeling better? As soon as Lu Ruyan saw Yifeng come out, she immediately stood up. Yifeng did not respond, and instead pretended to be in pain, secretly reversing his spiritual energy. With a sudden burst, a stream of bright red blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering a full 10 feet away. Yiga, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Seeing Yifeng in such a state, Lu Ruyan's face turned pale, her voice tinged with a sob. Yifeng's breath was weak, his face filled with despair. Sister Ruyan, my condition seems to have worsened. The meridians are completely blocked, and I can no longer absorb spiritual energy. It's no longer something that 2 holy pills can cure. What should we do? Lu Ruyan bit her cherry lips, her voice hoarse. Cough, the only way now is to shorten the interval for taking the pills. I need 2 holy pills every week now. Today the changes in Suemo took her by surprise. She was still pondering how to acquire the holy pill next month. As a result, Yifeng unexpectedly stated that he would need 2 holy pills every week from now on. One must understand those are holy pills, not mere cabbages by the roadside. To secure this month's holy pill, she had already endured for hours today. If 2 holy pills are needed every week from now on, which she have to. However, she was no longer a blank slate. Suemo had already taken her down. Her perceived value and temptation regarding Suemo were no longer as significant as they were the first time. Moreover, with the increasing demand for holy pills now raised to 2 per week, Suemo would undoubtedly not let her off easily, and might propose even more outrageous demands. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down her spine as despair surged within her. Ruyan, I truly want to live to be with you forever. At this moment, Yifeng continued to speak. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's tense body gradually relaxed as if she had made a decision, gently nodding, all right, I understand. I will obtain the holy pill. Looking at Yifeng's sorrowful face, Lu Ruyan felt a deep pain in her heart. No matter how much Suemo had taken for the sake of Brother Yi and their future, it was all worth it. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's agreement, a slight smile appeared on Yifeng's lips, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. He also silently resolved in his heart, Ruyan, once I break through to the harmonization stage, I will tell you everything and confess my feelings to you. At that time, we could become a pair of envied celestial lovers. As for Suemo, he is merely a sycophant to Ruyan, dreaming of the impossible. No matter how much he sacrifices, he will never win Ruyan's heart. Just thinking about Sumo's fawning over Lu Ruyan makes Yifeng want to laugh. However, speaking of which, since today he has felt an itch in his hair, as if something is about to grow out. This sensation is quite peculiar. Additionally, today's holy pill, while its effects were no different from before, left him feeling strange since ingestion, as if something extra had been added to his body. Nevertheless, Yi Feng attributed all this to the hallucinations caused by excessive excitement. That's right, it must be an illusion. Meanwhile, Su Mo had already arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was circular with a round island in the center of a lake. On the island stood a beautiful ice-blue crystal house. However, what puzzled Su Mo was that the previously picturesque island had now turned into an icy lake, causing the temperature of the entire valley to drop significantly. Even Su Mo, with his solar sacred body, was slightly shivering from this chill. He leaped before the crystal house and gently knocked, asking softly, "Master, are you there?" After waiting a few seconds with no response or sound from inside, Su Mo furrowed his brow and knocked again. But just like before, there was still no response, deepening his furrowed brow. Could it be that the master happened to be out today? After hesitating for a moment, Su Mo decided to take a look inside, and then he reached out to push open the door. As he opened the door, a dense wave of cold air rushed towards him, and in just a breath a layer of frost covered Su Mo's body. However, Su Mo seemed unaffected, instead standing dazedly in place, staring ahead. The reason was simple. At this moment, his once cool and noble master in his memories was now only clad in a thin heart garment, sitting cross-legged on an icy bed before him. Her skin, as white as snow, was exposed to the air, inciting one's imagination. The ice-blue heart garment partially obscured her figure, outlining her proud curves while concealing her tempestuousness. A strand of light blue hair fell upon her delicate collarbone, adding a hint of allure to her cool and noble aura. Her stunningly beautiful face, like that of a fairy, was already covered in dense beads of sweat, her brows tightly knitted, as if enduring some kind of pain. Su Mo quickly sensed that something was amiss and hastily activated the Nine Heavens' Eye to examine Murong Shue's status. Name: Murong Shue. Age: 360. Cultivation: Quasi-Emperor Realm. Fortune: Purple, top-tier fortune lady. Physique: In sacred body, top-tier dual cultivation physique. Innate sword body, sacred sword heart. Appearance: 99. Favorability: 5 acquaintance. Status: In energy outbreak, cold poison in body, though the In sacred body cultivates extremely quickly, ranking among the top few in cultivation physiques. As cultivation progresses, the accumulated In energy within the body will also increase. Now that she has reached the quasi-emperor stage, it erupts every 10 days, each time feeling as if she is falling into an icy abyss worse than death. Only the purest yang energy can temporarily alleviate it. To fully cure it, only by dual cultivating with a physique opposite in nature to hers can it be eradicated. At that time, not only can the cold poison be eliminated, but her cultivation will also advance further. Oh my, this panel is terrifying. Upon seeing Murong Shue's panel, Su Mo gasped in astonishment. One must understand that in this era, since the great emperor's disappearance, a quasi-emperor is undoubtedly the pinnacle of combat strength. Coupled with Murong Shue's fortune and physique, this is simply the ceiling of combat power in the ancient world. Cold poison. After the shock, Su Mo frowned. No wonder Murong Shue had to enter seclusion every 10 days. Just as Su Mo was about to approach and take a closer look, he noticed that at some point Murong Shue had opened her blue starry eyes, staring intently at him. Su Mo halted his steps, retracting his pace, and cheerfully said, "Master, you are awake. How did you end up here?" Murong Shue's voice was as cold as usual, devoid of any waves, as if she were not being tormented by the cold poison. Just as Su Mo was about to speak, the goddess image in his mind suddenly stirred again. However, this time the projection displayed was the figure in 27th place, which had risen 62 ranks from Lu Ruyan. Similar to before, a character named Shui appeared above the projection. Based on the recently illuminated image of Lu Ruyan, this figure in 27th place should be his master Murong Shue. It seems that the women on this goddess chart are ranked by their beauty. The higher the rank, the more stunning they are. Thinking of this, Su Mo became very excited. If Master Murong Shue in 27th place is already so beautiful, then the one in first place must be stunning enough to make one take flight at first glance. After checking the goddess chart, Su Mo pushed the strange thoughts from his mind, then slightly raised the corners of his mouth and asked, "Master, you are currently experiencing a In energy outbreak. With cold poison in your body, it must be very painful, right?" Upon hearing this, Murong Shue's elegant brows furrowed slightly as she coldly replied, "How do you know these things?" At this moment, a hint of murderous intent was clearly revealed in her tone. Feeling the murderous intent made Su Mo break into a sweat. Although he wasn't very familiar with Murong Shue and didn't often visit her, they were at least publicly acknowledged master and disciple. "Master, you need not wonder how I know. You only need to know that I have a way to help alleviate, even completely eliminate the cold poison." Su Mo's expression became serious as he spoke, no longer smiling. Murong Shue looked at Su Mo coldly, not responding, clearly not trusting him. If Master does not believe me, you can feel my aura. After saying this, Su Imo took 2 steps closer. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui immediately released her spiritual sense to observe Su Imo. Upon this look, the once calm Murong Shui finally revealed surprise, even a hint of joy. This is the aura of the solar sacred body. Master, now you should believe me, right? Su Imo smiled and continued. Master is the sacred body of the Taiyin, which can be said to share the same origin as my sacred body of the sun. My physique can certainly help alleviate your cold poison, and even. Su Imo did not finish his sentence, as their current relationship was merely a chance encounter, and Murong Shui would certainly not be willing to cultivate together with him, which might even provoke her aversion. So it was better to first help her alleviate the cold poison gradually. If she wished to completely eradicate it in the future, she would naturally come to him and make that request. Upon hearing this, Murong Shui's expression became somewhat unnatural. You. Just help me alleviate it for now. As for a complete eradication, let's talk about it later. After saying that, her face flushed slightly. Though she was still pure, she naturally understood what she needed to understand. Thus, she also understood what Su Imo meant by a complete eradication. However, she had no feelings for Su Imo, and given their master-disciple relationship, it was impossible for her to cultivate with him. However, what puzzled Murong Shui was that Su Imo did not move after hearing this, and continued to stand still. Why are you not acting? Su Imo paused for a moment, and slowly said, that master. Although alleviating the cold poison does not require doing that to achieve a better effect, some intimate contact is unavoidable, such as what? Murong Shui's expression tightened as she frowned and asked. It requires both parties to hold each other tightly. This way my pure yang energy can be better released into your body, alleviating the cold poison within you. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly became quiet. Murong Shui was about to refuse, but the cold poison within her erupted violently. In an instant, Murong Shui tightly closed her lips, but a trickle of blood still flowed from the corner of her mouth. As the intense pain within her body grew stronger, Murong Shui bit her silver teeth, and after a brief hesitation finally raised her head to look at Su Imo. Come here and help me alleviate the cold poison. Upon hearing this, Su Imo did not hesitate and hurriedly walked in front of Murong Shui. As he approached, he caught a faint scent emanating from her, which was pleasing to the senses. Su Imo instinctively swallowed, extending his arms to embrace her tightly. The moment he made contact, it felt like holding a flawless piece of soft jade, cold and cool. Then Su Imo felt a wave of softness and fragrance like cotton against his chest, followed by an icy chill that was like falling into a frozen cave. However, strangely enough, despite the intense coldness in his embrace, Su Imo felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, especially in his lower abdomen. His heart raced rapidly, as if it were about to leap out. This left him quite perplexed, as he had just engaged in that act with Lu Ruyan and was not a novice. Why was he still feeling nervous, even excited and stimulated now? But soon Su Imo understood the reason. It was likely due to Murong Shui's identity. After all, in Su Mo's arms was not just his aloof and noble master, but a super powerhouse who had reached the level of a quasi-emperor. She could annihilate him with a mere flick of her finger. Just thinking about it excited him. However, there was one more thing that puzzled Su Imo. Besides the astonishing softness in his arms, there was also a heartbeat that was equally rapid, even faster than his own. Could it be that the master was also nervous? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and start. Just as Su Imo was pondering, Murong Shui's cold voice rang out. Hearing this, Su Mo's mouth twitched. Why did this sound so off? Although he wanted to retort, he suppressed certain thoughts in his mind and concentrated on guiding his pure yang energy into Murong Shui's body. Half an hour later, the cold poison within Murong Shui had temporarily receded, and Su Imo reluctantly withdrew his yang energy. Is this better? At this moment, Murong Shui's voice rang out. Su Imo also came to his senses and nodded. Yes, it's better. As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Shui broke free from Su Mo's embrace, stood up, and quickly donned her ice blue robe, coldly saying, now you can leave. Thank you for today. Wait, wasn't this a bit too fast? I'm still your nominal disciple. I just helped you alleviate your cold poison. Are you really kicking me out now? Su Imo was left dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. It seemed Murong Shui also felt her words were inappropriate, and explained, you are the sacred body of the sun, pure yang. While I am the sacred body of the Taiyin, our attributes are opposite. I cannot teach you anything useful, so it's unnecessary to waste time here. Su Imo felt a bit helpless. Her words were indeed valid. Then I will take my leave. As he looked at Su Mo's retreating figure, Murong Shui bit her cherry lips, and after hesitating for a moment called out, wait a moment. Su Imo paused and turned to look. Murong Shui clenched her fists tightly, and after a while said, 10 days later, can you come help me alleviate the cold poison again? Her tone was no longer as cold as before, even revealing a hint of pleading. Su Imo was stunned for a moment. He truly did not expect that the aloof and noble Murong Shui would speak to him in such a tone one day. After a moment, Suemo nodded and smiled. Of course, master. He knew that helping Mu Rongxue suppress her cold poison not only provided opportunities for various intimate contacts, but also increased her fondness for him. This would make it easier to cultivate together in the future and light up the goddess chart. As for how he knew her fondness had increased, it was because after alleviating the cold poison, fearing it was not thorough enough, he had again used the Nine Heavens Eye. After observation, he found that not only had Mu Rongxue's cold poison alleviated, but her fondness for him had also increased from 5 to 10, though the evaluation remained as a chance encounter. However, Suemo believed that as the frequency of alleviating the cold poison increased, her fondness would rise even higher. Once it reached a certain level, the complete eradication of their cultivation would not be far off. By the way, disciple, although I cannot teach you much, I do have a high-grade fire attribute technique called the Nine Yang Destruction Technique. It was something I obtained years ago in a relic. Since I cannot use it, I'll give it to you. I hope it can enhance your strength. Seeing Suemo agree so readily, Mu Rongxue's gaze softened slightly, deciding to gift Suemo a quasi-emperor fire attribute technique she had obtained in her early years. After all, this technique was of no use to her, and she did not lack wealth, so it could serve as compensation for not being able to teach him and for alleviating the cold poison. She then tossed a jade slip radiating intense heat towards Suemo. Nine Suns Annihilation Technique. A high-grade fire attribute cultivation method. Suemo, upon hearing this, hurriedly took the jade slip radiating intense energy, his mind filled with excitement. Just by hearing the name of this technique, he could feel its immense power. After all, Mu Rongxue was a super powerhouse at the quasi-imperial realm. If it is considered high-grade by a quasi-emperor, then it must at least be a saint-level technique, right? It's worth noting that even the well-established Hahuan Sacred Ground has only 2 such saint-level techniques, and both are merely at the primary stage. Thank you, master. I will return in 10 days. Suemo was already eager to return to his palace to examine the technique, hurriedly thanked Mu Rongxue, and left. After seeing Suemo leave, Mu Rongxue's tense body finally relaxed as she breathed heavily and placed her jade hand on her chest. Thump, thump, thump. Indeed, the rapid heartbeat that Suemo sensed was not a figment of his imagination, it was truly emitted by Mu Rongxue. After all, this was Mu Rongxue's first intimate contact with someone of the opposite sex. To say she was not nervous would be absolutely impossible. As for other feelings, Mu Rongxue fell into silence for a moment, murmuring to herself, it wasn't bad at all. She couldn't tell if it was because Suemo was a solar sacred body, but when she was just in his arms, she felt incredibly warm and safe, even wishing to hold him a little longer. Moreover, Suemo had merely helped alleviate her cold poison. He hadn't done anything wrong, which slightly improved her impression of him. But that improvement was limited. After calming her anxious heart, Mu Rongxue fell into deep thought. The cold poison would increase in frequency and potency as her strength grew. Her current realm was far too high, so the cold poison within her was naturally terrifying. She could clearly feel that within a year, even with Suemo's help, she would no longer be able to suppress the cold poison. However, there was a solution. That was to completely eradicate the cold poison within the year, which was what she had been seeking and the reason she had traveled through the ancient world. Now she had finally found it. But to eradicate the cold poison would require a price she simply could not afford. Mu Rongxue bit her cherry lips, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes. When Suemo returned to the Sacred Sun's palace, he couldn't wait to take out the red jade slip radiating intense energy and probe his spirit into it. At the moment he probed in, a tremendous heat wave suddenly erupted from the jade slip, enveloping Suemo entirely. The temperature of the heat wave was extremely high. If Suemo didn't possess the solar sacred body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. A mere ordinary transformation god cultivator would be reduced to ashes by this energy. After a long while, Suemo finally recorded the obscure and difficult characters while the jade slip transformed into red light dots and dissipated into the heavens and the earth. Suemo also learned the specific level of this technique. It turned out to be a semi-emperor level technique. His master was really too good to him. This technique is called Nine Suns Annihilation Technique, a method perfectly suited to his solar sacred body, as if it were tailor-made for him. The technique is divided into 9 layers, and for each layer comprehended, one would gain a power of the sun and summon a solar phantom. If one were to comprehend all 9 layers to perfection, they could merge the 9 powers of the sun and 9 solar phantoms to summon the true sun star to descend into the world, its might capable of annihilating a realm. Indeed, it is a semi-emperor level technique, and its power is simply astonishing. If this technique were to spread, Suemo would likely be hunted down by all the Saint Realm powerhouses, and even some old monsters at the quasi-emperor realm would take action. Suemo stopped overthinking and directly began to comprehend the first layer of the 9 Suns Annihilation Technique. An hour later, with a loud bang echoing through the palace, the heat wave enveloping the palace also dissipated. Suemo successfully comprehended the first layer of the 9 Suns Annihilation Technique. Although he had only grasped the surface, it allowed him to break through his realm once again. At this moment, his realm had surpassed the peak of transformation god, reaching the early stage of void refinement. Although the void refinement stage is not particularly remarkable within the Hawan sacred ground, there are actually quite a few. However, considering Su Mo's age, breaking through to the void refinement stage at just 19 years old is quite rare in the sacred ground. Perhaps only a few exceptionally talented core disciples could achieve this. Yet despite Su Mo just breaking through to the void refinement stage, his true battle power was far beyond what one would expect from a mere early-stage void refinement cultivator. After all, the Nine Suns Annihilation technique is a semi-emperor level technique combined with its high compatibility with his solar sacred body. This led to its power reaching the threshold of the Emperor realm in Su Mo's hands. It's worth noting that even during ancient times, when Emperor realm powerhouses walked the earth, Emperor-grade techniques were extremely precious and rare. Therefore, Su Mo had no idea just how strong his true battle power was now. Phew, this surge in power is happening too quickly. Is this the joy of being a villain? But to enhance my strength even faster, I still need to quickly find the Daughter of Destiny for dual cultivation, light up the Divine Maiden chart, and gain rewards. Su Mo thought to himself as he prepared to get up and leave the palace. However, before he could rise, a knock at the door suddenly sounded, followed by Lu Rian's voice. Su Mo, are you inside? Why is Lu Rian here? Upon hearing Lu Rian's voice, Su Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected her to come looking for him. After all, he had caused Lu Rian quite a bit of trouble yesterday, though logically, she should be avoiding him now. Come in, Su Mo said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Rian gently pushed open the palace door and walked into the Sacred Sun's hall with her head down. However, unlike yesterday, she did not walk directly to the center of the hall, nor did she carry her usual arrogance. Instead, she appeared somewhat reserved. Junior Sister Lu, do you need something from this Sacred Sun? Su Mo's gaze swept over Lu Rian. Although she appeared somewhat less striking compared to Morong Shui, she could still be considered top tier among other women. Su Mo, could you give me 2 more holy pills today? Lu Rian gently bit her cherry lips, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. After Yifeng's condition worsened, she had spent a long time thinking in her cave, unable to sleep, fearing that something would happen to him. Ultimately, she decided to come find Su Mo and ask for 2 holy pills as insurance. Oh, didn't I just give you 2 holy pills yesterday? Why are you asking me for more today? You should know how precious holy pills are. Su Mo's voice sank coldly as he finished speaking. Lu Rian shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled, and said, I certainly know that. But, brother, yes, conditions suddenly worsened, and I truly have no other choice. Suddenly worsening. That shouldn't be the case. Even if it were a fake holy pill, it shouldn't show effects right after consumption. Furthermore, he had seen Yifeng before, who seemed to be radiant and in high spirits, showing no signs of poor health. Actually, he had found it strange before, but at that time he hadn't awakened his memories and had been focused on Lu Rian, so he hadn't thought much about it. Now, hearing Lu Rian say that Yifeng's condition had suddenly worsened, Su Mo felt it was somewhat odd. However, odd or not, since Lu Rian had come to him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. I must say you're quite lucky, I just happen to have 2 holy pills on hand. However, you know how precious holy pills are, I certainly can't just give them to you for free. Su Mo chuckled, then changed his tone, saying nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian let out a long sigh and nodded, saying, I know how precious holy pills are. As long as you give me the holy pills, I will. Lu Rian's face grew redder as she spoke, and after a long while she finally made up her mind, saying, I will dual cultivate with you once. After her words fell, Lu Rian did not receive Su Mo's agreement, leaving her deeply surprised. Su Mo disdainfully said, Don't think too highly of yourself. You are no longer a pure maiden, your primal een is lost, and you are simply not worth 2 holy pills. Then what must I do to receive the holy pills? Lu Rian's complexion instantly turned pale upon hearing this. Su Mo smiled slightly, his tone softening. It's not that I can't give them to you. As long as you come to me every day for dual cultivation, I will give you the holy pills. Furthermore, no matter how many holy pills Yifeng needs in the future, I will provide them without fail. This is absolutely impossible. As Su Mo finished speaking, Lu Rian instinctively shouted. It is worth noting that Su Mo was anything but gentle yesterday, leaving her with weak legs and a lack of energy. If this happens every day from now on, it would definitely be disastrous. This absolutely cannot happen. Upon hearing this, Su Mo's expression turned gloomy as he coldly said, Lu Rian, don't get carried away. In this sacred land of pleasure, countless beautiful female cultivators wish to cultivate together with this holy sun. It is a blessing for you that this holy sun even deigns to acknowledge you. Moreover, did you not feel that after cultivating together with me yesterday, your cultivation level received a tremendous boost? Su Mo was not speaking falsehoods. As the holy sun of the sacred land of pleasure, Su Mo not only held a noble status, but also possessed exceptional looks bearing the supreme technique of the Dragon Phoenix Pleasure Technique. Furthermore, the Dragon Phoenix Pleasure Technique is not merely an evil skill that benefits one party, but rather a supreme method that is advantageous for both sides. It is no exaggeration to say that if word got out that he possessed the Sun Holy Body and the Imperial level pleasure technique, he would likely be instantly captured by those powerful female cultivators who have lived for thousands of years or even longer, used as an exquisite furnace and made to cultivate together day after day until not a drop remains. Thus, aside from the first time yesterday, he actually did not gain much from cultivating with Lu Ruyin. Instead, she benefited far more. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruyin displayed a look of astonishment on her face, as after cultivating with Su Mo yesterday, her cultivation level had indeed improved significantly. She had now reached the late stage of nascent soul. However, she did not understand why this had happened, so she did not ponder too much. But today, upon hearing Su Mo's words, it seemed that her improvement was indeed due to their shared cultivation. Lu Ruyin, if you are unwilling, then leave. Su Mo did not give her time to think, and directly issued an eviction order, standing up to return to his room. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of panic and hurriedly ran over to stop Su Mo. Wait, don't go yet. Su Mo smiled subtly, knowing that the fish had taken the bait. He then turned around, suppressing his smile, and said lightly, "What? Have you come to your senses?" Lu Ruyin clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, appearing somewhat hesitant, her eyes fixed on the ground. After a long while, she finally said, "I can agree to your request. But after we cultivate together today, you must give me the holy pills." Upon finishing her words, she finally relaxed like a deflated balloon. Su Mo's face broke into a smile again as he walked up to Lu Ruyin, reaching out to caress her hair, inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from her. He then picked her up, saying, "This is your wisest choice." Lu Ruyin did not respond, instead burying her head in Su Mo's embrace, tightly closing her eyes, and continuously comforting herself. "It's just 2 hours, I can endure it." 3 hours later, Lu Ruyin shakily supported herself against the wall as she exited Su Mo's room, biting her lip, tears uncontrollably welling up in her eyes. How did you suddenly become so strong in that regard? She had thought 2 hours was Su Mo's limit, yet today it had lasted a full 3 hours. Moreover, this was only the first wave. This left her both complaining and in disbelief. This is certainly due to my fusion with the Sun Holy Body," Su Mo silently thought to himself. He then took out a white porcelain vial from his storage ring, which contained the previously prepared fake holy pills, and tossed it to Lu Ruyin. "Here are the 2 holy pills you wanted. Don't forget to come again tomorrow." After Lu Ruyin collected the holy pills, she did not respond, lowering her head and limping away from the Holy Sun's palace. Su Mo was not angry, but instead directly sat cross-legged on his cultivation mat, using the 9 Heavens Divine Eye on himself to inspect his panel attributes. Name: Su Mo. Age 19. Identity: Holy Son of the Sacred Land of Pleasure. Fortune: Black. Fortune level is negative, always at risk of falling. Comprehension: high. Comprehension levels are low, medium, high, extremely high. Physique: Sun Holy Body. Appearance: 97. Cultivation: early stage of refining void. Techniques: Dragon Phoenix Pleasure Technique, 9 Yang Annihilation Technique, first layer entry. Fortune status: to upgrade to Orange Fortune, must cultivate together with a woman of Green Fortune 10 times. Note: the higher the partner's fortune level, the faster the fortune upgrade. After shared cultivation, this was Su Mo's first time inspecting his panel. He was quite satisfied when reviewing his other attributes, but upon seeing his pitch black fortune level, his expression immediately darkened. "No way. I am the holy son of the Hahuan sacred ground, and my mother is a dignified saint. Why is my fortune level still negative?" He had already learned about the fortune level of individuals through the rewards from lighting up the goddess diagram. The fortune levels from low to high are black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and rainbow, totaling 9 levels. Generally, ordinary mortals possess black fortune. Ordinary cultivators can attain red fortune, while those with green fortune or above can be called the children of fortune. For instance, Lu Ruoyan is a green, ordinary child of fortune, while his childhood friend, Yifeng, is a top-tier child of fortune with high purple fortune. "It seems I need to cultivate with the children of fortune more often to quickly improve my own fortune," Su Mo thought to himself. After all, this black fortune is too frightening, as there is a constant risk of falling. At the very least, he must elevate it to the most ordinary red level. Clearly, cultivating with only Lu Ruoyan is not sufficient. The improvement in fortune is too slow. Although Murong Shui possesses the highest purple fortune, second only to the legendary rainbow, she could not possibly agree to cultivate with him now. He was truly in a difficult position. Su Mo sighed and closed the 9 Heavens Eye. There is no use in overthinking, it is more important to quickly enhance his strength. Then he spent another 2 days continuing to comprehend the first layer of the 9 Suns Annihilation Technique, successfully reaching minor accomplishment, and his cultivation level also slightly improved. Although he did not break through to the mid-stage of void refinement, his combat power had significantly increased. Why not go to the sacred ground square to test my current strength? Sumo's cultivation level had improved by an entire major realm compared to before. Naturally, he wanted to test just how strong he was now. On the other side, Lu Ruoyan, after leaving the Holy Sun Hall, did not rush back to find Yifeng as she did yesterday. Instead, she walked slowly while sensing the overwhelming aura within her. Even now, she could hardly believe that she had truly advanced from the mid-stage of nascent soul to the late stage. One must know that according to her previous cultivation speed, breaking through to the late stage of nascent soul would take at least 2 to 3 months or even longer. However, now, just after cultivating with Sumo for 2 days, she had directly broken through to the late stage of nascent soul, and she felt that she was not far from the peak of the late stage. She felt that if she cultivated with Sumo a few more times, she could directly reach the peak of the late stage of nascent soul. Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red, feeling a bit ashamed of her recent thoughts, and she recalled what Sumo had said to her earlier. What he said about cultivating together being my good fortune. But to be fair, even though it took longer, the overall experience was quite pleasant. Lu Ruoyan softly murmured to herself, though it might be because it wasn't her first time coupled with Sumo's improved experience. In any case, this time's cultivation was not as painful as yesterday's. Although Lu Ruoyan did not want to admit it, she did feel a bit of joy. Especially after that particular moment, she felt as if she had suddenly ascended to the heavens. Not only was there joy during the cultivation with Sumo, but her cultivation also improved. She was now somewhat looking forward to tomorrow. Ruoyan, what were you just saying? What do you mean by it took longer? Just as Lu Ruoyan was lost in thought, Yifeng's voice suddenly reached her ears, startling her greatly. Lu Ruoyan looked up and found that she had unknowingly reached the entrance of the cave abode. Yifeng was standing at the door with a furrowed brow, his gaze filled with confusion. Clearly puzzled as to why Lu Ruoyan had said such a thing. It's nothing. Brother Yi, you must have misheard. I didn't say anything about it taking longer. Lu Ruoyan felt somewhat guilty under Yifeng's gaze and pretended to remain calm as she spoke. After hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, Yifeng's brow furrowed even deeper. He pondered for quite a while at the door, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, he entered the cave abode with Lu Ruoyan, and after sitting on a stone chair, he started to inquire, Ruoyan, why did you take so long to come out? Did you do something that took a lot of time? I went to get the holy pill for you. As for why it took so long, it was because I encountered some matters on the way. After explaining, Lu Ruoyan took out a white porcelain bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Yifeng. When Yifeng saw the holy pill emitting a rich fragrance from the bottle, he was momentarily stunned, and his doubts about Lu Ruoyan evaporated, replaced by deep feelings of gratitude and guilt. So it turns out Ruoyan left early to get the holy pill for me. Yet he had just doubted Lu Ruoyan. Looking back, he truly felt unworthy. As for the doubts he had, they were naturally about matters concerning men and women. However, one cannot blame him, for this place is the Hahuan sacred ground, where most disciples are quite open. Though he believed his run would not be as open as the ordinary female disciples of the Hahuan sacred ground, Lu Ren's state upon returning did raise some suspicion. Ruoyan, you just got 2 holy pills yesterday, and today you went to get more. Did Sumo try to make things difficult for you? After feeling guilty, Yifeng asked with some concern. Upon hearing Yifeng's question, Lu Ruoyan's body trembled, and she hurriedly explained, of course he didn't make things difficult for me. You know he's my loyal admirer. Yifeng, not suspecting anything, laughed and said, haha, I must have overthought it. Sumo is just your loyal admirer. How could he dare make things difficult for you? All you need to do is beckon, and he'll readily hand over the holy pill. After saying this, he stood up and walked towards his room. Ruoyan, I'm going to absorb the holy pill now. As soon as he entered his room, Yifeng eagerly touched the green ring on his hand and summoned Lin Qingyin. With an excited expression, he said, Master, I didn't expect that Sumo, that fool, would give Ren 2 holy pills again. At this rate, I only need half a month to break through to the combined body stage. However, Lin Qingyin did not share his joy. Instead, she frowned slightly. Finger, I have a feeling that something is off. These holy pills can't have been tampered with by him, can they? Otherwise, this would be too easy. Upon hearing this, Yifeng laughed and waved his hand, saying, how could that be? You saw it too. These holy pills are genuine both in aura and quality. How could they have been tampered with? Master, please protect me. I want to absorb these 2 holy pills immediately. After saying this, Yifeng sat down and began to absorb and cultivate. Lin Qingyin looked at the holy pill in front of Yifeng's chest. Indeed, as he said, these holy pills were excellent in both aura and appearance, absolutely genuine. Thus, she had nothing more to say and began to protect Yifeng. In fact, it wasn't entirely Lin Qingyin's fault for not being able to discern. If it were during her peak, she would surely be able to detect that these were extremely dangerous fake holy pills. However, now she was left with just a remnant soul, and her spiritual perception was likely thousands of times weaker than at her peak. Moreover, she did not have any treasures on hand to restore her spirit, so her current spiritual perception ability was probably only at the early stage of reincarnation, making it impossible to detect any tricks with the holy pills. Yifeng quickly absorbed the 2 holy pills, and his cultivation directly broke through to the late stage of void refinement, already close to the peak of that stage. Yet for some reason, when he broke through to the late stage of void refinement, he felt a slight pain in his meridians, but it soon disappeared. Yifeng did not pay much attention to it, thinking it was just the result of excessive absorption of the holy pills over the past 2 days. Master, with my current strength, I should be able to strike the ancient bell 10 times. In preparing to go to the sacred ground square to give it a try. What do you think? The eternal bell, rumored to be a top-tier sacred artifact from another world. It suddenly descended upon the ancient world during ancient times, ultimately being acquired by the Hahuan Saint Lord of that era, who placed it in the sacred land square to test the talents and strength of the disciples. As long as the disciples' cultivation level does not exceed the great ascension, they can strike the bell to test their strength. It is said that if one strikes the eternal bell 10 times, they can establish a bond with the bell, gaining its protection and becoming its new master. However, for countless years aside from the Hahuan Saint Lord, who forcibly bonded with it at the Empyrean level during ancient times, no one has been able to strike it 10 times. The highest number achieved has only been 9. That 9 times was struck by Su Mo's motherly Muxua during her harmonization stage. Although Yifeng had never struck the eternal bell, he was confident that with his current strength, he could strike it 10 times. This confidence stemmed not only from his self-assuredness regarding his own strength, but also from an instinctual feeling deep within him. Ever since childhood, he had this strange sensation that if he followed this intuition, he would surely succeed. This time was no different. The moment he broke through to the late stage of the void refinement, that instinctive feeling told him that if he struck the eternal bell now, he would surely achieve 10 strikes to become the new master of the eternal bell. Indeed, it is worth a try. If you can truly strike it 10 times and bond with the eternal bell, it will greatly benefit your future path to sanctity and even the Empyrean path. Lin Qingyi nodded in agreement. Master, once I become a saint, I will surely help you reshape your body and restore your former glory, Yifeng said with a determined expression. His desire to help Lin Qingyi reshape her body was not solely due to their master-disciple bond. More importantly, he harbored other thoughts about Lin Qingyi deep down, which he concealed well to avoid any negative impressions she might have of him. Yifeng planned to express his feelings after becoming a saint, believing that Lin Qingyi would accept him then. The thought of having a master-disciple relationship was simply delightful. Lin Qingyi, of course, was unaware of Yifeng's true thoughts and smiled as she said, "Finger, your intention alone makes me very happy. There's no need to think so far ahead. The most important thing for you now is to bond with the eternal bell, break through to harmonization, and then obtain the inheritance within the sacred fire secret realm. Once these matters are completed, we can discuss future plans." Yifeng nodded solemnly upon hearing this. "You are right, master. I will set off now." With that, he stood up and left the room, heading towards the sacred land square. Meanwhile, as soon as Yifeng set off, Su Mo had already arrived at the sacred land square. With his appearance, many disciples in the training square began to discuss. "Hey, isn't that Su Mo? Why is he here instead of staying in the Holy Sun Hall? Is he here to practice martial arts? Are you crazy? How dare you call out the Holy Sun's name directly? Do you think you are Lu Ruyan or something? The Holy Sun is so handsome. I want to do something naughty with him." In fact, Su Mo's reputation in the sacred land was not particularly good. The reason was simple. Apart from being handsome, his talent and other traits were quite average. Yet due to having a saint as a mother, he directly attained the coveted position of Holy Sun that every disciple in the sacred land dreamed of. Moreover, Su Mo had been courting Lu Ruyan recently, and such behavior made anyone who witnessed it want to scold him. Of course, this was limited to male disciples and a few female disciples. For those female disciples who only cared about love and dual cultivation, Su Mo was simply a treasure in their eyes, and they truly wished to cultivate with him several times. After all, Su Mo was truly good-looking. He could easily be called the most handsome man in the sacred land. "Holy Sun, is there something you want to do here in the training square? Just command me." At this moment, a beautiful elder responsible for overseeing the eternal bell quickly approached, Su Mo smiling as she asked. Although these elders would occasionally mutter about Su Mo, they still showed him great respect in public. "This Holy Sun has made some breakthroughs recently and has come to test my strength using the eternal bell." Su Mo's voice was calm, and he did not elaborate further. "Moi." Hearing Su Mo's words, the elder's brow furrowed, clearly not expecting him to come for this reason. After all, it was widely known that Su Mo had been neglecting his training while courting Lu Ruyan for quite some time, and that was no secret. "In that case, please follow me." The elder did not ask further, and soon led Su Mo to the front of the eternal bell. "Holy Sun, before you strike, I must remind you of something. To strike the eternal bell, not only must you possess sufficient strength, but your talent is also crucial. When I was young, I had above-average talent, yet I only struck the eternal bell 3 times. So I suggest that if you want to test your strength, it would be better to find other disciples to spar with. The elder cautioned. Clearly she did not wish for Sumo to strike the bell, as she believed he might not even be able to produce a single sound. At that time, the entire ancient world would surely hear that the esteemed holy son of the Hahuan's sacred land could not even produce a single sound from the bell. It would not only be Sumo's disgrace, but would also bring shame to the entire sacred land. Are you questioning me, holy son? Sumo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger hidden within them, and his voice turned icy. I dare not. For some reason, the elder felt a hint of danger emanating from Sumo, causing her demeanor to change. It was as if a primordial beast resided within Sumo, which left her somewhat incredulous. It must be my imagination. The elder shook her head, slowly retreating and leaving Sumo alone. The disciples in the training square began to discuss animatedly upon seeing Sumo standing before the eternal bell. Chapter 11. The Sacred Artifact Bonds. Yi Feng arrives late. Did I just see that right? Is the Holy Sun going to strike the eternal bell to test his strength? I certainly saw it right. However, I remember that to strike the eternal bell, strength alone is not enough. Talent is the most important factor. But if I recall correctly, the Holy Sun's talent is quite average. He should have only been of low quality during the testing, right? Low quality talent. He probably can't even strike a sound from the eternal bell. The discussions among the disciples continued. However, Sumo paid them no mind, showing no sign of anger on his face. After all, what they said was the truth. If it had been Sumo a few days ago, he truly would not have been able to strike even a sound from the eternal bell. But that was then. Now Sumo had not only fused with the sun's sacred body, but had also cultivated the 9-yang annihilation technique, a quasi-imperial level martial art with immense attack power. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of void refinement, and with such strength, striking the eternal bell 7 or even 8 times would be more than sufficient. Sumo assumed a punching stance, taking a deep breath to clear all distractions from his mind. In the next moment, he suddenly channeled all his spiritual energy, and a scorching aura akin to the sun erupted from his body, engulfing the entire training square like a storm. What is this heat wave? Could it be that the alchemy elder's furnace exploded? As the disciples felt the heat wave, astonished expressions appeared on their faces as they speculated. Before they could ponder further, bang! A thunderous boom erupted from the area where the eternal bell was located. Sumo swung his right fist down heavily upon the bell. In an instant, the force caused the eternal bell to tremble violently, and then a series of ancient, profound bell sounds rang out. Dong dong dong. Wait, did I hear that right? The Holy Sun actually struck the eternal bell 3 times. Who was the blind fool who said the Holy Sun couldn't strike even a sound? Look who's dumbfounded now. Smack to the face. Hey, your reactions are too exaggerated. It's just 3 strikes. I once struck 4 times. As the bell sounds resonated, the surrounding disciples, including a few passing elders, began to discuss, filling the area with a clamor. Although striking the eternal bell 3 times was not particularly impressive, and many disciples present could achieve, it let us not forget the one who struck 3 times was Sumo. Moreover, just moments ago, everyone believed he could not strike even a sound. Considering this, 3 strikes were quite a remarkable achievement. Of course, it was only a decent achievement, far from outstanding. Soon the crowd's excitement began to settle down. Just then, dong dong dong, the eternal bell's body shuddered violently, and a dazzling golden light emanated from it, followed by yet another 3 bell sounds. The once noisy training square fell silent in an instant. Countless disciples stood dazedly in place, gazing in disbelief at the direction of the eternal bell. After an indeterminate time, someone finally reacted, trembling as they spoke. Did I just hear that right? The eternal bell just rang another 3 times. Dong dong. Before he could finish, the eternal bell emitted 2 more sounds. My heavens! Did I hear that right? The Holy Sun struck the eternal bell 8 times. By the way, wasn't the Holy Sun supposed to have low-quality talent? How did he strike 8 times? Did he deliberately hide his strength before? You ask me. Then who should I ask? The reactions among the disciples varied, and some who previously thought Sumo couldn't strike even a sound wished they could find a hole to hide in. Of course, some female disciples had very peculiar reactions. Their eyes were not filled with shock, but rather with fervor and greed, as if they wanted to devour Sumo. After all, Sumo's background and looks were already exceptional, and now his talent was shockingly impressive. These female disciples found it hard to resist, and some likely started harboring ulterior motives. Dong, just as some bold female disciples were preparing to showcase their skills to Sumo, the eternal bell unexpectedly rang out once more. What the hell? How is there still more? This sacred body is simply too enduring. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the 9th strike. At this point, everyone widened their eyes, and some even cursed, uttering some outrageous words. Let it be known the maximum limit for the Eternal Bell is only 10 strikes. However, it has been a millennium since anyone has struck 10 times. Not to mention 10 strikes. Even those who managed 9 strikes in their vast Hahuan sacred land were merely Li Muxue, who was a disciple in the past. Li Muxue, the Saint Lord, is a person of extraordinary talent currently, at the Saint King level, a super powerhouse. Even she only managed to strike 9 times. Yet now the son of the Saint Lord Su Mo has struck 9 times as well. Could it be that Su Mo's talent has reached a level comparable to that of his Saint Lord mother? As they thought of this, their feelings were no longer just shock, but rather an indescribable sensation. Just as everyone believed the bell sounds had ended. Bang! Another thunderous sound reverberated. This giant sound struck the minds of everyone like a thunderclap, leaving their brains blank. After this resounding boom, the body of the Eternal Bell shone, with an even more dazzling light swiftly shrinking and landing in Su Mo's palm like a pendant. After striking the Eternal Bell 10 times, it had recognized Su Mo as its master. At the moment the Eternal Bell acknowledged its master, the Book of Time in Su Mo's mind began to change, with a line of text appearing. The fated child of fortune, Yi Feng's opportunity. The Eternal Bell was intercepted by Su Mo, the holy son of the Hahuan sacred land, causing a loss of fortune, and his combat power for the journey to the sacred fire secret realm is diminished. Simultaneously, Su Mo felt a sudden lightness in his body, as if some attribute had been enhanced in an unknown way. After reviewing the information from the Book of Time, Su Mo's lips curled upward, feeling immensely satisfied. He hadn't expected that the Eternal Bell was intended for Yi Feng. Thankfully, he arrived in time to intercept it, or else this artifact could have been used against him by Yi Feng. To be honest, he also didn't anticipate that he could strike 10 times and have the Eternal Bell recognize him as its master, something even his mother Li Muxue had not accomplished. To say the least, the 9-yang annihilation technique is indeed powerful, and this is only the first layer of comprehension. If he were to cultivate it to the 9th layer, achieving the unity of the 9 yangs, summoning the Sun Star would likely possess the power to annihilate a world. Su Mo did not dwell on it too much, smiling as he hung the Eternal Bell at his waist and left the platform. Holy Sun, what just happened? As soon as he stepped off the platform, the elder quickly approached, looking somewhat incredulous. What do you mean, what happened? Do you not know that if one strikes 10 times, the Eternal Bell will recognize its master? How did you become an elder? Su Mo frowned and turned to the elder. Of course I know. Do I need you to teach me? The elder silently cursed in her heart. As the overseer of the Eternal Bell, how could she not know this rumor? What truly puzzled her was Su Mo was supposed to have low-quality talent. How could he strike 10 times? This Eternal Bell had been here for nearly 10,000 years, and she had learned from previous overseers that no one had struck 10 times in the last millennium. Yet today, the so-called waste holy son Su Mo had managed to strike 10 times. Who would believe this if it were spoken of? Although she was shocked, as an elder of the Hahuan sacred land, she had experienced many storms, so she quickly calmed her emotions. Then she respectfully said to Su Mo, "Congratulations, holy son, on obtaining a great treasure." As soon as her words fell, all the disciples below reacted and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, holy son, on obtaining a great treasure." Their voices were filled with envy, though a few disciples were quite jealous. However, considering the vast disparity in their identities and strengths, that hint of jealousy quickly dissipated. "Haha, Eternal Bell, your master has arrived." Just as the disciples finished congratulating Su Mo, Yi Feng finally arrived at the training square. His face was filled with excitement and confidence, as if he could already envision himself striking 10 times and having the Eternal Bell recognize him. "Fenger, I know you are confident, but I just seem to hear several bell sounds. It couldn't be." Lin Qingyin said worriedly. "Master, you worry too much. To say something you need not hear, in the Hahuan sacred land aside from me, there won't be a second person able to strike 10 times. Those sounds just now were merely some disciples testing. You need not worry." Yi Feng said confidently, then walked towards the center of the square. As Yi Feng approached the square, his brow slightly furrowed upon witnessing the bustling scene. "Why are there so many people at the training ground today?" He casually asked a disciple. "Senior brother, why is the training ground so lively today? Has something happened?" Hearing the question directed at him, the disciple explained enviously, "Junior brother, you must be new here. Just now the Holy Son was testing his strength with the Eternal Bell, and with absolute power and talent, he struck it 10 times, becoming the new master of the Eternal Bell. I too found it hard to believe at first, but that is the truth." As the disciple finished speaking, a buzzing sound resonated in Yi Feng's mind, and his expression froze in shock. The deep-seated feeling within him abruptly dissipated, replaced by the sensation of having his beloved snatched away at the last moment, filling him with despair. "This can't be real. It's impossible." Yi Feng's voice trembled as he felt utterly powerless. As the childhood friend of Lu Rian, he naturally knew Su Mo's capabilities. A mere underachiever relying on the Holy Mother's favor to become the Holy Son. How could he possibly strike the eternal bell 10 times? Moreover, his intuition told him that the eternal bell originally belonged to him. It was rightfully his. Are you out of your mind? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. The disciple rolled his eyes at Yifeng before walking away. Upon hearing this, Yifeng hurriedly glanced around, and coincidentally, Su Mo happened to pass right in front of him. Upon seeing the small bell glowing faintly golden at Su Mo's waist, it felt as though all his strength had been instantly drained, and he staggered back a few steps. Alas, it seems the eternal bell is still beyond your reach. Deep within his soul, Lin Qingyin sighed, and shook her head upon seeing the eternal bell. No, that eternal bell is mine. Su Mo, you can't take it from me. Yifeng shouted furiously, his face contorted with rage. Seeing this, Lin Qingyin wanted to say something to persuade him. However, Yifeng was already blinded by anger, directly blocking Su Mo's path, shouting, Su Mo, stop, right there. Su Mo halted his steps, then turned to look at Yifeng with an indifferent expression, saying, Are you speaking to this holy sun? At the same time, he activated his 9 heavens eye and gazed at Yifeng. Name Yifeng. Age 18. Fortune purple, top-tier fortune child. Cultivation late stage of void refinement. Physique innate fire body, emperor's bloodline, ancestral return. Status angry. Opportunity master of the eternal bell already intercepted will gain the holy fire emperor's inheritance in the sacred fire secret realm in half a month. Although Su Mo had already learned through the book of time that Yifeng was a top-tier purple fortune child. However, upon seeing Yifeng's panel, he was still taken aback, contemplating silently while looking at Yifeng with a calm expression. Feeling the gazes of Su Mo and the surrounding disciples, Yifeng realized he had acted impulsively. He intended to explain and then leave. But upon seeing the eternal bell on Su Mo, his rage surged again. Clenching his fists, his voice trembled. Su Mo, as the holy son of the Joy Sect, why would you seize the opportunity of an ordinary disciple like me? As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples looked at him as if he were a fool. What? Do you even know what you're saying? The holy son took his resources. It must be about the eternal bell. Haha, this is hilarious. You should know that to make the eternal bell acknowledge its master, one must strike it 10 times. He should take a good look at himself and see what he is worth. How can he say that the holy son is taking his opportunity? All the surrounding disciples unanimously began to mock Yifeng. However, Su Mo, the person at the center of it all, had a slight change in expression, looking at Yifeng with a hint of surprise, secretly pondering, is this the intuition of a top-tier fortune child? He can even sense his own opportunity. In fact, only Su Mo knew that the eternal bell originally belonged to Yifeng, but he had intervened early, intercepting what was rightfully Yifeng's. But what does it matter? Now the eternal bell already belongs to him, and it has nothing to do with Yifeng. Junior brother, what you just said is quite amusing. What do you mean I seized your opportunity? I struck the 10 times myself, and it willingly acknowledged me as its master. What does that have to do with you? Furthermore, who are you? What gives you the courage to speak to this holy son like that? Sumo's lips curled into a smirk, and his tone gradually turned cold. Yifeng understood that Sumo's words were quite reasonable, yet he couldn't help but feel unwilling. At the same time, he broke into a cold sweat at Sumo's final remark. Indeed, he was just an ordinary disciple of the Hahuan Holy Land, while Su Mo was the only saint son of the Hahuan Holy Land. The difference in their status was like that of heaven and earth, even though he had his master Lin Qingyin to protect him. However, there were several saints within the Hahuan Holy Land, and Su Mo's mother, the Hahuan Saint Lord, was a formidable power at the Saint King level. He was simply not a match for her at the moment. If Su Mo truly used this matter against him, then wait. Wasn't Su Mo like a loyal dog for Ru Yin? As long as he brought Ru Yin into the picture, Su Mo would surely not make things difficult for him, and might even grant him the Wangu Bell. Thinking of this, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he raised his head to meet Su Mo's gaze. Su Mo, this Wangu Bell is really important to me. I hope you can let it go to me. As the saint's son, you shouldn't lack this one holy artifact, right? Besides, if you don't give it to me, I will. Oh, what will you do? Su Mo squinted his eyes, curious. I will make Ru Yin ignore you forever. Are you scared? Hearing this, Yifeng smirked, seemingly feeling that he had Su Mo under control. In truth, this wasn't much of a threat. For others it might seem negligible, but Yifeng knew that Su Mo was quite the loyal dog. He would even readily give up his monthly cultivation resources and precious holy pills to Ru Yin, so a Wangu Bell should be no problem. Unexpectedly, Su Mo not only didn't agree, but instead burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Yifeng was somewhat confused. Of course I'm laughing at you, Prairie Man. Su Mo genuinely hadn't expected that Yifeng had no clue or suspicion and still believed that Ru Yin was pure when he himself used to be her loyal dog. Thus, he changed his method of punishing Yifeng. After all, for these top fortune children, the more pressure applied, the stronger they would become. For instance, being exiled to forbidden grounds or imprisoned in extreme cold or heat often led to various opportunities. He certainly wouldn't give Yifeng such a chance. He wanted to utilize Ru Yin well, and engage in a psychological battle against Yifeng. Yishidi, I suggest you go back and ask her what has happened between us these days. Also, don't forget to remind her of our appointment tomorrow, and since you made me unhappy today, if she doesn't want me to hold you accountable, she should come early tomorrow, and I will be waiting for her at the usual place. Sumo's face wore a smile as if he could see the lush grasslands on Yifeng's head. He wasn't afraid of Yifeng knowing about his relationship with Ru Yin, nor was he afraid of Yifeng hating him. Rather, he hoped Yifeng would find out. After all, as a qualified antagonist, he was quite willing to mess with the mentality of a fortune child. After saying this, without waiting for Yifeng's reaction, Su Mo left the training ground, leaving behind a dazed Yifeng who was confused and alone in the wind. After returning to the St. Sun's Hall, Su Mo began to check his panel as he felt that something within him had been elevated at the moment he had subdued the Wangu Bell. Name Su Mo. Age 19. Fortune red, ordinary, among the ordinary danger persists. Physique solar holy body. Cultivation peak of initial stage of refining void. Appearance 97. Technique 9 Yang annihilation technique, first layer small success. My fortune has actually changed from black to red. Su Mo immediately noticed the change in his fortune, and the anxiety that had been hanging over him finally eased. Although red was merely the most ordinary level of fortune, it was certainly better than black, which was truly frightening, threatening imminent demise. However, now that he wouldn't face immediate death, red fortune was still far from enough. At the very least, he should elevate his fortune to blue, purple, and even the legendary 7 colors. Only then will I feel at ease. Thinking of this, Su Mo began to browse the Book of Time, preparing to see what resources Yifeng would obtain next, so he could preemptively seize them and increase his own fortune. Damn this, Yifeng truly is a child of top purple fortune. I just intercepted a holy artifact from him, and he is about to obtain a rare fire and the legacy of the Fire Emperor. Looking at the content prompted by the Book of Time, Su Mo was momentarily dumbfounded. Indeed, the Book of Time said exactly that. Half a month later, Yifeng would acquire a top-tier rare fire called Tai Su Dxin and the legacy of the Holy Fire Emperor in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, thereby stepping into the ranks of the strong. However, now that Su Mo already knew the location of Tai Su Dxin, he certainly wouldn't allow Yifeng to obtain it. He decided to set off early and intercept Yifeng's rare fire and the legacy of the Holy Fire. Yifeng, I will also go to the Sacred Fire Secret Realm in half a month. By then, all your opportunities will be mine. Su Mo calmed his mood and murmured. The Holy Fire legacy was a legacy left behind by a powerful emperor known as the Holy Fire Emperor, and it was said that anyone who could pass his test would obtain the Holy Fire Emperor's legacy. However, previously Su Mo had been focused on Ru Yin, so he hadn't paid much attention to the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. But now it was different. Su Mo had awakened. He not only wanted to go, but also aimed to seize Tai Su Dxin, obtain the Holy Fire legacy, and intercept Yifeng's opportunities once again, to thoroughly crush Yifeng's spirit, leaving him with no desire to advance. However, with half a month remaining until the Sacred Fire Secret Realm begins, Su Mo needed to prepare well and accomplish many tasks during this time. This naturally included dual cultivation with Ru Yin, helping his master Morong Shui alleviate her cold poison. Of course, if he could take advantage of this to deepen their relationship, that would be even better. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifeng had returned to his cave abode in a daze, and upon seeing him, Ru Yin quickly walked up to greet him. Brother Yi, how is it? Have you subdued the eternal clock? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's words ignited Yifeng like a powder keg, causing him to explode instantly. He then shouted angrily, "Don't mention this to me." Lu Ruoyan was startled by the fierce shout, and instinctively took a few steps back. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? After shouting, Yifeng regretted it, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. What was wrong with him? Clearly he and Ruoyan had been childhood sweethearts, and had promised each other since they were young. Why was he suddenly speaking to Ruoyan in such a tone? He was just about to apologize to Lu Ruoyan. At that moment, Su Mo's slightly smug voice suddenly flashed through Yifeng's mind. Brother Yi, I suggest you go back and ask Lu Ruoyan about what happened with me these past few days. In that instant, all his guilt vanished, and Yifeng clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he looked at Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, did something inappropriate happen between you and Su Mo these past 2 days? The moment Yifeng's words fell, Lu Ruoyan's pupils shrank sharply and her body froze in place. Did Brother Yi find out? Lu Ruoyan bit her cherry lips, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Speak. Did it happen or not? At this moment, Yifeng shouted again. Lu Ruoyan's eyes turned red. Oh, she was about to tell Yifeng everything that had happened in the last 2 days, including the details, and then apologized to him, asking for his forgiveness. However, when she saw Yifeng's uncontrolled expression, the words caught in her throat were swallowed back. Brother Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by something inappropriate? I don't understand. Lu Ruoyan lowered her head, not daring to look into Yifeng's eyes, and chose to lie. But the moment she spoke, the guilt in her heart surged like a tide. She tightly closed her eyes, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. I'm sorry, brother Yifeng, I really can't tell you the truth. I'm really afraid of losing you. Ruoyan is just an incompetent coward. A coward who dares to act, but not to take responsibility. At this moment her tears fell not only out of guilt towards Yifeng, but also released all the grievances she had suffered from Su Mo over the past few days. But to Yifeng this only made him panic. The anger on his face turned into deep self-reproach. He thought he had made Lu Ruoyan cry. Ruoyan, don't cry. I was just talking nonsense, please don't take it to heart. Yifeng said with a flustered expression. Lu Ruoyan lightly sniffled, calming herself down before saying in a choked voice, I'm fine. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain. Ruoyan, I didn't actually subdue the eternal clock. When I arrived, the eternal clock had already recognized Su Mo as its master, so I might have been in a bad mood. Please don't take it to heart. What? The eternal clock recognized Su Mo as its master. Lu Ruoyan was stunned, unable to believe what she heard. Yes, I even asked him for it, but he refused and said some strange things to me. If it weren't for him, the eternal clock would have been mine. Yifeng said angrily. Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes lowered slightly, her delicate body trembling. She knew very well that the Su Mo of the past did not have the strength to make the eternal clock ring 10 times, so it was impossible for him to make it acknowledge him as its master. But now, the once sycophantic Su Mo had completely disappeared. Now not only had his attitude towards her changed drastically, but he was also able to make the eternal clock ring 10 times and recognize him as its master. What on earth had happened these past few days to cause such a huge change in Su Mo? Wait! Before Lu Ruoyan could ponder for long, she was interrupted by Yifeng's sudden exclamation. She looked up and saw Yifeng looking at her with excitement, saying, Ruoyan, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? For some reason, Lu Ruoyan suddenly felt a bad premonition rising in her heart. Can you go find Su Mo and help me get the eternal clock back? As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruoyan's expression turned blank, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. Before she could speak, Yifeng's voice rang out again. After all, that Su Mo is just your sycophant. I believe as long as you say a word, he certainly want refuse, and might even be very willing. Ruoyan, I'm counting on you. That eternal clock is really important to me. Lu Ruoyan clenched her delicate fists, truly wanting to refuse. Because she knew that Su Mo was no longer her sycophant, even asking for a holy pill would take him 2 or 3 hours. If she really went to demand the eternal clock, not to mention whether Su Mo would give it to her even if luck was on her side, and he was willing, it would definitely take even longer, and he might even propose some other excessive demands. But she had already lied to Yifeng once, and she felt very guilty. At this moment, she simply did not have the courage to refuse Yifeng's request. All right, I agree to you. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruoyan nodded with a hoarse voice. Great. Thank you, Ruoyan. Yifeng was overjoyed upon hearing this and wanted to open his arms to hug Lu Ruoyan. However, before Yifeng could get close, Lu Ruoyan, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, suddenly sidestepped to avoid the hug and fled the cave like a gust of wind. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'm going out for a while. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Yifeng didn't think much of it, and instead looked at Lu Ruoyan with gratitude, sighing, with a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? I am really not a man. I actually doubted Ruoyan just now. Su Mo, I have been childhood sweethearts with Ruoyan for a long time, but she has long been infatuated with me, and you think you can sow discord between us. What a foolish fantasy. He was already somewhat impatient. As long as Ruoyan could get back the eternal clock, he would confess to her and make Su Mo understand what it meant to be a celestial couple. On the other side, Lu Ruoyan was unaware of Yifeng's thoughts. At this moment, she was walking dazedly along the forest path, her chaotic thoughts surging in her mind, unable to be dispelled. What should I do now? If Brother Yi finds out, what will he think of me? Will he understand me? Should I confess to Brother Yi, or just take it one step at a time? Lu Ruoyan felt as if she were trapped in a quagmire, unable to escape, and could only stay in place, too afraid to make a rash move. Even though she knew that doing so would only lead her deeper into the mire until she was submerged, she really did not dare to confess to Yifeng and show him her dirty side. The more Lu Ruoyan thought, the more frightened she became, and the tears flowed uncontrollably. Guess who I am? Just then a pair of warm and cool jade hands suddenly covered her eyes. A playful yet cute voice rang out from behind her. Lu Ruoyan was startled and said helplessly, Shiner, I am not in the mood to play with you right now. Upon hearing this, the girl removed her jade hands and laughed. Oh, I just saw you weren't happy and wanted to cheer you up. Lu Ruoyan turned around and saw the carefree expression of the girl, letting out a sigh. The girl's name was Shiner, and like her, she was an inner disciple of the Hahuan sacred ground, having a very good relationship with her, akin to close friends. So whenever Lu Ruoyan was unhappy or troubled, she would come to Shiner to vent. You honor, why are you crying today? Did that brat Yifeng bully you? Tell me all about it, and I, Shiner, will definitely stand up for you. Shiner hurriedly asked, waving her small fists as she spoke. It's not him. Oh, don't worry about it, I'm fine. After Lu Ruoyan spoke, she was about to leave. It wasn't that she had a bad relationship with Baishiner, but such matters, she really felt embarrassed to discuss with Baishiner. Seeing Lu Ruoyan about to leave, Baishiner quickly reached out to block her, saying, "Hey, why are you leaving so soon? I still want to." But just as she was about to say something, the moment her jade hand touched Lu Ruoyan's delicate body, her voice suddenly froze. Then she widened her eyes, looking at Lu Ruoyan with disbelief. "Your primordial Yin, how did it disappear?" As Baishiner finished speaking, Lu Ruoyan was momentarily stunned, her delicate face instantly flushed with a layer of crimson. "What do you mean by lost your first Yin? I don't understand." Lu Ruoyan stammered. "My perception is quite strong, so quickly tell me, who did you give your first time to? Was it your childhood friend Yi Feng?" Baishiner asked with a curious expression. Seeing that the matter could no longer be hidden, Lu Ruoyan lightly bit her cherry lips, and after a long while she took a deep breath, seemingly having made a certain resolution, and said with a trembling voice, "It's not Brother Yi, it's that Sumo." As soon as the words left her mouth, Baishiner was completely stunned. Doubting her own ears, she looked at Lu Ruoyan with a blank expression. "What? Sumo? Is that the Holy Sun Sumo? The one you called a licking dog before?" Lu Ruoyan nodded, slightly lowering her head even further. "My heavens, Yena, have you gone mad? Although we practice the art of intimacy together, the first time isn't very important. It will eventually be given away. But you should at least give it to someone you like. Why would you give your first time to that licking dog Sumo? You said you were annoyed by him. How could this happen?" After receiving Lu Ruoyan's confirmation, Baishiner's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Ruoyan. "I didn't want it to be this way either. Everything I did was for Brother Yi. For the holy pill." Lu Ruoyan cried, even more sorrowfully, her voice choked with grievance. "For Yi Feng." Baishiner's face was filled with confusion after hearing this. Then Lu Ruoyan recounted everything that had happened over the past few days in detail. Although Baishiner didn't care about others' affairs, she was very protective of her good friend. So when she heard the entire story and the humiliation Lu Ruoyan had suffered over the past few days, an expression of anger immediately appeared on her pretty face. "You Sumo, how despicable and shameless. To threaten you with the holy pill meant for Yi Feng to make you comply. Yenner, don't worry, I will go get justice for you right now." As soon as she finished speaking, before Lu Ruoyan could react, Baishiner's figure flashed, and she disappeared from the spot. "Wait, Shiner. Don't go looking for him. He's not the same Sumo as before. This is dangerous." Lu Ruoyan shouted loudly, her face filled with worry. Although she knew Baishiner had a strong background and was much stronger than her Sumo, was the holy son of the Hehuan Holy Land. To go find him all alone like this was far too dangerous. If things went wrong, she might end up like Lu Ruoyan. The more she thought about it, the more anxious Lu Ruoyan became, and without further ado, she hurried towards the direction of the Holy Sun Palace. Meanwhile, in the Holy Sun Palace on the other side, Sumo was sitting cross-legged on a cultivation mat, comprehending the first layer of the 9-yang annihilation technique, hoping to achieve perfection, soon to cultivate the second layer. And Baishiner at some point had quietly arrived at the corner of the Holy Sun Palace, looking at Sumo, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, not far away, with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. "Sumo, is it? Today I will let you know what the consequences of bullying Yenner are." As soon as she finished speaking, a holy white lotus flower phantom appeared in her hand. Though pure, it was filled with killing intent. Just as she was about to shoot the white lotus flower out, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "What are you doing? What do you mean by asking? I'm going to kill that lecherous Sumo." Baishiner subconsciously replied without turning around. "Wait, who just spoke?" Baishiner then realized something was wrong. This was the Holy Sun Palace. Besides Sumo and herself, there shouldn't be anyone else present. Then the person behind her was Sumo. Baishiner turned around sharply and gasped upon seeing Sumo. Sumo ignored Baishiner and directly activated the 9 heavenly eye to check her status panel. Name: Baishiner. Age: 88,888 years. Cultivation: initial stage of void refinement. Appearance: 96. Luck: blue with a tendency to break through to purple, second only to top-tier lucky women. Physique: transformed from nearly 100,000 years of holy white lotus, no other special physique. Status: nervous. Favorability: 20. Disgust. She was indeed a holy white lotus transformed from nearly 100,000 years. Sumo was shocked. The legend says that the holy white lotus is an immortal medicine that reaches the imperial level. Consuming it not only allows one to break through to the holy realm directly, but also makes one immune to all evils, instantly healing all hidden ailments and injuries. But these are just the ordinary effects of the holy white lotus. Baishiner, however, is transformed from 88,888 years of holy white lotus and has even developed intelligence. The potency of this medicine is unimaginable. Even an ordinary holy white lotus can cause countless holy realm powerhouses and even holy kings to fight over it in madness. let alone this 100,000-year holy white lotus. When did you sneak behind me? At this moment, Sumo's thoughts were interrupted by Baishiner's voice. Sumo looked up at Baishiner and asked in response, this Holy Sun also wants to know when you sneaked into the Holy Sun Palace. According to logic, this Holy Sun should have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill this Holy Sun? Baishiner was startled for a moment after hearing this, then seemed to remember something, placing her hands on her hips, and said with righteous indignation, Who told you to force and threaten Yenner into doing such things with you? Sumo suddenly realized after hearing this. It turned out Baishiner came here to stand up for Lu Ruyin. However, she probably wouldn't be able to leave today, instead she herself would have a great chance of being trapped here like Lu Ruyin. After all, he already knew Baiziner's true identity. Thinking about this, Sumo smiled wickedly. Then he carefully observed Baishiner from head to toe. At this moment, Baishiner was dressed in a luxurious lace gown adorned with white lotus patterns, her hair as white as snow cascading down her waist, her delicate face flawless, without a trace of makeup, making one want to gaze longer. In terms of appearance alone, Baishiner and Lu Ruyin were equally matched, but in terms of temperament, the two were distinctly different. Lu Ruyin had a gentle, refined, ladle-like aura, whereas Baishiner exuded a lively energy, making her appear like a playful, yet charming little girl. With such beauty combined with her identity as a lucky woman and a holy white lotus and willingly presenting herself, Sumo had already formed an idea. Just as Sumo was about to say something, the divine woman chart in his mind stirred once again, this time displaying a phantom rank 50. On the phantom of the person ranked 50 in the divine woman chart appeared a white character along with a phantom of a white lotus. Oh ho, just when I was feeling drowsy, a pillow comes my way. I didn't expect Baishiner to appear on the divine woman chart. I must devour her today. Sumo thought excitedly in his heart. After all, devouring Baishiner would not only be immensely pleasurable, but would also grant rewards for lighting up the divine woman chart. A perfect win-win situation. Sumo suppressed his excitement and looked up at Baishiner with a smile. Lu Ruyin, what did I force her to do? You tell me. Baishiner, seeing Sumo's shameless demeanor, wished she could revert to her true form and crush him right now. She had never seen such a brazen person. You are truly shameless. Relying on the holy pill in your hands, you forced Yenner to dual cultivate with you to aid your cultivation, and you still won't admit it. Baishiner shouted loudly. Sumo stepped forward slightly closer to Baishiner and said softly, since you already know what I did to Lu Ruyin, are you not afraid I will do the same to you? As soon as the words fell, the confident smile on Baishiner's face vanished in an instant, replaced by extreme panic and disbelief. How did you know my true form? And how did you know my name? Sumo did not answer directly, and instead made a series of clicking sounds with his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. A holy white lotus flower. It has gained sentience and has taken nearly 100,000 years to transform into a holy white lotus. If this matter were to be known by the world, even those old monsters who are on the verge of transcending would risk their lives to come out and seize it. Upon hearing this, Baishiner shivered, her delicate body trembling, and looked at Sumo with fear in her eyes, her voice quivering. How did you see through my true form? How I figured it out is not important. What matters is that I have figured it out, and I can tell others your true identity at any time. Sumo shook his head, then continued. If those old monsters really come out, at that time not just you, but even emperor-level powerhouses might perish under their pursuit. Hearing this, Baishiner's body trembled, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she looked up at Sumo. What exactly do you want to do? What do I want to do? This is the sacred land of harmony, and I am the only holy son of the sacred land, so of course I want it. Sumo smiled, not finishing his sentence, confident that Baishiner understood his implication. You must be dreaming. Absolutely impossible. Baishiner instinctively shouted in refusal. You dare to refuse me? Sumo's voice elongated, and then he directly took out a purple jade token from his bosom, preparing to activate his spiritual energy. Mother, I have. Wait. Seeing that Sumo seemed really about to inform the holy master of the sacred land of harmony, Baishiner felt defeated and hurriedly called to stop Sumo. What? Are you changing your mind? Sumo looked at Baishiner with a smile. You are despicable, shameless, and ungrateful. You are just a... Baishiner did not answer Sumo, and began to angrily curse, as if she wanted to curse all the dirty words she could think of. But as she cursed, her voice grew softer, and then she broke into tears. I will only give you 30 seconds to think it over. If you still haven't decided after 30 seconds, I will inform Mother about this, and you know the consequences. By the way, your crying time counts too. You have 20 seconds left. Upon hearing this, Baishiner paused for 10 seconds, sniffed, composed herself, and then looked up at Sumo. I can agree to your request, but I want it to be my first time, so please be gentle. Sumo's lips curled slightly as he embraced Baishiner at her waist, inhaling the faint fragrance of lotus from her body, feeling incredibly refreshed and relaxed. Then he gently said, of course I will be very gentle. He then carried Bai Shiner into his room. Time quickly passed, and 2 hours went by. The door to the room was pushed open, and Bai Shiner walked out legs crossed, and supporting herself against the wall looking at Su Mo with resentment. Is this what you call gentle? Su Mo followed behind with a smile on his face. This is indeed very gentle, can't you tell? If I really let go you probably wouldn't even be able to get out of bed. Bai Shiner clenched her fists upon hearing this, wishing she could punch Su Mo to death. Although she knew Su Mo was speaking the truth. However, she still found it hard to bear. After all, during the last 2 hours she had fainted several times, and then woke up again. This was still under the condition of him being gentle. If he were not gentle, what would happen? Bai Shiner couldn't help but shiver, not daring to think further. Su Mo, I have already accompanied you in dual cultivation. You better keep your promise and keep my identity to yourself. After saying this, Bai Shiner was about to leave the Holy Sun's Hall. Wait. However, Su Mo's voice rang out again, making her pause, and turn to look at Su Mo. Su Mo stood with a smile, hands behind his back, his expression calm. When did I say you could leave after dual cultivation? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shiner widened her eyes. What do you mean by that? Don't you understand? Su Mo winked at her. You bastard, are you trying to go back on your word? I've already. Bai Shiner's expression froze, her eyes turning red in an instant, tears beginning to swirl in her eyes. You can't say that casually. Think carefully. When did I say that after you accompanied me in dual cultivation once I would keep your secret? This was just your one-sided wish. Su Mo raised an eyebrow and said casually. So what exactly do you want to do? Bai Shiner was on the verge of a breakdown, crying out. Su Mo gently sighed, his tone soft. Why are you crying? I'm not a monster. I won't do anything particularly excessive. You just need to agree to come here every day for dual cultivation with me, and I will keep your secret. This request shouldn't be too much, right? No way. Absolutely not. As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, Bai Shiner directly refused. The reason was simple. She didn't want to be like Lu Ruyan, having to do it once a day. Just this once was already hard to bear. If it were once a day, she would probably break down in no time. If you don't agree, I will have to find my... Su Mo's expression turned cold, preparing to contact Li Muxua. Wait a moment. Su Mo paused, waiting for Bai Shiner to continue. Bai Shiner bit her cherry lips tightly, lowering her head, and finally gritted her teeth. Well, once a day is indeed a bit too much for me. I can only accept once every 3 days. This is my bottom line. If you still don't agree, just go ahead and tell your mother about me. All right then, once every 3 days. Su Mo smiled and nodded, knowing he couldn't push her too hard. Then he said, you can leave now, but don't forget to come back in 3 days. Bai Shiner did not reply, glaring at Su Mo fiercely before preparing to leave. However, at that moment a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Su Mo, are you inside? Can I come in? Lu Ruyan asked softly. It's Yen, or why is she here too? Bai Shiner was shocked and instinctively wanted to hide back in her room. As Su Mo's voice fell, Lu Ruyan pushed open the door of the Saint Sun's Hall and immediately saw Bai Shiner standing not far away. Shiner, are you alright? Lu Ruyan hurriedly stepped forward, asking anxiously. I'm fine. Bai Shiner's pretty face flushed slightly, her voice trembling as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze. Are you really fine? Lu Ruyan's expression showed some concern as she felt that Bai Shiner seemed a bit off, though she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It seemed as if she had become even more beautiful and charming than before. Wait, could this feeling be? Lu Ruyan seemed to realize something. She reached out her jade hand to touch Bai Shiner, and this gentle touch caused Bai Shiner to freeze in surprise. Shiner, your Yuan, how could it be lost? Alas, she felt like crying without tears. Bai Shiner still vaguely remembered that she had just gossiped about this with Lu Ruyan. But now it was Lu Ruyan saying it to her. Seeing Bai Shiner silent, just looking down and sobbing, Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger and glared at Su Mo. Su Mo, what did you do to Shiner? Su Mo was in a good mood today and was not angered by her glare. His expression remained calm. What did I do to her? You should know that, right? You are too much. It's not enough to harm me. You actually did the same to Shiner. Lu Ruyan's face turned red, nearly exploding with anger. She simply couldn't understand why Shiner would cultivate with this bastard. Hearing this, Su Mo immediately became displeased. What do you mean by harm? Don't slander me here. Between Shiner and me it is mutual consent, so how can it be called harm? If you don't believe me, just ask her yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mo glanced at Bai Shiner, and his meaning was obvious. Bai Shiner sighed lightly, and finally whispered, Yenner, the Saint Sun is right. I and the Saint Sun indeed have mutual consent. The moment these words fell, Lu Ruyan felt as if the world had exploded. How can this be? She and Bai Shiner were the best of friends. She knew Bai Shiner's character well, and there was no way she would voluntarily do such things with Su Mo. Unless Shiner has something on her that Su Mo is holding over her, just like me. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's pretty face suddenly lost all color. If this were true with Su Mo's character, it definitely wouldn't be something that could be resolved with just one cultivation session. At least many. Lu Ruyan dared not think any further. Can I leave now? At this moment, Baishiner stammered to Sumo. Hearing this, Sumo smiled. Of course, I never said you couldn't leave. Just remember to come back in 3 days. In 3 days? Lu Ruyan's heart trembled, as if the whole world had suddenly turned dark. Sure enough, Shiner was also being held over by Sumo. Thinking that Baishiner would be just like her in the future, tightly held in Sumo's palm, her heart felt as if it was being pricked by needles. After all of this started because of her. If she had just held back and not approached Shiner earlier, the outcome might have been completely different. After Baishiner left the St. Sun's Hall, Sumo's voice interrupted her thoughts. What do you want? If it's just about worrying for Baishiner, then you can see for yourself that she's fine. So you can leave. After saying this, Sumo was about to leave. After all, he had just taken down Baishiner and hadn't claimed the reward for lighting up the goddess chart yet. Moreover, he had just spent 2 hours with Baishiner and did not wish to engage in such activities with Lu Ruyan now. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly called out to Sumo, wait a moment. Speak quickly. Sumo paused his steps, turned to look at Lu Ruyan, frowning slightly. Lu Ruyan felt somewhat hesitant to look Sumo in the eye. In fact, she came to the St. Sun's Hall not only because she was worried about Baishiner, but also for the ancient clock. After all, she had previously promised Yifeng that she would come to Sumo to ask for it. However, she also knew how ridiculous it was to ask for the ancient clock, so she found it hard to say. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, looked up at Sumo and trembled. As she said, Saint Sun, could you give me the ancient clock? As soon as the words fell, even Sumo, who had seen many storms, was stunned by Lu Ruyan's request. Then he burst into laughter out of anger. I say, Lu Ruyan, you really dare to ask? The ancient clock is a top-tier holy artifact. I just got it, and it's still warm in my hands, and you want me to give it to you? Do you even know how precious a top-tier holy artifact is? Lu Ruyan turned pale from Sumo's words and trembled as she replied, I know its value. But Brother Yi said this ancient clock is extremely important to him, and I really have no other choice. Sumo immediately chuckled coldly. Brother Yi? How your Brother Yi is not my Brother Yi, oh why should I care? Besides, I gave him so many holy pills, and it's fine if he doesn't appreciate me, but now he even dares to send you to ask for the ancient clock. Lu Ruyan knew she was in the wrong, lowering her head, unsure how to retort. You really can't give it to me. After a long time, Lu Ruyan asked with a trembling voice. Sumo was about to say no, when suddenly the goddess chart in his mind began to stir, and then the 3 treasure chests rewarded for lighting up by Shiner automatically opened one. Reward 1 pseudo-sacred artifact, the ancient clock. The pseudo-sacred artifact in terms of appearance, power, function, and aura is identical to the genuine sacred artifact, the ancient clock. However, since it is a fake, it has a serious side effect. That is, during use, the ancient clock may mistakenly identify friend from foe and self-destruct. My heavens, this reward is simply tailor-made for Yifeng. Sumo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the goddess chart. It truly brings what you think into reality. Meanwhile, he started to anticipate what the other 2 treasure chests contained. But for now, he still needed to deal with Lu Ruyan's matter. With Sumo's thought, a small, exquisite ancient clock appeared in his palm, exactly the pseudo-sacred artifact he had just opened. This is the ancient clock. Lu Ruyan exclaimed instinctively. Actually, this ancient clock can be given to you. Sumo smiled. Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt as if the world was spinning. She even thought she had misheard, then her face showed an expression of wild joy. Of course, but you have to agree to one condition. Sumo's lips curled slightly as he spoke nonchalantly. Lu Ruyan hurriedly nodded, seemingly afraid Sumo would change his mind. Sure. As long as you give me the ancient clock, I agree. After all, Lu Ruyan thought Sumo's condition would likely be something like cultivating with her. As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Ruyan's expression froze, and she instinctively refused. Impossible. I could never become your personal maid. It wasn't the condition of becoming a maid that troubled her so much. The most important thing was that if she became Sumo's personal maid, she would have to stay by his side, all day serving him. If that were the case, her relationship with Sumo would inevitably be discovered by Yifeng. That was what she could not accept the most. Lu Ruyan, don't refuse a toast, and instead drink a penalty. You are merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. To be made the maid of this holy sun is the greatest fortune of your life. Sumo said coldly. Lu Ruyan stammered, unsure of what to say. Indeed, considering their identities, becoming Sumo's maid was not a loss for her. Many female disciples wished to become one, but could not. But she truly did not want to lose Yigo. Seeing her dilemma, Sumo continued, since you feel troubled, this holy sun won't force you, you may leave. However, if you leave, not only will you not obtain the eternal bell, but I will also no longer provide the sacred pills that Yifeng requires each week. After saying this, Sumo turned and walked towards the room. Wait. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan hurriedly called out to Sumo. Sumo, somewhat impatient, issued a final ultimatum. Lu Ruyan, I have run out of patience. I will give you 5 seconds to consider. With that, he began to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, The countdown echoed like heavy blows constantly striking at Lu Ruoyan's heart, turning her delicate face pale. 1. Just as the countdown ended, Lu Ruoyan finally made up her mind and trembled as she looked up at Suemo. I agree. Suemo smiled faintly upon hearing this. This will be the wisest decision you make in your life. However, you still need to make a vow to the heavenly Tao, then I will be at ease. You? I, Lu Ruoyan, swear to the heavenly Tao that from this day forward I will become Suemo's personal maid, accompanying and serving him daily. If I violate this, may I be obliterated in both body and soul. Lu Ruoyan stammered for some time before finally delivering her vow to the heavenly Tao. After she finished, Suemo smiled in satisfaction and handed the eternal bell to Lu Ruoyan. Take it, this bell belongs to you, my little maid. Lu Ruoyan looked at the small eternal bell in her hand, which emitted a hazy golden light, and her beautiful eyes turned bright red. For this eternal bell, she had forsaken her dignity and sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao to become Suemo's personal maid. However, after receiving the eternal bell, it was all worth it. Lu Ruoyan put away the eternal bell and was about to leave the Holy Sun's palace, eager to return and share the good news with Yifeng. Just then Suemo's voice suddenly rang out again. Stop. Did I let you go? Lu Ruoyan's expression froze at her foot, which had just moved, suddenly halted. After a moment, she turned her head trembling to look at Suemo. She saw that Suemo had somehow already entered the room and was lying on the bed in a relaxed position. Now that you are my maid, you can only leave if I allow it. Come here, I am tired, play me a tune on the flute. Lu Ruoyan's face instantly flushed crimson upon hearing this. She certainly understood Suemo's meaning. Clenching her fists tightly, she then slowly relaxed them. I understand. She muttered, seemingly resigned, and then stepped forward slowly, taking out a jade flute to play a tune for Suemo. Cough, cough. Lu Ruoyan coughed while playing, clearly struggling as it was her first time playing for someone else. Her awkward performance made Suemo uncomfortable, even giving him goosebumps. This made Suemo frown slightly. Why are you so clumsy? It makes me feel uneasy. Lu Ruoyan bit her cherry lips. I have never played the flute for anyone before. Suemo was immediately intrigued and looked at Lu Ruoyan curiously. Haven't you played the flute for Yifeng since you both share a cave dwelling? Lu Ruoyan shook her head slightly. No. Then have you and Yifeng ever done anything intimate, or have you gone on a date? Suemo asked again. Lu Ruoyan thought for a moment. It seemed she really hadn't done anything intimate with Yifeng. Since they met as children, they had always respected each other and had never done anything out of line. Although they now lived in the same cave, they each slept in their own rooms. Whenever they met, it was merely friendly greetings. They had never kissed or embraced, let alone gone on dates. Seeing Lu Ruoyan's silence, Suemo already had an answer in his heart and could not help but mock. It seems your relationship with Yifeng is not that great. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth, seemingly stung by Suemo's words, and played the flute even harder, causing Suemo to shout for her to stop. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already 3 in the morning. Suemo waved his hand, signaling Lu Ruoyan to stop. This holy sun is tired, don't play anymore. Let's call it a day, you can leave now. Lu Ruoyan hurriedly nodded yes. After saying this, she put away the jade flute and eagerly left the holy sun's palace, heading towards her own cave. It was already so late. Yiguo must be very worried about me. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan felt extremely anxious, wishing she could teleport to Yifeng's side immediately. Sure enough, just as Lu Ruoyan predicted, before she reached the entrance of the cave, she saw Yifeng standing at the cave entrance with a gloomy expression waiting for her. The moment Yifeng saw Lu Ruoyan, he rushed forward eagerly, his face filled with concern as he asked, Sister Ring, where have you been today? Why did you come back so late again? Facing Yifeng's worried gaze, Lu Ruoyan remained silent for a long time before finally speaking softly. I ran into something on my way back. What could have happened again? What could possibly delay you until after 3 in the morning? Yifeng's face was filled with disbelief. As Lu Ruoyan's childhood friend, he was confident that he understood her very well. Previously, Lu Ruoyan rarely went out. Aside from going to Suemo's place for resources at the beginning of each month, she spent almost every day in the cave training. However, in recent days, Lu Ruoyan not only went out every day, but also came back in a very unusual state. Every time he asked, Lu Ruoyan used the excuse of running into something on the way, which was hard for Yifeng to believe. Ruoyan, at this point, do you still want to deceive me? Yifeng looked at Lu Ruoyan with an angry expression. Lu Ruoyan was suddenly startled by Yifeng's angry outburst, taking a few steps back, and even the ancient clock slipped from her palm. Lu Ruoyan tightly shut her eyes, not daring to look at Yifeng, and cried out, I'm sorry, brother Yi. She then prepared to reveal everything that had happened in the past few days to Yifeng. Before Lu Ruoyan could say anything, a surprised voice suddenly exclaimed, This is the ancient clock. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan opened her eyes to see Yifeng excitedly holding the small and exquisite ancient clock in his palm, and he continued to speak. So it turns out that Sister Ruoyan went to find Suemo to get the ancient clock for me. I'm truly sorry, I just misunderstood you. Lu Rian, seeing this, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I have never blamed brother Yi, so how could I talk about forgiving you? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng looked at the ancient clock in his hand, feeling increasingly guilty. Sister Rian had clearly gone to help him retrieve the ancient clock, yet he had treated her with such attitude. He truly wasn't human. Gazing at the tearful Sister Rian before him, and smelling her faint body fragrance, Yi Feng felt a growing heat in his lower abdomen alongside his guilt. He had originally planned to confess to Lu Rian only after he achieved the fusion stage. However, Yi Feng realized he could no longer endure it. He had had enough of anxiously watching Lu Rian leave each day. He feared that Sister Rian would go out to find other men. So he had to. Yi Feng took a deep breath, looking at Lu Rian with his most affectionate gaze. Sister Rian, do you have time tomorrow? If you do, could you accompany me to the cliff at the back of the mountain? The scenery there is beautiful. The cliff at the back of the Hahuan sacred land could be said to be picturesque and fresh, making it an ideal dating spot for disciples. He also planned to confess his feelings to Sister Rian there. If she agreed, they could go to the small woods behind the mountain and start their intimate moments. As Yi Feng fantasized, Lu Rian stood frozen in place. She was no fool and naturally understood Yi Feng's intentions. However, she was no longer pure. Now she was Su Mo's personal maid, which meant she was no longer innocent. How could she face Yi Feng's confession now? Moreover, she still had to serve Su Mo tomorrow, otherwise she wouldn't be able to obtain the holy pill needed for Yi Feng's treatment. Thinking of this, Lu Rian could only lower her head and softly say, Brother Yi, I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Let's discuss this in a few days. She then ran back to her cave dwelling, leaving Yi Feng behind with a shocked expression. Did Sister Rian just reject me? After an unknown amount of time, Yi Feng finally reacted, somewhat puzzled. In his heart, he believed that although Lu Rian and he had not broken through that last layer of glass, they had already established a bond as partners. Now Lu Rian had actually rejected him. This surprised Yi Feng while also rekindling his previously dissipated doubts. At that moment, Lin Qingjian's ethereal figure suddenly appeared and softly said to Yi Feng, Finger, don't you feel that something is amiss? No matter how much Su Mo liked Lu Rian, he wouldn't just hand over a top-tier holy artifact that he had just acquired. Is that what Master means? Yi Feng replied uncertainly. Exactly, I believe Lu Rian must have made some underhanded deal with Su Mo. Before Lin Qingyin could finish, Yi Feng instinctively interrupted her with an angry shout, Absolutely not. Sister Rian and I are childhood friends, we grew up together. How could she possibly do such a thing with Su Mo? Master, I hope you won't speak ill of Sister Rian in front of me. Otherwise I will. I will just close my ears. Lin Qingjian's mouth twitched slightly, her beautiful face trembling uncontrollably. Clearly she was left speechless by Yi Feng's later words. Sister Rian might really have something to do tomorrow. I'll ask her again the day after tomorrow. Yi Feng muttered to himself, then turned back to his cave dwelling. However, whether he truly had doubts, only Yi Feng knew. Meanwhile, Bai Shiner had also returned to her own cave dwelling. At this moment, her face was flushed and her legs felt weak as she lay on the bed, picking up the pillow beside her. Asuamo, you really are a bastard, she exclaimed while angrily hitting the pillow with her jade hand, seemingly venting her frustrations by treating the pillow as Suemo. After a long time, Bai Shiner seemed to grow tired of it, tossing the battered pillow aside and lying helplessly on the bed, despairingly closing her eyes. Just the thought of having to find Suemo in 3 days to do that kind of thing made her feel as if her life had lost all meaning. An hour later, Bai Shiner slowly opened her eyes, deciding to look at something interesting to alleviate her sadness. So she got up, moved the wardrobe, and revealed many small comic books hidden beneath it. However, judging from the covers of these comic books, they didn't seem to be proper publications. I must take a good look. Bai Shiner picked up a book titled The Divine Girl's Carefree Journey and began to flip through it with a smirk. However, after reading for a while, she noticed the female protagonist is discovered by the villain, and under the villain's threat, they become intimate, and she is forced to play many games. The more Bai Shiner read, the more she felt that the plot seemed tailor-made for her. For a moment, her mood worsened, feeling as if the author of this novel was deliberately mocking her. What kind of trash novel is this? It's infuriating you, I won't read it anymore. Bai Shiner angrily threw the book to the ground, then flipped over and buried her head deep in the pillow. Moreover, even now she still felt a faint pain in her lower body and didn't know how long it would take to heal. Feeling her bodest discomfort, Bai Shiner started crying again. Whoa, heavens. Why is my life so miserable, having to encounter a bastard like Suemo? On the other hand, Suemo was happily checking the rewards given to him by the Divine Girl diagram after lighting up Bai Shiner. This time, just like lighting up Lu Rian, he received 3 colorful treasure chests. However, the first one had already been opened in advance by the Divine Wood diagram, revealing the pseudo-holy artifact, the ancient clock. Suemo was now about to open the remaining 2 colorful treasure chests. The first chest contained a flame. The flame was black and white all over, emitting a terrifying aura of both yin and yang. At times it seemed to burn a person to ashes, and at other times it seemed to freeze a person into ice shards. Yin-yang chaotic flame, it is the child fire of the yin-yang divine flame born together with the forces of yin and yang during the time of chaos. It contains endless yin and yang energy. Those who possess this fire will not only receive its yin-yang power to enhance their physique and the purity of their spiritual power, but will also improve their dual cultivation efficiency and certain aspects of their abilities. This strange fire is extremely suitable for Su Mo as it can enhance his attacking methods and significantly improve his dual cultivation and certain abilities. He simply loves it. Next, Su Mo opened the second chest, and inside was a scroll radiating golden light. Incomplete Tianyang Divine Art. It is a partial version of the divine level technique Tianyang Divine Art containing only half of the complete technique. Its function is to allow the practitioner of this technique to accommodate more types of strange fire than others. The maximum limit for the fusion of strange fire for this incomplete version is 81 types. This technique seems to be even stronger than the exotic fire. After reading the introduction to this incomplete version of the Heavenly Yang Divine Art, Su Mo felt an unprecedented excitement within. After all, the exotic fire itself is already quite powerful. Even possessing just one would completely overwhelm those of the same level who do not have any. Moreover, this technique allows the body to accommodate even more exotic fires. Su Mo could hardly imagine how strong he would become after merging multiple exotic fires. Truly, this is a divine technique, even if it is only an incomplete version. After a while, Su Mo finally calmed his excitement and then claimed the 2 rewards. Fortunately, the incomplete version of the Heavenly Yang Divine Art was quickly comprehended by Su Mo with the help of the goddess diagram. However, the yin-yang chaos flame took a bit longer as each exotic fire is incredibly formidable, not to mention this one that has existed since the chaos era. Integrating it into his body would require considerable effort. Fortunately, Su Mo is the solar sacred body, and after cultivating the 9 yang destruction technique, a high-level fire attribute technique, he was able to refine the yin-yang chaos flame and integrate it into his body in just 2 hours. His realm also directly broke through from the peak of early stage refinement void to latest stage refinement void. With this Heavenly Yang Divine Art in half a month, I can merge another exotic fire in the sacred fire secret realm. At that time, I wonder how far my strength will reach. Su Mo let out a deep breath, pondering in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he continued his cultivation, striving to comprehend the second layer of the 9 yang destruction technique as soon as possible. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. During these 5 days, Lu Rian, as Su Mo's personal maid, not only had to attend to his daily needs, but also cultivate with him. During this time, Bai Shiner also visited twice, and one of those times was together. This allowed him to enjoy himself, while also slightly improving his cultivation, benefiting from the luck of both women. These days can be described as quite delightful. However, despite the pleasant days, Su Mo did not indulge himself and remained diligent in his cultivation. During this period, Su Mo not only raised his cultivation to the peak of latest stage refinement void, but also successfully condensed his first ray of solar power, summoning his first solar phantom. Though it was merely a solar phantom, Su Mo estimated that its power was sufficient to annihilate mid-stage integration realm experts, and even an inattentive latest stage integration realm expert would suffer serious injuries. It is known that on the path of cultivation, the gap in realms only widens as one progresses. An ordinary prodigy at the refinement void stage would already be quite strong if they could defeat a peak early stage opponent. Yet Su Mo has directly crossed over a major realm and an additional minor realm. If this were to be known by others, it would likely not be met with shock, but rather disbelief, as they might think he was boasting. At the same time, he also comprehended the second layer of the 9 yang destruction technique to the entry level, indicating that he had gained a lot in these 6 days. Buzz. Just as Su Mo was immersed in his cultivation, the sound transmission jade talisman at his waist suddenly began to vibrate. Su Mo looked down and found it was a sound transmission talisman from his master Murong Shui. He hurriedly picked it up and used his spiritual energy to ask Master what is the matter. After a long silence, a cool voice finally came through. You come, help me suppress the cold poison. Su Mo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, as he remembered that Murong Shui's cold poison should have flared up every 10 days. But it had only been 7 days since the last occurrence. Although he felt quite puzzled, Su Mo still left the Holy Sun Palace and headed to the valley to find Murong Shui. After all, helping Murong Shui suppress the cold poison would not only be beneficial to him, but also increase her fondness for him, which is crucial for their future dual cultivation. It is worth noting that Murong Shui is ranked 27th in the goddess diagram, and if he could light her up, the rewards would undoubtedly be astonishing. After a short while, Su Mo arrived at the front of the ice blue crystal room on the island in the lake. He gently knocked on the door and tentatively said, "Master, are you there? Come in." After a moment, a cool and pleasant voice came from within the room. Hearing this, Su-imo directly pushed the door open. As before, the room was already enveloped in an overwhelming chill, and Murong Shui was quietly sitting cross-legged in the center of the room. Still dressed in an ice-blue garment, her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, exuding a cold and stunning beauty like an ice fairy. "Master, I will suppress the cold poison for you right now." Seeing that Murong Shui was not in a good state, Su-mo's expression became serious, and he directly reached out to hold her tightly. Although this was not his first time embracing Murong Shui, his heart still raced uncontrollably, as if it would leap out. Su-imo tried to calm his emotions, not thinking about those images, and began to focus on circulating the pure yang energy within his body to help suppress Murong Shui's cold poison. However, as time passed, he was astonished to discover that this time Murong Shui's cold poison was far stronger than the last. With his current level of strength, the pure yang energy he condensed was unable to completely suppress the cold poison. Is it already ineffective? If that's the case, you don't need to worry about me, just leave. To avoid being backfired by the cold poison and injuring yourself. Murong Shui seemed to sense something was off. She opened her light blue starry eyes and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Su-imo couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could it be that he really had to leave, leaving Murong Shui to endure this excruciating pain alone? Just as Su-imo was in a dilemma, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Wait, maybe the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame can suppress Master's cold poison. It is known that the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame is an extremely rare dual attribute exotic fire. It contains endless yin and yang energies, making it absolutely suitable for suppressing Master's cold poison. With this thought, Su-imo did not hesitate and directly summoned the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame from within his body. In an instant, a black and white flame emitting overwhelming heat waves suddenly appeared in the ice-blue crystal room, transforming the entire room into a world of ice and fire. This is actually the exotic fire of heaven and earth. Sensing the sudden surge of scorching heat, even the cold-natured Murong Shui couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. "Master, I will use this strange fire to help suppress the cold poison for you. However, the process might be a bit painful, so you must endure it. If you really can't bear it, just let me know," Su-imo said with a serious expression. "All right." Murong Qing gently pursed her cherry lips and nodded. Hearing this, Su-imo stopped hesitating and carefully controlled the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame to enter her body, helping her suppress the cold poison. With the addition of the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame, the yang energy was instantly amplified several times. In just a moment, it successfully suppressed the cold poison. Seeing this, Su-mo's expression brightened, but before he could rejoice for long, he suddenly sensed something was off. The yang energy, enhanced by the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame, unexpectedly began to merge with the yin energy within Murong Shui's body during the process of suppressing the cold poison. It then transformed into a strand of yin-yang energy that penetrated deep within Murong Shui's body. Instantly, her delicate face flushed red, her body became scorching hot, and even Su-imo, who was holding her, could feel the heat. "It's so hot. I'm so hot." Murong Shui's clear, starry eyes gradually began to lose focus as her delicate body moved uncontrollably in Su-mo's embrace. "What the hell? What's happening?" Su-imo exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Murong Shui's reaction. He truly did not expect that the boosted yang energy would merge with the yin energy in Murong Shui's body, thereby transforming into the legendary yin-yang energy. Although the yin-yang energy has many advantages, it also has a serious drawback. It can awaken the deepest desires within a person, leading to the most primal impulses. If it gets any worse, one might even become a slave to their desires. Clearly, Murong Shui was now affected by the yin-yang energy, having lost all rationality. "Master, you must endure. I will soon be able to fully suppress it," Su-imo said, his voice trembling. There are many methods to resolve the yin-yang energy issue, but there is only one that is fastest and most effective. That is mutual cultivation. However, the one in his arms is not his maid Lu Ru Yin, nor is she by Shiner, whom he has leverage over. Rather, it is his master Murong Shui who has reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. If Su-imo dared to take advantage of her confusion and engage in mutual cultivation with her, he was certain that once Murong Shui regained her senses, she would definitely kill him with a single sword stroke. Thus, he could not wager his life for a fleeting pleasure. So while Su-imo comforted himself, he endured the writhing, delicate body in his arms and continued to suppress the cold poison for her. "Su-imo, my body suddenly feels so itchy. It feels like ants are crawling on me. What is going on?" Murong Shui's cold voice spoke the words that excited Su-imo the most, her voice like a whisper from a devil constantly tempting him. "Master, I know you're uncomfortable, and I'm uncomfortable too. But you must endure. I will be able to fully suppress it soon." Su-imo was clearly also struggling, even stuttering as he spoke. "I can't hold on much longer. After saying this, Mu Rongshui slowly lifted her head, gazing at the Su-Mo right in front of her, feeling the unique aura emanating from him. Whether it was her illusion or not, she suddenly felt that Su-Mo seemed somewhat handsome. The more Mu Rongshui looked, the more uncomfortable she became. Then, as if she thought of a way to relieve herself, she trembled. "Disciple, I'm sorry." "My." Su-Mo was about to ask why she said that, but the next moment Mu Rongshui suddenly lifted her head and her jade hand directly caressed Su-Mo's cheek. Then she leaned in and kissed Su-Mo directly. In an instant, Su-Mo's eyes widened, feeling a blankness in his mind. Did I just get forcefully kissed by my master? Su-Mo instinctively wanted to push her away. After all, the one kissing him was Mu Rongshui, his quasi-emperor master. Although he liked this feeling very much, he still wanted to resist for the sake of his life. However, Mu Rongshui's strength was too great, and with his refinement void realm strength, he couldn't budge her an inch. Plus, with something blocking his mouth, he couldn't speak. Thus, he could only passively endure. Thinking of this, Su-Mo resigned himself and closed his eyes, allowing Mu Rongshui to take the lead. Unknowingly, the cold poison was quickly completely suppressed by Su-Mo. The redness on Mu Rongshui's face disappeared, replaced by cold killing intent. Master, are you awake?" Su-Mo said, somewhat afraid to look into Mu Rongshui's eyes, stuttering. "Master, I can swear to the heavens. I truly did not know that using strange fire to suppress the cold poison would lead to this situation. Otherwise, even if you lent me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to use it like this. Also, just now, apart from being kissed passively, I really didn't do anything. By the way, the kiss was also forced by you. Your strength is too strong, it's hard for the disciple to resist." Before Su-Mo could finish explaining, Mu Rongshui interrupted him directly. "Enough, don't say anymore." Su-Mo was instantly frightened and gulped, then cautiously looked toward Mu Rongshui. "Of course I know you didn't do anything. If you had really done something else, I would have killed you long ago with a single sword." Mu Rongshui said coldly, then got up and put on her robe. "You can leave now." "Master, you don't blame me?" Su-Mo asked quietly. "This isn't your fault, it was I who kissed you. Actually, I want to ask you, do you blame me?" Su-Mo quickly shook his head upon hearing that. Of course not. What a joke, how could he blame Mu Rongshui? He was actually quite happy about it. After all, because of this incident, Mu Rongshui's fondness for him had increased. The reason is simple: he had secretly used the Nine Heavens' Eye to observe Mu Rongshui's panel. He found that Mu Rongshui's fondness for him had risen from the original 5 to 25, an increase of a full 20 points. Moreover, the fondness level changed from mere acquaintances to initial fondness. "You should go quickly. If my cold poison flares up again, I will look for you again." Mu Rongshui paused, then continued. "You must not use this strange fire again next time." Su-Mo chuckled. "Disciple obeys." After saying this, he hurriedly left. After Su-Mo had completely walked away, Mu Rongshui finally put away her cold demeanor and let out a long sigh. She then trembled as she placed her jade hand on her chest, feeling her heart racing. Just like when she embraced Su-Mo for the first time, her heart was still racing, and she was enveloped by a tense emotion. Despite having lived for several hundred years, Mu Rongshui was a very conservative woman. Moreover, after cultivating for so many years, she had never had a Dao companion, not even holding hands with the opposite sex. So thinking of the scene just now, she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened. After all, the method she had thought of to relieve her desires was to kiss Su-Mo. Although she achieved her goal, if Su-Mo had lost control halfway and tried to do something to her, then her desires would surely explode again, and at that time she was afraid she would not only not resist, but would even accommodate him. However, what surprised Mu Rongshui was that Su-Mo, the holy son of the Harmony Holy Land, could actually control himself at such a critical moment and did not do anything inappropriate to her. This was truly rare. Thinking of this, a rare smile appeared at the corner of Mu Rongshui's mouth, but it disappeared in an instant. After calming the heat in her heart, Mu Rongshui continued to sit cross-legged on her cultivation mat. Then she murmured softly, "Taisu Emperor Heart Flame." The Taisu Emperor Heart Flame is the #1 strange fire on the ancient world's fire ranking with terrifying power. Recently, while browsing ancient texts, Mu Rongshui discovered that in ancient times there was also a female cultivator with the Taiyin Saint body. Her cultivation reached the Emperor realm, and her strength was at least 100 times stronger than hers. However, she did not engage in mutual cultivation with someone possessing the Yang constitution, yet completely cured her cold poison. The method she used was this #1 strange fire on the ranking, the Taisu Emperor Heart Flame. It seems I should visit the Sacred Fire secret realm in a few days. I've heard there are clues about the Taisu Emperor Heart Flame there, Mu Rongshui muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Su-Mo, upon returning to the Holy Sun Palace, found it impossible to calm down and cultivate. He didn't know if it was because he had just been forcefully kissed by Mu Rongshui, combined with the fact that he possessed the Sun Saint body, producing Yang energy constantly, but anyway, Su-Mo now felt unbearably hot. Now, let alone cultivating, even just sitting there felt extremely uncomfortable. Phew, my temper is a bit high right now, but Lu Ru Yin should be coming soon. Oh, I can hold on for a while longer. Su Mo took a deep breath, trying to calm the fire of desire within him. Then he sat quietly on the ground waiting for Lu Ruyan's arrival. In recent days, Lu Ruyan had been serving until the early hours of the morning almost every day, quietly returning to her cave abode only to come back to the Holy Sun's Hall the next day, thus continuing the cycle. The reason Lu Ruyan didn't stay overnight in the Holy Sun's Hall was that she feared Yi Feng would become suspicious. However, she had forgotten that her routine of leaving early and returning at dawn had already raised Yi Feng's suspicions. On this day, Lu Ruyan, as expected by Su Mo, glanced at the sky and found Yi Feng sitting at the entrance of the cave. "Brother Yi, it's time I have something to attend to. He'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling. "Sister Ruyan tomorrow." Before he could finish, Lu Ruyan interrupted him. "I'm sorry, Brother Yi, but I won't have time tomorrow either. Let's wait a couple more days to let you know when I'm free." With that, she left before Yi Feng could respond. Watching Lu Ruyan's departing figure, Yi Feng's fists creaked from the tightness of his grip. This again. Every time it was the same excuse. Why was it so difficult for him to confess his feelings? For nearly a week, every time he had asked Lu Ruyan out, she had rejected him. Moreover, Lu Ruyan would always say she was going out early in the morning and would return quickly, yet she always came back well past midnight. Whenever Yi Feng asked her why she returned so late, Lu Ruyan would always say, "I encountered something on the way back." For a day or two, he could still believe her, but as time went on, even he, no matter how foolish, could feel that Lu Ruyan was certainly hiding something from him. Thus he made a decision. "Sister Ruyan, I'm sorry." Yi Feng suddenly stood up and headed in the direction Lu Ruyan had disappeared. Why did Sister Ruyan only return at dawn every day, and why did she always come back with a flushed face, limping? Today he would uncover the truth behind it all and put his doubts to rest. Yi Feng closely followed Lu Ruyan. Along the way, she occasionally glanced around, causing him to nearly be discovered several times, but fortunately, he managed to avoid danger in the end. Why is Sister Ruyan being so vigilant? What on earth is she up to? Yi Feng pondered as he trailed behind her. As time passed, a familiar yet strange palace came into Yi Feng's view. This is Su Mo's Holy Sun's Hall. Upon seeing this building, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could think of why he was here, he saw Lu Ruyan gently biting her cherry lips as she slowly walked into the Holy Sun's Hall. In an instant, Yi Feng's mind felt like it was filled with explosives, utterly blank. How is this possible? Why would Sister Ruyan leave so early to seek Su Mo? Yi Feng's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. To be honest, in the past week he had thought of countless possibilities, but never once did he imagine that his sister Ruyan would leave so early just to find Su Mo. At that moment, Lin Qing also flew out from her ring, letting out a soft sigh. "Finger, I told you before, things are not as simple as you think. How could Su Mo have given you the eternal clock out of nowhere? It seems that Lu Ruyan has already." Before she could finish her words, Yi Feng interrupted angrily. "Don't say any more, as Sister Ruyan would never do that. She must be going to help me get the Holy Dan, or it must be that." As Yi Feng repeatedly reassured himself, he walked toward the Holy Sun's Hall. "I want to see what Sister Ruyan is really doing with Su Mo." Seeing this, Lin Qing became anxious and hurriedly advised, "Finger, the experts of the Joyous Land are numerous. You cannot act recklessly." However, at this moment, Yi Feng's eyes had turned red, losing all rationality. "Rest assured, Master, I have the high-level body techniques you taught me. Su Mo will never notice me." With that, he disregarded Lin Qing's obstruction, his figure flashing as he disappeared from the spot. Little did he know, the moment he entered the Holy Sun's Hall, Su Mo had already been aware. Inside the Holy Sun's Hall, Su Mo opened his eyes with a sly smile. Yi Feng, have you finally noticed something is off?" As the only Holy Sun of the Joyous Land, Su Mo's hall was naturally surrounded by high-level defensive formations, so Su Mo had actually noticed Yi Feng's arrival before he even came. However, Su Mo did not activate the defensive formations to stop him, but allowed him to enter the hall. The reason was simple. Su Mo believed the timing was right, and letting Yi Feng know wouldn't affect him. Instead, Yi Feng's mindset might explode because of it. Su Mo was quite pleased to see this, as the worse Yi Feng's mindset was, the poorer his judgment would be in times of crisis. This was crucial for Su Mo's upcoming venture into the Sacred Fire secret realm to seize Yi Feng's opportunities. When Yi Feng reached a corner of the Holy Sun's Hall, Su Mo casually glanced at him. That glance made Yi Feng, who was hiding in the corner, shudder. Could he have noticed me? Fortunately, Su Mo only cast a brief glance before turning his attention to Lu Ruyan. This relieved Yi Feng, who then also turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan not far away. "Sister Ruyan, you." Yi Feng clenched his fists, unsure of Lu Ruyan's relationship with Su Mo. Just then, Su Mo suddenly spoke to Lu Ruyan, saying, "What are you still standing there for? Did you forget what you should say to me every day, eh?" Hearing this, Lu Ruyan forced a smile, her voice trembling. "Servant pays respects to young master." With the words just spoken, Yi Feng felt as if a crack had opened in his Dao heart. He stood there dazed, his eyes wide open. Did I just hear that right? Sister Rian actually referred to herself as a maid in front of Suemo and even called him young master. His voice trembled, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. In his heart, Lu Rian was a kind-hearted, pure, and lovely girl, a figure akin to a white moonlight. He had always held her in high regard. Over the past decade, he had never acted inappropriately towards her. But at this moment, he saw his white moonlight calling herself a maid before a man, causing his Dao heart to shatter. Suemo also observed Yifeng's reaction through the formation, but he felt it was far from enough. Suemo directly stood up, slowly walked to Lu Ruyan, reached out to caress her delicate cheek, and smiled, saying, "Ruyan, your little face is really soft." "Oh, Suemo, I am going to kill you." Upon seeing this, Yifeng's anger surged, his eyes turned blood red, and he appeared like a ferocious beast ready to devour. In Yifeng's mind, Lu Ruyan had long been his forbidden fruit, and he would never allow any man other than himself to touch her. However, now Suemo was actually reaching out to pinch Lu Ruyan's pretty face. Despite being her childhood friend, he had never acted this intimately with her. How could Yifeng not be furious? "Finger, you must stay calm, don't act rashly." Lin Qingyin had naturally seen everything and hurriedly advised. Yifeng gritted his teeth, his fists cracking, but he knew he had to remain calm at this moment. He took a deep breath to suppress his inner rage, yet the next moment, Sumo's voice rang out again. "Rian, I am very angry right now. What do you think we should do?" Hearing this, the emotions Yifeng had just calmed down reignited. He stared fiercely at Suemo. If looks could kill, Suemo would have died thousands of times already. Suemo dared to say such wolfish words to Sister Rian. It was truly unforgivable. However, Sister Rian surely wouldn't agree, right? She absolutely wouldn't. Yifeng raised his head, looking at Lu Ruyan with bloodshot eyes. However, to Yifeng's surprise, in the face of such wolfish words, Lu Ruyan not only did not get angry, but instead blushed while looking at Suemo. "Then let the maid relieve the master's anger." The moment the words fell, Yifeng felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being seemingly losing its soul, his gaze empty as he collapsed to the ground. Impossible, this can't be true. How could Sister Rian agree to help Suemo with that kind of thing? I don't believe it. Yifeng shook his head repeatedly, his voice filled with disbelief, feeling as if Lu Ruyan had become so foreign to him. At the same time, he felt an itch in his hair, as if something had suddenly appeared. At that moment, Lu Ruyan began to take off her outer garments and slowly approached Suemo, crouching down to do something. Upon seeing this, Yifeng completely broke down. The suppressed anger erupted completely. Disregarding Lin Qingyi's warnings, he suddenly jumped up and shouted at Suemo, "Suemo, you are too much." Hearing this sudden roar, Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, then her pupils constricted and she turned her head. The moment she saw Suemo, her mind went blank. "It's Brother Yi. How could he appear here?" Lu Ruyan trembled uncontrollably, her tone filled with disbelief. She genuinely did not expect Yifeng to suddenly appear in the Holy Sun Hall. Unlike Lu Ruyan's reaction, Sumo's lips curled up, feeling immensely pleased. Yifeng, you ultimately could not hold back. However, despite being extremely excited inside, he still maintained a facade of surprise. "Yifeng, why are you in my Holy Sun Hall?" Yifeng ignored Suemo and instead yelled at Lu Ruyan, "Lu Ruyan, is this what you call important business?" At this moment, his address had changed from Sister Rian to Lu Ruyan, clearly enraged to the extreme. I. Lu Ruyan's face turned pale in an instant, her voice trembling as she stammered for a long time, but could not say a word. "If I hadn't come, you would have probably gone to bed with Suemo. Lu Ruyan, I trusted you so much, only to find out in the end that I was the fool, haha." Yifeng's eyes turned blood red, and he appeared utterly deranged. Yifeng's words stung Lu Ruyan's heart like a sharp blade, her eyes gradually becoming blurry as tears streamed down her cheeks. After all, she was just a young girl who had just reached adulthood. At this moment, Yifeng's shout made all her grievances from the past few days burst forth like a dam breaking. "Brother Yi, I'm really sorry." Lu Ruyan tightly closed her eyes, tears streaming down as she cried. Seeing Lu Ruyan in such a state, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh with his words. However, at that moment, Sumo's voice rang out again, "Even if you interrupted us today, because you came, you weren't here before." Hearing this, Yifeng trembled all over and turned to look at Suemo. "What do you mean by that?" Suemo smiled as he said, "Isn't my meaning obvious? Your childhood sweetheart dyed your hair green a week ago. You just didn't notice until now." As Sumo's words fell, Yifeng completely lost his reason. "Suemo, I want you dead." In an instant, an immense pressure of latest-stage refining void erupted from Yifeng. A terrifying heat wave surged around him, and a ferocious black-red fire dragon coiled around him. Advanced Xian-level martial arts black flame dragon. With a roar from Yifeng, the ferocious black fire dragon shot out, like a black swimming dragon, directly attacking Suemo. "Brother Yi, stop." Upon hearing Yifeng's roar, Lu Ruyan exclaimed in shock. Yifeng was just an ordinary inner sect disciple who daring to attack the Holy Sun Hall was already a grave crime. Now he was striking at the Holy Sun. If he truly harmed Su Mo, it would definitely be a death sentence. Lu Rian did not want Yifeng to die. However, no matter what she said, it was useless. The ferocious black-red dragon had already reached Su Mo, seemingly about to incinerate him to ashes. Seeing this scene, Lu Rian's complexion turned pale. Just when she thought Su Mo was about to perish, he merely shook his head and chuckled. How ridiculous, daring to play with fire in front of me, truly overestimating yourself. Boom. The moment the words fell, an overwhelming wave of heat erupted from Su Mo's body, accompanied by an extremely terrifying pressure that directly shattered Yifeng's fire dragon into energy fragments. How is this possible? Yifeng's face was filled with shock at how easily Su Mo had neutralized his attack. He was a natural fire body, one of the top existences among fire cultivators. Playing with fire, let alone the holy land of Hahuan, even in the entire ancient world, there were probably not many who could compare to him. But now this Su Mo, whom he had previously looked down upon, was effortlessly crushing him. This inevitably caused a shake in his Dao heart. Let me tell you today what true fire cultivation is. Just as Yifeng fell into self-doubt, Su Mo chuckled and slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure erupted from Su Mo, accompanied by a tidal wave of heat, as a radiant golden sun appeared above his head, making him look like a sun god from his youth. What is this thing? Even Yifeng, a top son of destiny, was dumbfounded at the sight. Could it be the legendary sun star? Although Lin Qingyin was well informed and recognized the sun star, her voice still could not hide her astonishment. Even at her peak, she was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, yet she had never seen a fire cultivator capable of summoning the sun star. Die. Before Lin Qingyin could contemplate further, Su Mo raised his hand and pointed at Yifeng. In an instant, the miniature sun star's phantom trembled violently, and boundless yang energy surged towards Yifeng, instantly enveloping him. Oh! Yifeng felt as if his body was melting, the intense burning sensation engulfing him, causing him to scream in agony. After an unknown period, the scorching sunlight gradually dissipated, leaving behind a blood-soaked, barely conscious Yifeng kneeling on the ground. It turns out that Yifeng also has an old man behind him. At the moment he saw the glowing ring, Su Mo understood everything. If he had the help of an old man, it would not be surprising that he could withstand Su Mo's earlier attack. Meanwhile, when Lu Ruyan saw Yifeng, who was gravely injured and on the verge of collapse, she hurriedly approached to support him. Yigid, are you alright? Don't touch me, I find you filthy. Yifeng roared angrily, interrupting Lu Ruyan's actions, which caused her heart to sink completely. Su Mo, you have completely angered me. I will make you die without a burial place. Yifeng disregarded Lu Ruyan's feelings and slowly got up, looking at Su Mo, his voice filled with overwhelming rage. Then an extremely terrifying power boiled within him, which was the power of his Fire Emperor bloodline. Accompanied by a wave of scorching heat, Yifeng's realm began to rise rapidly. Peak of the late stage of refining void. Early stage of integration. Until it stopped at the late stage of integration. Watching Yifeng's rapid rise in cultivation, Su Mo couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Truly worthy of being the top son of purple luck, when he activates his advantages, it's like money grows on trees. Unfortunately, this cannot change his fate. It's important to know that Su Mo's current strength is already comparable to mid-stage integration cultivators, not to mention, he still has one more trump card left unused. That is the exotic fire Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame. He only needs to merge the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame into the Solar Star Phantom, turning it into the Chaotic Solar Star. At that time, its power would not only surpass Yifeng's forcibly enhanced late stage of integration, even a newly promoted Great Ascension cultivator would suffer a serious injury if careless. However, Yifeng clearly did not know Su Mo's true trump card. At this moment, because of the sudden surge in realm, he felt incredibly powerful, and the confidence that had just vanished suddenly returned. Su Mo, today, I will let you know just how terrible the consequences are for angering me, Yifeng. After saying this, he prepared to unleash advanced martial arts to crush Su Mo fiercely. Seeing this, Su Mo showed no fear and was about to summon the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame. However, at this moment, a sudden intense pain came from Yifeng's heart, and his entire body began to convulse violently. Immediately, his recently ascended realm began to plummet rapidly. In just a moment, he fell from the late stage of integration to the mid-stage, then to the early stage, and finally plummeted to the initial stage of refining void, which was even 2 small realms lower than before. In an instant, the confident smile on Yifeng's face vanished. He clutched his chest in pain, kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock. What's going on? Why did my realm suddenly drop, even regressing to the initial stage of refining void? Su Mo also felt puzzled, but quickly realized. It should be noted that during this recent period, the sacred pills he provided to Lu Ruyan were all fake pills with severe side effects. Clearly, Yifeng was now suffering from these side effects. Finger, I just checked your body. I found that all your meridians are infested with potent pill toxins. Lin Xingyin also discovered the clue, her face full of shock. Pill toxins. No way, I haven't taken any pills these past few days. Yifeng naturally understood the saying that pills are 3 parts poison, but he indeed hadn't taken any pills recently except for the sacred pills that Lu Ru Yin had helped him procure. Wait, sacred pills. Yifeng's body shook violently, finally reacting at this moment. His breathing became rapid, his eyes filled entirely with fury. No wonder every time he took the sacred pills these past few days, he would feel sharp pain in his meridians. He initially thought it was due to taking too many at once. It turns out that Su Mo had tampered with the sacred pills. Su Mo, I will kill you. At this moment, Yifeng wished he could slice Su Mo into 1,000 pieces. He sprang up to attack him. However, the intense pain from his meridians caused him to fall back to the ground. Yi Gij, what happened to you? Lu Ru Yin was startled when she saw Yifeng suddenly in such pain and hurriedly came over to ask. Don't touch me, you venomous woman with a heart like a snake. Yifeng shouted angrily, then pushed her to the ground with a palm. If it were the previous Yifeng, he would have been deeply touched by Lu Ru Yin's concern. But now he only felt that Lu Ru Yin was deliberately trying to provoke him, wanting to drive him to madness. He clenched his teeth, first glancing at Su Mo, then looking at Lu Ru Yin. He recalled how just a few days ago when Lu Ru Yin gave him the sacred pills, he had foolishly smiled, thinking he had gained a great advantage. Little did he know that his childhood sweetheart Lu Ru Yin had long betrayed him, and the sacred pills she had given him were also poisoned. These two shameless lovers are indeed good actors. A venomous woman with a heart like a snake. Yi Gij, what do you mean by that? What has Lu Ru Yin done wrong? Lu Ru Yin was perplexed by Yifeng's words, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, Yifeng ignored her and fixed his gaze on Su Mo, sneering. Su Mo, do you think that poisoning me will defeat me? Don't be smug, I still have trump cards. After saying this, a heavy bell sound suddenly rang out, and then a giant bell radiating dazzling golden light appeared right in front of Yifeng. It was none other than the eternal bell. Ha ha, Su Mo, do you still recognize this bell? Today I will use the sacred artifact you gave me to completely suppress you. Yifeng wore a savage smile on his face, seemingly envisioning the scene of suppressing Su Mo. He then unhesitatingly controlled the eternal bell to strike towards Su Mo. However, the next moment, although the bell's attack appeared, it did not strike Su Mo. Instead, it slammed heavily onto his own body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Why did the eternal bell attack me instead? At this moment, Yifeng was filled with confusion. Uffed. Su Mo couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Yifeng was consuming fake sacred pills and wielding a fake sacred artifact, completely unaware, which truly amused Su Mo. You should take a good look at what is in front of you. Su Mo chuckled softly, then took out the real sacred artifact, the eternal bell, from his storage ring. Instantly, a similarly radiant golden bell appeared before Su Mo. Looking at that bell, which was identical to his own in both appearance and aura, Yifeng's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Didn't you already give the eternal bell to me? Su Mo chuckled and replied, Indeed, I did give it to you. However, yours is the mother bell while mine is the father bell. If the mother bell encounters the father bell, it will be ineffective. Upon hearing these words, Yifeng was momentarily uncertain whether Su Mo was speaking the truth or fabricating lies. After all, the events of the day had surpassed his understanding. After Su Mo finished speaking, he did not care whether Yifeng believed him or not, and directly activated the true eternal bell, suddenly producing a sound that resonated through the soul with an ancient bell toll. The bell toll caused ripples in space, directly attacking Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng had no time to think further, hastily activating the eternal bell to counter Su Mo's assault. Boom. In an instant, the two ancient bell tolls collided fiercely, and the terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped the Holy Sun's hall, causing the entire hall to tremble. For a moment, the two bell tolls seemed evenly matched. However, as time passed, Yifeng's eternal bell began to vibrate violently, and the sound it emitted started to become discontinuous. Bang! In the next moment, under Yifeng's incredulous gaze, the eternal bell suddenly erupted with a deafening sound. An extremely terrifying noise emerged, and Yifeng's eternal bell exploded. This unexpected turn of events clearly caught Yifeng off guard, and his body was directly affected by the explosive shockwave, flying out over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string. His body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, blood gushing out. Brother Yi, Lu Ru Yin exclaimed, her face filled with anxiety as she hurried over to check on him. Yifeng, still in the same state as before, pushed Lu Ru Yin away, shouting, I told you not to touch me. Seeing that Yifeng was truly angry, Lu Ru Yin's outstretched hand froze in midair, looking at him with disbelief. However, Yifeng ignored her, struggling to rise as he roared at Su Mo. Su Mo, what exactly is going on? Why did my eternal bell explode? What do you think? Su Mo chuckled. Wait, are you saying that the eternal bell you gave me is also a fake? Yifeng pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something, his pupils constricting sharply. Congratulations, you guessed right. Suemo smiled as he retrieved the eternal bell. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling. His eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at Suemo. Suemo, you are truly ruthless. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Lu Ruyin, gritting his teeth as he said, and you treacherous woman, actually colluded with Suemo to harm me. I was truly blind before. I didn't. I really didn't. Lu Ruyin shook her head vigorously, crying as she explained. How can you say you didn't? The poisonous holy pill and the counterfeit sacred artifact, all of these were given to me by you. I've already been harmed like this, and you still won't admit it. Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, and she cried even harder. I truly didn't know the holy pill was poisonous, and I didn't know the sacred artifact was fake either. Brother Yi, you must believe me. Ha ha, what a wonderful I didn't know. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was driven to madness, laughing maniacally. In his eyes, Lu Ruyin must have been involved with Suemo for at least a week. There was no way she could be unaware of such matters. Moreover, he was an extremely arrogant person. The depth of love equaled the depth of hatred. Now he only wanted to sever all ties with Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin, today, Yifeng will cut all ties with you. From this day forth, there will be no relationship between us. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, the Book of Time in Sumo's mind began to stir. The fated child, Yifeng, has completely severed ties with Lu Ruyin, resulting in a weakening of Yifeng's fortune, affecting his journey in the Holy Fire Secret Realm. Suemo understood this instantly after checking, then turned his gaze towards Lu Ruyin. At this moment, Lu Ruyin stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yifeng. Brother Yi, what did you just say? After a long while, Lu Ruyin finally asked with a trembling voice. Yet Yifeng remained ungrateful, glaring at Lu Ruyin and roaring, Don't call me brother Yi anymore, you are unworthy. In an instant, Lu Ruyin felt as if the world before her had turned dark and all the strength in her body seemed to be drained. She trembled as she raised her hand to clutch her chest, collapsing to the ground. She had once anticipated Yifeng's reaction upon discovering the truth. Anger, sadness, even a fierce argument, or perhaps even a beating. She could accept any of those. However, she never expected that Yifeng would sever all ties with her. After all, they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and she regarded Yifeng as the most important family member aside from her parents. But now this most important family member had chosen to sever ties with her completely. Lu Ruyin tightly shut her eyes, tears flowing down uncontrollably like a dam bursting. These days, the grievances she suffered while treating Yifeng's injuries, along with his lack of understanding and hurtful words, all combined to stab at Lu Ruyan's heart like sharp knives. Lu Ruyin lowered her head, beginning to gasp heavily. Suddenly, she noticed the self-defense short sword hidden in her sleeve. Brother Yi no longer wants me. There's no meaning in living. Lu Ruyin smiled tragically, and in the next instant, she violently drew the short sword from her sleeve, stabbing it towards her heart with great speed. Yifeng, witnessing this, was also stunned in place, clearly not expecting Lu Ruyin to take such extreme measures. Slap! Just as the short sword was about to pierce flesh, a hand suddenly seized her wrist. Lu Ruyin opened her trembling eyes to find that it was Suemo who had grasped her wrist. The life of a cultivator is exceedingly long. You are only just 18. Do you really wish to seek death? Suemo frowned slightly, speaking in a calm tone. In truth, he was not saving Lu Ruyin out of kindness, but because the divine maiden diagram had suddenly stirred, seemingly indicating to him that Lu Ruyin could not die. Moreover, Lu Ruyin, as his maid, had indeed made him quite comfortable in these past days, which was why he decided to intervene and save her. However, upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin forced a smile and said, The life of a cultivator may be long, but my life has lost all meaning now. Suemo replied, a smile on his lips. Your existence has meaning. What meaning? Lu Ruyin lifted her head, asking expectantly. Of course it is to serve me. Lu Ruyin had originally thought Suemo might say something meaningful, but this was the response. Yet she did not feel the same disgust as before. Instead, she smiled sadly. Indeed, I have already sworn an oath to the heavens to defy. It would mean my annihilation. Suemo chuckled lightly. That's right, you are the maid of this holy sun. As long as this holy sun does not allow you to die, you cannot die. After he finished speaking, Lu Ruyin fell silent for a moment. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Suemo was not so detestable. After a long time, she finally returned the short sword to her sleeve. All right, then I will not die. At the same moment Lu Ruyin put down the short sword, a line of text suddenly appeared beneath her image on the divine maiden diagram. Lu Ruyin's favorability increased by 30. A current favorability is 30, slightly favorable. Note, when favorability reaches 50 and 100, a rainbow treasure chest will be rewarded respectively. No wonder the goddess diagram does not allow Lu Ruyin to die. It turns out that after being illuminated, it not only grants a one-time reward. Suemo finally understood why the goddess diagram had reacted. The truth was here. So increasing by Sheener's favorability should also yield rewards. It seems he has to think of a way. However, Bai Sheener does not have a medium like Yifeng, so he still needs to proceed cautiously. Suemo shook his head, casting aside these thoughts, and then looked at Yifeng, who was lying in a pool of blood. In any case, he already knew the location of the inheritance in the Sacred Fire secret realm through the Book of Time, so Yifeng was no longer useful. He was preparing to raise his hand to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. At the same time, a thick sense of killing intent was firmly locking onto him, as if he would perish immediately if he made any move. This sense of crisis. Could it be the old man in Yifeng's ring? Suemo seemed to sense something and directed his gaze toward Yifeng's ring. He saw that Yifeng's ring was flashing with a rich green light, seemingly ready to deliver a devastating blow if Suemo made any unusual move. It seems this old man is quite powerful, possessing at least peak Nirvana realm strength, or even reincarnation realm strength, otherwise he wouldn't feel such a life-threatening sensation. If he acted recklessly, he would definitely die. Although he could quietly inform his motherly Mushue through the communication jade tablet, he couldn't guarantee whether that old man would notice, so Suemo decided not to take that risk. After all, life is the most important. It seems he can't kill Yifeng now, but after leaving the main hall, he could find the elder from the sacred realm to deal with him and that old man. Thinking of this, Suemo turned to Lu Ruoyan and smiled, saying, "Ruoyan, what do you think I should do with Yifeng? Although he cannot kill Yifeng for now, he can still gain some favorability. He can't waste this excellent opportunity." Lu Ruoyan's expression stiffened, and she lowered her head softly, saying, "As you wish, my lord. I dare not speak recklessly." "Oh, is that so?" Suemo narrowed his eyes. "It is true. Good, then let's kill him," Suemo said indifferently and prepared to make a move. "Wait." Lu Ruoyan instinctively called out upon seeing this. Suemo halted his actions, a smirk on his lips, as he looked at Lu Ruoyan. "What's the matter?" Lu Ruoyan bit her cherry lips, feeling embarrassed, as she said, "My lord, could you possibly?" However, as she reached the end of her sentence, she found it difficult to utter the words. Suemo, seeing this, said calmly, "Just say it. Could you spare Yifeng's life?" Lu Ruoyan finished, seemingly exhausting all her strength. Afterward, she closed her eyes, preparing for Suemo's rejection, as this request was truly too outrageous. If she were in his position, she probably wouldn't agree. However, the next moment, Suemo's words filled her with both surprise and joy, and she opened her tightly closed eyes. "This holy son agrees to your request." "What did you say?" Lu Ruoyan seemed to doubt her hearing, tremblingly asking. "I said I agree to your request to spare Yifeng's life. However, he may escape death, but he cannot avoid punishment. This holy son can let him go, but I will cripple him and castrate him," Suemo said with a wicked smile. As he spoke, he raised his hand and conjured a flame knife, striking at Yifeng's lower body. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of roasting meat, Yifeng's brother was reduced to ashes by the flame knife, becoming a true eunuch. The reason Suemo chose this method of punishment was also that he thought it wouldn't endanger Yifeng's life. That old man would definitely not take the risk to act against him. Because if he truly took the risk to kill him, he would also not be able to leave the Hahuan sacred land alive. At the same time, such punishment could also kill him mentally, making Yifeng wish for death, as every man values his third leg more than his life. And indeed, as Suemo thought, while he was castrating Yifeng, that old man did not choose to act. "Oh my. Suemo, may you die a horrible death. I will kill you. Feeling his third leg vanish, Yifeng was instantly in excruciating pain, glaring at Suemo with a gaze full of murderous intent. Without his third leg, he felt that dying would be better. Then he turned to Lu Ruoyan and howled, "You shameless bitch, may you also die a horrible death." After all, he also greatly enjoyed dual cultivation with female cultivators. Now that he had lost his third leg, how would he manage in the future? Just as he was about to curse again, Lin Qingjian's voice appeared in his mind. "Finger, do not think about useless things now. The priority now is to leave here. You can only find a way to repair this if you are alive." In fact, Lin Qingjian had no way to repair it. She was merely comforting Yifeng. Although cultivators at the Nirvana realm can regenerate severed limbs. However, a man's third leg is different. If Suemo hadn't burned it to ashes and left the remains, it could have been reattached, but it has completely vanished. But Yifeng clearly did not know this. Once he calmed down, he glared fiercely at Suemo and Lu Ruoyan, secretly vowing, "Suemo, Lu Ruoyan, you two dogmen and women, wait for me. I will definitely destroy you with my own hands." Then he bore the excruciating pain and limped away from the Holy Sun Hall. After Yifeng left, Suemo carried Lu Ruoyan on his back and quietly took out the communication jade tablet, softly saying something into it. Once he finished, he walked up to Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan was seen lowering her head, nervously pinching the corner of her clothes, softly saying, "Young master, thank you." Lu Ruoyan truly did not expect Suemo to agree to her outrageous request, so now she felt that apart from being a bit lecherous, he was quite a good person. At the same time, below Lu Ruoyan's image in the goddess diagram, a line of text also appeared. Lu Ruoyan's favorability increased by 28, current favorability 50, reaching reward criteria, receiving one colorful treasure chest. The favorability has reached 50 so quickly. It seems that the previous scene was indeed not in vain. After checking the changes on the Divine Maiden chart, Su Mo chuckled to himself. It appears that my assumptions were correct. Granting Lu Ruoyan a chance to spare Yifeng's life has indeed increased her favorability towards me. Su Mo eagerly opened the treasure chest, and inside was a drop of blood containing immense pressure and a dragon-shaped jade slip. Divine Dragon Art level unknown, created by the first ancestral dragon born at the beginning of chaos. This body refining technique was developed for its hybrid offspring, the half-dragon, and requires the fusion of true dragon blood during cultivation. Note, the higher the level of the fused blood, the stronger the body will be after successful cultivation. If one fuses ancestral dragon blood, they can even manifest a trace of the ancestral dragon's divine might after reaching great perfection. The technique is divided into 3 stages: dragon armor, half-dragon, and transformation into a dragon. Each successful cultivation stage can increase combat power 10-fold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold. Ancestral dragon essence. This is the divine blood that all dragon clans dream of. Even a normal dragon that fuses just a drop can directly break through the bloodline shackles and become part of the dragon royal family. Ancestral dragon essence. Seeing the favorability reward given by the Divine Maiden chart, even the well-informed Su Mo was stunned, trembling with excitement. He truly did not expect that such a top-tier technique and ancestral dragon essence could be obtained from the favorability treasure chest. It is known that dragons are extremely noble and rare beings. It is said that every pure-blood dragon possesses holy realm cultivation upon birth and can achieve imperial rank upon maturity. As for the ancestral dragon, it is a legendary creature whose power surpasses the imperial rank and has transcended to a higher dimension. Therefore, even if one could manifest a trace of the ancestral dragon's divine might, it would likely be comparable to an imperial rank powerhouse or even stronger. However, ever since the path to becoming an emperor in the ancient world was severed, all true dragons suddenly vanished. Now, let alone true dragons, even those with true dragon bloodlines and physiques are extremely rare. Thus, this drop of ancestral dragon essence is exceedingly precious, its true value likely surpassing even that of imperial rank techniques. Although the rank of this technique is displayed as unknown, just from its description, Su Mo could tell that this technique must be above imperial rank. After all, this is a technique created by the ancestral dragon, and it is a rare body refining technique. Sumo's only current weakness is his fragile physical body, and this technique can perfectly compensate for that shortcoming. I must cultivate quickly. A glimmer of joy flashed in Sumo's eyes, and he then turned to look at Lu Ruoyan. Lu Ruoyan also felt Sumo's burning gaze, causing her to shiver. Holy son, I am feeling a bit unwell today. May I serve you tomorrow? She delicately pursed her cherry lips and trembled as she spoke. After all, in her eyes, Su Mo looking at her this way must mean he wants to cultivate with her, but the events of today have dealt her a heavy blow. This made her feel extremely fatigued both physically and mentally, so she did not want to cultivate with Su Mo at this moment. Little maid, what are you thinking? I would never force you to cultivate with me in your exhausted state. I just need you to guard me while I cultivate. Su Mo chuckled as he was most eager to fuse the ancestral dragon essence and cultivate the divine dragon art. After all, cultivating together can be done at any time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Su Mo to want to cultivate, and felt grateful that he understood her. She then obediently stepped forward to guard Su Mo. Lu Ruoyan's favorability increased by 15, current favorability 65, quite favorable. Feeling the increase in Lu Ruoyan's favorability, a smile appeared on Su Mo's lips. He wasn't genuinely concerned for Lu Ruoyan. After all, he was a villain. The reason he said that earlier was merely to boost her favorability towards him, as the rewards for favorability were simply too enticing. He would not let go of any opportunity to increase favorability, no matter how small. Su Mo organized his thoughts and used the 9 heavens eye to check his own panel. Name: Su Mo. Age 19. Fortune crimson with a hidden tendency to turn orange. Physique: sun sacred body. Appearance: 97. Cultivation level: late stage void refinement. Technique: 9 yang obliteration technique, second layer, minor divine dragon art, not yet comprehended. My fortune has improved again. It seems that recently cultivating with Lu Ruoyan and Bai Shiner has been quite effective. However, just the 2 of them is far from enough. If I could cultivate with my master Morong Shui, I believe my fortune could directly rise to orange. Su Mo thought to himself, but for now this is not bad, at least it's much better than the previous negative value. Let's start the fusion and cultivation. After pondering for a moment, Su Mo didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began to fuse the ancestral dragon essence while cultivating the divine dragon art. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, enveloping the entire Holy Sun's Hall. What is this aura? Lu Rian was startled by the sudden, terrifying aura and quickly turned to look at Sumo. With a whirlwind of wind and energy and atmospheric pressure filled the room. Sumo's body began to sprout magnificent and colorful dragon scales, quickly forming a layer of dragon armor that covered vital parts of his body. A tremendous physical pressure burst forth momentarily, leaving Lu Rian breathless. What has Sumo cultivated? Such terrifying pressure. Lu Rian gasped and exclaimed in shock. She suddenly realized that she did not truly understand Sumo before. Just moments ago, Sumo's small sun technique that defeated Yi Feng had already left her in shock. Now to see such a drastic change in his physique, she felt somewhat numb. At the same time, she pondered what had happened to Sumo recently that caused such a significant transformation. Huff. After an unknown amount of time, Sumo finally slowly opened his eyes, retracting his aura and exhaling a breath of turbid air. After fusing the ancestral dragon essence, Sumo successfully cultivated the first stage of the divine dragon art dragon armor, which means he can now cover any part of his body with it. Once the dragon armor is attached, Sumo's physical strength will experience an unprecedented enhancement, increasing his combat power tenfold. In this state, if he were to summon the Phantom of the Sun Star, his attack power could likely obliterate even mid-stage Great Ascension powerhouses. His strength has now reached a terrifying level. At this moment, Sumo boldly declared to all the talents of the ancient world in the same realm, no other talents can rival me. He marveled at the dominance of using ancestral dragon essence to cultivate the divine dragon art. If he had fused with ordinary true dragon essence, he surely would not have such a formidable physique. If he could successfully cultivate the later stages of half-dragon and transformation into a dragon, he could elevate his combat power 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At that point, he would not only be invincible against talents of the same realm, even those ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years would have no confidence against him. However, Sumo had a premonition that a single drop of ancestral dragon essence could only allow him to cultivate the first stage. To cultivate the latter two stages, even 2 more drops would not suffice. He would need at least 10 drops, or even more. But Sumo currently has none, so he can only pin his hopes on the rewards provided by the Divine Maiden chart in the future. After thinking for a long while, Sumo turned to ask Rian, "How long has it been since I started cultivating?" Replying to the Holy Sun, "It has been 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian forcibly suppressed her shock and spoke softly. Sumo nodded, standing up and walking in front of Lu Rian, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Rian, what do you think this Holy Sun wants to do next?" Perhaps due to fusing with the ancestral dragon essence, Sumo suddenly felt a surge of desire, even more than in the past few days combined. "Then let me serve you." Hearing this, Lu Rian's pretty face instantly turned crimson as she lowered her head and spoke softly. For some reason, after experiencing today's events, she suddenly felt less resistant to cultivating with Sumo, especially after witnessing the dragon scales covering him. She even felt a little anticipation. "More, I just heard Elder-san say that you encountered danger. Are you all right, Mother?" Sumo exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the hall doors swung open, and Li Mushua walked in with a worried expression, looking at Sumo. "More, next time you encounter danger, be sure to tell me. My strength is—" Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly stopped, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. However, her pause was not only due to Sumo being completely unharmed. More importantly, Sumo was currently holding a beautiful young girl with his hands rather impertinently placed on her body, not stopping. Sumo was the first to react, his anger dissipating instantly, and he hurriedly let go, awkwardly looking at Li Mushua. "Mother, what were you about to say?" "I wasn't going to say anything, just continue. I'll come back later." A gentle smile appeared on Li Muxua's face as she prepared to leave the Saint Sun's hall, not wanting to disturb Sumo's good fortune. If it were an ordinary elder, they would have scolded Sumo long ago, but Li Mushua was different. As the master of the Joy Sect, she wished her son would engage in such activities every day. Only in this way could Sumo's cultivation improve rapidly, and their bloodline and legacy continue. Thus, when she saw Sumo unharmed and intending to do such things, she not only felt no anger, but was actually quite pleased. "Mother, please don't embarrass me, just tell me what you came to see me about." Sumo's mouth twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. Li Mushua knew that her son had lost interest at this moment, and directly brought up the main topic. "More, I just returned to the Holy Land today and heard from the elders that someone attempted to assassinate you. Thankfully, you are fine otherwise." Li Muxua's face was filled with lingering fear, for he was her only precious son. "Mother, don't worry. I now have the ability to protect myself. By the way, where have you been these past few days? Why did you only return today?" Sumo chuckled and then asked. For since the last time Li Mushua visited him, she had left the Joy Sect and hadn't returned until today. Thus, Sumo was curious about what his mother had been up to. "About that, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. This is also one of the reasons I came to find you. Do you know about the Huofeng Kingdom?" Huofeng Kingdom. Is that the second-rate power located in the Flame Domain? I heard that the current king is a strong individual who has just entered the Saint Realm. Suemo pondered for a moment, speaking with some uncertainty. Li Muxua nodded with a smile. That's right. In fact, the Huofeng Kingdom was formerly known as the Huofeng Empire, with a history spanning tens of thousands of years. It once boasted a powerful figure at the quasi-emperor level, but unfortunately as time passed, it has gradually declined. The current king has 6 sons and 1 daughter, among whom the daughter is extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling even me. Suemo suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What do you mean by that? More, I won't beat around the bush with you. I have already negotiated with the king of the Huofeng Kingdom. In 5 days, he will grandly invite all major powers to attend Princess Lingxuan's birthday banquet. At that time, it will also be publicly announced that you are betrothed to Princess Lingxian. As soon as the words fell, Suemo's expression froze. He is betrothed to Princess Lingxian. No way, he doesn't even know the princess of the Huofeng Kingdom. Is it too absurd to suddenly discuss marriage like this? Moer, it's settled then. Remember to go in 5 days. Just as Suemo was about to say something, Li Muxua suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving Suemo in a daze. Forget it, I'm not losing out anyway. I just wonder if what mother said about Princess Lingxian being beautiful is true. After pondering for a moment, Suemo shook his head and turned his gaze back to Lu Ruyun, placing his hand once again on her waist. Ruyun, no one will disturb us now. Lu Ruyun's cheeks flushed as she obediently nodded. Bang! Just as Suemo was about to move closer, the hall doors were pushed open again. In walked by Shiner, her eyes gently closed, looking as if she were ready to face death on the battlefield. Suemo, I made it on time. You must not stay in there this time. However, after waiting for a long time and finding no response, by Shiner opened her eyes in confusion. She quickly spotted Lu Ruyun nestled in Suemo's embrace not far away. By Shiner was taken aback. Although she didn't know why Lu Ruyun was there, she instinctively shouted. Suemo quickly let go of Ruyun. If there's something, come at me. Alright, I promise you. Suemo slowly raised his head, revealing a wicked smile. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 4 days had passed. In an unknown cave, a determined-looking young man sat on a rock, fiddling with a wooden stick to keep the campfire going. At that moment, a tall woman slowly entered the cave. The woman's skin was as white as snow, her eyes like stars, dressed in a golden robe adorned with a magnificent phoenix pattern, and a golden phoenix hairpin held her jet black hair up. She looked like a goddess managing flames from the heavens. Roast these 2 rabbits. The stunning woman coldly handed the 2 small rabbits to the young man, and then sat at a distance, neither too far nor too close. The young boy hurriedly took it, upon hearing the words, carefully handled it, and then strung it up with a wooden stick, quietly roasting it. Watching the 2 little rabbits sizzle as they cooked, a strong hatred flashed in the boy's eyes. Suemo, you dare to ruin my lifeblood. Such a great enmity I shall repay in kind. Once I obtain the inheritance from the Sacred Fire secret realm, it will be your end. Indeed, the boy was none other than Yifeng, who had escaped from the sacred land of harmony. It turned out that at the moment he exited the Son of Heaven's Hall with Lin Qingjian's assistance, he had used a secret method to directly flee from the sacred land. They escaped too quickly, and by the time the 3 elders of the sacred land arrived, the people had long vanished. After escaping from the sacred land, Lin Qingjian summoned her innate fire, the Azure Sea Flame, using its power to purge the poison from Yifeng's meridians. Although they ultimately succeeded in purging it, Yifeng's cultivation level had dropped to the early stage of void refinement. With the Sacred Fire secret realm about to open, and Suemo being so powerful, he had no choice but to come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, battling every day against beasts to enhance his strength. The rabbit is burnt. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, the voice of a stunning woman suddenly rang out. He then realized that he had been so absorbed in thinking about Suemo that he had unwittingly burnt the rabbit to a crisp. He quickly picked up the stick, looked up at the woman, scratched his head, and said, "Sorry, it's burnt." "No worries, it can still be eaten," the woman replied, shaking her head. Yifeng gazed at the woman's breathtaking beauty, unable to help but swallow hard. On the 2nd day after arriving here, he encountered a beast with strength at least reaching the peak of the body integration stage, and after Lin Qingjian purged the poison from him, she fell into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption. Just as he was about to meet his end, the woman suddenly appeared and saved him. As she was also training in this place, they made an agreement to live together in this cave for several days. During this time, Yifeng was responsible for making fire and cooking, and the 2 became quite close, which made Yifeng feel immensely proud. Even though Lu Ruyun had betrayed her, so what? Now he had encountered a better and more beautiful woman, especially in terms of temperament, far surpassing Lu Ruyun. Her strength was unfathomable. The stunning woman before him had slain several powerful beasts at the peak of the body integration stage. Her power was simply beyond measure. However, the only thing that frustrated him during this time was that he could no longer feel excitement. He had an excited heart, but no strength to express it, which made him even more resentful towards Suemo. He had also asked his master, who said that only when he reached the nirvana stage would there be a way to recover. "I am leaving today. Just as Yifeng was lost and thought, the woman suddenly spoke. Yifeng's heart jolted. Why do you want to go? Did I do something wrong? You did quite well. Actually, my real name is Hua Lingshuan, the princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I need to return for the banquet. The woman paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Fire Phoenix Kingdom. Yifeng murmured. Hua Lingshuan stood up and softly said, Your name is Yifeng, right? I have quite enjoyed my time with you these days, and the fish and rabbit you cooked were also quite tasty. However, there is no banquet that does not end. If fate allows, we shall meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Lingshuan's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving behind a handkerchief embroidered with the Fire Phoenix pattern. Yifeng stood dazed for a long time before finally picking up the handkerchief and gently sniffing it at his nose. Smelling the unique fragrance that lingered there, which was peculiar to Hua Lingshuan, Yifeng felt an overwhelming surge of power wash over him. Lingshuan, wait for me. Once I successfully obtain the inheritance from the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, I will go to the Fire Phoenix Kingdom to propose marrying you as the strongest prodigy of the current young generation. The next day at the Sacred Land of Harmony, Su Mo had already taken Lu Rian and Bai Shiner out of the Sacred Land early, heading towards the Fire Phoenix Kingdom. In a magnificent palace, guests were coming and going, creating quite a lively atmosphere. At the entrance, the eunuchs occasionally announced guests. Elder of the Fire Cloud Sect presenting a 1,000-year Fire Cloud Pearl. Young Master of the Bai Shui Sect presenting a bottle of superior treasure dew. Soul King Sect. At this moment, on the main seat of the palace, Hua Lingshuan wore a light veil, her starry eyes half-closed, dressed in a golden ornate phoenix robe, and upon closer inspection, she seemed to be in meditation. Beside her, the current ruler of the kingdom wore a worried expression. The true purpose of hosting this banquet today was to announce to the world the engagement between Hua Lingshuan and the son of the Sacred Land of Harmony. However, he truly did not know how to broach the subject, as he understood that his daughter was primarily interested in becoming stronger through cultivation. If he forcibly arranged a marriage with a stranger, it would likely cause her discontent. But he truly had no other choice. Their ancestor, a super strong being at the peak of the Sacred King level, had just passed away a few days ago. In an instant, numerous powerful nations surrounding them began to eye the Fire Phoenix Kingdom like vultures. Under such circumstances, the Fire Phoenix Kingdom needed to find a powerful and reliable backing. And that backing was naturally the Sacred Land of Harmony. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. The ruler of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom shook his head. Just then the sharp voice of the eunuch rang out once more, instantly echoing throughout the palace. Son of the Sacred Land of Harmony presenting an ultimate saint pill. As soon as the words fell, nearly all the cultivators in the palace looked up towards the source of the voice. After all, among all the forces present today, the name of the Sacred Land of Harmony was undoubtedly the most prominent, bar none. They truly did not expect that the Fire Phoenix Kingdom could invite the Son of Harmony to attend this banquet. Under everyone's gaze, a young man dressed in a golden robe, his face as handsome as a celestial being, slowly walked into the palace. Accompanying the young man were two young women. The one on the left wore a white ethereal dress, her features picturesque, and her beauty striking, exuding an enchanting aura that made one feel overwhelmed just by looking at her. The one on the right, dressed in a pure white gown adorned with several white lotus flowers, also bore an exquisite beauty, radiating a vibrant energy that resembled a fairy among flowers. With the appearance of the three, the entire palace fell into silence. Not due to anything else, but because everyone present was utterly captivated by their appearances. Almost all the female cultivators present, upon seeing Su Mo's celestial-like visage, unconsciously revealed a look of infatuation. He is so handsome, I wish I could sit on him. These female cultivators had naturally heard of Su Mo's great name, but they had never imagined him to be so extraordinarily handsome, especially with his identity as the son of the Sacred Land of Harmony. Now they wished they could directly explore the origins of humanity with Su Mo. Of course, even if they were willing, Su Mo would not agree. Meanwhile, the male cultivators looked at Su Mo with envy filled with confusion and jealousy. After all, Lu Rian and Bai Shiner's beauty was simply too stunning. Under normal circumstances, even if they encountered them, they would only dare to admire from a distance, for they were beings to be gazed upon but never defiled. Yet Su Mo could actually be with both of them. He was merely relying on his strength, good looks, and terrifying identity and background, but in other aspects he was certainly not necessarily stronger than them. Ha ha, it is truly my honor for the Son of Harmony to personally come to celebrate my daughter's birthday. Please take a seat, the ruler of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom said joyfully as he approached Su Mo. Su Mo smiled, and then followed the ruler of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, sitting beside Hua Lingshuan. The Lord of the Sacred Land should have informed you about our family's right. Yes, the ruler of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom smiled and asked. Su Mo nodded. Seeing this, the ruler of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom did not waste any more words and turned to Hua Lingshuan. This is my daughter, Hua Lingshuan. Su Mo turned to look at Hua Lingshuan and then activated the Nine Heavens Eye. Name Huo Lingxian. Age 19. Fortune purple top-tier fortune girl. Beauty 98. Cultivation mid-body integration stage. Physique vermilion bird holy body vermilion bird bloodline emperor bloodline prosperous husband as a born empress. When cultivating with her husband, she will double the fortune and bring luck to her husband. Sumo's pupils constricted violently, and his gaze towards Huo Lingxian instantly changed. Unexpectedly, Huo Lingxian is also a top fortune girl, just like his master Morong Shui. This truly caught him off guard as the difference between purple and blue fortune is only one level, yet the fortune it contains is vastly different. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important fact is that Huo Lingxian possesses a husband-attracting constitution, which is extremely rare. Just as Su Mo was secretly excited, the divine girl chart in his mind stirred again, and a small vermilion bird phantom appeared above the figure ranked 30th. I didn't expect this Huo Lingxian to also be on the divine girl chart. In that case, I cannot take this lightly but must treat it seriously. After checking the divine girl chart, Su Mo thought to himself. However, just then Su Mo felt that Huo Lingxian's panel had changed. Upon closer inspection, he found that her favorability towards him had suddenly dropped to 10. What's going on? At this moment, Su Mo was left perplexed. He hadn't done anything to Huo Lingxian yet, so why did her favorability suddenly decrease? It must be noted that Su Mo currently attaches great importance to favorability, especially regarding the women included in the divine girl chart. Not to mention that low favorability might lead to unexpected situations. The rewards given by the divine girl chart, when favorability reaches 50 and 100, are simply hard for him to refuse. You stop looking at me with that kind of gaze. At this time, Huo Lingxian's cold voice resolved Su Mo's confusion. Su Mo, upon hearing this, instantly wore a helpless expression. He admitted that his gaze indeed carried a certain intention just now, but he couldn't be blamed. It was a purely subconscious reaction. After all, which man could remain unfazed upon seeing such a beautiful woman who attracts husbands and possesses high fortune? Su Mo did not believe there existed such men in the world. Lingxuan, how can you speak to the Holy Sun like that? Quickly apologized to him. The Lord of Huofeng was immediately frightened into a cold sweat and shouted angrily. If it were because of his daughter's words that Su Mo became unhappy and went back to tell the Holy Master Li Mushu, then it would be difficult for Huofeng Kingdom to see the sun of tomorrow. However, Huo Lingxian merely smiled coldly. Apologize to him. If he had attained the position of Holy Sun through his own strength, I would naturally speak to him properly. Unfortunately, he is just a second-generation heir relying on his mother. You are outrageous. The Lord of Huofeng's face turned ashen upon hearing this, and he wanted to discipline Huo Lingxian. However, he was stopped by Sumo's hand. It seems the princess has a strong opinion about me, Sumo said with a smile. I have a strong opinion about those who do not rely on their own strength, but take shortcuts. Sumo couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Previously, when his cultivation was merely in the transformation stage, he would have thought Huo Lingxian was right. He was indeed relying on having a good mother. But now, having merged with the blood of the ancestral dragon, the sun's sacred body, the yin-yang chaotic flame, and having cultivated the 9-yang extinction technique and the divine dragon technique, he was confident that he could compete, even with a latest-stage great ascension powerhouse, let alone Huo Lingxuan, a peak early-stage cultivator. It can be said that as long as Su Mo wished, he could crush Huo Lingxian at any moment, letting her know who the true powerhouse is. However, in order to not further decrease favorability, Su Mo smiled. I will ensure you have no objections. For a rebellious young wife like her, he only needed to conquer her with strength after marriage. There was no need to fuss over anything now. Fortunately, seeing that Su Mo did not seem to be angry, the Lord of Huofeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked up at the crowd, noticing that most had arrived, and stood up to speak loudly. Dear guests, today is the birthday banquet of my youngest daughter. However, I have not set up this banquet merely to celebrate this matter, but to celebrate another more important happy event. As soon as he finished speaking, all the cultivators present, including Huo Lingxuan, looked up at the Lord of Huofeng, waiting for his next words. They all understood that the Lord of Huofeng would not hold a birthday banquet for no reason. There must be a deeper purpose. Feeling the gazes of everyone, the Lord of Huofeng did not speak immediately, but turned to look at Huo Lingxuan, secretly thinking, I'm sorry, daughter. Then taking a deep breath, he looked at the crowd again and spoke. A few days ago, I discussed with the Holy Master of Hahuan and decided to marry our princess Huo Lingxian to the Holy Son of Hahuan, forming a family alliance. I invited you all here today to bear witness to this marriage contract. The moment the words fell, Huo Lingxian felt as if struck by lightning, her mind going blank. Her starry eyes widened as she looked at her father, filled with disbelief. She never expected that the true purpose of her father's banquet was to marry her off to the Holy Son of Hahuan. The other guests around, upon hearing this, looked at Su Mo with envy and jealousy. After all, Su Mo was already accompanied by two stunning beauties, and now he was to have another one, which made all the male cultivators present extremely envious. Sigh, this holy son of Hahuan really knows how to charm. One male cultivator said sourly, and the others nodded in agreement, filling the palace with a sour atmosphere. Seeing that the crowd had finished discussing, the Lord of Huafeng continued, "The date a month from today is an auspicious day for marriage. I wonder what the holy son thinks." Just as Su Mo was about to speak, Huolingxian suddenly stood up, looking coldly at the Lord of Huafeng. "I disagree." As soon as she spoke, there was a commotion in the hall, and even the Lord of Huafeng was startled. He clearly did not expect Huolingxian to publicly contradict him. "You ungrateful girl, being able to marry the holy son is your fortune." However, at that moment, Su Mo suddenly raised his hand to interrupt the Lord of Huafeng. Then he walked to her side and whispered, "Do you know why your father insists you marry me? Because your family's ancestor of Huafeng passed away a few days ago. Without the protection of the ancestor, if you do not find a backing, how will you deal with the fierce enemies surrounding you? And the Hahuan sacred land, is the backing your father has found. Your great-grandfather has actually passed away." Huolingxian's voice trembled as she spoke. She was not a fool and naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Su Mo slowly approached Huolingxian, catching the unique fragrance on her body, and smiled. "Huolingxian, you wouldn't want your kingdom to perish due to the lack of protection from the Hahuan sacred land, right?" Upon hearing this, Huolingxian's fists turned white from the clenching, and her cherry lips were tightly pressed together, as if she was hesitating about something. After an unknown period of time, Huolingxian slowly raised her head, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made a decision. She then looked at the ruler of Huafeng and said, "I can marry him, but..." The ruler of Huafeng's face brightened with joy, but before he could rejoice, Huolingxian continued, "I must strike him with all my strength, or else I will not agree." As soon as she finished speaking, the ruler of Huafeng's expression twisted in anger. The ruler knew very well what kind of power Huolingxian possessed. As the most terrifying prodigy in Huafeng's history, she had reached the early stage of fusion at the mere age of 19. She was a thorough cultivation fanatic who, ever since she embarked on the path of cultivation, she had either been sparring with others or battling against fierce beasts. Over the years, she had debated with the sword disciples of the Immortal Sword Sect, sparred with the holy sons of various sacred lands, and fought against ancient ferocious beasts, never suffering a defeat. Such talent and strength are rarely matched by anyone in the ancient peak period of the primal world, making Huolingxian a true prodigy. In contrast, Su Mo was merely a second-generation heir with low-grade talent in an unclear realm, probably not even surpassing the realm of void refinement. Given such a disparity, if Huolingxian were to use her full strength, she could easily kill Su Mo. Even if she held back and only left Su Mo half-dead, it would still completely offend the Hahuan sacred land. What difference would that make from outright rejecting them? Even the other guests were amused by Huolingxian's words. "Tsk tisk, what a fierce tigress. It seems that the princess of Huafeng has no intention of marrying the holy son of Hahuan. Yes, we all know her strength. If she were to go all out, even if the holy son doesn't die, he would be seriously injured. Moreover, if she really leaves the holy son half-dead, I estimate that Huafeng would cease to exist by tomorrow. It seems this marriage cannot be settled. The holy son will definitely not agree to let her strike him." Hearing the discussions around him, the ruler of Huafeng felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had never felt this humiliated in his life, this unfilial daughter. He gritted his teeth and turned to Su Mo, saying, "Holy son, please do not listen to my daughter's nonsense. Rest assured, I will definitely..." Before the ruler of Huafeng could finish, he was interrupted by Su Mo. No need to say more. The ruler of Huafeng thought Su Mo was angry and did not want to marry, causing him to feel anxious. However, before he could explain, Su Mo's next words left him in a daze. Su Mo turned to Huolingxian with an indifferent expression. "I, the holy son, agree to let you strike me. However, if I end up striking you back, you won't cry, right?" As soon as he finished, the grand palace fell into an utter silence. Everyone present, including the ruler of Huafeng and the two women beside Su Mo, looked at him in disbelief. Clearly, they did not expect that Su Mo could agree to this, even going so far as to say he would retaliate against Huolingxian. After a long while, someone finally reacted and stammered, "Did I hear wrong? The holy son actually agreed to be hit. He must have some peculiar preference." As soon as this person's words fell, the palace became noisy, with some people starting to look at Su Mo in a strange way. It seems the holy son is so eager to marry a beauty that he would agree to such a request. Yes, he just said he would retaliate against the princess. It's not that I look down on the holy son. Princess Lingxian had broken through to the fusion realm half a year ago. Now so much time has passed, her strength must be unfathomable. How could the holy son possibly strike her back? Hearing the discussions around him, the ruler of Huafeng also realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly approached Su Mo, cupping his hands. "Holy son, please do not take my daughter's words to heart. I will go teach her a lesson now and have her apologize to you." After speaking, he was about to scold Hua Lingshuan, but was stopped by Su Mo. There is no need for that. The ruler of Huafeng was momentarily taken aback. This holy son is not a villain that deserves such treatment. Forcing a woman is not something this holy son would do. As these words fell, the two women beside him, Lu Rian and Bai Shiner, instantly blushed simultaneously, thinking this shameless person you love to force others. Su Mo, of course, was unaware of the inner thoughts of the two women and continued to speak. Since Ling Xian has spoken, this holy son will certainly not refuse. However, it is still the same saying, who hits whom is not certain. Before the ruler of Huafeng could say anything further, he saw Hua Lingxian curiously approaching Su Mo and asking, "Are you really not afraid that I will leave you half dead? Although I dare not kill you, I can definitely make it so that you cannot get out of bed for a year. All right then, let's see who can keep the other in bed for a year." Su Mo smiled slightly and said no more, then raised his hand. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged forth, landing in the center of the great hall, forming a circular spiritual energy arena. In the next moment, Su Mo's figure flashed, and he appeared directly on the arena. "Princess, come up." Seeing this, Hua Lingshuan, though puzzled by Su Mo's confidence, still stepped on the phantom of the Huafeng and slowly flew up to the arena. As both of them ascended the stage, the guests below erupted in a commotion once again. "Damn, the Holy Sun has really gone up there. How interesting, I never expected to witness the Holy Sun getting beaten at a birthday banquet. Come and place your bets, let's see how long the Holy Sun can hold up against the princess. I bet he won't last 10 breaths. Hearing the voices around her, Bai Shiner could no longer suppress her inner excitement and turned to Lu Ruoyan, exclaiming, "Yinner, it really is heaven's eye. I never expected Su Mo to be foolish enough to fight with Hua Lingxian. Haha, I truly hope Su Mo gets beaten by Hua Lingxian and can't get out of bed for a year. Then I won't have to serve him every 3 days." However, she waited for a long time, but heard no response from Lu Ruoyan. Upon closer observation, she discovered that Lu Ruoyan was not excited at all, but rather a bit sad. "Yinna, you can't be serious? That jerk Su Mo is about to be beaten, how can you not be excited at all?" Bai Shiner asked in confusion. Yet Lu Ruoyan silently lowered her head. Indeed, she should be as excited as Bai Shiner. But at this moment, not only was she not excited, but she also felt a sliver of worry. "What's wrong with me? Why am I worried about that scoundrel Su Mo?" Lu Ruoyan murmured softly. Meanwhile, the ruler of the Huafeng nation looked anxiously at Hua Lingxian on the arena. At this moment, he no longer cared about whether the engagement could be smoothly established. What he was most anxious about was whether his daughter would lose control and seriously injure Su Mo. If that happens, their entire Huafeng nation would face a catastrophic disaster. "My precious daughter, please be gentle." The ruler of Huafeng tightly closed his eyes and began to chant Hua Lingxian's name. At this moment on the arena, Hua Lingxian looked at Su Mo across from her and did not rush to attack him. Instead, she warned him. "They'll remind you once more, I won't hold back. If you're afraid of losing face, it's not too late to back down now." Su Mo merely chuckled lightly upon hearing this. This holy son is not afraid of losing face. On the contrary, if you cry after I beat, you don't regret it. Hearing this, Hua Lingxian immediately let out a cold smile. What a stubborn duck. With that, a huge sound echoed. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Hua Lingshuan's body, followed by a phantom of the vermilion bird appearing behind her, accompanied by a soul-piercing cry. Boom. The vermilion bird spread its wings and instantly soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of heat that enveloped the entire royal palace. In that moment, the palace resembled a massive furnace, causing ripples to form even in the void. This pressure is mid-stage integration. The princess of Huafeng has actually reached mid-stage integration. That's too strong. At this moment, Hua Lingxian no longer hid her cultivation level, so those around quickly recognized her stage, and shock spread among the guests. After all, mid-stage integration is truly astonishing. Hua Lingxian is only 19 years old. If she continues for a few more years, she might even break through to reincarnation, reaching the Holy Realm in no time. This made the other powerful figures from various nations present anxious. Now they really hoped that Hua Lingxian would thoroughly beat Su Mo, for then Huafeng nation would surely offend the Hardy Union and lose their protection. At that time, they could unite to extinguish Hua Lingshuan, this future Holy Realm genius, in its bud. Vermilion bird howled to the heavens. At this moment, Hua Lingxian suddenly raised her hand and pointed at Su Mo. In an instant, the phantom of the vermilion bird roared and transformed into blazing red fireballs capable of incinerating the world, rapidly crushing towards Su Mo. My heavens, Hua Lingxian is really not holding back. She's starting with such a powerful and wide-ranging attack. The crowd below the arena gasped. They also realized that Hua Lingxian had no intention of holding back at all, let alone Su Mo. Even some of the older cultivators among them, the great vehicle stage experts, would probably be severely injured if they were not careful against this attack. Just when everyone thought Su Mo would be engulfed by the torrential fireball, he merely smiled. Hee, another one playing with fire. As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, a deafening sound erupted. A pressure far more terrifying than Hua Lingxuan's suddenly surged from Su Mo's body, instantly shattering the crimson fireball before him into sparks. Following that, the pressure swept through the entire royal palace like a violent storm. However, that was still far from enough. It ultimately overflowed out of the palace. Fortunately, there was a protective formation outside the palace, but even so, the formation was rattled under this terrifying pressure as if it would shatter any second. What happened? The guests around were all taken aback by this sudden terrifying pressure. They looked towards the source of the pressure and were horrified to discover that it was emanating from Su Mo. In an instant, their faces were filled with astonishment, and one thought remained in their minds. That is, why is Su Mo so strong? However, before they could react, a loud bang echoed from the arena. It turned out that the pressure, after scattering the multitude of fireballs, rushed towards Hua Lingxian at an incredibly terrifying speed. In an instant, Hua Lingxian could not react in time and was directly struck by this terrifying pressure. Hua Lingxian spat out a mouthful of blood and then looked up at Su Mo with an incredulous gaze. How can your strength be so strong? Su Mo did not answer, only looking down at Hua Lingxian with a contemptuous gaze. Feel free to use any tricks you have. If I make a move, you won't have any chance. Hearing this, Hua Lingxian took a deep breath. She looked at the handsome youth before her and gritted her teeth. You are too arrogant. Do you really think you will win against me? As soon as she finished speaking, a soul-piercing cry of the phoenix suddenly rang out. Hua Lingxuan's body gradually became enveloped in flames as the sharp phoenix cry echoed. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a pair of fire wings made of red flames appeared behind Hua Lingxian. Her entire outfit transformed into fiery red armor inscribed with vermilion bird patterns. Is this the rumored vermilion bird's sacred body? Among the guests, there were certainly some well-informed individuals who recognized the physique Hua Lingxian possessed. The vermilion bird is one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the god of the south, controlling divine fire, possessing immense power. Although the vermilion bird's sacred body only possesses a small amount of vermilion bird power, the most important thing is, moreover, it is said that Princess Lingxian also carries the bloodline of the vermilion bird. If the two are combined, it would be enough to rival or even surpass some ancient supreme physiques. It is said that thousands of years ago, the first monarch who established the Huafeng nation was an emperor-level powerhouse who possessed both of these bloodlines and physique. At this moment, Hua Lingxian opened her eyes. Her originally beautiful starry eyes now glowed with a hint of red flame. Su Mo, you are the first genius in the same realm to force me to use both my physique and bloodline power. You should feel. Hua Lingxian looked at Su Mo coldly, but before she could finish, Su Mo interrupted her. Just to correct you, my cultivation level is only late-stage refining void. You are quite a bit higher than me in level. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingxuan's delicate body trembled. She truly did not expect Su Mo's cultivation level to be so much lower than hers. In that case, I will also suppress my cultivation to late-stage refining void. Hua Lingxuan's pride told her not to bully the weak. That's not necessary. However, to Hua Lingxuan's surprise, Su Mo refused, and then said, so you won't feel unfair if you lose. Ha ha ha, how interesting. This princess has never met such an arrogant person. As you wish, I will unleash my full power. I hope you don't die. With that, Hua Lingxian slowly raised her jade hand. In an instant, a terrifying pressure, dozens of times greater than before, erupted from her body. The void trembled, waves of heat surged, and before the astonished gazes of all, a massive vermilion bird phantom, made of red flames, suddenly appeared behind Hua Lingxian. With the appearance of the vermilion bird phantom, the defensive formation outside the palace finally could not withstand it. Crack! It shattered directly, ultimately turning into fragments of spiritual energy that dispersed. However, before they could react further, Su Mo manipulated the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame to collide fiercely with the Phoenix Shadow. Boom! The black and white anomalous fire crashed violently against the crimson flames. Crack! In the next moment, with a series of cracking sounds, the formidable Phoenix Shadow was shattered by the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame with overwhelming force. It then turned into flames, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. How is this possible? In an instant, not only the guests present, but even Hua Lingxian herself was shocked by this sudden turn of events. It must be known that her previous attack was her strongest aside from her hidden cards, and it was estimated that even a mid-stage ascendant would be severely injured if hit. Yet despite this, Su Mo easily countered it, which made the proud Hua Lingxian momentarily unable to accept. Could it be that your flame is the legendary anomalous fire of heaven and earth? At this moment, Hua Lingxian seemed to realize something and looked at Su Mo in shock. Correct, congratulations on getting it right. However, none of this matters now. What matters is that you have lost. Su Mo said calmly. I lost. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingxian felt her mind go blank, her starry eyes trembled, and after a long while she gritted her teeth and stared at Su Mo. No, I haven't lost. I still have my hidden cards. As soon as her voice fell, a loud boom resounded. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd below, Hua Lingxian was enveloped in a radiant glow, activating her imperial bloodline Phoenix bloodline and the Phoenix sacred body simultaneously. In an instant, two imposing shadows appeared behind Hua Lingxian. One was clad in golden phoenix robes and wore red high heels. It was the first empress who founded the Fire Phoenix Kingdom thousands of years ago. The other shadow was the earlier Phoenix shadow, but this time enhanced by the imperial bloodline. It was several times more powerful in both presence and size. It was as if the true divine beast Phoenix had descended. With the appearance of the two shadows, Hua Lingxian's cultivation realm rapidly ascended. Peak midstage integration realm. Early stage ascendant. It only stopped once she reached midstage ascendant. Damn, truly worthy of the top fortunate daughter. This is like turning on a cheat, directly elevating her by a major realm. Su Mo observed the situation and shook his head helplessly. However, it's the same as having no cheat at all. Su Mo smiled slightly and then raised his hand. In an instant, a wave of sun-like, scorching yang energy erupted from within Su Mo, gathering above him. Ultimately, a brilliant golden sun appeared suddenly above Su Mo. It was the sun star shadow summoned through Su Mo's solar power. What is that thing? As the sun star emerged, the onlookers below were no longer just shocked. They were utterly bewildered, because they had no idea what exactly was above Su Mo. However, not knowing did not mean that Hua Lingxian, also a fire cultivator bearing both Phoenix and Imperial bloodlines, was unaware. At this moment, Hua Lingxian stared blankly at the great sun, her delicate body trembling slightly. Could this be the legendary Sun Star? Su Mo's lips curled up. Very clever, here's a reward. As he finished speaking, the sun star suddenly emitted dazzling light, and torrents of supreme yang energy surged forth almost instantly, reaching Hua Lingxian. Feeling the terrifying energy attack, Hua Lingxian gritted her teeth and let out an angry roar. How could I possibly lose? She had trained for 19 years without defeat. The word loss had never existed in her life dictionary. As she spoke, the two shadows behind her unleashed terrifying pressure to counter the energy released by the sun star. In an instant, the energy waves generated by the collision made the many guests watching feel as if they were struggling to breathe. It should be noted that most of them were ascendants who had cultivated for hundreds of years, while the two on stage were merely two 19-year-old cultivators. You are quite impressive. Just as the two were evenly matched, Su Mo suddenly spoke. Hua Lingxian, whose face had turned pale due to exhaustion, suddenly felt an ominous premonition upon hearing Su Mo's words, her complexion becoming even paler. She trembled as she raised her head. What do you mean by that? Su Mo slowly shook his head. Unfortunately, you encountered me. Boom. With Su Mo's words accompanied by a world-shaking dragon roar, a seven-colored true dragon shadow suddenly appeared behind Su Mo. This dragon was the ancestral dragon shadow summoned after Su Mo fused with the blood of the ancestral dragon. Crack. Before Hua Lingxian could react, a cracking sound was heard. The two shadows behind Hua Lingxian could barely withstand the sun star, but now with the addition of the ancestral dragon shadow, in an instant they could no longer bear the pressure, shattering with a thunderous roar, and the terrifying pressure heavily descended upon her delicate body, causing intense pain to surge through her organs, making her spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. I really lost. In midair, Hua Lingxian murmured with a dazed expression. Though she did not want to admit it, she indeed lost, and lost thoroughly to a younger opponent with a lower cultivation level. This left the usually proud Hua Lingxian feeling a deep sense of defeat. Not only her, but even the guests present were utterly shocked. I must be mistaken. Princess Lingxian actually lost. She really lost to the Saint Son of Harmony. Who said the Saint Son of Harmony only had inferior talent? Step forward, how dare you call this inferior talent? Also, what was that golden fireball and that colorful dragon shadow just now? Could it be that the Saint Son of Harmony has been hiding his strength all along? The crowd's murmurs of confusion erupted, and the grand palace became instantly noisy. Baishiner was also staring blankly at the arena. No, this situation seems a bit off. According to the normal script, Su Mo shouldn't be beaten to the ground by Hua Lingxian, unable to get out of bed for a year, right? Why has it now become Su Mo winning, and it seems he won quite easily? Also, when did Su Mo's strength become so terrifying? Alas, it's such a pity for such a good opportunity. Baishiner felt very disappointed, then turned to Lu Ruyan. Yenner, don't you think it's a pity as well? Yet to Baishiner's surprise, there was no trace of unhappiness on Lu Ruyan's face, but rather a hint of a smile. Though not very obvious, it was still noticed by the sharp-eyed Baishiner. Yenner, are you smiling? Baishiner quickly asked. Lu Ruyan was instantly taken aback, and that hint of a smile disappeared, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. I wasn't smiling, Shiner, you must have seen it wrong. No, my perception is quite strong. You were definitely smiling just now. Yenner, you wouldn't be happy for Su Mo, would you? Baishiner placed her hands on her hips, staring intently at Lu Ruyan. That. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian momentarily didn't know how to explain, stammering. Though she didn't want to admit it, she indeed felt a hint of joy the moment Su Mo won. What's wrong with me? Lu Rian lightly bit her cherry lips, looking distressed. She just felt something was off with her recently. On the other side on the arena, Su Mo paid no mind to the crowd's discussions and slowly walked up to Huo Lingxian. At this moment, Huo Lingxuan, having sustained heavy injuries, could only kneel on the ground. To be honest, your strength is quite weak. You aren't a princess who got in through the back door, are you? Su Mo looked down at her with an indifferent expression. He was not a nice person, on the contrary, he was quite vengeful. It should be noted that Huo Lingxian had openly mocked him more than once just now, and now that she had lost, he naturally needed to get his revenge, even if it meant losing some favorability in the process. After all, he would have plenty of opportunities to improve later on in bed. Huo Lingxuan, upon hearing this, could only clench her fists in unwillingness, then slowly rise, looking towards the handsome Su Mo. This was her first defeat, and she lost to a man she had once looked down upon. Though she did not want to admit it, Su Mo was indeed the most terrifying opponent she had ever encountered. She even believed that during this fight, Su Mo had not used his full strength. Indeed, as he said, she truly felt weak in front of him. This began to leave cracks in her once firm Dao heart. Huo Lingxian trembled and lowered her head, her delicate body shaking uncontrollably. Smack! Just as she doubted her life, Huo Lingxian suddenly felt a fiery, yet numbing sensation at her backside. In disbelief, she turned her gaze to her back and instantly saw the large hand that had just slapped her, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Su Mo, try hitting me again. Smack! Seeing this, Su Mo thought, how could he refuse such a request, so he struck again. Huo Lingxuan's favorability increased by 10, current favorability 0. Huo Lingxuan's favorability increased by 20, current favorability 20. Huo Lingxuan's favorability increased by 30, current favorability 50. At this moment, the divine maiden chart in his mind suddenly stirred, and then 3 lines of text appeared above Huo Lingxuan's page. At the moment when her favorability reached 50, a 7-colored treasure chest also appeared above Huo Lingxuan's chart. After checking the abnormalities from the goddess diagram, Su Mo was filled with confusion. No way. Could it be that Huo Lingxian has some peculiar preferences? He just mocked her so harshly and even hit her backside a couple of times. Why is her affection not decreasing, but instead skyrocketing? Su Mo, you are truly impressive. I am willing to marry you and will regard you as my greatest goal in this life. One day my strength will catch up to you, even surpass you. At that time I will defeat you. Huo Lingxuan's pretty face turned red as she gritted her teeth, though the last part was so quiet that Su Mo did not catch it. After all, Huo Lingxian was someone obsessively devoted to cultivation, and she held no objections to those stronger than herself, even developing a fondness for them. It was evident that at this moment Su Mo was indeed that strong person whom she looked up to. Moreover, Su Mo was not only powerful, but also of the same age as her, and he was incredibly handsome. Marrying such a man, she felt not a hint of objection, but rather a sense of joy. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Holy Sun. Your strength is so formidable, even my daughter is no match for you. At this moment, the ruler of the Huafeng kingdom approached them with a beaming smile. He genuinely did not expect that the Holy Son of Yihuan had actually defeated his daughter, and in such a dominating manner that she ended up in tears. Although she cried because she was hit in certain areas. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the marriage alliance between the Huafeng kingdom and the Yihuan Holy Land, which now seemed likely to be successfully completed. Holy Son, it's getting late. Why not stay here? Let Lingxian show you around the palace to strengthen your bond. Su Mo smiled at these words. In less than half a month, the Sacred Fire Secret Realm will open. This place is very close to the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. I would like to stay here during this time. What does the ruler think? Huafeng the ruler smiled even broader upon hearing this, quickly nodding. That would be wonderful. Then he turned to Huo Lingxian. By the way, my daughter, I remember you mentioned that you were interested in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm and planned to go, right? Huo Lingxian nodded lightly. How coincidental. Since the Holy Sun is also going, why not go together then? The ruler of Huafeng said with a smile. However, Huo Lingxian did not respond, instead lifting her beautiful starry eyes to look at Su Mo, speaking coldly. I didn't expect you to be interested in the Sacred Fire inheritance. But unfortunately, when the secret realm opens, I will obtain the inheritance before you and then defeat you. Right. Su Mo merely nodded perfunctorily, then amidst the envy and jealousy of the surrounding men, he left with Lu Rian by Shiner and Huo Lingxian. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the main hall where they were staying. Upon entering, Huo Lingxian raised her jade hand and removed the light veil in front of her, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. She then turned to Su Mo, saying, while I am willing to marry you now, I will only consummate the marriage after the wedding and on the wedding night. She was a very conservative woman. Aside from her father, she had never even held hands with a strange man, and the idea of consummating before marriage was out of the question. What? Do you think this holy son is the type to be desperate and lustful, afraid that I would force you into such things? Suemo chuckled lightly. He was indeed not in a hurry for that, as forcing her into such matters would surely decrease her affection for him, which was detrimental to his long-term development. Anyway, it was already a done deal for him to consummate with Huolingxian. What he wanted most now was to open the affection treasure chest he had just acquired and enhance his strength to prepare for the upcoming Sacred Fire Secret Realm journey. However, Huolingxian clearly did not believe Sumo's words. She glanced at Lu Ruyan and Baishiner beside Suemo, coldly stating, "I see you as that kind of person." After saying this, she did not wait for Suemo to respond and directly walked away towards her room. Before leaving, she added, "By the way, I don't mind you doing such things with other women. But afterward you must clean the room thoroughly and keep the noise down. I still need to cultivate, and if it's too loud, I won't be able to concentrate." Upon hearing this, Suemo suddenly felt a bit speechless. If he were not currently uninterested in that aspect and eager to open the treasure chest, he would certainly let Huolingxian know what it meant to produce wonderful sounds that resonated throughout the palace. You two should leave as well. After pondering for a moment, Suemo turned to Lu Ruyan and Baishiner. Upon hearing this, Baiziner's face immediately lit up with joy. She had thought Suemo would be happy from winning against Huolingxian and would want to engage in those activities with them. She was prepared for several hours of being chiseled, but did not expect Suemo to show mercy and let them off. However, just as she was about to leave, she noticed Lu Ruyan standing there in a daze, her expression somewhat lost. "You know, what are you thinking? Hurry up and go." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan finally reacted and hurriedly left with Baishiner. After everyone had left, Suemo could not wait to open the intimacy treasure chest given by the goddess diagram. Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire, a heavenly fire born from the essence of the Vermilion Bird's divine flames. While its power is not as great as the true Vermilion Bird divine flames, if held by one of the Vermilion Bird bloodline, it will greatly enhance the power of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire, and in the future it may evolve into the true Vermilion Bird divine flames. Note, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire has another function, which is that it can coexist as a dual entity. The first person to merge with the Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire can transfer the seed of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Fire into the body of their dual cultivating partner. Vermilion Bird Blood Essence, a drop of the essence blood from the four symbols divine beast, the southern god Vermilion Bird. Absorbing it can enhance the concentration of the Vermilion Bird bloodline. Note, only those with the Vermilion Bird bloodline can absorb the Vermilion Bird Blood Essence. Others attempting to forcibly absorb it will be burned. After checking the rewards in the treasure chest, a joyful smile appeared on Sumo's face. As expected, the rewards from the favorability treasure chest were still exceedingly generous. A drop of legendary Vermilion Bird divine beast's blood and a flame of extraordinary earth fire, imbued with some of the Vermilion Bird divine flame's power. Moreover, this Vermilion Bird sacred fire could be merged through dual cultivation, becoming an entity of dual existence, which he could wait to bestow upon Huolingxian on their wedding night. As for the Vermilion Bird divine blood, although he could not refine it, he could present it to Huolingxian on their wedding night to enhance her favorability towards him. After all, the favorability rewards were crucial for him to elevate his own strength. Only when her favorability towards him reached 100 could he claim rewards significantly greater than those at 50. Moreover, Suemo sensed in a vague manner that when he presented the Vermilion Bird divine blood and the seed of the Vermilion Bird sacred fire to her, her favorability towards him would be instantly maxed out at 100. Merge the Vermilion Bird sacred fire. After pondering for a moment, Suemo did not hesitate and immediately refined the Vermilion Bird divine flame. In an instant, a flame resembling a vermilion bird and as red as blood suddenly appeared before Suemo. In an instant, the grand main hall was enveloped by an overwhelming wave of heat. As the heat swept through, even the void seemed to warp. Even a Nirvana realm expert would likely be drenched in sweat and wary of touching this fire. However, Suemo was unfazed, directly reaching out to grasp the Vermilion Bird sacred fire. He then activated the Tianyang divine art, and in a flash, the Vermilion Bird sacred fire was refined by him at an astonishing speed. Half an hour later, accompanied by a roar from within Sumo's body, the Vermilion Bird sacred fire was completely refined, and his cultivation realm directly broke through from the late stage of void refinement to the early stage of the combined body realm. Simultaneously, after merging the second extraordinary fire, he comprehended a new ability from the Tianyang divine art, which was the ability to merge extraordinary fires. During an attack, he could simply operate the Tianyang divine art to fuse two types of extraordinary fires into a new one. I wonder what level of power the fusion of the Yin-Yang chaotic flame and the Vermilion Bird sacred fire can achieve. Suemo slightly opened his eyes and murmured softly. After all, a single Yin-Yang chaotic flame was already astonishingly powerful. If it were to merge with the Vermilion Bird sacred fire, its might would likely surpass the sum of the two extraordinary fires. Yifeng, if it weren't for your mother not being in the Holy Land last time, you would never have escaped. However, this time in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, I will test the power of the fusion of the two extraordinary fires on you first. Don't disappoint me. Su Mo chuckled lightly, then resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, in Hua Lingxuan's room, she was tightly closing her eyes as spiritual energy continuously surged into her dantian. After a long while, she slowly opened her beautiful starry eyes, her voice cold yet resolute. Su Mo, one day, I will defeat you. When that time comes, I will definitely make you pay. After speaking, she continued her cultivation. At that moment, a sound transmission stone suddenly vibrated, emitting a faint green light. This seems to be Yifeng. Hua Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows. Yifeng was the boy she rescued from a group of beasts, and they had trained together in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain for several days. Although Yifeng was rather plain-looking and could only be considered relatively handsome, his cultivation was only at the early stage of void refinement. However, his talent was still decent, and most importantly, he had a very steadfast will, spending every day either cultivating or fighting with beasts. Thus, Hua Lingxian had some impression of this boy. Of course, it was merely a slight impression, not even enough to be called favor. Lingxuan, are you done? At that moment, Yifeng's voice came from the sound transmission stone. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingxian frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Our relationship is not that close yet. Oh, just call me by my full name or princess. Also, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Do not disturb my cultivation. Hua Lingxuan's voice revealed a hint of coldness and distance. After all, she was a very reserved woman and also a loyal one. Although she had not yet married Su Mo and was still considered his fiancée, once she had recognized Su Mo, she would never change her mind. Thus, from today onwards, she would not maintain excessive contact with other men. On the other end of the sound transmission stone, Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to know what you were doing. Well, then I'll go cultivate. Hua Lingxian said coldly, and without waiting for Yifeng to respond, she directly put away the sound transmission stone. This boring man would only disturb her cultivation and hinder her quest to defeat Su Mo. She did not want to waste time with someone like him. Meanwhile, far away in the distance, Yifeng looked dejectedly at the dull sound transmission stone, feeling somewhat dazed. Why do I feel that Lingxian has suddenly become much colder towards me? Although before this, where Lingxian always appeared cold, her tone did not carry the distance and coldness that it did today. Finger, is it possible that she has always been this cold towards you? At that moment, Lin Qingyin slowly appeared, looking at the somewhat dazed Yifeng, gently sighing. Don't overthink it. We are still miles away from the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. For now, the priority is to continue on our journey. I understand, Master. Upon hearing this, Yifeng nodded and then headed towards the flame domain miles away. Although he did not comprehend why Hua Lingxuan's attitude towards him had suddenly changed so much. But none of that mattered. As long as he obtained the sacred fire inheritance, his future would be bright, like a bird soaring in the sky or a fish swimming in the ocean. At that time, he would personally go to the Huafeng Kingdom to propose. By the way, there's also Su Mo and Lu Ruyan, that pair of dogmen and women. I will make them pay sooner or later. At this moment, Yifeng's face was filled with a fierce expression, no longer possessing his usual calmness. Time flew by, and soon it was the day the Sacred Fire Secret Realm opened. The Flame Domain is a Dao domain located in the southern part of the ancestral world, with its overall strength ranking in the middle to lower tier among all Dao domains. However, during ancient times, the Flame Domain was the #1 hegemonic Dao domain in the entire ancestral world. At that time, the majority of the top forces in the ancestral continent were established in the Flame Domain, making it extraordinarily prosperous. All of this was due to the Sacred Fire Emperor. It is rumored that the Sacred Fire Emperor came from humble beginnings and had very poor talent. Later, through fortuitous circumstances, he acquired an extraordinary fire that could devour the wonders of heaven and earth, enhancing his own talent. From then on, he soared like a dragon into the sea, unstoppable, growing from the lowest level of cultivation to become a great emperor. Yet even as a great emperor, life eventually has its end. Before his passing, the Sacred Fire Emperor used his supreme power to create a secret realm, placing all his inheritances, extraordinary fires, and even his life-bound imperial artifact within, waiting for a fated person to inherit. This is the origin of the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. At this moment, in the center of the Flame Domain, in front of a colossal fire tower that reached the clouds, radiating overwhelming heat, it was already packed with people. Countless renowned talents from the ancestral continent, including many holy sons and holy maidens from sacred places, gathered here. Everyone was fixated on the towering tower in the distance. If one observed closely, they could see a young man in a black robe among the many talented individuals who stood out distinctly from the crowd. The young man was none other than Yifeng. Master, do you think Lingxian will come to participate in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm? At this moment, the secret realm had yet to open, and while Yifeng was bored waiting, his thoughts inevitably drifted to the woman who occupied his dreams. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin, who was in the ring, involuntarily twitched the corner of her mouth. She acknowledged that Huo Lingxian was indeed exceptional. Whether in talent, beauty, strength, or her background, she had no flaws. But he shouldn't think about her every day. That was pure unrequited love. I believe that as a fire cultivator, Huo Lingxian is very likely to come, but I feel it would be better for you if she doesn't come. After all, Huo Lingxian's strength is far more terrifying than yours. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, a tremendous sound suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Yifeng turned his gaze at the sound. Above the sky, 9 colossal fire phoenixes slowly emerged, each possessing the cultivation of the Nirvana realm. The fire phoenixes were bound by chains made of eternal cold iron, with the ends of the chains pulling a luxurious carriage inscribed with the patterns of the vermilion bird. 9 phoenixes pulling a carriage. Could it be that the proud of the fire phoenix kingdom is on it? At this moment, a cultivator beside Yifeng exclaimed, instantly causing him to tremble and instinctively look towards the ornate carriage. Under his gaze, a tall and graceful woman slowly stepped out. She was dressed in a magnificent red gown, the hem adorned with gilded vermilion bird patterns, swaying elegantly in the wind, exuding an unparalleled nobility. Her face was covered with a light veil concealing her stunning beauty, revealing only a pair of beautiful starry eyes. Although her exact features were indistinct, her unique aura was enough to indicate that she was an unmatched beauty. At the moment she appeared, the surrounding area fell into a dead silence. Only Yifeng's face revealed excitement. It's Ling Xian, it can't be wrong. She is Ling Xian. Despite the veil obscuring her features, Yifeng recognized her identity at a glance. He focused his spiritual energy, intending to fly into the air to converse with her. However, at that moment, another figure slowly emerged from the carriage. Instantly, a familiar, yet nightmarish silhouette appeared before Yifeng. Yifeng felt as if a thunderclap struck his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. After a long while, he finally reacted, his voice trembling. Impossible, how could Ling Xian be with Su Mo? Indeed, that figure was Su Mo, who had arrived alongside Ling Xian. Because Yifeng had been fighting beasts for days to increase his strength, he was entirely unaware of the happenings in the outside world. In his eyes, Ling Xian was merely the princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom, while Su Mo was just the son of the Hahuan sacred land. They should have had no connection whatsoever. Yet now the two of them arrived in the same carriage to the sacred fire secret realm, which left Yifeng incredulous and his heart aching intensely. At this moment, the Book of Years in Su Mo's mind suddenly stirred. A page regarding Yifeng suddenly revealed a passage of text. Yifeng's mentality collapsed again. Luck, diminished probability of obtaining the sacred fire secret realm inheritance decreased. Feeling the words on the Book of Years, Su Mo was filled with confusion. No, he hasn't done anything. Why is Yifeng's mentality exploding again? Su Mo had already known that the inheritance of the sacred fire secret realm was originally Yifeng's destined opportunity, so he was not surprised by Yifeng's arrival. However, what puzzled and surprised him was why Yifeng's mentality had exploded again. With this perplexity, Su Mo looked down at the crowd and soon located Yifeng. After all, among a group of ostentatious talents, it was hard not to notice someone dressed in a black robe appearing so low-key. At this moment, Yifeng's fists were tightly clenched, his eyes red, fixated on Ling Xian beside Su Mo. This involuntarily caused Su Mo's heart to harbor a hint of suspicion. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, he turned to Ling Xian and then reached out his right hand, wrapping it around her flawless waist. Indeed, the Book of Years transmitted another message. Yifeng's mentality collapsed, luck continuously decreasing. Sensing the disturbance from the Book of Years, Su Mo confirmed his suspicion. There must be some connection between Yifeng and Ling Xian. What are you doing? So many people are watching. At this moment, Ling Xian suddenly turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing. However, she did not attempt to shake off Su Mo's hand at her waist. Ling Xian, what is your relationship with Yifeng? Su Mo did not beat around the bush and directly questioned Ling Xian. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's brows furrowed even deeper. After pondering for a moment, she seemed to remember something and replied, about 10 days ago, I was training and battling beasts in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. By chance, I encountered Yifeng, who was about to be killed by a swarm of beasts, and I saved him. We then trained together for several days, and apart from that, there is nothing else between us. I see. Su Mo understood, then looked at Yifeng with a half-smile. Ah, Su Mo. I will kill you, I will kill you. At this moment, upon seeing his beloved woman being embraced by his enemy, Yifeng's already not-so-bright mind was instantly filled with anger, teetering on the edge of losing all rationality. Finger, don't be impulsive. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Qingyin shouted sharply, allowing him to regain his composure. There must be a misunderstanding. Ooh, I will go find them to clarify it right now. Yifeng's face flushed red as he prepared to confront them. Seeing this, Lin Qingyin felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. After spending so much time with Yifeng, she had somewhat understood him. Yifeng seemed to have no virtues, but he had a plethora of flaws, the most obvious being his impulsiveness and lack of composure. Despite this, Lin Qingyin still stopped him. Finger, the most urgent matter now is the inheritance of the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. After obtaining the inheritance, it will not be too late for you to confront them. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted from outside the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, followed by a dazzling celestial gate appearing before the secret realm. An ancient voice then echoed from the heavens, slowly opening that celestial gate. Only those under 20 years of age and below the Great Ascension stage may enter. Those who violate this will be obliterated by the power of the rules. With the sound of this voice, it also signified the formal opening of the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. In an instant, countless prodigies surged forth towards the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. Yifeng, seeing this, could only clench his fists unwillingly. The master was right. Once I successfully obtain the Sacred Fire inheritance, I will confront Su Mo and Ling Xian for clarity. After saying this, he shot Su Mo a fierce glare and entered the Sacred Fire Secret Realm with the crowd of prodigies. Ling Xian, let's go too. Su Mo also turned to Ling Xian and then entered the secret realm with her. The moment Su Mo entered the secret realm, he felt a whirlwind of chaos and then found himself on a ground filled with massive lava boulders. In front of him lay countless deep ravines intersecting each other, flowing with blood-red magma. The sky resembled a sea of golden flames densely covered with fiery runes. In the distance stood a colossal tower reaching the heavens, its body engulfed in fierce flames resembling the fire god's tower from the heavens above. It seems that entering the Sacred Fire Secret Realm randomly teleports one to different locations. Su Mo looked around, noticing that Ling Xian was nowhere to be found, and then turned his gaze towards the towering structure at the center of the land, deep in thought. That towering structure must be the place of inheritance for the Sacred Fire Secret Realm. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo rushed towards the direction of the Heavenly Tower. After all, his main purpose for this journey was to seize the Sacred Fire inheritance. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying and scorching dragon breath suddenly appeared, causing Su Mo to halt abruptly. Then he looked in the direction of the aura. To his right front, he spotted an extremely concealed cave. If it hadn't been for the sudden aura, Su Mo would have likely flown right over it. This cave is unusual. There must be an opportunity inside. As Su Mo gradually approached, the scorching dragon breath became even more intense, bringing a look of joy to his face. Although his primary objective was the Sacred Fire inheritance, it did not mean he was indifferent to other opportunities. While pondering, Su Mo landed at the cave entrance and directly entered the fiery cavern. From the outside, the cave appeared ordinary, but upon entering, he discovered it was incredibly spacious. It should be right ahead, Su Mo murmured to himself as he walked. Eventually, he stopped in front of a trumpet-shaped pit. Before him, in the center of the pit, lay 3 massive skeletons over 1,000 feet long. The bones were a deep black golden color, serpentine in shape, with 2 enormous horns protruding from the skull, covered in mysterious runes. It turned out to be 3 true dragon skeletons. Though countless years had passed, these dragon bones still emanated overwhelming dragon might. But that was not the most important part. The most crucial aspect was that at the center of these 3 dragon bones, a black-red flame was surprisingly floating. This flame was small and dragon-shaped, appearing like a living black baby dragon from afar. Black dragon flame. As the son of the Hahuan sacred land, Su Mo was naturally well informed and recognized the identity of this black-red flame at a glance. It was indeed the black dragon flame among the rare celestial fires. 1 rare flame combined with 3 true dragon skeletons. In an instant, a look of delight spread across Su Mo's face. He truly did not expect that his curiosity about the cave would lead him to such a treasure. He was just about to step forward to refine the black dragon flame and collect the true dragon skeletons. I didn't expect there to be treasures here. At that moment, an extremely joyful voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Su Mo immediately concealed his figure and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far behind him, a young man dressed in a magnificent black robe with a handsome face was joyfully rushing towards the black dragon flame. Su Mo frowned slightly and activated his 9 heavens eye. Name: Lin Tian. Age 2672. Fortune: purple, son of supreme fortune. Cultivation: midstage integration. Lover by Sheener, currently Su Mo's maid. Constitution: innate battle body, black dragon bloodline, inactive emperor bloodline, inactive extraterrestrial, celestial dragon. Possessing: Lin Tian originally belonged to another world, the celestial dragon realms, war dragon emperor. After death, his soul broke through the boundary and possessed the original Lin Tian. Opportunity: one of the 4 great families of the dragon domain, a member of the Lin family, rumored to be a descendant of the black dragon. 3 months later, the Wanjun nest will open, where he will obtain the Wanjun map. Another son of supreme fortune, and also by Xiner's lover. After the initial surprise, Su Mo was instantly engulfed in joy. He truly did not expect to encounter a new son of supreme fortune within the Sacred Fire secret realm. After all, sons of fortune are his opportunity detectors, and opportunities mean an increase in strength. Indeed, after Lin Tian appeared, the Book of Time in his mind added information about Lin Tian's future and the opportunities he would encounter next. By the time Su Mo finished checking, Lin Tian had already reached the 3 true dragon skeletons and was about to put them into his storage ring. Brother Dao, wait a moment. This treasure opportunity should also follow the rules of first come, first served. Seeing this, Su Mo no longer hid himself and said to Lin Tian calmly, "Who is it?" Lin Tian was startled, quickly turning to look in the direction of the voice, and upon seeing Su Mo, a trace of killing intent quietly appeared in his eyes. Then he coldly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Su Mo looked at Lin Tian with an indifferent expression. "The meaning is quite simple. I discovered this opportunity first. You leave and leave the opportunity behind. This person has already sealed his own death." Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Lin Tian's heart erupted with intense killing intent, simultaneously condemning Su Mo to death. "What if I don't leave?" Lin Tian said coldly. Hearing this, Su Mo smiled slightly. He had already anticipated that Lin Tian would refuse, as such a son of supreme fortune would not easily give up opportunities to others. Thus he had prepared a second plan, which was, whoosh. Su Mo's figure directly vanished from the spot, and before Lin Tian could react, he had already appeared in front of him. Su Mo clenched his fists tightly, activating the Dragon God technique, colorful dragon scales instantly covering his right fist. Bang! With a loud crash, Su Mo's fist struck Lin Tian's body fiercely. Lin Tian was sent flying backward by the overwhelming force, spitting out a mouthful of blood midair. Su Mo looked down at Lin Tian from above, saying, "It seems you misunderstood. I am not discussing this with you. I am informing you. So strong. How is this possible?" Lin Tian clutched his chest, slowly rising, looking at Su Mo with disbelief in his eyes. Su Mo did not respond, coldly stating, "My patience is limited. If you don't leave, you will lose your life." Su Mo's words were filled with killing intent. This was not because Su Mo did not want to kill Lin Tian. One reason was to keep him around for opportunities. The other reason was that a person possessed by an emperor-level powerhouse must have many trump cards, and Su Mo currently lacked the confidence to kill him. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian gritted his teeth, reluctantly glaring fiercely at Su Mo, as if hesitating over something. "Currently, my Black Dragon bloodline and Emperor bloodline have yet to awaken. I am not his opponent at the moment. It's a pity to waste this celestial fire and dragon skeleton." Unlike those inexperienced individuals like Yi Feng, as a reborn emperor-level powerhouse, Lin Tian naturally understood what it meant to know when to be pragmatic. Thus, he quickly made a decision. "Farewell." Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly and slowly left the cave, inwardly raging as he walked. "Although I do not know who you are, I will remember you. Once I awaken the bloodline of the Black Dragon and the Emperor, it will be your demise." Su Mo naturally knew that Lin Tian would not let this go easily, and he was uncertain about what to say to himself. But he did not care. Ever since obtaining the Divine Maiden Shard, he was destined to offend all the fated children of fortune in the world. Lin Tian would eventually become his enemy. This was merely a matter of time. After Lin Tian left, Su Mo hurried over to the 3 dragon skeletons and the Black Dragon Flame to avoid any delays. He then extended his hands, placing them on the dragon skeletons. In an instant, the Divine Dragon Art activated automatically, and the profound runes on the 3 dragon skeletons gradually faded. At the same time, Su Mo's aura began to rise. Ultimately, the 3 dragon skeletons completely lost their luster, and Su Mo's cultivation level rose to the mid-stage of integration. Although his cultivation merely advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage, the reality was much more profound. The greatest enhancement was in Su Mo's physical body. After absorbing the ancestral blood essence and practicing the Divine Dragon Art, his body was already incredibly robust, comparable to a humanoid weapon. Now, having absorbed the essence of the 3 dragon skeletons, Su Mo himself did not even know how strong his body would be when unleashing his full power. "If only someone were here now to have a good fight with me," Su Mo sighed softly. He then began to refine the Black Dragon Flame from the dragon skeletons. The process of refining the Black Dragon Flame went smoothly, as this strange fire was not as formidable as the Yin-Yang Chaotic Flame. Within no time, Su Mo completely refined it. His cultivation level rose again, directly breaking through to the peak of the mid-stage of integration, officially surpassing his fiancée, Hua Lingxian, including the previous 2 flames. "This is already the 3rd strange fire I have refined. One must know that the strange fires of heaven and earth are incredibly violent. Ordinary geniuses wouldn't dare to refine them lightly. Even if one was lucky enough to succeed in refining one, doing so with 2 or more would likely lead to the strange fire going out of control, resulting in self-immolation. However, after refining 3 strange fires, Su Mo felt no discomfort. This was not only because he possessed the sun's sacred body, but also due to his cultivation of the Tianyang divine art. Although it was merely a flawed version, its rank likely reached the imperial level or even surpassed it. Therefore, even if he were to refine 3-6 or more, he would face no problems. On the contrary, the increase in the number of strange fires fused would significantly enhance his strength. Now it was time to head out to obtain the sacred fire inheritance. Suemo opened his eyes, stored the black dragon flame, and then left the underground cave, looking towards the towering giant tower in the distance. After a moment, he stopped hesitating. His figure flashed and transformed into a golden streak of light, racing towards the giant tower at incredible speed. Half an hour later, Suemo arrived 1,000 meters away from the giant tower. However, upon approaching, he discovered that the giant tower was situated on top of a towering volcano with scorching red lava flowing within 1,000 meters around. Its only connection to the ground was a seemingly endless red crystal staircase. At that moment, many geniuses were already climbing up the crystal stairs. At approximately 100 stairs up, Suemo spotted Yifeng, who was clad in black robes. At that moment, Yifeng appeared extremely disheveled. He was panting, heavily drenched in sweat, staggering as he walked clearly on the verge of collapse. "Master, I can't hold on any longer. Can you use your soul power to help me?" Yifeng silently pleaded to Lin Qingyin. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyi's expression turned serious. "It's not that I don't want to help you. As soon as I make a move, the power of the rules here will sense it and will directly annihilate me. Besides, even if I could help, I wouldn't help you." Lin Qingyi's tone softened. "Finger, the path of the strong must be forged by oneself. Relying on external forces is ultimately not sustainable. Think of the humiliation Suemo brought upon you. Think of your lifeblood. Don't you want to wash away this humiliation and take revenge on him? If you wish to take revenge, you must reach the top and seize the sacred fire inheritance among many geniuses." Lin Qingyi's voice was like sharp blades constantly piercing into Yifeng's heart. Suddenly at that moment, Yifeng felt a gaze fall upon him. He turned his head sharply and found Suemo standing directly below the crystal staircase. At this moment, Suemo was looking at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. This made Yifeng clench his fists tightly, engulfed in endless frustration and anger within. "The master is right. I must obtain the sacred fire inheritance and reach the top before Suemo." With that, Yifeng, invigorated as if he had been injected with a stimulant, disregarded the pain in his body and forcefully stepped up the crystal staircase. "I believe in you. You have now climbed to the 103rd step. Suemo has not yet begun. Your speed in reaching the top will definitely be faster than his." Lin Qingyin, seeing Yifeng reignite his fighting spirit, hurriedly encouraged him. Of course, her words were also the truth. After all, the crystal staircase demands a high level of physical strength and spiritual will from cultivators. Moreover, the higher one climbs, the more difficult it becomes, and the pressure multiplies. Even Lin Qingyin, who was in the ring, could feel the invisible pressure seeping in during Yifeng's ascent. Now that Yifeng had already advanced over 100 steps, no matter how terrifying Suemo was, he could not surpass Yifeng and enter the flame giant tower first. However, at that moment, Yifeng no longer had the strength to respond. He merely gritted his teeth and pressed on. Meanwhile, Suemo also stopped hesitating and began to step onto the crystal staircase. "Look, someone is coming to challenge the crystal staircase. And that person seems to be the Holy Son of the Harmony sacred ground." "The Holy Son of Harmony. Isn't that the Son of the Harmony Holy Master?" "That's right, it's him. I wonder how far he can climb the crystal staircase. I estimate he won't exceed the 15th level. After all, everyone knows about his talent." As Suemo ascended, those cultivators who knew they had no chance of reaching the top began to watch the commotion and discuss among themselves. The crystal staircase beneath the flame giant tower consists of 288 steps, and each step is like a heavenly peril difficult to surpass. Earlier, a cultivator with upper-grade talent climbed and was ultimately blasted away into the lava upon reaching the 100th step due to the pressure, leaving no trace. "Wait, look." At this moment, a cultivator suddenly pointed at the crystal staircase in astonishment. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked up. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes, completely stunned. How is this possible? They saw Suemo as if unaffected by the pressure running up the crystal staircase. Indeed, he was running directly. 10 steps, 20 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps. In just a few breaths, Suemo sprinted up to the 100th step as if it were flat ground. "Oh, isn't this junior brother Yi? I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Upon reaching the level where Yifeng was, Suemo gently patted his shoulder, smiling. Yifeng heard that familiar voice. His pupils suddenly constricted as he turned around sharply. The moment he saw Suemo, his mind was struck as if by a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily blank. "Suemo, you. How did you get here?" However, Suemo did not respond, choosing to ignore Yifeng and continued to ascend rapidly. In just a few breaths, Yifeng could no longer see his figure. What on earth is happening? How is Suemo climbing so fast? At this point, Yifeng completely lost his composure, yelling in anger within his heart. Not only Yifeng, but even Lin Qingyin wore a look of shock. After all, she had been certain that Suemo would not catch up to Yifeng. Yet just a few minutes had passed, and Suemo not only caught up, but even surpassed Yifeng by a wide margin. To be able to run under such immense pressure. This guy is simply not human. Even if he entered the flame tower before me, so what? The holy fire inheritance does not grant itself to whoever enters first. The inheritance must be mine. At this moment, Yifeng let out a loud roar, then bore the pressure and began to climb again. Sigh. Lin Qingyin observed this and did not cheer for Yifeng as she had before, merely letting out a sigh. After all, to be able to run on the crystal ladder under such immense pressure was enough to prove that Sumo's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, with Sumo's mastery of the path of fire, could such a gap really be closed by a single holy fire inheritance? Could she really reshape her body and return to her peak by following Yifeng? At this moment, Lin Qingyin was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Suemo had already successfully reached the top and stood before the giant flame tower. He looked at the massive and ancient tower door in front of him and softly said, "If all goes well, the holy fire inheritance should be inside the tower." With that, he directly pushed open the great door of the flame tower. The moment the door was pushed open, an overwhelming heat wave accompanied by a rich scent of thyme suddenly emerged, instantly enveloping Suemo. The surrounding environment began to change, and as time flowed, Suemo had arrived in a bronze ancient hall full of traces of time. The ancient hall was dimly lit, with several thick bronze pillars standing like towering supports holding up the cracked ceiling. The bronze pillars also glimmered with faint flames. In the center of the ancient hall stood an altar covered in cracks. Everything about this place indicated that this grand hall had endured countless long years. Suddenly, the altar in the center of the ancient hall lit up. A golden flame abruptly appeared above the altar, accompanied by an overwhelming heat wave. The void of the ancient hall began to distort, and the surrounding bronze walls started to darken, transforming the entire ancient hall into a fiery furnace. Could this be? Looking at the golden flame not far away, Sumo's expression instantly turned serious. From this golden flame, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Even with his solar holy body, this feeling remained intense. It even pressed down on him to the point of making it hard to breathe. Whoever successfully refines the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame shall receive my inheritance. At that moment, a voice resonating through the soul suddenly entered Sumo's ears. Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. Upon hearing this, Sumo's pupils suddenly constricted. No wonder he felt such strong pressure from that golden flame. It turned out to be the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, ranked first on the Heavenly Flame ranking. But even if it is the first-ranked strange fire on the ranking, for Suemo, who possessed the solar holy body and practiced the Tianyang divine art, no matter how strong the strange fire, he could refine it effortlessly. Suemo ignored the pressure of the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, walking up to it and directly reaching out to cover it. Crack! Just when he was about to refine it, a spatial rift suddenly appeared, and the next moment a young man in a black robe flew out. It was none other than Yifeng. With Yifeng's appearance, that resonating voice echoed through the soul once again. Whoever refines the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame shall receive my inheritance. As the voice faded, Yifeng was instantly shaken, and he subconsciously looked towards the golden light in the hall. Upon seeing the golden flame in Sumo's hand, Yifeng's breath caught, and his eyes lit up. Could this be? The Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame ranked first on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Indeed it is. This overwhelming pressure is the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, which has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to be placed in the Holy Fire Secret Realm by the Holy Fire Emperor. At this moment, Lin Qingyin also said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's face was filled with joy, but upon seeing the strange fire in Sumo's hand, his expression immediately darkened. Suemo turned his head, and upon seeing Yifeng, his brows involuntarily furrowed. Although he had long known that Yifeng, as the child of supreme fortune, would definitely reach the top, he did not expect Yifeng to arrive so quickly. It seems this kid Yifeng still has many trump cards. Do you need something? However, Suemo quickly reacted and asked Yifeng indifferently, "Hand over the strange fire. Otherwise I will make you die in a very ugly way." Yifeng looked greedily at the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, threatening. "Are you an idiot?" Upon hearing this, Suemo was directly angered and laughed, cursing. Upon hearing Sumo's insult, Yifeng's face immediately turned a grim shade, and he glared at Suemo, roaring. "Suemo, I will give you one more chance. Hand over the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame to me, or else." Upon hearing this, Suemo merely smiled faintly. "Little brother, the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame is right here with me. If you have the ability, come and take it." "Oh, you want dare, right? Well, you lost your lifeline to me, truly a little waste." Yifeng was already impulsive, and upon hearing Suemo insult him like this, especially mentioning his lifeline, he instantly became furious. "Suemo, you will die." With that, Yifeng was about to strike Suemo. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Qingyin timely stopped Yifeng. "Fenger, do not act impulsively. Although you merged with your masters by high flame yesterday and gained the opportunity in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, your current cultivation realm has only reached the initial stage of the fusion body. But Suemo is not an ordinary person. Acting rashly might expose flaws. Upon hearing Lin Qingjian's words, Yifeng gritted his teeth, and although he was unwilling, he gradually calmed down. Master, what should I do now? I must obtain the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. Yifeng's voice was filled with urgency. He was already easily impulsive, and now to let him wait and see was simply torturous. Let's wait a bit longer. Lin Qingyin also had a troubled expression, just as she was helpless. Crack. The surrounding space of the ancient hall suddenly made a crisp sound of shattering again. Hearing the sound, one looked over. Suddenly the space beside Suemo shattered, and a pair of long slender legs and red high heels slowly stepped out. Then a stunningly beautiful woman in a luxurious red gown, her face veiled in light gauze, walked out. This woman was none other than Huo Lingxian. Lingxian. Upon seeing the woman in red, Yifeng's face immediately lit up with surprise. In Yifeng's eyes, Huo Lingxian had long been his confidant. Although the relationship between Huo Lingxian and Suemo was still unclear, they had shared some intimate moments. However, Yifeng believed there must be some hidden truth behind it. After all, Lingxian must have been coerced by that bastard Suemo. Now facing Suemo, the appearance of Huo Lingxian undoubtedly gave him a boost of confidence. Yifeng. After landing on the ground, Huo Lingxian looked at Yifeng not far away, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly not expecting him to be in the ancient palace. Yifeng, as if not noticing Huo Lingxian's frown, called out directly, Lingxuan, you only need to refine this Tai Su DX in Yin to obtain the sacred fire inheritance. Let's work together to defeat Sumo and seize the Tai Su DX in Yin. Then I'll refine it, and as long as I succeed and obtain the sacred fire inheritance, I'll go to Huafeng country to propose to your father. At that time, we can become a pair of celestial lovers. Yifeng seemed a bit carried away, chattering away without noticing Huo Lingxian's increasingly distressed expression. When he finished speaking excitedly, he realized that Huo Lingxian showed no reaction whatsoever and looked at him with cold, starry eyes. Seeing this, Yifeng became anxious. Lingxuan, why are you still dazed? Come over and help me deal with him. However, just as Yifeng finished speaking, he still did not receive a response from Huo Lingxian. Instead, Sumo's next words shattered his Dao heart in an instant. Lingxuan, come here. As Sumo's words fell under Yifeng's incredulous gaze, Huo Lingxian stepped forward gracefully and stood beside Suemo, looking down from the altar with a superior view over Yifeng. In that moment, Yifeng felt as if the whole world had turned dark, and an indescribable pain surged from his chest throughout his body. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his breath quickened. Though he had 1,000 questions to ask, they all coalesced into one. Why? What is happening? Yifeng's eyes turned red as he howled towards the sky in anguish. He genuinely could not understand why Huo Lingxian would listen to Suemo so obediently. This inevitably reminded him of Lu Ruyan, that despicable woman who colluded with Suemo to deceive and toy with him. But Lu Ruyan's betrayal was one thing. Why was Huo Lingxian also like this? Why were they all so willingly throwing themselves into Sumo's arms? What was it about Yifeng that made him so inferior to Suemo? What do you mean, why? Huo Lingxian looked at the raging Yifeng, somewhat bewildered. She was merely standing next to her fiancé. How did it seem as if she had committed some heinous crime? Although Huo Lingxian did not harbor much real affection for Suemo at present, she could not bring herself to betray her fiancé. Why did you betray me? Seeing Huo Lingxian still acting clueless, Yifeng gritted his teeth and shouted again. Are you sick? I barely know you. How can there be talk of betrayal? Huo Lingxian frowned even deeper upon hearing this, and then replied. After she spoke, Yifeng was momentarily stunned, his voice trembling. Just a chance encounter. So we were just a chance encounter. At this moment, Yifeng finally understood what pain truly meant. He felt like a clown, constantly thinking about Huo Lingxuan, believing their relationship was very close. But in reality, she had never taken him seriously. After a long while, Yifeng trembled as he looked up, his face filled with unwillingness as he gazed at Suemo. Then why are you so close to Suemo? This was what Yifeng could not comprehend the most. Even if Huo Lingxian regarded him as a stranger they met by chance, why was she so intimate with Suemo? Logically speaking, she and Suemo should have no connection whatsoever. Huo Lingxuan's expression began to show annoyance as she found Yifeng to be extremely bothersome and was about to make a move to silence him. However, at that moment, Suemo suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist without an ounce of excess flesh. Feeling the warmth of his hand around her waist, Huo Lingxian trembled slightly. Although she usually appeared very mature, in reality, she was extremely shy. Of course, Huo Lingxian only shivered a bit, but did not stop Sumo's hand. After all, Suemo was her fiancé, and she did have some affection for him, so such embraces did not bother her, and she even felt it was quite normal. However, just because Huo Lingxian didn't care, didn't mean Yifeng would. Although Hua Lingxuan's earlier words were hurtful, that did not mean Yi Feng would allow the woman he liked to be intimate with another man, especially one who was his enemy. Haha, junior brother, allow me to answer that question for you. Under Yi Feng's deadly glare, Su Mo smiled, inhaling the unique fragrance of Hua Lingxuan, and said, "In fact, several days ago, I went to Huafeng country and even arranged a marriage contract with Lingxian in front of the ruler of Huafeng country. In other words, Lingxian and I are engaged. Now you understand why we are so close." As Su Mo's words fell, Yi Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled as he looked at Hua Lingxuan, seemingly unable to believe it. Is what he said true? Hua Lingxian did not respond, merely nodding faintly. Seeing this, Yi Feng closed his eyes, and after a long time he suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, engaged. So I was the clown all along. At that moment, the book of time in Su Mo's mind displayed a piece of information. Yi Feng's Dao heart completely shattered, luck diminished. Yi Feng has lost all connection with the top luck woman. Hua Lingxuan luck drastically reduced. After checking the book of time, Su Mo smirked and once again spoke to the now slightly mad Yi Feng. By the way, junior brother, the wedding between Lingxian and me is in a month. Make sure to come, Bill give you some wedding candy. Oh, and you'll get free divine pills too. With this last statement, Yi Feng could no longer contain his rage. His expression turned completely frantic as he looked up at Su Mo and shouted, "Su Mo, die. Finger, don't be impulsive." Lin Qingyin saw Yi Feng lose control and quickly tried to calm him. However, at that moment, Yi Feng had already lost his sanity due to Su Mo's mockery and humiliation. Moreover, Lin Qingyin had been repeating that phrase recently, causing him to yell in his heart, always telling me not to be impulsive, not to be impulsive. Su Mo is shitting on my head, and you just keep repeating that useless phrase. If you were my master, you should help me grow stronger, letting me defeat Su Mo instead of saying, "Don't be impulsive," all day long. After saying this, Lin Qingyi's beautiful eyes immediately became somewhat dazed, and an indescribable sorrow surged within her heart. She truly did not expect her disciple to speak to her in such a manner. Although she initially took him as a disciple only to reconstruct her physical body, as time passed, she gradually regarded Yi Feng as a true disciple and one of the most important people in her life. For Yi Feng, she even offered her own innate fire just to make him stronger and successfully obtain the inheritance. Yet at this moment, her most important disciple, the most important person in her life, was shouting at her. Although she was a quasi-emperor powerhouse during her prime, in the end, she was just a woman who had only a few decades of cultivation time after casting away her remnants of soul. At this moment, being yelled at by Yi Feng, her eyes gradually turned red and moist. "Since you don't want to listen, then I won't care about you anymore." Lin Qingyin gently sniffed, her voice sharp, and then she stopped speaking. "If I hope you mean what you say." Yi Feng clearly did not notice Lin Qingyi's emotional changes. Upon hearing this, instead of comforting her, he coldly sneered. Yi Feng and the top luck woman Lin Qingyin have developed a rift luck, plummeting luck level, dropping from purple to blue. At that moment, Su Mo suddenly discovered through the book of time in his mind that Yi Feng's luck level had dropped by 1 rank, directly falling out of the ranks of the top fortunate sons. What is going on? Who is Lin Qingyin? Wait, could she be the old man in Yi Feng's ring? No, it should be the old lady instead. At this moment, Su Mo's mind was racing, but before he could think it through, he was interrupted by Yi Feng's direct words. "Su Mo, Hua Lingxian. Today I will make you understand just how tragic the consequences of provoking Yi Feng can be." Boom. With that, a deafening sound echoed. Then an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Yi Feng's body, accompanied by a raging wave of heat. Following that, a flame as green as the sea, filled with astonishing pressure, suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's hand. This fire was the life fire given to him by Lin Qingyin, the 5th ranked on the heavenly flame list, known as the Bai Hai Yin. Ha ha, Su Mo, you must have never seen a flame with such immense power, right? Yi Feng laughed heartily, his words brimming with pride. "Let me tell you, this is a celestial flame, the most powerful flame in the world. Today I will use this extraordinary fire to completely crush you and erase all the humiliation I suffered at your hands before. And you, Hua Lingxuan, if you regret it now, it's not too late. As long as you agree to fight Su Mo with me and dissolve your engagement with him, we can still become Dao partners. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Hua Lingxuan's expression suddenly turned cold. No matter what Su Mo said, he was still her betrothed, and Yi Feng had repeatedly sought to make him an enemy, even uttering such shameless words. This was truly something an uncle could endure, but an aunt could not. Therefore, she was now filled with rage, ready to strike and silence him, but was stopped by Su Mo's hand. Su Mo looked at Yi Feng with the gaze of someone watching a fool, and said lightly, "You don't need Hua Lingxian to deal with you. I can handle it alone. Of course, if you're scared, you can let your remnant soul hidden in the ring come out and join you." With those words, Lin Qingyin, hidden in the ring, suddenly sensed something amiss, her heart trembling. That Su Mo discovered me. How is that possible? At that moment, Lin Qingyin wore a shocked expression. Although she was now just a remnant soul, she was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse in her prime. Even though she was far from her former self, she was quite confident in her stealth ability. After all, back then even the elder saints of the Hahuan's sacred ground had failed to detect her. Yet now her existence had actually been discovered by Su Mo Jr., and for a moment Lin Xingyin felt that this handsome young man before her was so mysterious. At the same time, she felt a trace of curiosity towards this young man. Su Mo, you really are incredibly arrogant. After I completely defeat you, let's see if you can still be so defiant. However, Yi Feng, who had long been blinded by rage, could only hear Su Mo's first sentence. The next moment, he struck out violently. In an instant, the Bai Hai Yin in his palms suddenly expanded, enveloping his entire body and transforming into a green flame armor. Die! Yi Feng yelled angrily, and the flame armor on him instantly radiated bright light, followed by hundreds and thousands of green fireballs shooting out from the armor directly aimed at Su Mo. Seeing this, Su Mo remained unfazed and smiled lightly. Extraordinary fire. Its power is indeed remarkable. Su Mo did not deny the rarity of extraordinary fire and could understand Yi Feng's excitement and pride after having such a fire. But lucky for him, he encountered Su Mo. Su Mo slowly raised his hand, and with a booming sound, a black and white flame radiating both the utmost yang and yin suddenly appeared before him. The terrifying pressure it emanated directly shattered those green fireballs into tiny sparks, which then dissipated. The residual force continued to slam heavily onto Yi Feng's body. Poof! The moment he was struck, Yi Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at the yin-yang chaos flame before Su Mo. Is this also an extraordinary fire? How do you also possess extraordinary fire? His voice was filled with disbelief. Oh, after all the confidence he had in battling Su Mo came from this extraordinary fire. But little did he know he hadn't been boasting for long when he discovered that Su Mo also had extraordinary fire, and judging by its power, it was clearly superior to his by Hai Yin. And besides Su Mo, Hua Lingshuan, although she knew Su Mo had extraordinary fire, was still somewhat shocked to witness it again. Is this the extraordinary fire from before? She was no stranger to the yin-yang chaos flame. In fact, she had a profound impression of it, because back then Su Mo had caught her off guard with it. If he didn't have extraordinary fire, I definitely wouldn't have lost to him so easily. Hua Lingxian thought to herself just as she was about to retract her gaze. Suddenly another loud explosion resounded. Boom! Hua Lingxian's body trembled, and she hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to find that beside the yin-yang chaos flame, another flame had appeared. That flame was incredibly red, shaped like a sparrow, and the pressure it emitted was not much less than that of the yin-yang chaos flame. Clearly this was yet another celestial flame. Two extraordinary fires. How could you possibly refine and possess two extraordinary fires at the same time? With the appearance of the vermilion bird's sacred flame, Yi Feng's expression instantly turned dazed. To know that Su Mo having one extraordinary fire had already shocked Yi Feng, who would have thought that Su Mo would summon another extraordinary fire. This left Yi Feng astonished, but also somewhat puzzled. After all, extraordinary fires were inherently violent, and for an ordinary cultivator to refine just one was already an incredible feat, yet here was Su Mo who possessed two at the same time. Not to mention Yi Feng, even Lin Xingyin, a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, was equally perplexed at this moment. How on earth did he accomplish this? Could it be? Lin Xingyin seemed to have thought of something, but at that moment Su Mo smirked and continued, "It's not over yet." The next moment, he summoned the black dragon flame he had just refined today. In an instant, a black dragon-shaped extraordinary fire appeared. Looking at the three celestial extraordinary fires of different colors and emanating different auras, Yi Feng's expression was completely dazed, and even his speech became somewhat unclear. Three extraordinary fires. How could you possibly possess three extraordinary fires at the same time? If Su Mo had two extraordinary fires, he could grudgingly accept it, but three extraordinary fires. This had completely exceeded his capacity to comprehend, and he felt as if his worldview was collapsing. Didn't they say extraordinary fires were extremely violent and mutually repulsive? Why did everything change when it came to Su Mo? At that moment, he felt his brain was insufficient, ready to go insane. This is just the beginning. There are even more impossible things to come. With that, Su Mo slowly raised his hand. In an instant, under the incredulous gazes of Hua Lingshuan, Yi Feng, and Lin Xingyin, the three different flames quickly drew closer to each other. Soon the three distinct and immensely powerful flames, each exuding a different aura, began to slowly merge together at that moment. Ultimately, a violent aura capable of devastating the world enveloped the entire bronze ancient hall. A newly formed tricolored flame radiating an overwhelming destructive force suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the new flame, Hua Lingxian parted her cherry lips, seemingly wanting to say something, but found that the shock within her heart was beyond words. In the end, she could only lower her head in reluctance, biting her cherry lips and murmuring, "The flames are merging. Suemo, just how many trump cards do you have? Prior to this, although she had lost to Suemo, she felt that the gap between them was not significant, believing that with effort, she would eventually surpass him. However, today, she was astonished to discover that Suemo had not used any of his trump cards during their confrontation, and he may not have even used his full strength. This left the typically proud Hua Lingxian somewhat unable to accept the reality. In contrast, Yifeng's reaction was much greater. He widened his eyes, trembling as he pointed at the tricolored flame, filled with a sense of destruction. How is this possible? How can flames merge together? This must be fake, an illusion. It has to be an illusion. At this moment, Yifeng had completely gone mad, and his mind was starting to unravel, for everything he had encountered today had utterly overturned his worldview. Not only was he refining 3 flames simultaneously, but Suemo was also able to merge these 3 fiercely opposing and chaotic flames into one. Is this something a human can accomplish? Go! At that moment, Suemo suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Yifeng with a soft command. In an instant, the newly formed flame transformed into a tricolored streak of light, rapidly descending upon Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng broke into a cold sweat, for he sensed the aura of death emanating from the tricolored flame. If it struck him directly, he would undoubtedly die. Without further thought, Yifeng hurriedly urged his Bai Yin to form a green flame shield around him. Boom! The tricolored flame was incredibly swift, and in the blink of an eye it crashed against the flame shield, accompanied by a deafening roar. Crack! However, the green flame wall could only withstand the terrifying power of the tricolored flame for a brief moment before it began to show signs of cracking. Just as the flame wall was about to shatter completely, Yifeng's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted to the heavens, hold on. As he spoke, the bloodline of the emperor within him and the innate fire body suddenly surged, and his cultivation began to rapidly ascend. Peak early stage of integration, mid-integration, until his cultivation reached the initial stage of the great ascension before it finally stopped. Boom! As Yifeng's cultivation ascended, the previously shaky flame wall gradually stabilized, yet it still could not withstand the pressure of the 3 flames. Its shattering was only a matter of time. But Suemo had no intention of wasting time. As expected of the former top child of fortune, even after his luck has fallen to blue, he can still hold on for so long. However, I have no time to play with you any longer. It's time to end this. Sumo's expression was indifferent, and the next moment an incredibly terrifying pressure and a tempestuous heat wave suddenly burst forth from his body. A sun-like golden radiance, seemingly capable of burning the whole world to ashes, suddenly appeared above Suemo. This was the solar star phantom summoned by Suemo using the power of the sun. Then a tremendous sound resonated. The golden sun unleashed a torrential heat wave, directly crushing down towards Yifeng. Crack! In an instant, the heat wave struck heavily against the green flame shield, which had barely been holding up, causing it to shatter immediately. And the tricolored flames, now unimpeded, directly descended upon Yifeng's body. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the tricolored flames detonated, and the violent energy swept through the ancient hall, the energy shockwave, causing the entire giant flame tower to tremble slightly. Yifeng was severely injured and on the brink of death, losing the qualification for the Holy Fire inheritance, and his fortune continues to decline. An information segment echoed in Sumo's mind from the Book of Time. He should be dead now, right? Hua Lingxian looked towards the direction of the explosion and spoke. Not yet. Suemo shook his head slightly. Although his last attack, even if taken heed by someone in the mid-stage of great ascension, would be enough to result in death, Yifeng, as the child of fortune, still managed to endure it. One must admit he truly has many trump cards. Sure enough, as the thick smoke dissipated, a bloodied and heavily injured Yifeng appeared before the two. Beside him, however, a hazy phantom emerged. The phantom was dressed in a light green gauze dress with an extraordinarily beautiful appearance and elegant demeanor. She was a beauty whose looks rivaled Sumo's master Morong Shui. However, even though the phantom was breathtakingly beautiful, her condition was dire. At this moment, she was dripping with sweat, her soul power fluctuating erratically, and her figure seemed to flicker as if she might vanish at any moment. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could notice a faint green soul light enveloping Yifeng's unconscious body. Clearly, the reason Yifeng had not died was entirely due to this beautiful soul body, using her own soul power to absorb most of the attack. Who is she? Hua Lingxian was initially surprised to see Yifeng still alive, but upon noticing Lin Qingyin beside him, her expression shifted to confusion. Suemo did not respond, but directly activated the ninefold eye to check Lin Qingyian's information. Name Lin Qingyin, age 99, excluding sleep time, luck blue. In her peak period, it was purple. Her soul body state has dropped to blue, appearance 99. Physique, innate spirit body before her physical body was destroyed. Cultivation, quasi-emperor, at peak favorability, 20. Dislike status, physical body, destroyed, only a remnant soul, remains expending most of her limited soul power to save her disciple, Yi Feng with a risk of dissipating at any moment. It seems Sumo's earlier guess was indeed correct. The Lin Qingyin who had developed a grudge against Yi Feng was actually the old lady in Yi Feng's ring. Hee, so you finally decided to show yourself. Sumo put away the ninefold eye looking at Lin Qingyin who was half kneeling on the ground and chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, at the moment Lin Qingyin appeared, the goddess diagram in Sumo's mind also reacted. The manifested phantom was indeed Lin Qingyin, ranking 29, just behind Morong Shui. However, Sumo was not in a hurry. After all, capturing a top child of fortune with a high ranking would not be a matter of a day or two, requiring a gradual approach. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Lin Qingyin looked at him in astonishment. At this moment, she finally confirmed that her previous guess was correct and Sumo had truly discovered her. But how is this possible? One must know that her concealment technique could not even be seen through by ordinary saint-level experts. Yet Sumo before her not only possessed 3 flames simultaneously and allowed them to merge, but also discovered her existence. Who exactly are you? Lin Qingyin, filled with confusion, looked at Sumo and asked in a trembling voice. Who am I? Sumo merely chuckled at the words, a playful smile appearing on his face. I am but the holy son of the Hehuan sacred land. However, upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin lowered her head with a hint of bitterness. She could not bring herself to believe Sumo's words. After all, although the Hehuan sacred land was indeed powerful, it was not enough to instill fear in Lin Qingyin, who was once a peak quasi-emperor. Yet these abilities in Sumo made her truly feel their weight. First, in the Holy Sun's Hall, he summoned the legendary Sun Star. Then he possessed 3 types of strange flames which he could make merge despite their inherent repulsion and ferocity. At this moment, he could even see through her existence with his foundation establishment cultivation. Each of these feats could not possibly be accomplished by just a mere holy son of a sacred land. Lin Qingyin gently pressed her lips together and then looked at the gravely wounded and unconscious Yi Feng beside her. Though Yi Feng's earlier words had truly hurt her, he was still her only disciple after all. After a long while, Lin Qingyin slowly raised her gaze to Sumo. You can take my life, but can you spare a path for Finger? Upon hearing this, Sumo couldn't help but laugh. Such deep affection between master and disciple indeed. Lin Qingyin thought Sumo was reluctant to agree, so she quickly added, with your current strength and rate of progress, Finger is afraid he will never catch up to you in this lifetime. Moreover, killing Finger wouldn't bring you much benefit. I am different. I am a wanted criminal of the Sacred Soul Palace. If you turn me over to the Sacred Soul Palace, you could gain countless treasures even. Before she could finish, Sumo interrupted her. When did I say I wouldn't agree? Before Lin Qingyin could react, Hua Lingxian looked at Sumo in astonishment. Are you really going to let Yi Feng go? Although she knew that a mere Yi Feng posed no threat to Sumo, eliminating the root of the problem was vital to prevent future troubles. She couldn't believe that Sumo, as a holy son of a sacred land, would be unaware of such a simple principle. However, Sumo did not answer Hua Lingxian's doubts. Instead, he smiled at Lin Qingyin. I can indeed spare Yi Feng's life, and I have no need to take yours. However, I must remind you of one thing. Sumo paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In life, there will always be moments of poor judgment. However, if one realizes this in time, they can still find their way back to the right path. What is truly frightening is that some people, knowing they are wrong, still choose to continue down the wrong path, ultimately unable to turn back for their entire lives. Just say what you have to say without beating around the bush. Lin Qingyin took a deep breath and replied, now that you are left with only a remnant soul, and having just consumed the little soul power you had to save Yi Feng. If you do not quickly reconstruct your physical body, it won't be long before you completely dissipate. But can you really reconstruct your physical body by following Yi Feng? But I, Sumo, am different. Not only do I have the support of the Hehuan sacred land, but I am also the only holy son of the sacred land with great power. I can easily gather the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for reconstructing a physical body. Of course, I am not one to force others, so I will not compel you, senior. I am merely stating a fact. You should think carefully about it. After speaking, Sumo still wore a smile. In truth, Sumo was not kind enough to spare Yi Feng. Rather, the Book of Time had just given him a hint. It wrote that after this blow, Yi Feng would completely go mad upon awakening, and soon, in pursuit of power, he would fall into the path of darkness. His fortune would also plummet, turning him into a child of ordinary fate marked by the color green. At that time, Sumo could kill Yi Feng under the pretext of exterminating evil and protecting the righteous path, thereby cutting off Lin Qingyian's hopes and leading her to follow him. This was far more advantageous than directly killing Yi Feng and forcing Lin Qingyin to follow him. After all, forcibly killing Yi Feng would undoubtedly provoke Lin Qingyian's disgust and even hatred, which would be detrimental to improving their relationship. However, if Yi Feng were spared, it might just enhance Lin Qingyian's feelings towards him. Naturally, Lin Qingyin was unaware of Sumo's scheme. At this moment, after hearing Sumo's words, she bit her cherry lips, turning her head to look at the gravely wounded and dying Yifeng on the ground, revealing a look of struggle in her beautiful eyes. Lin Xingyin understood that Sumo was trying to win her over, urging her to leave Yifeng and follow the more promising Sumo. In fact, she had already realized that following Yifeng truly had no future, and it would be very difficult for her to reconstruct her physical body in this lifetime. Yet no matter what, Yifeng was still her only disciple. If Yifeng had not discovered her back, then she would have likely been captured by the Sacred Soul Palace long ago, perhaps even dissipated between heaven and earth. Therefore, taking a deep breath, Lin Qingjian's eyes regained their determination. Sumo, thank you for your kindness. However, I will not leave him until I have repaid Finger's kindness. Sumo naturally anticipated that Lin Qingyin would refuse, so he merely shook his head in regret. Since that is the case, I will not force you to make a choice. As for Yifeng, although I can spare his life, Sumo did not finish his words, but walked directly to Yifeng and slowly raised his hand, pointing towards Yifeng's dantian. Then with a sound, Yifeng's realm instantly plummeted like a punctured balloon until he became an ordinary person. After doing all this, Sumo operated the spiritual energy within him. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual energy burst forth from his body. Under his control, a green flame slowly detached from Yifeng's body. It was the strange flame Yifeng had just obtained the Bai Hai Yen. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Sumo's body, and under the astonished gazes of Huolingxian and Lin Qingyin, he began to refine the Bai Hai Yen. In less than half an hour, Sumo completely refined the Bai Hai Yen. It became his fourth strange flame. This left Huolingxian and Lin Qingyin beside him once again in shock. It should be noted that even with Lin Qingjian's help, Yifeng had spent several days to completely refine the Bai Hai Yen. Yet now Sumo had managed to completely refine the Bai Hai Yen in less than half an hour. When did this strange flame become so easy to refine? Book of Time. Strange flame, taken Yifeng's fortune diminished, can fall to the green color at any time. After refining the Bai Hai Yen, Sumo turned to Lin Qingyin and said lightly, you can take Yifeng away. After saying this, Lin Qingjian's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she uncertainly asked, you really want to kill me and will spare Finger? Of course, I, the Holy Sun, am a man of my word. Sumo's expression remained unchanged. After receiving a positive response, Lin Qingyin looked at the extraordinarily handsome Sumo before glancing at the unconscious Yifeng on the ground, her expression suddenly appearing a bit dazed. After a long while, she gently spoke, thank you. Then she left the ancient bronze hall in a disheveled state with Yifeng. Lin Qingjian's favorability increased by 70, a current favorability 50. As Lin Qingyin departed, characters began to appear above her image on the Divine Maiden chart. What is going on? After checking the abnormal movements of the Divine Maiden's diagram, Sumo couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Although the reason he had just let Yifeng go was not only to provoke the relationship between Lin Qingyin and Yifeng, but also to enhance Lin Qingjian's affection for him. Yet he did it with a mindset of trial and error. What he didn't expect was that Lin Qingyin truly increased her affection for him because of this, and so quickly and significantly. It must be said this surprise was indeed too unexpected. Why did you let them go? At this moment, Huolingxian approached and softly asked Sumo. Sumo did not explain much, only vaguely saying, now is not the time. He then smiled meaningfully. But it will be soon. Upon hearing this, Huolingxian couldn't help but feel speechless, wondering what he was playing at. Lingxuan, I will refine the Tai Su Dxian, and you have no objections, right? Sumo glanced at the golden flames in his palm and asked. Huolingxian shook her head, coldly replying, this strange fire was originally taken by you first, so I naturally have no objections. Moreover, I can't defeat you anyway. Haha, that's true. Then you can help me guard the law. Sumo chuckled lightly before sitting down and operating the Tianyang divine art to begin refining the Tai Su Dxian. In an instant, the entire bronze ancient hall was once again enveloped by a scorching wave of heat. The surrounding bronze walls were once again melted into puddles of water. One must say the Tai Su Dxian truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 existence on the Heavenly Earth Strange Fire ranking. Its refinement difficulty is far greater than that of ordinary strange fires. Even Sumo took nearly 2 hours to successfully refine it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Tai Su Dxian instantly radiated a brilliant light and gradually merged into Sumo's body. Boom! In an instant, a loud sound akin to thunder erupted from within Sumo, and his realm experienced a tremendous breakthrough at that moment. Peak of the mid-stage of integration. Late stage of integration. It only stopped when it broke through to the early stage of great ascension. This was still under Sumo's deliberate suppression. Otherwise, with the energy of the Tai Su Dxian unleashed, it could have easily reached the mid or even late stage of great ascension. However, that would lead to an unstable foundation and be detrimental to future cultivation. Once the realm breakthrough was completed, Sumo finally opened his eyes. However, he discovered that he had unknowingly arrived in a strange environment. This was also a great hall, but unlike the bronze ancient hall, this one was utterly pitch black inside, without a hint of light, and even had a hint of eeriness. It felt as if it had been abandoned and forgotten for countless years. Where the hell is this? Is this still inside the tower? Sumo looked around in confusion, murmuring, "Boom." Just as Sumo was in confusion, a loud bang echoed. Then one, two. Dozens of terrifying strange fires exuding immense pressure appeared out of thin air, instantly illuminating the entire palace and surrounding Sumo. I've waited for tens of thousands of years, and finally I've encountered a peerless genius capable of successfully refining the Tai Su Dxin Yen. Then an old man dressed in a red robe embroidered with flame patterns appeared before Sumo. "Are you?" Sumo narrowed his eyes slightly at the old man, seemingly pondering. "I am the creator of this place, the Holy Fire Emperor." The old man smiled lightly, his expression proud. "Holy Fire Emperor." Sumo furrowed his brows slightly at the mention and murmured before looking up at the old man in the red robe. "In other words, the one who just said that refining the Tai Su Dxin Yen would grant a legacy is you." The old man in the red robe raised the corners of his mouth, nodding with a smile, corrected his eye. "Then where is the legacy?" Sumo tensed up, already sensing something was off. After all, if the Holy Fire Emperor wanted to impart a legacy, why would he say so much useless stuff? Sure enough, as soon as Sumo's words fell, the Holy Fire Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, young one. I have cultivated for 10,000 years to achieve this. How could I possibly just give it to others? Then what is the purpose of creating this Holy Fire secret realm?" Sumo was not overly flustered and asked calmly, "I have cultivated for 10,000 years to attain the title of Emperor. However, even an emperor has a day when their lifespan runs out. But how could I accept my death like this? Therefore, before I sat down, I exhausted all my cultivation to create this secret realm. After that, I used secret methods to leave a sliver of my divine soul in the tower. It was all to wait for a peerless genius like you to come and seize my body to live again." Boom. As he finished speaking, the various strange fires surrounding Sumo began to churn violently, a frenzied wave of heat instantly enveloping Sumo. Beside him, the Holy Fire Emperor looked greedily at Sumo, who was surrounded by the strange fires. "Not only do you possess the solar sacred body, but you also comprehend a mysterious technique that can summon the legendary solar star to descend. Moreover, you can refine and merge numerous strange fires at once. This kind of defiant physique will soon belong to me, the Holy Fire Emperor. Rest assured, I will take your body back to the Emperor and even transcend it, achieving the legendary supreme position." Hearing the Holy Fire Emperor's grand proclamation, Sumo chuckled. In fact, he had anticipated such a situation before setting out. After all, what kind of ruthless character could become an emperor? How could they freely give their legacy to others? There must be some hidden agenda. However, what Sumo didn't expect was that the highly regarded Holy Fire Emperor would actually resort to soul-snatching techniques used by demonic cultivators. This indeed surprised him. Logically speaking, if a peak emperor were to set their sights on someone aside from those with top-tier luck, no one could escape. However, Sumo shook his finger. "What a pity. If it were someone else, you might have actually succeeded." "Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you mean to say that I, the Holy Fire Emperor, cannot possess you, a mere ant at the integration stage?" Sumo remained expressionless, simply nodding gently. "Ha ha, you ignorant little brat. Yes, I admit your talent is terrifying, but so what? Did you see the dozens of strange fires surrounding you? Although I could not refine them during my lifetime. In this space, I can use secret methods to control them to attack. Even if I only have a sliver of my residual soul left, my strength is still at the peak of the great ascension stage. But with these strange fires, even a nirvana stage cultivator would die here." As he finished speaking, the Holy Fire Emperor clearly grew impatient, directly controlling the various strange fires, transforming them into dozens of colorful streams of light, rushing straight towards Sumo. However, to the surprise of the Holy Fire Emperor, Sumo merely raised his hand slowly to release his spiritual power, effortlessly blocking the attack. He sustained no injuries at all. After completing these actions, Sumo looked around at the various colors and different auras of the strange flames and said with great interest, "Are you saying these strange flames are currently unclaimed?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Fire Emperor suddenly felt a bad premonition and said coldly, "What do you intend to do?" Sumo did not answer, but slowly raised his hand and began to refine the closest purple strange flame. "Hey, you want to refine strange flames? That's utterly ridiculous. Even if you possess a technique that allows you to refine multiple strange flames simultaneously, what of it? There must be a limit to that technique. Besides, with the Tai Su Emperor heart flame that you just refined, you have already refined 4 strange flames. I don't believe your body can withstand a 5th strange flame. Moreover, refining strange flames takes a lot of time, and during that time I will have enough opportunity to seize your body." After saying this, the Holy Fire Emperor prepared to control the strange flames again to deliver a fatal blow to Sumo. Boom. However, at that moment, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from within Sumo's body. The Holy Fire Emperor's pupils instantly constricted, instinctively looking towards the direction of the sound. Then he witnessed a scene he would find hard to forget for a lifetime. The strange flame that Sumo was about to refine had actually broken free from his control and was now hovering in front of Sumo. This indicated that Sumo had indeed refined that strange flame. Moreover, it had been done in such a short time, effectively refining it in an instant. How is this possible? For a moment, even the Holy Fire Emperor, who was once one of the most powerful beings in the ancient world, looked utterly incredulous. However, Sumo paid no attention to the shocked Holy Fire Emperor and began to swiftly refine the next strange flame. Moments later, another muffled sound echoed as this strange flame was successfully refined by Sumo in an instant. Sumo's realm also rose from the early stage of the Great Ascension to the peak of the initial stage. Feeling the powerful force within him, a trace of excitement appeared on Sumo's face. He then looked up at the strange flames in the sky, his gaze filled with fervor as if he were gazing upon an unmatched celestial beauty. In the next moment, he stopped hesitating and activated the Tianyang divine art with all his might. Instantly, a vast surge of spiritual power erupted from Sumo's body, enveloping the entire hall and drawing all the strange flames towards him. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the Holy Fire Emperor, one flame, two flames. Strange flames were swiftly refined by Sumo. His realm began to rise rapidly. Mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Latest stage of the Great Ascension. Boom. With the last strange flame refined by Sumo, his realm reached an astounding level of completion in the Great Ascension, just one step away from breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Refreshing. Sumo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then looked up at the somewhat dazed Holy Fire Emperor. Thank you for your strange flames, you're quite a decent person. After speaking, he slowly raised his hand. Boom boom. As a series of booming sounds erupted, the strange flames within Sumo were summoned one by one, and finally, over 20 strange flames appeared behind him. Now you can rest easy and die. Sumo spoke lightly. In the next moment, all the strange flames began to expand, rapidly enveloping the Holy Fire Emperor like a raging tide, devouring him. I am so unwilling. Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, the remnant soul of the Holy Fire Emperor was completely consumed by the strange flames. Moreover, this black hall gradually shattered due to the death of the Holy Fire Emperor, and finally, with a crack, the surrounding space directly collapsed. Sumo also slowly opened his eyes, surprisingly finding that he had never left the bronze ancient hall from the beginning. It seemed that everything that had just happened was merely an illusion created by the Holy Fire Emperor to seize his body. So did you obtain the Holy Fire inheritance? Upon seeing Sumo wake up, Lingxian hurriedly asked. Sumo stood up and shook his head, stating, actually, the Holy Fire inheritance was just bait. The Holy Fire Emperor had hidden a remnant soul here, and upon seeing me refine the Tai Su Emperor heart flame, he intended to seize my body and live again. After saying this, Lingxian's expression tightened. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Lingxian's body, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at Sumo. Then you. Hearing this, Sumo couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Of course, I am the holy son of Hawan Sumo. What, you don't recognize your fiancé? Smack. After saying this, he playfully slapped Lingxian's bottom. What are you doing? That's so perverted. Feeling the familiar sensation from that spot, Lingxian also retracted her pressure, her pretty face blushing as she glared at Sumo. After a moment, she continued to ask, what happened next? Next, of course, I killed the Holy Fire Emperor in retaliation. Sumo replied casually, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the bronze ancient hall fell into a deep silence. After an unknown amount of time, Lingxian finally reacted, her voice trembling. You weren't joking with me. Of course, I can understand that you killed me, but with the Emperor involved, a retaliation. Why does it feel like I can't comprehend it? Can these two phrases really be used together? Crack. Before Sumo could respond, a series of cracking sounds suddenly emanated from around the ancient hall, and faint cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. It seemed that in the next moment, the entire secret realm was about to collapse completely. Now that the Holy Fire Emperor is dead, the secret realm he created will naturally collapse. We should leave, Sumo said. Upon hearing this, although Lingxian still had doubts, she realized the severity of the situation and nodded, following Sumo to leave the flame tower. After leaving, the two turned into two streams of light, swiftly heading towards the towering light gate in the sky. However, just as they were about to pass through the light gate, boom, that towering light gate suddenly slammed shut, followed by an ancient voice echoing throughout the entire secret realm. Since this emperor cannot live, you shall not live either. As the words fell, the entire holy fire secret realm could no longer withstand it, and the sky shattered like a mirror with endless flames raining down from the heavens. The entire secret realm instantly became terrifying, like the end of the world. What is happening? Why did the exit of the secret realm suddenly close? Who was that voice just now? Why did he refer to himself as this emperor? Now that the secret realm is collapsing and the exit is gone, are we all going to die here? The cries of many cultivators echoed at the exit of the secret realm. Hua Lingxuan's expression also turned grave. What do we do now? Suemo furrowed his brows, slightly looking up at the tightly shut light gate, unsure of what to do. After all, who could have anticipated that the Holy Fire Emperor would have such a backup? Boom. However, just as Suemo was contemplating, a sound resembling two worlds colliding suddenly erupted from beyond the light gate. Then a monstrous sword energy descended from the sky, directly slicing open the towering light gate. Subsequently, to the astonished gaze of the crowd, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a white fairy dress, holding a blue ice sword, slowly appeared before them. Master. Upon seeing the figure of the woman, Suemo instinctively shouted. Indeed, this stunning beauty wielding an ice sword was none other than his master, Morong Shui. Master. Hearing Sumo's words, Hua Lingxian could not help but gaze at the figure in the sky. Upon seeing Morong Shui's unparalleled beauty and her chilling aura, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. After all, she had never heard Suemo speak of such a powerful master. Moreover, this woman surpassed her in both looks and temperament. At this moment, it seemed Morong Shui had also heard Sumo's voice as she looked down in the direction of the sound. Upon seeing Suemo, she slightly frowned, and then her figure flickered, disappearing from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already before Suemo and Hua Lingxian. Master, why are you here? Suemo hurriedly asked upon seeing Morong Shui's arrival. I merely came to seek some opportunities. By the way, do you know who obtained the Holy Fire inheritance? Morong Shui said expressionlessly. In truth, she had come to see if she could obtain the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. However, there was clearly no need for her to explain too much to Suemo. Upon hearing this, Suemo recounted the true purpose behind the creation of the Holy Fire Emperor's secret realm, as well as the events that had transpired. Of course, he did not mention that the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame was in his possession. I see. I never expected the Holy Fire Emperor would resort to such demonic actions as seizing a body. After listening, Morong Shui looked up at the shattered sky, a hint of confusion flashing in the depths of her eyes. Recently, after poring over ancient texts, she had learned about the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame being in the Holy Fire secret realm, leading her to come here in search. Yet now Suemo says that this was merely a carefully crafted scheme by the Holy Fire Emperor. Could it be that I truly need to cultivate together with Suemo to completely eliminate the cold poison? Morong Shui looked at Suemo, biting her cherry lips, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. For nearly a century, she had browsed countless ancient texts, ultimately discovering only two solutions. The first was to cultivate together with someone of the yang physique, achieving a balance of yin and yang to completely resolve the issue. However, she dismissed this option outright. The second was the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. As long as it could be refined successfully, it could thoroughly suppress the cold poison. But now the whereabouts of the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame were unknown. Forget it, it'll just take it one step at a time. If all else fails, Morong Shui thought to herself. Then she put away her divine ice sword and looked at Suemo. I need to return to the Holy Land now. Will you come with me? Suemo nodded. Oh, just as he was about to follow Morong Shui, he suddenly thought of Hua Lingxian and turned to ask, do you want to go back to the Huafeng Kingdom, or will you come with me to the Holy Land? My father said to stay with you until the grand wedding, Hua Lingxian said with a self-deprecating smile. Suemo nodded in response and turned to Morong Shui. Master, please take Lingxian with us as we go back. She is my fiancée. Morong Shui didn't ask further, but nodded and led Suemo and Hua Lingxian towards the Hahuan Holy Land. Upon returning to the Hahuan Holy Land, Morong Shui directly went back to the valley. Hua Lingxuan, after returning to the Holy Sun Hall, with Suemo, immediately found an empty room and entered seclusion to cultivate. Clearly, Sumo's performance in the Holy Fire secret realm made her realize how vast the gap between them truly was, and now all she wanted was to become stronger quickly to narrow that distance. At this moment in Sumo's room, he was sitting cross-legged on his cultivation mat. After a moment, he turned to look at the newly arrived Lu Rian. Protect me, this holy sun is going to cultivate. After saying this, he opened the 9 heavens eye and began to check himself. Name Suemo, age 19, luck orange, not far from breaking through to yellow, cultivation great, completion, appearance 97, physique sun, saint physique, ancestor, dragon bloodline techniques, 9 yang destruction technique, divine dragon technique, heavenly sun divine technique. It must be said this journey to the Holy Fire secret realm yielded tremendous gains. Not only did he successfully refine the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, ranked first among the extraordinary fires along with many other extraordinary fires, But his cultivation had also reached the great completion realm, only one step away from breaking through to nirvana. Most importantly, his luck had unexpectedly risen to orange. Suemo calmed his emotions and then fixed his fiery gaze on the image of the goddess in his mind. Above the phantom image of Lin Qingyin, there was a treasure chest emanating rainbow light. This was the reward for Lin Qingyin reaching a 50 affinity with Suemo. Let me see what this reward is. Suemo silently thought, then opened the treasure chest. Chaos body. It is said to have been formed from a trace of primordial chaos energy when Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, and it is one of the most powerful physiques in existence, inherently containing chaotic power with immense potential. Innately able to merge with all paths, it can cultivate mutually exclusive attributes such as water and fire thunder, and even ignoring the suppression of the heavenly path with no bottlenecks in cultivation and overwhelming strength against foes of the same rank. Once fully developed, it will surely become an emperor. Note: the chaos body has a special function that allows for the merging of countless physiques into one. After reviewing the rewards in the treasure chest, Sumo's expression instantly froze, and he subconsciously swallowed hard. This physique is too monstrous. As the holy son of the Hahuan Holy Land, Suemo had certainly heard of the chaos body. It is known that among the 3,000 physiques in this world, the chaos body ranks among the top 3 terrifying existences. Moreover, a fully developed chaos body can directly confront a true ancient emperor with quasi-emperor cultivation. However, although the chaos body is unmatched in strength, the resources required for its cultivation are exceedingly terrifying, making it very difficult to cultivate to full maturity. No, for Suemo, the holy son of Hahuan, resources are the one thing he lacks the least. He chuckled, saying, "We have the conditions, we can afford it. Merge with the chaos body." With this thought, Sumo's expression turned extremely excited as he began the fusion. In an instant, an unparalleled force accompanied by vast blood energy suddenly surged from within him, enveloping the Holy Sun Hall and even the entire Holy Land. Then under Lu Rian's astonished gaze, a small ocean of colorful mist appeared in Sumo's dantian. At this moment, the colorful ocean was gradually replacing Sumo's dantian. This sea is known as the Chaos Sea. For the cultivation of the Chaos body is exceptionally unique, requiring one to open up a Chaos Sea within before embarking on the path of cultivation. However, this process is incredibly perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to disordered meridians, potentially resulting in the complete loss of one's cultivation or even death by explosion. Yet should the Chaos Sea be successfully opened, the cultivation speed would be 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator or even more. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Divine Maiden's diagram, Suemo encountered no dangers and quickly succeeded in opening the Chaos Sea. As the small, colorful Chaos Sea completely replaced his dantian, a muffled sound erupted. A terrifying aura surged from within Suemo, and at that moment his realm was elevated. He directly broke through from the Great Perfection stage to the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. This was also due to the immense resources required for the enhancement after merging with the Chaos body. Had it been earlier, merging with another sacred body would have allowed Suemo to reach at least the 6th or even 7th level of the Nirvana realm. After the merging was complete, Suemo slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. This is the Chaos body, indeed one of the strongest physiques in the world. At this moment, Suemo felt that after merging with the Chaos body, both his physical body and cultivation speed had seen tremendous enhancements. He couldn't even imagine how powerful he would be once he revealed all his trump cards. Once he calmed his excited emotions, Suemo thought to himself, "Yifeng is nearly done for now. To continue enhancing my strength and awaken more lucky daughters, I must seek out more top-tier lucky sons." After pondering this, Suemo couldn't help but think of the second lucky son he encountered in the Sacred Fire's secret realm, Lin Tian. Lin Tian is evidently an excellent candidate. However, for now, I need to prepare for the wedding first. Suemo shook his head. At the same time as Suemo thought of Lin Tian, someone in the Hahuan Sacred Land was chatting with Lin Tian using a sound transmission stone. This person was none other than Lin Tian's beloved Bai Shiner. "Lin Gage, how come you have time to contact Shiner today?" Bai Shiner lay on her bed, placing the sound transmission stone on her chest with a blissful expression. "Well, it's been a while since I contacted Shiner, and I've missed you a bit," Lin Tian replied with a smile. "If I knew you'd be a smooth talker." Bai Shiner lightly huffed with a blush on her pretty face. Hearing this, Lin Tian continued with a smile. "It's just that I haven't contacted Shiner for a long time, so I wanted to ask how you're doing in the Hahuan Sacred Land. Is anyone bullying you?" The moment those words fell, Bai Shiner's smile froze. If being caught by a very annoying lecher and being forced to cultivate together could be considered doing well, then indeed her life was quite splendid, even overflowing. However, such a situation could hardly be deemed as doing well. Bai Shiner tossed and turned on her bed, subsequently wanting to share all the grievances she had endured during this time with Lin Tian. Yet just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat, unable to utter a word. If Lin Gage knew that I was with Suemo, how would he view me? Would he abandon me? Shiner bit her cherry lips, tightly growing, increasingly fearful. Shiner, why have you suddenly stopped talking? At that moment, Lin Tian, noticing Shiner's prolonged silence, asked curiously. I've been doing quite well. Lin Gage, how have you been? In the end, Shiner still couldn't bring herself to say it, replying slowly. As her words trailed off, Lin Tian, on the other side of the sound transmission stone, clenched his fists, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. He had actually been doing quite well. But due to that mysterious youth stealing his 3 true dragon skeletons and strange fire in the secret realm yesterday, he was now feeling quite terrible. Don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, I will surely make you know the consequences of provoking me, Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Even though he did not know the true identity of that youth, his appearance was already deeply etched in his mind. Lin Gage, why have you stopped talking? Shiner asked, puzzled. Only then did Lin Tian realize, quickly replying. I'm doing quite well too. By the way, Shiner, it has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Shiner fell silent for a moment before saying, Indeed, it has been a long time. Why do you suddenly bring this up, Lin Gage? Haha, it's nothing. I just miss Shiner a bit. Once I finish my current tasks, let's pick a day to meet. Lin Tian smiled slightly. All right, Shiner nodded. Following this, the sound transmission stone gradually dimmed. After Lin Tian put away the sound transmission stone, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, and he then took out the invitation from the Hahuan sacred land that his family had received a couple of days ago. He was originally supposed to represent the Lin family to attend the wedding of the Hahuan sacred son. At that time, I will give Shiner a big surprise. Thinking of this, Lin Tian became increasingly eager for the wedding day to arrive so he could see Shiner. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression darkened. And that mysterious youth. Don't let me run into you again, otherwise you will definitely die. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the Sacred Fire secret realm, in an inn in Immortal town, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, a look of confusion in his eyes. Where is this? I shouldn't be in the Sacred Fire secret realm. At this moment, he suddenly noticed Lin Qingyin sitting cross-legged beside him and hurriedly asked, Master, where am I? Suemo and the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin opened her eyes to look at Yifeng and gently said, This place is a mortal town located 100 miles away from the secret realm. As for Suemo and the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. Lin Qingyin paused, then sighed softly. Suemo must have refined the Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame. What? The moment those words fell, Yifeng was momentarily stunned, then his expression turned furious. Suemo, you always rob me of opportunities, I will kill you. Yifeng screamed in madness, venting the hatred in his heart. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his dantian. This caused him to crouch down, suddenly holding his abdomen, and he was horrified to discover that his dantian had actually shattered, reducing him to a powerless mortal. Even the Bai flame had vanished. He abruptly raised his head to look at Lin Qingyin, his eyes bloodshot, as he questioned, What happened to my dantian? What happened to my Bai flame? What exactly took place? Finger, your cultivation was ruined by Suemo. As for the strange fire, Suemo must have practiced some overbearing technique, forcibly extracting the strange fire from your body and refining it for himself. As Lin Qingyi's words fell, Yifeng's blood surged violently, his teeth nearly crushed from clenching, and the hatred within him grew more intense than ever. Suemo, I will kill you. I will kill you. Seeing Yifeng in this state, Lin Qingyin lightly pursed her lips, wanting to comfort him, but afraid of his emotions spiraling out of control. After much hesitation, she sighed softly and finally spoke. Finger, listen to your master's advice. Forget about Suemo. Hearing this, Yifeng was immediately shocked, turning to look at Lin Qingyin. Master, what do you mean? What I mean is act as if you have never known Suemo and start anew. Lin Qingyin spoke gently. Impossible. That Suemo ruined my foundation, took my beloved, destroyed my cultivation, and seized my strange fire. He has continuously robbed me of opportunities that rightfully belonged to me. Master, you actually want me to forget? I tell you, I can never forget. At this moment, Yifeng had lost his mind, shouting hysterically. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingyin couldn't help but exclaim, Finger, are you still not clear-headed? The gap between you and young Master Su is far too great. Being his enemy will only lead to your own suffering in the end. Moreover, if it weren't for young Master Su showing mercy this time, you and I would have long since perished at his hands. What? Young Master Su? You actually call him young Master Su? So you are finally dropping the act, right? You've long seen me as an eyesore, haven't you? Since you like Suemo so much, why are you still here with me? Go be his master instead. Yifeng shouted angrily at Lin Qingyin. Yifeng's roar echoed in Lin Qingyi's mind. She looked at her familiar yet unfamiliar disciple, her heart filled with sorrow and loss. I am your master. How can you speak to your master in such a tone? Lin Qingjian's voice was filled with disappointment, even trembling slightly. If you don't deserve to be my master at all. Yi Feng sneered, then stood up and pushed the door open to leave. Lin Qingyin was left standing there stunned. After a long time, she finally trembled and closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. When did Fenger become so unfamiliar? If only she had awakened next to Su Mo back, then would she have already been able to reshape her body by now? After all, young Master Su is not only handsome, but also possesses an incredibly fearsome background, and his own strength is unfathomable. Most importantly, Su Mo is not impulsive like Yi Feng. Lin Qingyin gently pursed her lips, contemplating for a long time. Lin Qingyin and Yi Feng's conflict deepens. Yi Feng's luck continues to plummet. Lin Qingyian's favorability increases by 10, current favorability 60. At this moment in the Hahuan Sacred Emperor's mind, the Book of Time and the Divine Maiden's diagram once again stirred. Enough, no matter what, he is still my disciple. After a long time, Lin Qingyin calmed her emotions and was about to go find Yi Feng. Boom. Just then a loud noise erupted. Following that came a terrible pressure and a pitch-black aura swiftly flooding into the room. This is demonic energy. Lin Qingjian's pupils constricted, her face filled with disbelief. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Today marks the wedding day of the Saint Child of the Hahuan Sacred Land and the Princess of the Huifeng Kingdom. Thus, from early morning, the Grand Hahuan Sacred Land has been adorned with lights and decorations, the sound of drums and gongs filling the air, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Above the sacred land, luxurious palanquins and powerful beings exuding demonic energy, as well as formidable beasts with extraordinary cultivation, occasionally descended. They were all invited by the Hahuan Sacred Land, specially coming to congratulate the top authorities of the three realms: humans, demons, and spirits. If one were to observe closely among the various factions, they would spot a young man dressed in an ornate black robe with a refined appearance. This individual was none other than Lin Tian, representing the Lin family, to offer congratulations. "Shiner, we will be able to meet soon," Lin Tian said, glancing at the invitation in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had already devised a plan who, after the wedding, he would seek out by Shiner and give her a big surprise. At that moment, if Shiner was happy, they might just. With this thought, a mischievous smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. On another note, in the dressing room of the Saint Child's palace, Su Mo had changed into a red robe adorned with golden dragon patterns. While it looked splendid, it seemed somewhat plain in comparison to the nearby Huolingxian. Huolingxian wore a resplendent phoenix robe woven from a millennium-old silk embellished with a 1,000-year-old red pearl from the South Sea. The skirt's phoenix feathers danced in the wind, resembling a true phoenix soaring. Atop her head rested a golden phoenix crown intricately carved from precious gold, accompanied by bracelets, earrings, and anklets. Without exception, all of Huolingxian's attire was made from rare treasures that were priceless even in the entire primordial world. Such extravagant accessories, if worn by anyone else, might overshadow their own presence. However, on Huolingxian there was no need for concern. After all, even without makeup, her beauty and temperament were extraordinary. Now, after being adorned by Li Muxue, she resembled an unparalleled goddess at first glance. At this moment, even these dazzling treasures lost their luster before her. "You really are fortunate, my boy," Li Muxue remarked, glancing at Huolingxian while teasing Su Mo beside her. "Isn't it because my mother has good taste? Otherwise, how could I enjoy such fortune?" Su Mo replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Muxue couldn't help but chuckle, clearly delighted. "You always know how to make your mother happy. By the way, Moer, did you remember the wedding precautions I mentioned earlier?" "Of course I did. Please rest assured, mother." "Then good, let's go over it one more time, lest you forget and embarrass yourself later." At this moment, Li Muxue seemed like an anxious mortal mother, incessantly advising her son, fearing he would make a mistake. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, waiting nearby, found herself lost in thought. Upon reflection, she realized she hadn't returned to visit her parents in quite some time, wondering how they were doing and if they missed her. "Yuan, what's wrong with you?" At this point, Shiner noticed her distraction and asked. Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality and, after a brief silence, replied, "I'm fine, just suddenly remembered that I haven't been home to see my parents for a long time. I miss them a bit." "Then go back and take a look. It's not like you can't return," Shiner said, cheerfully, not thinking much of it. However, Lu Ruyan looked up at Su Mo. Previously, she could visit home anytime. But now, as Su Mo's personal maid, she could not freely enter or leave the sacred land without his permission. At this moment, Shiner also realized, her expression drooping. "Oh, I forgot you were that bad guy's maid. You can't come and go freely in the sacred land now." "But I'm not that guy's maid. Why does he have to keep me by his side? It makes me so mad, that big bad guy." Lu Ruyan was startled and quickly covered by Ziner's mouth. "Have you lost your mind? The Saint Lord is right next to us." Shiner broke free from Lu Ruyan's hold, boldly declaring, "The Saint Lord is great, she won't blame me." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking to herself that she was such a carefree, silly girl. "Li Muxue, It doesn't blame you because she considers you a daughter-in-law. You two are flirting, so she wouldn't be angry, but rather pleased. If someone else said such things, they'd probably be buried under 2 meters of grass. Of course, Baishiner was unaware of Lu Ruiyan's thoughts. At that moment, she was puffing her cheeks in annoyance. That wicked Su Mo making me participate in his wedding today. Otherwise, I could have gone out to play with Brother Lin. That big bad guy. Sigh, if only Brother Lin were here. Meanwhile, as the two girls pondered, a joyful sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted outside the Hahuan sacred land, signaling the official start of the wedding. After the sound of fireworks inside the Holy Sun Hall, Su Mo and Hua Lingxian stood up simultaneously and under the guidance of Li Muxue left the dressing room. Meanwhile, Lu Ruiyan hurriedly pulled Baishiner to closely follow behind. Before long, Li Muxue arrived at the central hall of the Holy Land. At this moment, the resplendent hall was gradually filled with countless guests, almost all of whom were renowned superpowerhouses from the ancient continent. Lin Tian, however, sat in a relatively low-ranking position, making it difficult to draw attention. Once all the guests were seated, Li Muxue slowly stood up and stepped forward to speak softly. Today marks the joyous day of our holy son of the Hahuan Holy Land. Your presence here is also to serve as witnesses. At the same time, I am very grateful that all of you have come here without exception, and Li Muxue paused, smiling. I won't waste time with unnecessary words. Let the groom enter. As Li Muxue's voice fell, Lin Tian, sitting in the back, couldn't help but lift his head to look. To be honest, although he had heard many people talk about this holy son of Hahuan, he had never seen him in person. It was said that this holy son of Hahuan had conquered the Fire Phoenix Princess with his strength, which piqued Lin Tian's interest in him somewhat. Of course, it was merely a slight interest. After all, as a reincarnated emperor powerhouse, he was inherently dismissive of his contemporaries, not out of arrogance, but rather due to the confidence instilled in him by the memories of his past life as an emperor. Under Lin Tian's gaze, a figure in a red robe slowly appeared in his sight. Instantly, Lin Tian's pupils dilated in shock, for that figure was all too familiar. It was the mysterious cultivator who had taken his 3 true dragon skeletons, an exotic fire in the sacred fire secret realm. Goodness, I had heard that the holy son of Hahuan was stunningly handsome, and seeing him today, he truly lives up to the reputation. Yes, and I heard that the Fire Phoenix Princess is also extraordinarily beautiful. Now it seems they are indeed a match made in heaven. Exactly. As the surrounding guests caught sight of Su Mo, praises erupted, causing Lin Tian's expression to gradually darken. I didn't expect the cultivator who took my opportunity to be the holy son of Hahuan. Your name is Su Mo, right? You are already not far from death. Lin Tian sneered inwardly. He did not feel the slightest fear upon learning Su Mo's identity, simply because he was a former emperor powerhouse. He had encountered countless terrifying backgrounds and extraordinarily gifted prodigies. Yet without exception, none of these prodigies compared to him. In the end, he climbed to the throne of the emperor atop their corpses. Moreover, Su Mo's talent and background were far inferior to those prodigies he had seen in his past life. Last time in the Sacred Fire Secret Realm, he had only managed to defeat him by relying on his unawakened emperor bloodline and black dragon bloodline. Once his bloodlines fully awakened, Su Mo would merely be a chicken and dog that he could easily extinguish with a snap of his fingers. Lin Tian thought calmly, then lifted his head to look again. However, in the next moment, his pupils once again widened even more intensely than before. This was because at that moment behind Su Mo there were actually 2 stunningly beautiful women. One was dressed in a white gauzy long dress, her face exquisite and carrying a captivating charm that made one's heart flutter. It was Lu Ruiyan. The other was clad in a celestial dress adorned with white lotus patterns, also stunningly beautiful, exuding a lively aura. This person was none other than Baishiner, whom he had been thinking about. It's Shiner. Why is she besides Su Mo? What is her relationship with him? In an instant, Lin Tian looked at Baishiner behind Su Mo, his face filled with disbelief and confusion. Who are the 2 women behind the Holy Sun? How can they be so stunningly beautiful? At this moment, a cultivator beside Lin Tian swallowed hard and voiced his curiosity. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Those 2 women are the personal maids of the Holy Son of Hahuan. Perhaps tonight they will serve the Holy Sun together with the Fire Phoenix Princess. Can the waist of the Holy Sun handle that? What do you care if he can handle it? Just say whether you envy him or not. Of course I envy him. The discussions among the surrounding cultivators continuously reached Lin Tian's ears, causing his eyes to widen and his inner fury to gradually rise. After a moment, he suddenly turned around and shouted angrily at the 2 cultivators who had been discussing the most. You 2 shut up. Upon hearing this, the 2 cultivators were startled, then looked at Lin Tian with some confusion. Lin Tian, however, did not pay any more attention to the 2 of them, continuing to fix his gaze on Su Mo and Baishiner behind him. The more he looked, the redder his eyes became, and the more chaotic his aura grew, clearly indicating he was at the peak of anger. What on earth is going on? Why has Shiner become that Su Mo's personal maid? Lin Tian was screaming inwardly. The top son of Fortune Lin Tian, feeling suspicious, has his fortune diminished. My. Feeling an unusual shift from the Book of Time, Su Mo's face revealed a look of surprise. Lin Tian. He then looked around at the guests and quickly spotted Lin Tian, who was sitting at the end currently, wearing an angry expression. This made him frown slightly. To be honest, he truly did not expect that Lin Tian, this new target, would come to the Hahuan Holy Land to attend his wedding. However, he hadn't done anything yet. What was Lin Tian suspicious about? Su Mo narrowed his eyes, slightly falling into deep thought. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Baishiner standing behind him out of the corner of his eye, and for a moment it seemed like a guess formed in his heart. Then he didn't hesitate any longer and called Baishiner over to help adjust his belt. Baishiner, without much thought, stepped forward and tightened the red ribbon around Su Mo's waist with her little hands. However, from Lin Tian's position, this simple action appeared as though Baishiner was leaning down to touch Su Mo. Lin Tian's mindset explodes, creating a rift with Baishiner. Fortune greatly declines. The Book of Time then displayed another line of text. After Su Mo checked at the corners of his mouth, slightly curled up, realizing that his previous guess was indeed correct, a Lin Tian's suspicion arose after seeing Baishiner. Now, due to the angle, he thought Baishiner was doing something to him. With this in mind, Su Mo grasped Baiziner's jade hand and pulled her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Let go of me, there are so many people watching." Baishiner was startled by this sudden embrace. Once she reacted, she looked at Su Mo with a mix of shame and anger. She did not understand why Su Mo suddenly went crazy and hugged her so openly. It should be noted that Baishiner was already shy, and even during their dual cultivation, she did not dare to speak loudly. At this moment, being embraced in public like this made her wish she could find a hole to hide in. Su Mo ignored her shyness and slowly raised his hand to point at Lin Tian, asking, "What is your relationship with him?" Upon hearing this, Baishiner instinctively turned her head to look in the direction Su Mo was pointing. Baishiner followed the direction Su Mo pointed towards. Upon seeing Lin Tian, her breath caught abruptly, and even her beautiful eyes trembled. After an unknown period, she murmured in disbelief, "Lin Ge. Lin Ge." Su Mo softly echoed, a playful smile appearing on his face. "Who is Lin Ge?" Baishiner seemed not to hear Su Mo's words, standing there in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Why is brother Lin here? Did he see the earlier embrace Su Mo had with her? At this moment, Baishiner felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, trembling all over as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. This holy son is asking you a question. Who is this Lin Ge? At this moment, Su Mo suddenly tightened his embrace around Baishiner and whispered, "I can't let Su Mo know about my relationship with brother Lin, or he will be in danger." After a moment, Baishiner tried her best to calm her nervous heart, looked up at Su Mo, and shook her head guiltily. "I just mistook him for someone else. He has nothing to do with me. Let me go." "Oh, nothing to do with you." This holy son finds that hard to believe. With that, he buried his head in Baiziner's hair, deeply inhaling the faint, elegant floral scent emanating from her. In an instant, Baishiner felt her delicate body stiffen, and a slight heat began to rise within her. Lin Tian's mindset is shattered, luck plummeting. "Oh, Su Mo, I swear I won't kill you in this life." It is known that even dragons have their reverse scales, let alone Lin Tian, who in his last life was a dragon. Therefore, when he saw his beloved woman being embraced and toyed with by his enemy, even the reincarnated Lin Tian, with a firm Tao heart, was filled with fury. "No, I must hold back. After all, this is the Hahuan sacred land where strong practitioners abound. There might be some misunderstanding. I need to stay calm." To be fair, Lin Tian truly deserved to be called a reincarnated emperor. Even in such a situation, he was still able to suppress his anger. If it were Yi Feng, he would probably have lost control and struck Su Mo. Seeing Lin Tian calm down after his cultivation, Su Mo was somewhat surprised. However, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Su Mo's face. Being able to suppress his anger does not necessarily mean Lin Tian has great composure. It merely indicates that he is not yet angry enough. Thus, all Su Mo needed to do was add fuel to the fire to ignite it completely. Subsequently, Su Mo leaned close to Baiziner's ear, using spiritual energy to transmit messages to both her and Lin Tian. "Shiner Ling Xian is inexperienced. It's her first time. Tonight you will serve me first and give Ling Xian a demonstration, allowing her to learn well." Lin Tian's Tao heart shattered. Serious doubts arise against Baishiner. Luck continues to plummet. As Su Mo's words fell, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming rage surge through him. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his fury. He shot up, gritting his teeth as he roared at Su Mo, "Su Mo, you seek death." As Lin Tian's voice fell, the vast sacred hall fell into a dead silence. Su Mo, however, smirked, a proud smile on his face. He finally couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, Baishiner in his arms turned pale, looking at Lin Tian with disbelief. Firstly, the Lin Tian she knew had never lost his composure like this. Secondly, she never expected Lin Tian would dare to publicly insult Su Mo. After all, this place was not his Lin family, but the Hahuan's sacred land where experts abound. In an instant, an overwhelming fear enveloped Bai Xiner's heart. At the same time, not only Bai Xiner thought so, but even the many guests in the sacred hall were startled by Lin Tian's sudden outburst. They immediately turned to look at Lin Tian, whispering among themselves. Who is this person? How dare he shout the Holy Sun's name so loudly? This is too arrogant. I don't know him, but this person dares to say the Holy Sun is seeking death. I wonder who gave him the courage. As the murmurs around continued, Lin Tian realized something was amiss and inwardly cursed. I was too impulsive. He had just intended to sit down, but at that moment Li Muxua suddenly stood up, her face filled with anger. Who are you to be so reckless in my Hahuan sacred land? It is known that Li Muxua dotes on Su Mo, her precious son, immensely. Now Lin Tian dared to publicly insult Su Mo. She was naturally furious, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. It seemed she was about to annihilate Lin Tian at any moment. Feeling the tense atmosphere around him, Lin Tian's heart shook. He looked up sharply at Su Mo, his eyes filled with rage. At this moment he finally realized. He had fallen into Su Mo's scheme. Su Mo, you're quite scheming to actually plot against me. Lin Tian glared fiercely at Su Mo. I have no grievances with you, why do you speak of me this way? Even if Su certain has a good temper, I should at least get an explanation. Su Mo did not refuse Lin Tian's gaze, instead he smiled, and said, Lin Tian, you are clearly at a disadvantage, and failed to seize the opportunity, because you lack strength. Now you still have the audacity to speak here. Alright, you were sharp with your words. Let's not discuss this matter for now. At this moment Lin Tian was furious, his lungs felt like they were about to burst, but he still couldn't outtalk Su Mo. After a moment he pointed at Bai Xiner and shouted, then how do you explain that you took my beloved and made her your personal maid? Although he and Bai Xiner had not truly established their relationship, Lin Tian had long regarded her as his cherished possession. As his words fell, a noisy discussion erupted among the crowd. After all, the Hahuan sacred land was not some ordinary sect. Since it was called a sacred land, it was a righteous sect bound by the Righteous Path Alliance. Even though the men within practiced the way of Hahuan polygamy was normal, but forcibly taking another's partner would still be looked down upon. However, even if Su Mo had really done that, they would not blame him, since he was the holy son of the sacred land, who would dare to voice discontent. Yet what puzzled everyone was that upon hearing this, Li Muxua not only showed no sign of blaming Su Mo, but instead asked with a smile, more is what he said true. Rest assured, if it is I won't blame you, instead I will support you, and in the future you. However, before she could finish, Su Mo innocently shook his head. Mother, it is certainly false, he is framing me. He continued to look at Lin Tian, a smirk on his lips. This holy son is not unreasonable. You say Bai Xiner is your beloved. Do you have any evidence? If you do, this holy son will let her leave with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes held a hint of suspicion. Are you really this kind-hearted? This holy son keeps his word, Su Mo replied with a calm expression. Well, this matter can be determined simply by asking Xiner. Lin Tian turned his gaze towards Bai Xiner. Oh, Xiner, is what he said true? Are you really his one true love? Su Mo asked, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the bowed Bai Xiner. As his words fell, Bai Xiner trembled slightly, burying her head even lower. To be honest, she was genuinely happy that Lin Tian regarded her as his one true love. She had indeed liked Lin Tian a bit before. But for some reason, ever since she was forced by Su Mo to do that kind of thing, her feelings for Lin Tian had become more like a sister's dependence on her brother, and her affection had grown increasingly faint. Yet if she said so, brother Lin would definitely not accept it, so she decided to go along with his words. Just as she was about to speak, Su Mo's voice suddenly entered her mind. On nearly 100,000 years of the holy transformation of the pure white lotus, truly an unparalleled treasure in motion. I believe you wouldn't want this matter to be known to the world, would you? Bai Xiner suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes turning red in an instant as she naturally understood that Su Mo was threatening her. She transmitted her voice. You are despicable and shameless. Your words are not trustworthy. Su Mo shrugged at her words. Who is really not trustworthy? One moment you say it's irrelevant, and the next you speak of a lifelong love. Don't think that this holy son is unaware of your relationship. In any case, I just have one thing to say. This holy son does not like his woman to have any connections with others. You can figure this out yourself. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Bai Xiner's complexion gradually turned pale, her delicate body uncontrollably trembling. After a long while, she finally spoke in a trembling voice. I can disassociate myself from him. But can I ask you to spare Lin Guest's life today? Upon hearing this, Su Mo raised an eyebrow. In fact, he had never intended to kill Lin Tian. Not to mention that such a reincarnated powerful figure at the level of an emperor surely had means to escape. He could not kill him right now. Moreover, he simply wanted to consume and lower Lin Tian's fortune to pave the way for seizing his opportunities in the future. However, since Bai Xiner had said this, Su Mo naturally would not miss the opportunity to increase his favorability. Actually, that's not impossible, but you need to agree to a small request from this holy sun. Suemo finished speaking, licking his lips. What request? Baishiner asked in a trembling voice, fearing that Suemo would make some unreasonable demand that she could not fulfill. Actually, the request is quite simple. Just like Ru Yin in the future, be my personal maid, ready at my beck and call. Suemo said with a light laugh. However, to Suemo's surprise, Baishiner did not think much and directly agreed. I agree. After agreeing, Baishiner looked up at Lin Tian, silently thinking, Lin Gu, I'm sorry. To let you live, Shiner can only. Then she steadied her gaze and slowly spoke. I am not his beloved, I have nothing to do with him. Baishiner deliberately emphasized her words to completely sever her relationship with Lin Tian, not wanting him to lose his life because of it. However, she did not know that because of this statement, Lin Tian's Dao heart suffered severe damage, and he could no longer hold himself together. Lin Tian's Dao heart was damaged, and fortune greatly declined. As the prompt from the Book of Years arrived, Lin Tian suddenly felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been struck hard by a stick, and even the sounds around him became inaudible. He stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief, looking at Baishiner as if she were a stranger. Why? After an unknown period, Lin Tian finally spoke to Baishiner in a trembling voice. Baishiner felt the gaze directed at her, biting her cherry lips, lowering her head, and not daring to meet his eyes. However, what she did not expect was that her act of avoidance at this moment caused Lin Tian to completely explode. Baishiner, I am asking you a question. Are you mute? What? He shouted hysterically, his eyes blood red. Baishiner was startled by Lin Tian's sudden roar. Was this still the gentle Lin Gu she knew? She suddenly felt that the Lin Tian before her seemed a little strange. At the same time, she instinctively compared Lin Tian to Suemo in her heart. She found that although Suemo was a bit lecherous, he treated her decently and never shouted at her except during dual cultivation. But Lin Tian. Baiziner's favorability increased by 28, current favorability 10 acquaintances. Sensing the movement on the Divine Maiden's diagram, Suemo smiled slightly. Although the increase was not much, his goal had been achieved. You are seeking death. At this moment, Li Muxue could no longer hold back, her words filled with murderous intent, and she called out to the void, come take this person to the Holy Land's prison. After my son's wedding is over, I will personally eliminate him. Whoosh. As Li Muxue's words fell, a figure dressed in black robes, exuding a terrifying aura, stepped out from the void and instantly appeared beside Lin Tian. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed Lin Tian and prepared to take him away. Lin Tian felt his body becoming uncontrollable and struggled desperately while yelling at Suemo. Suemo, did you force Shiner? Otherwise she would never say such things. You are truly despicable. His painful voice echoed throughout the holy hall, yet Suemo merely smiled slightly, a playful expression on his face, looking down at Lin Tian. It must be said that Lin Tian was indeed worthy of being a reincarnated emperor. His instincts were accurate, as he had seen through Suemo's threat to Baishiner. But what could he do about it? In fact, many guests in the holy hall also noticed that something was off with this matter. However, they would not speak up, as this was the holy land of harmony, and Suemo was the holy son of the holy land. Lin Tian also knew Suemo's identity. He gritted his teeth and glared at Suemo, shouting, Suemo, do you only know how to rely on your background to bully the weak? If you are capable, then let's spar. If I lose, you can do as you please. If I win, let Shiner leave with me. Do you dare to fight? As Lin Tian's words fell, the large holy hall fell silent, but after a moment, laughter began to ring out. I must have misheard. He dares to challenge the holy sun. Does he not know that the holy sun defeated the princess of the Fire Phoenix Kingdom just a month ago? Exactly. With his strength, I estimate he won't last 3 rounds against the holy sun. He should take a look in the mirror. The discussions around continued, and Suemo looked at Lin Tian with a smile that was not quite a smile. You want to spar with me? What? Are you scared? Lin Tian shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Suemo chuckled and mocked. I remember last time in the secret realm of sacred fire. You fled in a panic. As he spoke, Lin Tian's face instantly turned a deep shade of iron. Last time was last time, but this time I am not the same as before. Ever since the last time in the secret realm of sacred fire, he had been cultivating like a madman. Not only had he raised his cultivation to the peak of the late stage of fusion, but his bloodline of the Black Dragon and the bloodline of the Emperor had also been activated. Adding in his innate battle body, one could say that his current strength could easily defeat even a late stage of the great Ascension realm cultivator. So you are quite confident this time that you can defeat me, huh? Suemo said with a smile. Enough with the nonsense, just say whether you dare to fight me. Lin Tian did not explain, but spoke confidently. In that case, let us fight. Suemo's expression was calm as he looked at Li Muxue and nodded in acknowledgement. Although Li Muxue did not know why Suemo agreed to fight as a devoted supporter, she naturally, unconditionally supported Suemo's decision. After seeing Suemo agree with a wave of her hand, she transformed a large transparent arena in the center of the holy hall. Seeing this, Su Imo directly flashed and appeared on the arena looking down at Lin Tian. After all, such things that could strike at the Tao heart of a child of fortune were rare, he certainly could not refuse. Lin Tian, seeing this, was somewhat stunned, clearly not expecting Su Imo to actually agree to fight him. Although he was confident in his strength, if they fought he would undoubtedly crush Su Imo. However, if Su Imo did not agree to fight him, then no matter how strong he was, it would be of no use. After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian finally reacted, his face filled with joy. Ha ha, Su Imo, this will be the most regrettable decision of your life. Today I will wash away the shame of the secret realm. After saying this, Lin Tian flashed and appeared on the arena as well. My, I didn't expect the Holy Sun really agreed to spar with that Lin Tian. Interesting, why don't we guess how many rounds that Lin Tian can last against the Holy Sun? How many rounds can he last? I estimate he will be killed in one exchange by the Holy Sun. After all, he is just a nameless person. As Lin Tian stepped onto the stage, the surrounding guests began their discussions, while some unfavorable remarks also reached Lin Tian's ears. This made him clench his fists, his eyes filled with rage. A bunch of lowly creatures looking down on others. When I crush Su Imo completely, I will see what your reactions will be. After all, he had experienced this countless times before, but every time he ultimately crushed all the favored talents others had high hopes for. Thus, Lin Tian firmly believed that this time would be no exception. You make the first move. At this moment, while Lin Tian was pondering, Su Imo raised his hand and beckoned him. What do you mean? The literal meaning, you are just my defeated opponent. If I were to make the first move, it would probably end directly. Su Imo shrugged and said softly. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 critical hits, and he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted angrily, "Very well, I will see how you will take this move of mine." With that, there was a huge bang. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from within him. Accompanied by this terrifying pressure, the entire sacred hall trembled. Then a black dragon phantom radiating overwhelming might slowly appeared behind Lin Tian. His peak of the late stage of the fusion realm. Judging by this pressure, he is just a step away from breaking through to the great ascension. The black dragon phantom, along with this terrifying physical strength. Could it be that Lin Tian not only bears the bloodline of the black dragon, but also possesses an innate battle body? An innate battle body. Could it be that legendary body that grows stronger with each battle, crushing all cultivators of the same rank? It seems we have underestimated him. Unexpectedly, this nameless individual possesses such horrifying strength. The voices of those around continuously echoed, all shocked by the power displayed by Lin Tian. After all, at his age, reaching the peak of the fusion realm, while simultaneously bearing the bloodline of the black dragon and having an innate battle body, is undoubtedly top-tier talent. Even when looking across the entire ancient world, such existence is indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Not only the numerous guests present, but even the usually silent Hua Lingshuan, upon sensing the pressure emanating from Lin Tian, showed a hint of surprise. So this is the innate battle body. Indeed, the physical strength is formidable. Su Imo, how will you respond to such a physical cultivator? Hua Lingshuan murmured softly as she looked at Su Imo on the stage. The cultivation system of the ancient world can be said to be diverse. Some cultivators choose to practice swordsmanship, seeking unity with their sword to shatter the heavens. Others opt for fire cultivation, pursuing the strongest flames in the world, exotic fire, to incinerate everything. There is also a particularly unique group, that of the body-refining cultivators. This group of cultivators seeks ultimate physical strength, refining their bodies through relentless training to achieve an extraordinarily terrifying level. It is said that those who master their bodies can withstand emperors with their flesh, reaching a realm where a single punch can shatter myriad laws and crush stars. However, as far as she knew, Su Imo was merely a powerful fire cultivator, and fire cultivators are at a disadvantage against body cultivators. Moreover, with the enhancement of the black dragon bloodline, Hua Lingshuan had to admit that even if she went up to the stage, she might not be able to defeat Lin Tian. In her eyes, while Su Imo was slightly stronger than her, he was not vastly, so hence, he might also struggle against the physically powerful Lin Tian. At this moment, everyone, including Hua Lingshuan, was fixated on the two individuals on the stage. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lin Tian let out a cold laugh and suddenly surged forward, attacking Su Imo with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. What astonishing speed! The crowd gasped in surprise. Before they could react, Lin Tian had already arrived before Su Imo. Then, gathering terrifying power capable of shattering ancient mountains into his right fist, he struck fiercely towards Su Imo's face. Die! Stop! The guests below were instantly drenched in cold sweat upon seeing this. If Su Imo were to suffer an accident during this spar, the masterly Mushua would surely be enraged, and not only Lin Tian, but even they, the guests, might be implicated. Just as they were about to intervene and stop Lin Tian, Su Imo also raised his right fist. In the next moment, the divine dragon technique within him began to operate. Colorful dragon scales instantly covered his fist, and with a true dragon phantom suddenly appearing behind, Su-mo, a force capable of obliterating a star, erupted instantaneously from his right fist. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the two fists collided violently, causing the wind to surge and the earth to shake. The terrifying physical strength accompanied by the resulting shockwave rapidly spread, enveloping the entire sacred hall. How is this possible? Why is your physical body so terrifying too? Lin Tian's face revealed a look of shock upon seeing Su-mo able to contend with him physically. However, Su-mo paid no mind to Lin Tian. He merely smiled slightly, and in the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous dragon roar, he propelled the divine dragon technique to its utmost limit. With a crack, he exclaimed, "Ah, my hand." The terrifying power directly shattered Lin Tian's fist bones, and the excruciating pain caused Lin Tian to cry out in anguish. Boom. Yet before he could recover from the intense pain, Su-mo's right fist continued its momentum, striking fiercely against his body. At the moment of impact, Lin Tian felt as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain, every bone in his body shattering, and his body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He ultimately crashed heavily onto the stage. Lin Tian severely injured, all bones shattered, fortune plummeting. At this moment, the grand sacred hall fell into a deep silence. The numerous guests below stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked towards Su-mo. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally reacted and stammered, "Did I just imagine that? The Holy Sun actually sent that Lin Tian flying with a single punch." His voice was like an ordinary stone dropping into a lake, instantly shattering the calm surface. Was that Lin Tian who just flew out, and not the Holy Sun? I recall the Holy Sun is a fire cultivator. How could his physical strength be so terrifying? This is simply a dual cultivation of body and technique. How terrifying indeed. Lin Tian could just admit defeat and save himself from further embarrassment. The guests around were continually expressing their shock. Even Hua Lingxian was no exception, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment and horror as she stared blankly at Su-mo on the stage, taking a long time before she slowly spoke. How is this possible? Just moments ago, she had doubted Su-mo, believing he couldn't compete with the physically formidable Lin Tian. Yet the next moment, Su-mo demonstrated the countermeasure with action. It was to retaliate with the same physical strength. Though this method was indeed very effective, it was still quite absurd. After all, Su-mo was not facing an ordinary body-refining cultivator, but a powerful physical cultivator possessing the bloodline of the Black Dragon and an innate battle body. It was one thing for him to excel in the path of fire. Why was his physical strength also so formidable? This left no room for others. At this moment, Hua Lingxian felt extremely conflicted, as if she could never catch up to Su-mo. A deep sense of helplessness surged in her heart. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin Tian trembled as he struggled to get up, blood continuously dripping from the corners of his clothes, staring at Su-mo in disbelief. Why is your physical body so terrifying? Su-mo did not respond, merely looking down at Lin Tian with disappointment and shaking his head. Is this all you've got? Truly disappointing. With those words, Lin Tian felt his blood freeze in an instant, standing dumbfounded as Su-mo's words echoed in his mind. Is this really all there is? Remembering the humiliation he suffered in the sacred fire secret realm, a raging anger ignited within him. In the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, glaring at Su-mo with a twisted expression. Don't get too proud. I haven't shown my full strength, I have not lost. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Tian simultaneously activated the Emperor's bloodline and the Black Dragon bloodline. In an instant, an extraordinarily terrifying pressure surged forth from Lin Tian. At the same time, after activating the Emperor's bloodline, Lin Tian's shattered bones began to recover at an astonishing speed. Then a pair of black dragon horns sprouted from the top of Lin Tian's head, and a phantom of a black dragon appeared behind him, making his aura suddenly unfathomable. Is this the Black Dragon bloodline? This child actually possesses the bloodline of the dragon race. Not only that, judging by the overwhelming aura surrounding him, this child also bears the Emperor's bloodline. His ancestors must have produced an emperor. Good heavens, with both the Black Dragon and Emperor bloodlines plus his innate battle body. This child's talent is simply terrifying. The Holy Sun may be in danger. As they felt the violent aura emanating from Lin Tian, the guests around could not help but show expressions of shock, beginning to worry for Su-mo. After all, while Su-mo was strong given the talent Lin Tian was displaying at this moment, it might not be enough. The Black Dragon bloodline, the Emperor bloodline, and the innate battle body. Each of these talents is extremely top tier on its own. Yet Lin Tian is able to possess them all at once. This is simply a once in 1,000 years occurrence. Meanwhile, Bai Shiner, sensing Lin Tian's aura, was momentarily stunned. Is Lin Gu so strong? She quickly turned to Lu Rian beside her, joyfully saying, Yinner, I think I can escape from Su-mo's clutches now. However, to Zainer's surprise, Lu Rian did not share her joy, though instead, she shook her head. Shiner, things are not as simple as you think. After a pause, she turned to Shiner and continued, Sumo's strength is very strong. Extremely strong. As Sumo's first personal mage, she had protected him several times and naturally witnessed the celestial phenomena triggered during his cultivation process. Therefore, she knew just how terrifying Sumo's true strength was. Yinner, who are you really with? Furthermore, even if Sumo is strong, how could he possibly surpass Lin Gu, who possesses the innate battle body in both the Black Dragon and Emperor bloodlines? Shiner placed her hands on her hips, somewhat displeased. In response, Lu Rian shook her head helplessly. Yinner, just wait and see. Lin Gu will definitely defeat that scoundrel Sumo. Shiner huffed and pouted. At that moment on the stage, Lin Tian's violent aura gradually subsided, and his realm reached an astonishing late stage of the Great Ascension. He looked up, a sinister smile on his face as he gazed at Sumo. Ha ha ha, Sumo, you didn't expect I had such a trump card, did you? At this moment, he eagerly anticipated seeing Sumo's shocked or fearful expression. However, the scene he envisioned did not occur. Sumo's expression remained calm and unperturbed. This caused Lin Tian, who was initially pleased, to frown once more. I want to see if you will still be so composed. With that, Lin Tian gathered the strength of his entire body and fiercely concentrated it into his fist. The next moment, he suddenly swung his right fist. Black Dragon sky-shattering fist. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the heavens, a black dragon-shaped fist imprint suddenly surged towards Sumo. Just as the black dragon fist imprint was about to strike Sumo, aiming to completely engulf him, Sumo moved. Boom. The next moment, Sumo slowly raised his hand, and a thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted from within him. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a seven-colored dragon shadow, seemingly from the time of creation, appeared behind Sumo. The seven-colored dragon shadow let out a roar towards the sky, directly shattering the black dragon-shaped fist imprint. Why can you also summon the true dragon's phantom, and so powerfully? Could it be that you also possess the true dragon bloodline? Looking at the seven-colored dragon shadow behind Sumo, Lin Tian's expression instantly froze, falling into boundless shock. At this moment, not only Lin Tian, but even the surrounding guests, including Li Muxue, wore expressions of confusion. After all, the aura emanating from Sumo clearly indicated that he bore the true dragon bloodline. But isn't Sumo the holy son of the Pleasure Sect? They had never heard of the Pleasure Sect being related to the ancient true dragons. As if oblivious to the gazes of those around him, Sumo's expression towards Lin Tian remained calm. The next moment, a seven-colored light flashed from deep within his eyes, and a terrifying pressure surged towards Lin Tian like a tidal wave. Boom. The terrifying pressure instantly fell upon Lin Tian. In an instant, a force originating from deep within his bloodline overwhelmed him, leaving him gasping for breath, and even feeling an urge to kneel. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the fear that stemmed from the depths of his bloodline, trembling as he raised his head to look at Sumo. Sumo, what is going on here? What have you done to me? Sumo looked down at Lin Tian, whose legs trembled, and did not respond verbally, only speaking lightly. I need to correct you. I do not possess an ordinary true dragon bloodline. Sumo's entire body gradually became covered in seven-colored dragon scales. But the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Boom. As Sumo's words fell, an extremely terrifying dragon might suddenly erupted from his body, instantly striking at the depths of Lin Tian's soul. Thud. Under this overwhelming pressure, Lin Tian could no longer withstand the dual pressure from his soul and bloodline, and with a thud, he knelt before Sumo. As Lin Tian's heart and soul suffered a dual blow, his fortune plummeted with a hint of turning blue. It's the aura of the ancestor dragon. At this moment, Lin Tian's mind went blank, followed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He gritted his teeth and roared inwardly, "Get up! Stand up!" But no matter how he shouted, his legs felt as if they were welded to the ground, utterly immovable. Have you exhausted your moves? Next, it's my turn. At this moment, Sumo looked at Lin Tian like a slave, whispering softly. Lin Tian struggled to lift his head to look at Sumo, his breathing gradually becoming rapid, and he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yet before he could think too much, the next moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. A tidal wave of blood and chi burst forth from Sumo's body, enveloped in a hazy, colorful light, making his physical bodhi's strength unfathomable. This light was the chaos energy contained within the chaos body. With the chaos energy protecting him, the chaos bodhi's physical strength and recovery far surpassed ordinary holy bodies, even overwhelming them completely. Is this? Lin Tian, kneeling on the ground, became completely dazed upon seeing the colorful light emanating from Sumo. As a reincarnated emperor, although his current strength was weak, his experiences were incomparable to those of ordinary cultivators. This level of physical strength combined with the source aura that seemed to have existed since the universe's inception. The only physique that could perfectly match these two characteristics was the legendary existence, the chaos body ranked first among the myriad holy bodies. Lin Tian's voice was filled with disbelief. After all, this physique had disappeared for countless epochs, and logically it should not appear again. As his voice fell, the surrounding guests instantly became noisy. The chaos body. The Hahuan Holy Sun actually possesses the chaos body. How is this possible? The chaos body has completely disappeared, hasn't it? Indeed, it's been a long time since it appeared. But with this level of physical strength combined with this aura from the universe's source, only the chaos body can explain it. And the reason the chaos body ranks as the #1 physique in the ages is because its awakening conditions are extremely harsh, requiring one to first open the chaos sea within their body. However, the opening of the chaos sea is incredibly difficult, a misstep can lead to the destruction of meridians and a violent death. I didn't expect the Hahuan Holy Sun to have succeeded. Not only these guests, even Hua Lingshuan's beautiful eyes widened upon sensing the aura radiating from Su Mo. The chaos body. How is this possible? Her words were filled with disbelief. Throughout history, there have been births of chaos bodies. But only a few have succeeded in opening the chaos sea, and those who did were all emperor-level powerhouses or even existences of higher dimensions. Yet her husband not only possesses the chaos body, but he has also successfully awakened it. After the shock, Hua Lingxian suddenly thought of something. I've heard that cultivators with the chaos body, due to the protection of chaos energy, have incredibly tough bodies. It must be the same there. Then am I not? As she thought of this, she lightly pursed her lips, and her delicate face suddenly flushed bright red. Meanwhile, not far from Hua Lingshuan, Bai Ziner's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the hazy, colorful glow emanating from Su Mo. It's actually the legendary chaos body. How could that scoundrel Su Mo possess such a heavenly physique? To this, Lu Rian beside her could only shake her head with a wry smile. Shiner, didn't I tell you Su Mo is far more powerful than you imagine? Upon hearing this, Bai Shiner was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to refute. After a long silence, she huffed softly, then I just won't leave. It's no big deal. After saying this, Bai Shiner suddenly felt something was off. How did she say her true thoughts out loud? Lu Rian obviously did not expect Bai Shiner to say such a thing, silently thinking, could it be that Shiner has also fallen into that scoundrel Su Mo's hands? Moments later, the two shifted their gazes back to the arena. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Mo suddenly clenched his fist, the chaos energy within him surging into his fists, and the next moment, boom. With a thunderous explosion, Su Mo swung his fist, and a terrifyingly oppressive colorful fist mark shot straight towards Lin Tian. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes nearly bulged out, and he roared inwardly, get up. The next moment, he actually managed to withstand the Ancestor Dragon's pressure and stood up. Black Dragon breaks the heaven finger. After standing up, Lin Tian had no time to rest. He summoned all his strength and shouted, unleashing his strongest trump card. In an instant, a colossal black finger that reached the heavens was instantly pointed out by him. Boom. The fist mark and the giant finger collided violently, and the terrifying aftermath engulfed the entire sacred hall in an instant. Without the protective formation, the entire sacred ground would likely be enveloped. Crack. However, the black giant finger only held on for a breath before it could no longer withstand the pressure of the colorful fist mark starting to crack. Hold on. Lin Tian saw this and immediately gritted his teeth, trying for one last struggle. Yet in the next moment, with a deafening bang, the colorful fist mark like a raging wind instantly shattered the black giant finger and continued its relentless assault towards Lin Tian. Boom. Lin Tian had no time to react, and his body was violently struck by the fist mark. His bones shattered again, and his meridians snapped, sending him flying several meters away. Severely injured and on the verge of death, Lin Tian's fortune plummeted. Su Mo retracted his aura and slowly approached, looking down at the bloodied, breathless Lin Tian. Then he smiled lightly. You're still so weak. Upon hearing these words, Lin Tian felt an intense heat rise in his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Suppressing the excruciating pain in his body, he coldly said, Su Mo, you are indeed strong, but do not be too complacent. Do not underestimate the youth. Lin Tian will definitely return. Goodbye, ha. As Lin Tian's voice fell, his body suddenly began to burn rapidly, inflating like a balloon. The next moment, with a loud bang, Lin Tian's body exploded violently, like a burst balloon, causing Su Mo to furrow his brows. At the moment of Su Mo's confusion, a message from the Book of Time in his mind transmitted information. After viewing the hints in the Book of Time, Su Mo finally unraveled the confusion in his heart. The soul-guarding platform, huh? It's interesting, no wonder the Emperor has been reborn possessing such a life-saving treasure. Brother Lin, is that it? Suemo noticed Bai Shiner's dazed expression and slight shiver as he passed by her, seemingly believing that Lin Tian had truly self-destructed. Don't worry, little maid, he merely fled. Besides, didn't I promise to spare his life? If I hadn't deliberately held back, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Suemo spoke lightly, though his words were completely fabricated. He had indeed unleashed his full power, yet Lin Tian, being the son of destiny, managed to survive even after being beaten so badly, which left Suemo feeling helpless. It wasn't that he was weak, it was just that Lin Tian had too many advantages. However, the naive Bai Shiner, upon hearing this, innocently believed that Suemo had truly kept his promise and spared Lin Tian's life. After all, Suemo's strength had been evident. If he had gone all out, Lin Tian would have been obliterated in a single encounter. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt that besides being a bit lecherous and having high needs in that regard, Suemo was actually quite a nice person. No wonder Yinner now. Suemo noticed the increase in Bai Shiner's affection, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, his sudden whim had truly succeeded in boosting his affection level. On the high platform, Li Muxue, seeing her son return to the center of the holy hall, waved her hand, causing the arena in the air to vanish. At this moment, she was extremely excited, thinking, my son, Suemo, possesses the demeanor of an emperor. She then addressed the many guests who were still in shock. Let the wedding continue. With this statement, the guests gradually regained their senses. Wow, I never expected the Holy Son's strength to be so terrifying. He is simply a future emperor. Indeed, he possesses both the chaos body and the ancestor dragon bloodline. Such a talent is hard to find even in the vast world. As all the men looked on enviously, Suemo held Fire Lingxuan's delicate hand and slowly left the holy hall, followed closely by Lu Ruan and by Shiner, his personal maids. In the ancient-style wedding chamber, red drapes hung low and the candlelight flickered gently. At this moment, Suemo and Fire Lingxian sat side by side on the bed, and the atmosphere of the entire chamber was incredibly enchanting. After a busy day, it was finally time to get down to business. Suemo smiled slightly, reaching out to embrace Fire Lingxuan's waist, and said cheerfully, Lingxuan, what do you think I should do next? Though Fire Lingxian was a cultivation fanatic, she was not ignorant about matters of the bedchamber. Thus, even she, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush. Don't be so glib. If we are to do it, let's get on with it, she said shyly, biting her rosy lips. Suemo smiled slightly and reminded her, by the way, my dear, I forgot to tell you. Due to my unique physique and cultivation method, I shall be quite strong in that regard. If you can't handle it later, make sure to tell your husband. I will be gentle. As he finished speaking, Fire Lingxian slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes coldly glaring at Suemo. Are you mocking me for being incapable? As someone who even cultivates while sleeping, Fire Lingxuan's competitiveness was naturally quite strong. If it were any other girl, she would be shy and perhaps even plead for mercy upon hearing such words. But Fire Lingxian was different, as she would only think that Suemo was mocking her, showing pity towards her. Hee, this hasn't even begun, and you dare to make such boasts. You can rest assured and come at me boldly. Oh, I will definitely be able to handle it. On the contrary, you better not cry out that you can't take it later. Fire Lingxian said coldly, her confidence evident. After all, throughout her life, besides losing to Suemo last time, she had never been defeated before. This case would surely be no exception. After all, as the old saying goes, only the exhausted ox dies, not the field being worked. She simply did not believe that Suemo could be as formidable in that aspect as he was in combat. Oh, then I won't be polite. Suemo smirked, revealing a mysterious smile. As the candlelight extinguished, joyful songs gradually began to play, marking the start of a sleepless night. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the dragon domain at the back mountain of the Lin family's residence, in a cave beneath the cliff, a pitch-black lotus platform, shimmering with blue flames, suddenly shattered. Immediately from within the remnants of the blue flames, a handsome young man clad in a black gold long robe rapidly took shape. After a moment, the young man opened his eyes, looking at the shattered black lotus platform before him. A flash of pain crossed his eyes, which was quickly replaced by endless resentment. Suemo, I want you dead. I want you dead. The handsome young man was none other than Lin Tian, who had just self-destructed in the Hahuan Holy Hall. At this moment, although he had been resurrected on the soul-guarding lotus platform and healed from all his injuries, the life-saving treasure he had painstakingly obtained was destroyed in an instant. This made his hatred for Suemo reach an unprecedented depth. The people of the Lin family in the dragon domain seem to mostly possess true dragon bloodlines. Their ancestors must be related to the ancient true dragons. Their ancestral secret realm must hold great secrets. If I can enter and gain opportunities, my strength will surely soar, and at that time I will ensure Suemo has no place to rest. After calming his emotions, Lin Tian began to ponder deeply. Buzz. Just then the sound transmission jade at his waist suddenly lit up, emitting a buzzing sound. Lin Tian looked down, his heart shaking. Sister. He hurriedly picked up the sound transmission stone and asked, Sister, did you need something? Xiao Tian, where have you been these past few days? I can't find you anywhere. A stern voice suddenly rang out from the other end. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian scratched his chin, momentarily unsure how to respond. All right, regardless of where you are, come to the family master hall immediately. Right now. After finishing, the communication was cut off before Lin Tian could react. Looking at the gradually dimming sound transmission stone, Lin Tian felt helpless, then quickly left the cliff at the back mountain, heading towards the Lin family master hall. A fragrant stick of incense later, he arrived at the family master hall. Taking a deep breath at the sight of the grand hall before him, Lin Tian pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman dressed in a moon-white long dress, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. She was sitting on a dark red wooden chair, quietly perusing a scroll in her hand. This woman was none other than Lin Tian's sister, Lin Mingxue. Hearing the noise at the door, Lin Mingxue slowly raised her head and gently asked, "Xiao Tian, where have you been these past few days?" "I?" Lin Tian stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts after hearing this. Although Lin Tian was a powerful being reborn, he shouldn't be acting this way. However, the woman before him held an astonishing identity. She was not only Lin Tian's sister, but also the current head of the Lin family. Yet Lin Mingxue was not Lin Tian's biological sister, but rather a child taken in by his father, the previous head of the Lin family, on a snowy night before Lin Tian was born. Lin Mingxue, true to her name, possessed an elegant demeanor, disliking conflict, with her only passion being reading. If possible, she wished to spend her entire life under the protection of the Lin family, living as the esteemed young lady of the Lin family. However, contrary to her wishes, 2 years ago the head of the Lin family mysteriously disappeared, plunging the entire family into chaos. As the eldest daughter of the family head, Lin Mingxue had no choice but to accept the elder's proposal to become the new head of the Lin family. Despite her aversion to conflict, Lin Mingxue demonstrated exceptional management skills. Over the past 2 years, she not only brought order to the Lin family, but even initiated a trend of surpassing previous standards. Coupled with her stunning beauty and an aura of refined scholarship, nearly all the male disciples of the Lin family harbored secret affections for her. This naturally included Lin Tian, who, although the former Lin Tian had been consumed by the current Lin Tian, still retained a lingering affection that grew stronger with the passage of time. "Sigh, little Tian." At that moment, Lin Mingxue sighed, gently putting down her book and continuing, "Before father disappeared, his greatest concern was you. Although you possess great talent, if you continue to be complacent, no matter how gifted you are, it will ultimately go to waste. Forget it, I won't inquire further about this, but for the next few days you must stay obediently in the Lin family and focus on your cultivation. Did you hear me?" "I understand," Lin Tian muttered softly. Lin Mingxue nodded in satisfaction, then gracefully walked out of the hall. "By the way, I need to leave the family today and may not return for several days. If there are any urgent matters, you can contact me through sound transmission." Lin Tian hurriedly asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "To Dongzhou, Liuguang City, to the Liu family." Meanwhile, on the other side at the Hahuan sacred land, favorability with Huo Lingxian increased by 20, current favorability 70, acquired the top fortune of the girl, Huo Lingshuan. Yifeng's fortune is affected, goddess chart successfully lit up, and included Huo Lingshuan reward is a colorful treasure chest. The first rays of dawn streamed through the sand window, illuminating Huo Lingshuan's exquisite profile. Feeling the warmth on her face, Huo Lingxian let out a soft protest and slowly opened her beautiful starry eyes. "My wife is awake." Hearing Su Mo's voice beside her, Huo Lingxian turned her head. She saw Su Mo dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed with a playful smile. That playful smile made Huo Lingxian recall the craziness they had shared the previous night. "Couldn't you be gentler last night?" She bit her cherry lips, her gaze towards Su Mo filled with grievance. Didn't you say to let me be bold and carefree? You also said you could handle it." Su Mo chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Lingxian fell silent. Because she had indeed said that before, but prior to saying it, she had never expected Su Mo to be so strong in that regard. Moreover, he was not just strong. In the end, she was so sore that, during the process, she had been determined not to lose to Su Mo, forcing herself to endure, yet ultimately she still lost, and had to plead for mercy. She had lost to Su Mo once again. Huo Lingxian clenched her fists and suddenly looked up at Su Mo. "Don't get too smug, one day I will win, I will." Upon hearing this, Su Mo paused for a moment, then asked, "In which aspect does my wife mean to win?" With those words, Huo Lingxian was slightly taken aback, then realized that her face instantly flushed with crimson, yet even in her embarrassment, she couldn't stop talking. "Of course, I mean in every aspect. I will defeat you in both. Alright, I look forward to that day arriving soon. To be honest, being too strong is also a kind of trouble." Su Mo shrugged with a smile. After that, Su Mo did not rush to pay respects to his mother, but activated the 9 heavens eye to check his current panel. Name: Su Mo, age 19, fortune yellow, appearance 97, cultivation nirvana, realm threefold, physique sun, sacred body, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Chaos Body Techniques, 9 Suns Destruction, Art Divine Dragon, Art Heavenly Sun Divine Art. After last night's dual cultivation with Hua Lingshuan, Su Mo received a significant fortune boost through the operation of the Dragon Phoenix Huan art. At this moment his fortune had reached the 3rd level. Although compared to top-tier women like Hua Lingxian and Murong Shui, yellow was not very high. But Su Mo believed that it wouldn't be long before he could reach green-blue, or even the same purple top-tier fortune as them. Subsequently, he began checking the reward treasure chest given by the goddess chart after lighting up Hua Lingxian. 2 drops of Ancestral Dragon Blood, 2 drops of Ancestral Dragon Blood, 2 drops of Ancestral Dragon Blood, still 3 colorful treasure chests, but this time the rewards in the chests were the same. However, they contained the Ancestral Dragon Blood that Su Mo urgently needed, and it was even given in a single batch of 6 drops. It is known that cultivating the Divine Dragon art requires the combination of true dragon blood, and as the first dragon of the chaotic era, the Ancestral Dragon's strength far surpasses that of an emperor. Using its blood for cultivation can maximize the true power of the Divine Dragon art. I wonder if these 6 drops of Ancestral Dragon Blood can successfully help me cultivate to the 2nd level of the Divine Dragon art, Half Dragon. If possible, I will enhance my combat power 100-fold, and even when facing a Reincarnation Realm powerhouse, I will have no fear and may even be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Su Mo turned to Hua Lingxian. Wife, please protect me. Without waiting for Hua Lingxian's response, he began to absorb the 6 drops of Ancestral Dragon Blood, using the Divine Dragon art. In an instant the wind surged, and the clouds gathered, creating an overwhelming aura. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from within Su Mo, followed by the ethereal image of a 7-colored Divine Dragon, slowly coalescing behind him. This dragon was the ethereal image of the Ancestral Dragon. In just a moment, the large wedding chamber was enveloped by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Ancestral Dragon. What kind of cultivation method is this? Feeling the aura emanating from Su Mo, Hua Lingxian beside him widened her starry eyes, her mind becoming somewhat dazed. Her words were filled with shock and unwillingness. The shock came from the terrifying pressure Su Mo radiated, so overwhelming that it left her gasping for breath. The unwillingness stemmed from her sudden realization that the gap between her and Su Mo seemed to be widening. A gap so vast that no matter how hard she tried it felt impossible to bridge. No, it's not that it's getting wider. The gap between her and Su Mo has always been this immense. It was merely the illusion created because Su Mo hadn't used his full strength during their last engagement. Su Mo, just how strong are you? Hua Lingxian bit her cherry lips, muttering to herself. At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar emanated from within Su Mo. As the dragon's roar echoed, Su Mo's body began to undergo a quiet transformation. 2 menacing, colorful dragon horns sprouted from his head, his entire body covered in vibrant dragon scales, and his hands morphed into razor-sharp dragon claws, as if they could tear apart the heavens and earth. His physical form experienced an unprecedented growth. At this moment, Su Mo successfully cultivated to the 2nd level of the Divine Dragon technique, Half Ancestor Dragon Body. His combat power increased 100-fold. Next is the 3rd level of the Divine Dragon technique, Transformation into Dragon, to once again manifest the might of the Ancestor Dragon. Su Mo exhaled a breath of foul air, slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. The 1st level of the Divine Dragon technique, Dragon Armor, when successfully cultivated, can enhance combat power 10-fold. The 2nd level Half Dragon Body can enhance combat power 100-fold. As for the final level, Transformation into Dragon, transforming oneself into an Ancestor Dragon can enhance combat power 1,000-fold. If he could achieve Transformation into Dragon, Su Mo estimated that with just his physical strength, he could directly obliterate a Saint Realm powerhouse. However, just to go from Dragon Armor to Half Dragon requires 6 drops of Ancestor Dragon Blood. If he truly wanted to cultivate from Half Dragon to true Transformation into Dragon, he would need nearly 100 drops. Although he has the Goddess Diagram as support, Ancestor Dragon Blood is not easily obtainable. He doesn't know how many fortune-bearing women he would need to light up to gather it all. Forget it, the 100-fold combat power of the half-dragon form is sufficient for now. There's no rush to cultivate the 3rd level. Su Mo shook his head, then retracted his aura and turned his gaze toward the door. Ru Yin, come in and tidy up. As soon as he spoke, Ru Yin, who had been waiting for a long time, slowly pushed open the door and walked to the bedside to start tidying up the sheet, stained with a red plum blossom. Once she finished tidying up, Su Mo turned to the side and saw Hua Lingshuan, who had already dressed. Let's go pay respects to Mother. The woman on the morning after getting married needs to pay respects to her in-laws along with some troublesome ceremonial rites. However, Li Mushuet didn't care about this, so she only needed to get up to pay her respects the next day. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingxian nodded and slowly rose with Su Mo's support, heading straight toward the Grand Hall of the Saint Lord. Ru Yin followed closely behind. Soon the three arrived at the center of the grand hall of the Saint Lord. He Lingxian has arrived. At this moment Li Muxue was seated at the top of the hall. Upon seeing Hua Lingxuan, she completely ignored Su Mo and walked directly to Hua Lingxuan's side. Daughter-in-law pays respects to mother. Hua Lingxuan, seeing Li Muxue arrive, respectfully bowed to her. Oh, no need for that, Lingxuan, please rise quickly. Seeing this, Li Muxue hurriedly helped her up. Then she assisted Hua Lingxian to sit down in a chair, smiling as she said, Our Harmony Holy Land is more open compared to other sects, so there are not so many rules. You don't need to bow when you see me in the future, it's too troublesome. Thank you, mother. Hua Lingxian smiled and nodded. Then Li Muxue turned her gaze to Su Mo, smiling as she said, Moer, I see Lingxian seems to have some difficulty walking. Were you two quite vigorous last night? Quickly tell your mother. Upon hearing this, Su Mo couldn't help but twitch his mouth, looking utterly speechless. What kind of lewd words are these? Is this something that can be discussed publicly? Seeing Su Mo silently, Muxue thought he was just shy and turned back to continue chatting with Hua Lingxian. This left Lu Ruyin standing behind in a daze. At this moment, she recalled the Lu family from Liuguang City in Dongzhou. Ruyin, don't just stand there, come and sit with us. At this moment, Li Muxia's voice broke Lu Ruyan's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin hurriedly came forward and sat beside Su Mo. Seeing this, Li Muxue nodded in satisfaction, just as she was about to say something further. Whoosh. However, at that moment, the communication stone at her waist suddenly reacted, flashing a faint light. Li Muxue frowned slightly, picked up the communication stone, and resumed her authoritative tone as the Saint Lord. What is it? The entire hall immediately fell into silence. After a moment, Li Muxue's voice thickened. Oh, in Dong's house, Liuguang City, a demonic cultivator has appeared. As soon as Li Muxue finished speaking, Lu Ruyan's complexion instantly turned pale. Su Mo, upon hearing this, also frowned slightly. Just then, the Book of Time suddenly transmitted several pieces of information. Yifeng has fallen into the demonic path, wantonly slaughtering civilians, condemned by the heavenly Tao. His fortune has dropped a level, currently possessing green fortune. So it was Yifeng, I almost forgot about him. Su Mo silently thought. The reason he hadn't killed him in the Sacred Fire secret realm last time was that the Book of Time had indicated that Yifeng would soon fall into the demonic path, his fortune dropping to that of an ordinary child of fortune. Now it seems that it was indeed correct. It appears it is time to eradicate him thoroughly. With this thought, Su Mo began to use the unique ability of the Book of Time to check the location of the child of fortune. Dongzhou, Liuguang City. Looks like I need to head to Dongzhou. Sumo's lips curled up. He had a feeling that once he successfully killed Yifeng, the former top child of fortune, something good would happen. Alright, you need not worry about this matter. I will send an elder to Dongzhou shortly. After saying this, Li Muxue was about to put away the communication stone. However, at this moment, Su Mo suddenly spoke up. Mother, why not let me go this time? What did you just say? Li Muxue asked uncertainly. Su Mo smiled slightly. I said let this task of eradicating the demonic path be entrusted to me. There's no need to trouble the elder for such a trivial matter. All right, then you may go. Li Muxue thought for a moment, nodded, and put away the communication stone. She was not worried about Su Mo's strength after all, she had witnessed it with her own eyes yesterday. Thank you, mother. Su Mo stood up, ready to leave the grand hall of the Saint Lord. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ruyin suddenly spoke up, trembling. Su Mo paused, turned his head in confusion to look at Lu Ruyin, waiting for her to continue. Lu Ruyin trembled as she looked up at Su Mo, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking hesitantly. Saint Son, can I accompany you to Dongzhou this time? My family is in Dongzhou, and I want to go back and see. After she spoke, she lowered her head, seemingly prepared to accept Su Mo's rejection. However, to her surprise, Su Mo directly agreed. Then let's go together. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Mo with joy. Thank you, Saint Son. She truly did not expect Su Mo to agree to her request. Lu Ruyin's favorability increased by 10, current favorability 70. After that, Lu Ruyin turned to Li Muxue and the others and said a few words before quickly following Su Mo's pace out of the Saint Lord's hall. As they walked, she repeatedly murmured in her heart, Dad, Mom, please don't be in any danger. I'm coming back. In Dongzhou, in an unknown city, a figure cloaked in black, exuding a terrifying demonic aura, was holding a bizarre azure-black flame, its eerie presence seemingly ready to devour the entire world. In front of him laid a recently deceased Great Ascension cultivator. The black-cloaked figure suddenly urged the strange flame, and in the next moment, the eerie flame directly consumed the corpse before him, rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. However, even with this, the black-cloaked figure still displayed a look of dissatisfaction. Not enough, still not enough. Even with my current cultivation, it's insufficient to defeat Su Mo. I must devour more cultivators. At that moment, a stunning remnant soul apparition suddenly appeared before Yifeng, her expression sorrowful, as she said, Finger, stop now. You have already fallen into the demonic path. This person was none other than Yifeng's master Lin Qingyin. Upon hearing this, a frenzied look suddenly appeared in Yifeng's eyes. I will not stop, I will continue to devour until I kill Su Mo. After speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the northwest and coldly smiled. Lu Ru Yin, how dare you join hands with Su Mo to harm me? I will now let you experience what despair truly is. After saying this, disregarding Lin Qingyian's persuasion, he flashed away, heading straight for Liuguang City and the Lu family. Dongzhou, under the jurisdiction of the Hahuan Sacred Land, is a Dao province only 1,000 miles away from the Hahuan Sacred Land. Although this Dao province is close to the Hahuan Sacred Land, its overall strength is relatively weak. Liuguang City in the vast Dongzhou is merely a city ranked in the lower middle tier, thus most of its residents are ordinary mortals. The strongest cultivator here barely reaches the peak of the Great Ascension stage, with not even a single one in the Nirvana realm. As Su Mo and Lu Ruoyan entered Liuguang City, they were immediately hit by a stench of decay and blood. Subsequently, bizarrely shaped corpses, all bearing grotesque death expressions, came into view. Upon witnessing the hellish scene before her, Lu Ruoyan's exquisite face turned pale. It was not that she was weak or unable to bear such sights. It was because all her family members, including her parents, were in this city. Although her parents were both cultivators, their cultivation levels were not high. If they encountered that demonic force, she feared. Let's go straight to your home. At that moment, Su Mo suddenly spoke up. Lu Ruoyan paused, looking up at Su Mo. Holy Son, shouldn't we first look for traces of the demonic force? Su Mo, seeing Lu Ruoyan's expression, was slightly taken aback, but soon understood her thoughts. In truth, he was heading to the Lu family because the Book of Time had just indicated that Yifeng was currently at the Lu residence, but evidently Lu Ruoyan misunderstood his intentions. However, he is the first maid of this Holy Son. It is only natural that I prioritize the safety of your family. Su Mo did not explain further, but continued in line with her thoughts. Hearing Su Mo's words, Lu Ruoyan felt warmth in her heart. She gently bit her cherry lips, gazing up at Su Mo, and her fondness for him increased once again. In fact, apart from being a bit lecherous, the Holy Son truly excelled in all other aspects. Not only was he handsome with a great physique, but his talent and strength were also exceptionally remarkable. Besides, no one is perfect. Who can be without faults, especially man? If a man is not lecherous, that would be abnormal. After all, what are you still dawdling for? At that moment, Su Mo's voice interrupted Lu Ruoyan's thoughts. Understood, Holy Son. Lu Ruoyan quickly looked up. Immediately, the two transformed into streams of light, racing towards the Lu family at great speed. Meanwhile, the situation at the Lu residence was extremely critical. The grand Lu family hall had turned into a wasteland with only a few buildings standing desolately. Countless disciples of the Lu family, covered in blood and with faces full of terror, knelt on the ground, casting fearful glances at the black figure hovering above. That figure, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, was none other than Yifeng, who had fallen into the demonic path. Yifeng, I truly did not expect that the demonic force would be you. Why have you fallen into the demonic paths? At that moment, the head of the Lu family looked at Yifeng with an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yifeng suddenly burst into wild laughter, his laughter filled with madness. Haha, what's wrong with the demonic path? As long as I can gain power, what does it matter if I become a demon? Hearing this, the head of the Lu family clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Yifeng, if you stop now, it's not too late. If Ruoyan sees you like this, she will be utterly disappointed in you. As soon as the head of the Lu family finished speaking, Yifeng's expression darkened to the extreme, his demonic energy surging violently. Then his eyes turned bloodshot as he howled towards the heavens. Don't mention that bitch Lu Ruoyan to me. I came to the Lu family today precisely because of that bitch Lu Ruoyan. I will kill everyone she cherishes, so she knows what true despair is. After saying this, Yifeng slowly raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying black flame, exuding immense demonic energy, as if it had come from hell, suddenly appeared in his palm. I initially wanted to play with you all, but since you brought up that bitch Lu Ruoyan, I am not in a good mood now. So it's time for you all to die. As Yifeng roared, the bizarre flame began to expand at an astonishing speed, heading towards the Lu family members on the ground. The head of the Lu family, upon seeing this, could not help but feel despair arising within him. He then turned to look at a stunning woman, also covered in blood. If Lin Tian were here, he would surely recognize that this stunning woman was his sister Lin Mingxua, the head of the Lin family. Lin family head, it seems our plans have come to an end. I truly did not mean for you to suffer this unwarranted disaster. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Mingxua. There's no need to apologize, Lin family head. Oh, perhaps this is fate. The moment she heard the sound, Lin Mingxua's delicate body trembled, instinctively looking up. Above the sky, a blazing flame radiating brilliant golden light had appeared, colliding fiercely with a dark azure flame. In an instant, they began to consume each other, unwilling to part. Tai Su Dxin Yen. Upon seeing that golden flame, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply, and he turned to gaze at the source of the flame. Not far behind him, Su Imo stood side by side, with Lu Rian both appearing remarkably calm. Lu Rian, however, stood there dumbfounded, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yifeng. Su Imo, how could it be you again? The moment he saw Su Imo, Yifeng's teeth nearly shattered as he howled in a frenzy, his voice filled with overwhelming hatred. Su Imo. Hearing Yifeng's voice, Lin Mingxue softly murmured, then looked up into the sky where a young man clad in a golden white robe as handsome as an immortal came into her view. In that instant, Lin Mingxue felt as if the entire world had fallen into an absolute silence, with only the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. One might ask, at the age of blossoming emotions, in a moment of despair and life and death, when a strikingly handsome man saves you, what would you think at that time? Lin Mingxue was unaware of others' thoughts. She only knew that at this moment her entire world revolved around Su Imo, her beautiful eyes gazing dreamily at him in the sky. Godly woman ranking 52, Lin Mingxue's affection increased by 10, current affection 10, Lin Mingxue's affection increased by 20, current affection 30, Lin Mingxue's affection increased by 20, current affection 50, reward a colorful treasure chest. Meanwhile, information continuously flowed into Su Mo's mind from the godly woman ranking. Su Mo frowned slightly. He hadn't anticipated that there would be other fortunate women here, and they were even on the list of those illuminated by the godly woman ranking. Most importantly was this increase in affection a bit too fast. After a moment of searching, Su Imo finally fixed his gaze on Lin Mingxue. He then ignored Yifeng, completely grabbing Lu Rian and swiftly descending to the ground. Upon reaching the ground, Lu Rian looked at her father covered in blood and heavily injured, and could no longer control her emotions, rushing into his embrace. "Father, I thought I would never see you again." Lu Rian's voice trembled as she spoke. The head of the Lu family had a gentle expression as he patted Lu Rian's shoulder and then gently pushed her away, saying, "It's all right, Yinner, I'm still here." "Where is mother?" Lu Rian looked around, but did not see her mother. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family sighed and replied slowly, "You know your mother is weak and has just recently begun her foundation establishment." He continued, "Today, after being hit by Yifeng's strange demonic energy, she was directly injured and fell unconscious." Lin Mingxue felt her heart tighten. The demonic energy was extremely dangerous, especially the overwhelming demonic energy from Yifeng. Given her mother's meager cultivation level, she was likely. The head of the Lu family sighed, as well, showing no signs of being able to resolve the situation, then turned to Su Imo. "If it weren't for this young master saving us today, my Lu family would likely face complete annihilation. May I ask for your identity?" Hearing her father's words, Lu Rian calmed her anxious heart and introduced, "Father, this is the holy son of the Hehuan Holy Land, Su Imo." The moment the words left her mouth, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock, their faces displaying astonishment and respect. The reason was simple. The identity of the holy son of the Hehuan Holy Land was far too terrifying in this remote place. However, unlike the other members of the Lu family, Lin Mingxue did not show any signs of shock upon hearing Su Mo's identity. Instead, she stood there in a daze. "The holy son of the Hehuan Holy Land," she whispered, her tone filled with disappointment and inferiority. The fleeting feelings she had just experienced were suppressed deep within her heart. As the current head of the Lin family, Lin Mingxue was very mature. She knew her own status and felt that she was not worthy of the handsome man before her. In fact, she had prepared for this earlier. After all, how could someone capable of blocking such a terrifying otherworldly flame be an inconspicuous nobody? But why, despite her preparation, did she still feel so disappointed upon learning his identity? Lin Mingxue slowly lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Imo any longer. "So it turns out to be the Holy Sun. I am the head of the Lu family from Liuguang City, and I have met the Holy Sun." The head of the Lu family gasped in surprise and immediately prepared to bow to Su Imo. Seeing this, Su Imo quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "There's no need for that." He then looked up at Yifeng in the sky, smiling as he said, "The urgent matter now is to eliminate the demonic cultivators and uphold justice." Yifeng, however, burst into a wild laugh. "Ha ha, uphold justice. Su Imo, you really are boastful. Today is not like any other day. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant." He then glared ferociously at the members of the Lu family. "Su Imo, every time you ruin my plans, if it weren't for you, my Lu family would have been slaughtered long ago." After he spoke, Lu Rian was stunned, trembling as she raised her head to gaze at the familiar yet strange figure. After a long while, she finally trembled and spoke, "Why do you have to do this?" She truly hadn't expected that the demonic cultivator who was rampantly slaughtering in Liuguang City would turn out to be Yifeng. She also didn't expect Yifeng to forget their past friendship and wish to annihilate the Lu family. She recalled that in their childhood, Yifeng often visited the Lu family and her mother would prepare a large feast to entertain him each time. She had never thought that Yifeng could be so heartless, Even though he had severed ties with her, the other members of the Lu family were innocent. Why? How could you still ask why? Lu Rian, you betrayed me back then, and when you poisoned me with Su Mo, you should have thought of this day. Yifeng's face was filled with madness. Lu Rian trembled, saying, I only wanted to obtain the holy pill to cure your illness. However, after she spoke, her heart suddenly jolted as she looked up in shock at Yifeng. What happened to your illness? Upon hearing this, Yifeng laughed loudly once more. Ha ha ha, illness. Lu Rian, are you just now realizing it? I have never been sick, and my body is perfectly fine. The so-called poor health was merely an excuse to have you ask Su Mo for the holy pill. As he said this, a flicker of hatred flashed deep in Yifeng's eyes. But who would have thought that you, this wretched person, would actually join forces with Su Mo to harm me with a poisonous holy pill? Yifeng's words struck Lu Ruyan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned, her beautiful eyes gradually turning red. She had never imagined that Yifeng's illness was fake, merely an act. Even after their ties had been severed, she never doubted Yifeng. If Yifeng's illness was fake, then what did her initial request for the holy pill from Su Mo, which led to her being forced into dual cultivation, mean? Was it her own delusion? Or was she simply foolish? While Lu Ruyan was in a daze, Yifeng suddenly clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a dense black, demonic energy surged from his body like a tide. At this moment, his handsome face became ghastly under the influence of the demonic energy. Lu Ruyan, today, I will show you how the Lu family is completely slaughtered by me. I want you to feel what true despair is. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy, the head of the Lu family was momentarily dazed, then turned and knelt directly before Su Mo. I beseech you, Holy Son, to slay the demonic cultivators and save my Lu family. The other members of the Lu family, seeing this, also knelt down, shouting in unison, I beseech you, Holy Son, to slay the demonic cultivators and save my Lu family. Their voices surged like a tide, continuously echoing in Lu Ruyan's ears. She tightly closed her eyes, not knowing how long had passed before she suddenly looked up, wiping away her tears, and knelt before Su Mo as well. With unwavering determination, she said, I beseech you, Holy Son, to slay the demonic cultivators and save my Lu family. Looking at Lu Ruyan in front of him and the countless members of the Lu family behind her, Su Mo did not respond, but slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. In the next moment, the Tai Su Dxin reappeared, unleashing an incredibly terrifying heatwave that enveloped the entire Liuguang city. In an instant, a tremendous heatwave engulfed the Lu family, creating ripples in the air. The terrifying pressure left the surrounding cultivators gasping for breath. However, faced with such a torrential heatwave and pressure, Yifeng showed no hint of fear on his face. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Hee Su Mo, you don't think you're the only one who possesses strange fire, do you? As soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng raised his hand and summoned the eerie strange fire that appeared completely blackish green, as if it came from hell. Su Mo, you must have never seen such a special strange fire. This fire is called the prison devil devouring flame, and its sole purpose is to devour all things in the world to enhance my cultivation level. As he spoke, a smirk of pride appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. In the next moment, with a series of booming sounds, one flame, two flames. Finally, four distinct and terrifying strange fires suddenly appeared before Yifeng. Ha, I forgot to tell you that this prison devil devouring flame can even devour the strange fires of heaven and earth. Su Mo, it's no longer just you who can refine multiple strange fires at once. Yifeng can do it too. Yifeng's arrogant voice echoed throughout the heavens, continuously resonating. At this moment, whether it was the Lu family members or Lin Mingxue, they stood stunned, staring at the strange fires in the sky with eyes full of disbelief. To be able to refine four strange fires simultaneously, is this guy even human? After an unknown amount of time, the head of the Lu family finally spoke with a trembling voice. He had originally thought that with only one strange fire, Yifeng would be able to contend with Su Mo, who also possessed strange fire. But who would have thought that Yifeng had simultaneously refined four strange fires? No, if we include the prison devil devouring flame, that makes 5 strange fires. 5 against 1, such a disparity, how could one possibly win? Is heaven trying to destroy my Lu family? The head of the Lu family closed his eyes in despair. Beside him, Lin Mingxue, though her emotions were not as turbulent, still trembled slightly, revealing just how tense she was. What a pity. A hint of bitterness lingered on her stunningly beautiful face. Had she just encountered someone who stirred her heart, only to meet her demise here? Die all of you. Meanwhile, Yifeng smirked coldly and suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 4 strange fires before him, along with the prison devil devouring flame, rapidly expanded into massive fireballs at an incredible speed, heading towards the Lu family. Just when everyone thought their lives were about to end, Su Mo suddenly made his move. In an instant, the Yin-Yang Chaos Flame, Vermilion Bird, Sacred Fire, and Azure Sea Flame suddenly appeared before him, colliding heavily with the 5 strange fires in the sky. For a moment, the heavens turned color, and the earth shook. A terrifying wave of energy enveloped the area for thousands of miles. Feeling the tremors of the world, the head of the Liu family shuddered, and then raised his head in disbelief, looking towards the sky. Why are there so many strange fires appearing again? Is it so easy to refine strange fire now? His voice was filled with suspicion. Suemo, have you finally decided to bring out other strange fires? Unlike others, Yifeng was not surprised. After all, he had seen Suemo possessing multiple strange fires at once in the sacred fire secret realm. But even if you include the powerful Tai Su Emperor Heart Flame, what of it? My prison devil devouring flame is equally formidable, and combined with other strange fires, your 4 can at most match my 5 strange fires. You cannot defeat me. As time passes, my prison devil devouring flame will gradually devour your other strange fires, and in the end, I will still win. Ha ha. Yifeng laughed arrogantly at the end of his words. However, unexpectedly, Suemo showed no sign of fear after hearing this. Instead, he looked at Yifeng with an indifferent expression and said lightly, "Who told you that I only refined 4 strange fires?" Hearing this, Yifeng appeared stunned, and before he could think too much, he saw Suemo slowly raise his hand. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, one after another strange fire was summoned by Suemo, and the pressure around him grew increasingly intense. Finally, a total of 18 strange fires suddenly appeared behind Suemo, and a rolling heat wave swept through the sky, making the place feel like a purgatory of flames. At this moment, let alone Yifeng, even the cultivators opposing Yifeng were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at the nearly 20 strange fires, unable to regain their senses for a long time. This is no longer human, it's simply a fire god. The head of the Liu family trembled as he stared at Suemo in midair. Earlier, faced with Yifeng, who possessed 5 strange fires, he could still ask with doubt, is Yifeng even human? But at this moment, he couldn't even voice his doubts. In his eyes, Suemo, who could simultaneously possess 18 strange fires, was simply a reincarnation of the fire god, a being of divinity. Beside him, Lin Mingxue stared blankly at the 18 strange fires in the sky. At this moment, she felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. So he is this strong. At this moment, upon witnessing Sumo's immense strength, Lin Mingxue's affection for him surged once again. This was partly due to the fact that most people are drawn to the powerful, and seeing Sumo's might inevitably stirred her feelings. Additionally, she had already developed a crush on Suemo. Now seeing him control 18 different flames simultaneously resembling a reincarnated fire god, she felt he was beyond handsome. Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed red as the emotions she had suppressed began to ripple once more. How can this be possible? How can you possess so many different flames? Unlike the shock of others, Yifeng's face was filled with terror at this moment. Suemo, however, did not respond, merely raising his gaze with indifference. This farce should come to an end. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression instantly froze, his mind going blank. The humiliations Suemo had inflicted upon him played back one by one in his mind. After a long pause, he suddenly roared, "So what if you have many different flames? Yifeng can still defeat you." Boom. As his voice fell, Yifeng unleashed all his spiritual energy, commanding 5 different flames to swiftly suppress Suemo. Suemo, seeing this, remained unfazed, similarly controlling multiple flames that collided heavily with Yifeng's 5 flames. At the moment of impact, a thunderous roar echoed. Boom. Yifeng's 5 flames lasted only a moment before being overwhelmed by Sumo's numerous flames, which then burst into fiery light and vanished. With the disappearance of the 5 flames, the flames controlled by Suemo surged forward relentlessly, heading straight for Yifeng with devastating force. Seeing this, Yifeng's pupils constricted sharply. However, at this moment, he realized it was too late to dodge. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the flames erupted before him, exploding violently. A moment later, as the smoke cleared, a bloodied, heavily injured Yifeng appeared before everyone. "Haha, an ant dares to shake a great tree." Suemo smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sharp knife, with waves of pain and humiliation rising within him. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Yifeng had completely lost his sanity. "Suemo, you are indeed strong, and at this moment, I am no match for you. But today, even if I die, I will take you along with me." As Yifeng's voice fell, the bizarre and extreme hell demon swallowing flames suddenly became wildly violent, even breaking free from Yifeng's control, and began to devour his flesh and blood, even his soul. Yifeng completely lost his sanity, sacrificing the hell demon swallowing flame, becoming the demon among demons, his fortune plummeting. Yifeng's fortune dropped from blue to green. At this moment, the Book of Time continuously transmitted information about Yifeng. The aura of the hell demon swallowing flame grew even stronger, even surpassing the trend of the Supreme Void Emperor's heart flame. Eventually, a humanoid flame thousands of feet tall and blackish green slowly emerged in the sky. The demonic aura it emitted enveloped the entire city of flowing light. Suemo, let us settle this once and for all today. The humanoid flame let out a roar that was not human. Then the thousands of feet tall hell demon swallowing flame containing a terrifying pressure that could devour and suppress everything suddenly rushed towards Suemo. However, facing such an attack, which even a reincarnation realm expert would find extremely challenging, Suemo merely snorted coldly. A dying struggle. With that, he suddenly activated the heavenly yang divine art. In an instant, to everyone's astonished eyes, those 18 different flames suddenly fused together. In the end, they became a flame that was no less than the hell demon swallowing flame, and even exuded an aura far surpassing it, a flame thousands of feet tall. With the appearance of this flame, the laws of the entire space seemed to be pulled, revealing mysterious golden runes. Die! Suemo raised his hand, pointing at Yifeng. Boom! With a loud bang, the thousands of feet tall flame transformed into a rainbow of light, violently crashing into the hell demon swallowing flame. Then, before the horrified gazes of everyone, that thousands of feet tall humanoid hell demon swallowing flame was pierced through in less than a moment, transforming into blackish green firelight that scattered into the heavens. No! Watching the completely dissipated hell demon swallowing flame and the thousands of feet tall flame crushing towards him, Yifeng's face filled with terror. Although he had prepared himself to perish alongside Suemo at this moment, when true death loomed, fear still consumed his heart. Master, save me quickly. As the flames were about to consume him, Yifeng could no longer bear it, and shouted in a nearly pleading tone. Boom! The flames crashed down, causing an earth-shattering roar. Yifeng's meridians and bones shattered completely, rendering him a cripple, his fortune plummeting. Is he dead? Upon hearing this terrifying sound, the head of the Liu family swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Not yet, but soon. Suemo replied indifferently, then raised his head to look at Yifeng. As the dust settled, a stunning beauty in a green fairy dress appeared before everyone. At this moment, although the illusion was still breathtakingly beautiful, it appeared incredibly ethereal, as if it could completely dissipate into the world at any moment. Princess Su, we meet again. Lin Qingjian's voice was ethereal, revealing a hint of bittersweetness. Yes, Senior Lin, we meet again. Suemo said casually with his hands behind his back. Before Lin Qingyin could continue speaking, Suemo added, Senior Lin, as the righteous path's fairy, are you really going to protect your disciple, who has fallen into the demonic path and indiscriminately kills the innocent? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingjian's face turned pale instantly. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to glance at the barely breathing Yifeng. Feeling Lin Qingjian's gaze, Yifeng clung to it like a lifeline and hurriedly spoke. Master, I don't want to die, please save me. Hearing Yifeng's pitiful voice, Lin Qingyin bit her cherry lips, as if she were pondering something. After a long while, she seemed to have made a certain decision, her voice trembling. Finger, if you commit other mistakes, I can forgive you. But you have fallen into the demonic path, disregarding my warnings, killing the innocent, and even using the hell demon swallowing flame to imprison me, forcing me to watch so many innocent lives perish before my eyes. Yifeng's spirit was dazed, his voice trembling. Master, I. However, Lin Qingyin ignored him, simply closing her eyes and slowly turning away. Although she said nothing at this moment, her actions had already made everything clear. Lin Qingyin severed all ties with Yifeng, and Yifeng's fortune dropped from green to yellow. Suemo smiled slightly upon seeing this. Senior Lin, I am very glad you made the right decision. After saying this, he walked step by step towards Yifeng, each step seeming like a heavy hammer striking Yifeng's heart. Seeing Suemo, who resembled a grim reaper, approaching him, Yifeng had to put aside his pride, turning to shout at Lu Ruoyan. Ruoyan, you are Sumo's maid, quickly plead for me, save me. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts, you cannot watch me die. At this moment, he had forgotten his earlier intent to slaughter the Liu family, his mind solely filled with the desire to live. Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, Suemo frowned and turned to look at Lu Ruoyan. Feeling Sumo's gaze, Lu Ruoyan fell silent for a moment before resolutely meeting Sumo's eyes. I implore you, Holy Son, to slay the demonic cultivator Yifeng. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt struck by lightning, frozen in place, his thoughts blank. Suemo smiled lightly and walked directly in front of Yifeng. No, you cannot kill me. I refuse, Suemo, I would rather become a ghost then. Before Yifeng could finish, Suemo slowly raised his hand, and a beam of spiritual light pierced through his head in an instant. Yifeng dead. Successfully killed the top fortune child, rewarded with a super treasure chest. At the moment Yifeng died, the Book of Time in Sumo's mind suddenly stirred. I didn't expect that after slaying the child of destiny, the Book of Time would also grant rewards and even provide 2 treasure chests at once. Suemo felt a stir in his mind and was instantly delighted. With the death of Yifeng, 5 rare flames, including the prison demon-devouring flame, instantly became unowned and floated above Yifeng's corpse. Suemo naturally would not miss this opportunity. He directly activated the Tianyang divine art and began to refine them. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of rumbling, the four rare flames were completely refined by Su Mo in an instant. Only the prison demon-devouring flame continued to resist stubbornly, trying to struggle away. This piqued Su Mo's interest. However, in the next moment, he suddenly released his pressure, which instantly enveloped the prison demon-devouring flame. Feeling this immense pressure, the prison demon-devouring flame finally ceased its resistance and obediently succumbed to Su Mo's refinement. Su Mo slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and then turned to Lin Qingyin, smiling, as he said, "Senior Lin, without the nourishment of your soul, you will likely dissipate within 3 days." Lin Qingyin lifted her beautiful eyes to look at Su Mo. Su Mo did not evade or dodge, continuing, "If the senior does not mind, so you can follow me. When the opportunity arises, I will help you reconstruct your physical body." Hearing this, Lin Qingyin lowered her head and after a long contemplation gently nodded. "Then I will thank you in advance, Holy Son." Su Mo smiled and then took out a new storage ring for Lin Qingyin to store her belongings. After completing all this, Su Mo then turned and walked to the side of the Liu family. Seeing this, the head of the Liu family hurriedly approached, looking at Su Mo with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, Holy Son, my Liu family would surely have faced disaster today. Your life-saving grace, Liu, will never forget. Now that the demon cultivators have been eliminated and the sky is getting dark, why not stay at my Liu family tonight, Holy Son?" Su Mo gently nodded. "All right." The head of the Liu family immediately showed a look of surprise. He then led Su Mo, Liu Ruyan, and Lin Mingxue to the only remaining relatively intact building in the Liu family. As soon as they entered, Liu Ruyan saw her mother lying weakly on the bed. Upon seeing her mother, Liu Ruyan hurriedly rushed forward, kneeling on the ground, looking at her mother, whose face was dark and deathly tears began to flow uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Qingyian's phantom slowly appeared, her face full of guilt. After all, the Liu family matriarch had turned into this state, and as Yifeng's master, she could not escape responsibility. Seeing the Liu family matriarch in this condition, Lin Qingyin couldn't help but sigh. If only a high-level practitioner were here, it would be fine, but with such a strong demonic energy invading a foundation establishment cultivator, even I would be powerless. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt despair rising within her. Is there really no way at all? Actually, it's not that there is no way. If there were the legendary 3 light water, it could heal her. However, the 3 light water is even more precious than an imperial-grade treasure. Even at my peak, I have only heard about it in legends. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan trembled, her face full of despair. She knew how precious the 3 light water was just by hearing about it. Where could an ordinary cultivator like her find such a rare treasure? Seeing this, the head of the Liu family also sighed, lightly stepping forward to comfort Liu Ruyan. "Ruyan, don't cry. This must be fate." Liu Ruyan did not respond, only continually shedding tears to express her sorrow. Just as the entire room was enveloped in this oppressive atmosphere, Su Mo suddenly stepped forward. Then he unexpectedly took out an exquisite jade vial, which contained a drop of mysterious water radiating 3 colors of light, refreshing and soothing. It was the legendary 3 light water. This water was obtained by Su Mo after the Divine Maiden map automatically opened Lin Mingxu's favorability treasure chest. Just like the pseudo-holy artifact he had given to Yifeng before, it seems that when he was drowsy the pillow was provided. This must be a favorability reward specifically given to Su Mo by the Divine Maiden map. Upon seeing the 3-colored water, Lin Qingyian's pupils suddenly constricted, trembling as she pointed. "This is the legendary 3 light water." As her words fell, Liu Ruyan's expression first froze, then she suddenly turned to Su Mo. "Little maid, why are you crying? This holy son never said I didn't have 3 light water." Feeling Liu Ruyan's gaze, Su Mo smiled faintly. "But isn't this too precious?" Liu Ruyan's voice trembled, lowering her head, not daring to look at Su Mo. Now she was no longer the person who had no psychological burden when asking Su Mo for holy pills. "You are this holy son's maid. How could this holy son watch your mother die in front of you?" Although this 3 light water was indeed very precious for Su Mo, who had a golden finger, he would obtain such things in the future. At this moment, using it to heal the Liu family matriarch, thus enhancing Liu Ruyan's favorability towards himself, was its greatest value. He then stepped forward, controlling the drop of 3 light water with his spiritual power and dripping it into the Liu family matriarch's mouth. Instantly, the demonic energy surrounding the Liu family matriarch vanished as if it had met its nemesis, and she slowly opened her eyes at this moment. "Am I still not dead?" A kind voice slowly reached Liu Ruyan's ears. Liu Ruyan's tears fell again as she rushed forward and hugged the Liu family matriarch tightly, crying, "Mother." The Liu family matriarch looked around in confusion. "Ruyan, why are you here? Wasn't our Liu family attacked by demon cultivators?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan calmed her emotions and then recounted what had just happened to the Liu family matriarch. After learning the circumstances, the Liu family matriarch quickly got up and clasped her hands to Su Mo. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, holy son." Lu Rian also looked at Su Mo, her tear-stained beautiful eyes full of gratitude and guilt. Thank you, Holy Son. Lu Rian's favorability increased by 20, current favorability 100, life and death together, never leaving each other. Favorability first reached 100, rewarded with a colorful treasure chest. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was completely captivated, her feelings for Su Mo having reached their zenith. Just then the head of the Lu family stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Su Mo. Holy Son, the sky is getting dark. We shall not disturb your rest any longer. With that, he waved his hand using spiritual power to renew everything in the room, then winked at the matriarch of the Lu family, signaling her. The matriarch of the Lu family immediately understood and left with the head of the Lu family, creating a space for Su Mo and Lu Ruan to be alone. Naturally, Lin Mingxue was also exceptionally clever. She should have left with them. However, when she thought about the possibility of never seeing Su Mo again if she left, she lowered her head, fidgeting with the edge of her clothes, beginning to hesitate. After a long time, she finally made up her mind, raised her head to look at Su Mo, and gathering her courage, slowly walked up to him. I am Lin Mingxue. Thank you, Holy Son, for saving my life just now. At this moment, her voice was extremely tensed. It was hard to imagine that she was the head of the Lin family, standing solemnly and wielding great power. Hello, Miss Lin. My name is Su Mo. Su Mo smiled faintly, and then activated the 9 heavens eye to check Lin Mingxue's panel. Name Lin Mingxue. Age 20. Appearance 98. Fortune blue, may evolve later. She is the elder sister of Lin Tian, a child of top fortune. Physique 10,000 methods, Dao body, thin black dragon bloodline influenced by the ancestral land of the Lin family. Cultivation early stage of great ascension. Favorability 70. Oh, so she is actually Lin Tian's elder sister. Upon seeing Lin Mingxue's panel, Su Mo raised his eyebrows, slightly a bit surprised. The sky is darkening. I am the head of the Lin family in Longzhou. If there is an opportunity in the future, Holy Son, you can come to my Lin family. I will definitely host you well to repay your life-saving grace. Lin Mingxue looked at Su Mo's smile. Her pretty face suddenly flushed, and she spoke with a trembling voice. Hearing this, a glint flashed in Su Mo's eyes. If he remembered correctly, in a few days, it would be the day the Wanlong nest in Longzhou opened, when Lin Tian would be there to obtain opportunities and treasures. Miss Lin, I've heard from my mother that the Lin family in Longzhou is descended from true dragons. If I have the chance, I really want to visit the Lin family. However, in the next few days, I may be busy with important matters. How about this? Let's exchange communication stones. When I have time, I'll contact you. How does that sound? Su Mo smiled gently. As for the important matter, it was naturally about helping his master suppress the cold poison. Lin Mingxue's expression froze, and after a moment she revealed a look of ecstasy. Thank you, Holy Son, she said happily, then cautiously took out her communication stone. After they exchanged, she held the stone as if it were a treasure and left the room. Soon only Lu Ruoyan and Su Mo were left in the room. Ruoyan, protect me. After saying this, Su Mo began to check his own panel. Name Su Mo. Age 19. Fortune yellow with a tendency to turn green. Appearance 97. Cultivation 5th stage of nirvana. Physique solar sacred body, ancestral dragon bloodline chaos body. Techniques 9 yang annihilation, art divine dragon, art heavenly sun divine art. Opportunities kill the child of fortune, chest x2, 100 favorability, chest x1. This trip to the eastern state can be said to have been quite fruitful. Not only did he successfully kill Yi Feng and obtain Lin Xingyin, who needed to be awakened, but he also raised the favorability levels of Lin Mingxue and Lu Ruoyan to 70 and 100 respectively. In the end, he even obtained 4 treasure chests. Among them, Lin Mingxue's chest had already been opened in advance by the divine maiden, containing a drop of Sanguang water to heal the matriarch of the Lu family. So now there are still 3 left. Open all. Su Mo could hardly wait and silently thought. Primordial Calamity Bone legend has it to be the innate divine bone born during the opening of chaos in the primordial era. Calamity Bone skill can release primordial calamity light with boundless power, a complete suppression against cultivators of the same realm, capable of countering immortal and longevity physiques. True meaning of fire can sense the laws of fire in advance, enhancing the power of flames. Kanglin Imperial Seal Extreme, Dao Imperial Weapon, no other special effects. Soon all 3 treasure chests were opened. The first 2 rewards were opened from the 2 super chests of the Book of Time. The final extreme Dao Imperial Weapon was opened from the 100 favorability chest of Lu Ruoyan. This primordial calamity bone is too amazing. It seems to surpass even the rumored supreme bone. After checking all the treasure chests, Su Mo couldn't help but gasp. One must know that the supreme bone is already a physique capable of suppressing an era, yet this primordial calamity bone actually surpasses the supreme bone. This is simply too terrifying. After the shock, Su Mo turned his gaze to the true meaning of fire. So in order to break through to the sacred realm, one must comprehend a law of heaven and earth, but the prerequisite for comprehending the law is to sense the existence of the law in the world. However, throughout history, countless people have been stuck at the peak of the reincarnation realm and died because they could not sense the laws of heaven and earth. Although this true meaning of fire cannot allow me to directly comprehend the laws of fire, it can help me sense the laws. As for the last Kanglan Imperial Seal, it seems to have no special effects, just an ordinary extreme Dao Imperial weapon. After reviewing all the rewards, Su Mo did not hesitate and directly began to merge the primordial calamity bone and the true meaning of fire. Boom. In an instant, the entire world seemed to tremble for a moment. Then a brilliant purple golden divine light suddenly burst forth from Su Mo's entire skeletal structure, accompanied by bone patterns and fire law patterns resembling chaotic galaxies. At this moment, Su Mo was enveloped by overwhelming heat waves and purple golden divine light. His realm was rapidly ascending. 6th stage of Nirvana. 7th stage of Nirvana. Finally, he directly broke through to the 5th stage of the reincarnation realm. He had elevated an entire major realm. After an unknown period, the oppressive aura gradually dissipated. Su Mo opened his eyes at this moment, quietly feeling the primordial calamity bone within him radiating purple golden divine light, with bone patterns shining like chaotic galaxies, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corners of his mouth. This primordial calamity bone is indeed a being that surpasses the supreme bone, not to mention the overall enhancement of his spiritual power and physique after merging. The most important thing is its inherent supreme divine ability, primordial calamity light. This primordial calamity light is actually the light of calamity born during the chaotic and primordial period. Such an ultimate destructive power would surely make even an emperor feel apprehensive. Su Mo sighed and shook his head. Just then, at the moment of successfully merging the primordial calamity bone, a supreme divine ability capable of destroying the world had already appeared in Su Mo's sea of consciousness. With this supreme divine ability as a trump card, even if I have not reached the sacred realm, if I unleash the primordial calamity light, I can certainly annihilate sacred realm powerhouses. Su Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of excitement flashing deep in his eyes. Holy Son, have you finished your cultivation? At this moment, Lu Ruan, seeing Su Mo open his eyes, gently asked. Yes, I have finished my cultivation. Su Mo turned to look at Lu Ruan and nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruan slowly lowered her head, a blush appearing on her pretty face. In that case, let this maid serve you well, Holy Son. After saying this, without waiting for Su Mo to react, Lu Ruan directly pushed him down onto the bed. This time, let the maid take the initiative. Lu Ruan exhaled softly. At this moment, Su Mo was utterly dumbfounded. This was something he had only ever done to others. When had it ever been someone doing this to him? What was going on? Was he unlocking a new position? Although Su Mo was bewildered, he soon began to enjoy it. Although he was surprised by Lu Ruan's actions, he had to admit that being passive and being active were two entirely different feelings. Occasionally, being passive wasn't too bad. Soon the room was filled with sounds of cooing and the creaking of the bed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Mingxue directly used the teleportation talisman to return to Longzhou, to the Lin family. Master of the family, you have finally returned. Upon Lin Mingxu's entry into the Lin family, an elder hastily rushed forward. Seeing this, Lin Mingxu's expression changed, and she nervously put away the communication stone, then turned to the elder, regaining her usual serious demeanor. Why are you so flustered? Has anything happened to the family during my absence? The elder showed a look of helplessness upon hearing this. Master, have you forgotten? Today is the day of the family competition. Lin Mingxu's face slightly tightened as she remembered the important matter. The Lin family competition is held every 3 years, during which many talented individuals of the Lin family will take the stage to spar. Only the top 3 can obtain the opportunity to enter the family's ancestral secret realm. Having just experienced a life and death crisis and later met Su Mo stirring her heart, she had momentarily forgotten about this matter. Let's go now to the competition arena. Lin Mingxu's expression was serious, not showing any signs of panic as she spoke softly. Then she took the elder and hurried towards the Lin family's competition arena. Moments later, she arrived at a vast square. At this moment, the Lin family's competition arena was already filled with a crowd, numerous Lin family disciples waiting under the scorching sun for the master's arrival. Thank you all for your patience. Lin Mingxue did not dawdle and walked swiftly to the highest platform. Quick look, the master has arrived. A master still as beautiful as ever. If only I could become the master's partner, I would be willing to live 100 years less. If you really are like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Our master is so outstanding, with many young talents pursuing her, yet she hasn't accepted any. How could she possibly look at you? Stop dreaming. That's true, you say so many young talents pursue the master, and she hasn't agreed. I wonder what kind of outstanding man would capture the master's favor. With Lin Mingxu's appearance, a wave of excitement surged through the competition arena. Naturally, Lin Mingxue felt the fiery and even fervent gazes directed at her, but but she seemed accustomed to it, remaining calm with a gentle voice. Today is the day of the Lin family competition. The top 3 disciples will earn a spot in the family secret realm. As for the competition rules, I won't elaborate much if it remains as it is. Now I declare the family competition officially begins. With her words, numerous Lin family disciples began to take the stage one after another to spar. Most of the male disciples, while stealing glances at Lin Mingxue, were displaying their skills with all their might, seemingly wanting to leave a good impression in front of her. They wished to gain the favor of the goddess master. However, they did not know that the goddess they admired for so long was not even looking at them. Instead, she secretly took out a communication stone, gripping it tightly with her jade-like hand, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, seemingly lost in thought. Holy Sun! Just then a voice suddenly came from beside her. Sister, what are you doing? Hearing this, Lin Mingxue hurriedly put away the communication stone and turned her head to see it was Lin Tianhou, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Then she softly said, I'm not doing anything. Rather, what are you doing here instead of focusing on preparing for your fight? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian was full of confidence, saying, I don't need to prepare, a first place is definitely mine. Lin Mingxue frowned slightly, her tone displeased. Xiao Tian, how many times have I told you not to be blindly arrogant? Lin Tian, however, smiled with the corner of his mouth raised, saying, Is sister not believing me? Then how about we make a bet? If I really win first place, you have to let me hug you. Just as Lin Tian thought Lin Mingxue would respond with shyness, an unexpected answer came. Lin Mingxue's expression suddenly turned cold, and in an extremely serious tone, she said to him, Xiao Tian, you have grown up. Although I am your sister, men and women should not be too close. In the future, do not make such jokes again. Seeing Lin Mingxue so serious, Lin Tian immediately smiled awkwardly and silently thought to himself, Our sister is still as difficult to deal with as ever, but the more you are like this, the more excited I become. Sister, one day you will be mine. Whether it was the scholarly aura Lin Mingxue exhibited or the dual identity of being the head of the Lin family, as well as his sister, it all added to a sense of taboo. This made Lin Tian unable to resist, and he resolved that one day he would become Lin Mingxue's partner, sharing the origins of humanity together. However, I wonder if it's just my illusion. Why does it feel like ever since sister returned she has been somewhat distracted? Just as the Lin family held the competition in Liuguang city of the eastern state, the Lu family. After a night of intense battle, Su Mo slowly awakened. Looking beside him at the beautiful woman with a rosy complexion, he couldn't help but smile. Last night could be said to be the most comfortable experience for Su Mo after so many dual cultivation sessions. One could say that the difference between being active and passive was not just a little, it was simply 2 different life experiences. However, the only flaw was that Lu Ruoyan's stamina was still a bit lacking and her experience was not rich enough, leaving a lot of room for improvement in the future. Yet despite this, last night was still worth Su Mo reminiscing about repeatedly. At this moment, the remnant soul of Lin Qingyin slowly appeared, gazing at Su Mo with a resentful look. Last night, couldn't you two tone it down a bit? I couldn't cultivate properly all night. Su Mo chuckled lightly in response, not necessarily. I think it's because Senior Lin was too engrossed in watching that caused you not to cultivate properly the whole night, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyin immediately turned red with anger. You better not talk nonsense, I wasn't that engrossed. I was just curious because I had never seen it before. Oh, is curiosity the reason you watched all night? Hearing this, Lin Qingyin was instantly left speechless, unable to say a word. After a moment, she snorted coldly. If I don't want to talk to someone like you who is infatuated with beauty. After saying this, she disappeared back into the ring. Su Mo merely shrugged, not paying it any mind. Just then, Lu Ruoyan suddenly mumbled something indistinctly in her sleep. Holy Sun, Yin knows she was wrong, please spare me. Lu Ruoyan mumbled in her sleep. Upon hearing this, Su Mo chuckled lightly, then reached out and gently pinched Lu Ruoyan's smooth cheek. Feeling the warmth on her face, Lu Ruoyan let out a soft sigh and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Are you awake? Should we rest a bit longer or head straight back to the Holy Land? Seeing Lu Ruoyan awake, Su Mo asked softly. Let's head back to the Holy Land directly. Lu Ruoyan replied softly, quickly getting dressed. She didn't want to delay Su Mo's precious time because of herself. Su Mo noticed this and didn't insist, also dressing quickly, and moments later, he helped Lu Ruoyan down from the bed. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by Lu family's head and matriarch, both smiling as they asked, Holy Sun, did you sleep well last night? They were actually asking knowingly, as the noise caused by Su Mo and Lu Ruoyan last night had been quite loud. They had listened to the sounds of phoenix cries all night. Feeling her parents' gaze, Lu Ruoyan's face turned red as she shyly lowered her head. Although she had been quite proactive last night, she was still a woman and her skin was inevitably thin. Su Mo, upon hearing this, cleared his throat and responded vaguely, I slept quite well. As soon as he spoke, the smiles on the faces of the Lu family head and matriarch vanished. That shouldn't be the case, there was such a big commotion last night. Was it that Ruoyan lacked experience? But thinking carefully, we haven't actually taught her about such matters. This won't do. The elderly couple exchanged glances and communicated silently. Then the Lu family head smiled and asked, Holy Son, are you planning to return to the Holy Land? Suemo nodded. If that's the case, may I take a moment of your time? We wish to discuss a few matters with Rian. Suemo frowned slightly, not fully understanding, but nodded, saying, No problem, this Holy Son is not in a hurry. Hearing this, the Lu family head and matriarch were immediately filled with joy, leading the bewildered Lu Rian to a corner of the room. The Lu family head directly questioned, almost exasperated, Rian, did you not serve the Holy Son well last night? Upon hearing this, Lu Rian's face turned pale like a child who had done something wrong as she slowly lowered her head and stammered, But I really tried my best yesterday. The Lu family head wanted to say something more, but he was met with a glare from the Lu family matriarch. You old fool, can't you speak properly? Ruyan is inexperienced, isn't it normal for her to not serve well? Upon hearing this, scenes flashed through Lu Rian's mind. Although the Holy Son had seemed to enjoy himself greatly, he had indeed expressed dissatisfaction with her lack of experience during the night. Mother, what should I do? At that moment, Lu Rian no longer cared about her image and rushed into the Lu family matriarch's arms, her voice tinged with tears. The Lu family matriarch patted her daughter's head without responding, instead turning to look at the Lu family head. Feeling her gaze, the Lu family head widened his eyes, saying, Wife, what are you looking at me for? Hearing her husband say this, the Lu family matriarch became furious. What are you pretending for? I know you too well. Quickly take out your treasured book and show it to Rian. As soon as she finished speaking, the Lu family head's face turned bright red. After hesitating for a long time, he finally handed Lu Rian a small book with an extremely exposed cover printed with the words 108 styles. Rian, this book is filled with knowledge, be sure to read it often. Lu Rian, upon seeing it, immediately gasped, instinctively taking it and flipping through it. However, just the knowledge on the first page made Lu Rian feel as if she had opened the door to a new world, causing her delicate face to turn bright red. I didn't expect there to be such postures. Rian, the Holy Son, is our Lu family's savior. You must learn the knowledge in this book well and use it to serve the Holy Son properly from now on. Do you understand? At this moment, the Lu family matriarch said with a serious expression, I understand, Mother. Lu Rian hurriedly tucked away the 108 styles like a treasure, nodding emphatically. Then with a happy smile, she returned to Sumo's side. Rian, what treasure did your parents give you? Why do you look so happy? Seeing Lu Rian return with a beaming smile, Sumo asked curiously. Lu Rian raised the corners of her mouth, teasingly saying, I won't tell you. But the Holy Son will know tonight. What? Sumo was puzzled, but he didn't think much of it. He only assumed that the elderly couple had reminded Lu Rian, like most parents, to practice diligently and not to neglect herself. After all, no one would expect the Lu family head to teach such knowledge to his daughter. Let's go back to the Holy Land, Sumo said softly. All right, Lu Rian replied with a smile, nodding happily. Then the two transformed into streaks of light and swiftly headed towards the Hawan Holy Land. As they traveled, Lu Rian thought to herself, I'm so looking forward to tonight. Tonight, I must thoroughly verify that knowledge and see which one the Holy Son likes best. Sumo was unaware of Lu Rian's thoughts as he focused on the journey. An hour later, they returned to the Holy Son's palace. However, before Sumo could land for a minute, the communication stone at his waist suddenly began to flicker. Sumo raised an eyebrow, then picked up the communication stone and asked softly, Master, do you need something? The voice on the other end of the communication stone was silent for a moment before a cold voice came through. Come over and help me suppress the cold poison. Sumo smiled slightly, feeling no surprise at this. After all, calculating the time, Murong Shue's cold poison should be acting up now. They'll go right away, Master. With that, Sumo put away the communication stone. This was a good opportunity that could benefit him and enhance their intimacy. How could he not be proactive? I have something to attend to. I should be back at night. Before leaving, Sumo said softly to Lu Rian, be sure to clean the room while I'm away. Understood, Holy Son. Lu Rian obediently nodded. Although Lu Rian had heard Sumo's conversation with Murong Shue, she felt no jealousy whatsoever. After all, she was very clear on her own position. She was just a maid of Sumo with no right to interfere in his matters. Of course, even if she were to become Sumo's concubine, or even have the fortune to become his wife, she still wouldn't interfere. Because she was all alone. As she thought of this, Lu Rian smiled slightly and took out the small book she had received from her father, carefully studying it. This knowledge is quite good. Given the Holy Son's state last night, he should like it. Meanwhile, as Lu Rian diligently studied the new knowledge, Sumo had already arrived at Murong Shue's residence. Master. Sumo gently knocked on the door. Come in. A moment later, a cold voice came from within. Hearing this, Sumo directly pushed open the door. As usual, a gust of overwhelming cold air rushed towards him. Then a stunningly beautiful woman, wearing only a thin garment, came into Sumo's view. Looking at Murong Xue's perfect figure and unparalleled beauty, Su Imo couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Indeed, no matter how many stunning women I have seen, my master will always be the highest peak. In recent months, Su Imo had encountered quite a few stunning women. Whether it was Lu Rian by Shiner, or even Hua Lingshuan Lin Mingxue and Lin Xingyin, each one's beauty alone could be considered top tier. But compared to Murong Xue, for some reason, they all seem to fall slightly short. She is actually a quasi-emperor powerhouse. At this moment, a shocked voice suddenly echoed in Sumo's mind. It was Lin Xingyin. Clearly, she had never imagined that there would be a quasi-emperor powerhouse hidden within the Hahuan Holy Land, and furthermore, she was an absolute beauty. Master, I will now help you suppress the cold poison. Su Imo ignored Lin Qingyian's shock and eagerly walked in front of Murong Xue just as he was about to embrace her. The remnant soul within your ring needs to stay outside. With that, Su Imo was somewhat stunned, but upon recalling that Murong Xue was a superpower at the quasi-imperial realm, he suddenly understood. He then gave a helpless smile. Senior Lin. Soon Lin Qingyian's phantom slowly emerged from the ring. I have matters to discuss with my master. Please wait outside for a while, senior. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyin did not show any dissatisfaction and simply nodded. All right, I will go out now. Just as she was about to leave, Su Imo spoke again. Wait, Senior Lin, please don't peek this time. With that, Lin Qingyian's face flushed with anger. Peek? What's there to see about dual cultivation? I hereby swear a heavenly oath, if I peek, may the heavens strike me with lightning scattering my soul. I only said I wouldn't look, but I never said I wouldn't listen. After making the heavenly oath, Lin Qingyin snorted lightly in her heart. Senior Lin, you must have misunderstood. When did I say I wanted to dual cultivate? Please don't make baseless accusations. Hearing Lin Qingyin say this, Su Imo was instantly bewildered. He was about to explain when he saw Lin Qingyin had already left the room. Su Imo quickly turned to Murong Xue and began to explain. Master, Senior Lin doesn't know anything, but it's all nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Although Murong Xue was the target of the divine maiden selection, and they would certainly dual cultivate in the future, it was not the right time now. Their relationship was still quite distant and not intimate enough. If Murong Xue misunderstood because of Lin Qingyian's words, it would be disastrous. No worries, just continue to suppress the cold poison for me. Murong Xue shook her head, not caring about it, and said softly. Then, as if recalling something, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she looked sternly at Su Imo. By the way, you must not use that strange fire from last time. Understood. Su Imo chuckled awkwardly. He then began to ponder which strange fire to use to help Murong Xue suppress the cold poison. The Yin-Yang Chaos Flame was first ruled out as Master had just said not to use it. Next was the Tai Su Imperial Heart Flame, but as the top-ranked strange fire, its attributes were too violent and not suitable for suppressing cold poison. After much thought, Su Imo finally summoned the Baihai Flame, which was the most gentle in nature among all the strange fires he controlled. In an instant, the extremely cold room was enveloped by an endless wave of heat. This is another strange fire. Looking at the Baihai Flame in Sumo's hand, even Murong Xue, a quasi-imperial realm strongman, was taken aback. After all, it was common knowledge in the ancient continent that strange fires repelled each other. But now it seemed that her disciple had simultaneously refined two strange fires. However, he killed the remnant soul of the Sacred Fire Emperor, so he must have gained the memories of the Sacred Fire Emperor. With this, it was not surprising that he could refine two strange fires at once. Wait, according to ancient texts, the Tai Su Imperial Heart Flame was once acquired by the Sacred Fire Emperor. If my disciple obtained the Sacred Fire Emperor's memories, perhaps he knows about the Tai Su Imperial Heart Flame. At this moment, Murong Xue's heart stirred, and her face showed a look of joy. It should be noted that the Tai Su Imperial Heart Flame was her best choice for completely eliminating the cold poison. It was her hope. So even if there was a slight chance, she would not let it slip away. Thinking of this, Murong Xue was just about to raise her head to ask Su Imo, but at that moment Su Imo suddenly held her tightly. In that instant, the heat from Su Imo spread throughout Murong Xue's body, causing her delicate body to tremble violently. Her heart also uncontrollably began to race. Forget it, as long as there are no unexpected incidents like last time. I believe the cold poison can be suppressed soon. This matter can wait until the cold poison is suppressed before asking. Murong Xue took a deep breath, forcibly calming her nervous heart, and silently thought to herself. At this moment in the vast crystal room, the two of them were tightly embracing like a pair of ordinary lovers in the throes of passion. The Baihai Flame radiated a vibrant green light hovering above their heads. The supreme yang energy produced by Sumo's Sun Saint body was being enhanced by it, and slowly flowed into Murong Xue's dantian. Everything seemed to be progressing very smoothly, and no unexpected incidents occurred as before. Drip. However, as time passed, a drop of crystal clear liquid suddenly fell from the center of the Baihai Flame onto Sumo's nose. The icy sensation and the fragrance on his nose made Su-Mo open his eyes in confusion. Then upon seeing the spiritual liquid on his nose, he couldn't help but frown. Is this spiritual liquid? How could there be spiritual liquid in my master's room? With this puzzlement, Su-Mo looked up at the high flame above. This glance made Su-Mo's pupils contract sharply. At that moment, the high flame was completely wrapped in an overwhelming amount of supreme yang and supreme yin energy. Although this looked very normal, what was abnormal was that the high flame was continuously absorbing the supreme yang and supreme yin energy from Su-Mo and Murong Shui, and through its characteristics, it was converting it into spiritual liquid rich in yin-yang power. Not good, Su-Mo thought to himself. He truly did not know that the high flame had the ability to absorb spiritual energy and automatically convert it into spiritual liquid, and it was even spiritual liquid containing yin-yang power. If this were to be absorbed by Master Murong Shui, it would surely lead to a repeat of the last incident, resulting in disaster. Taking advantage of the fact that Murong Shui had not yet begun to absorb the spiritual liquid, Su-Mo hurriedly dispersed the liquid from his nose and began to control the high flame, preventing it from automatically converting spiritual liquid. However, before Su-Mo could explain, she used her divine sense to begin probing her own body. To her surprise, she discovered that her dantian was unknowingly filled with a rich and pure yin-yang spiritual liquid. Moreover, her body was continuously absorbing this yin-yang spiritual liquid. This caused her heart to be once again filled with desire, and her entire being felt as if countless ants were crawling over her, creating an unbearable itch. Su-Mo, last time it could be considered an accident, but what about this time? Could it be that this time you did it on purpose? Murong Shui struggled to suppress the desire deep within her heart, gritting her teeth as she glared at Su-Mo, wishing she could immediately beat him up. Su-Mo, hearing this, wore a face full of sorrow. Master, this time was truly an accident. You must believe your disciple. What a convenient accident. Hearing Su-Mo say this, Murong Shui's delicate body trembled with anger, and she wanted to say more. However, at that moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into a blazing furnace, her entire body feeling incredibly hot, drenched in a fine sheen of fragrant sweat. At this moment, reason told her that she must hold her ground and not lose herself. Yet the itchiness that surged from her very bones made her feel miserable, even more so than the last time. After all, the last time it was merely the entry of yin and yang energies into her body, but this time it was the direct absorption of the exceptionally pure yin-yang spiritual liquid, its effects far exceeding that of the yin and yang energies by several times. Since you ignited the fire, you shall help me extinguish it. Unable to suppress the desire within her any longer, Murong Shui gazed at Su-Mo with hazy eyes before suddenly pouncing on him. Master, please calm down and don't act impulsively. Although Su-Mo felt elated inside, the thought of Murong Shui's reaction after coming to her senses made him panic. Rest assured, I know my limits and won't do such things. Murong Shui exhaled softly, whispering in Su-Mo's ear, then suddenly pressed her cherry lips against his. Su-Mo could only emit muffled protest sounds, but against Murong Shui's overwhelming strength, his resistance was ultimately futile. Now he could only be forced to endure Murong Shui's teasing. In an instant, the entire house became filled with noise. Such commotion naturally did not escape Lin Qingjian's ears. At this moment, she was quietly standing outside the door, glancing at the door with a restless heart. What an intense scene. I really want to take a look, even if just for a moment. But if that semi-emperor notices, I fear. Lin Qingjian paced back and forth at the entrance, hesitating, but ultimately her curiosity overcame her rationality. It's alright, I'll just take a quick peek. She is so engrossed she probably won't notice. Lin Qingjian silently thought to herself, then prepared to release her divine sense. Boom. Just then a terrifying thunderbolt appeared from the heavens above, as if it could strike down a devastating blow at any moment. Lin Qingjian's face turned pale in an instant. Her earlier curiosity vanished completely in the face of the fear of death. She quickly straightened her body and nervously said to the heavens, I didn't see anything. At least I haven't looked yet. It seemed Lin Qingjian's words had some effect, as the thunder above gradually dissipated and the commotion inside the house also slowly faded. In the now calm room, Su-Mo lifted his head to see Murong Shui, who had returned to her usual icy demeanor, even colder than ice. He was just about to explain, but Murong Shui was the first to speak coldly. You don't need to explain, you. I have already determined that you did this on purpose. Hearing this, Su-Mo's mouth twitched, feeling utterly helpless. Then, Master, how do you plan to punish your disciple? After saying this, Su-Mo closed his eyes as if he was already prepared to be beaten up by Murong Shui. However, to Su-Mo's surprise, Murong Shui merely fell silent for a moment. Then she raised her ice-blue starry eyes and coldly said, Forget it, I won't pursue this matter further today. But remember, one mistake is acceptable, but not a second. Next time, when suppressing the cold poison, such accidents must not occur again. Su-Mo hurriedly nodded obediently. Your disciple will remember. Good, you may leave now. Suemo nodded again. Understood, master. Then he left Mu Rongshue's room as if fleeing. After Suemo had completely departed, Mu Rongshue's cold demeanor finally could not hold up any longer. She trembled as she covered her heart, which was still pounding fiercely, her face full of embarrassment and anger. After a long time, she managed to calm herself down and sat on her cultivation mat preparing to practice. However, at that moment, Mu Rongshue suddenly remembered something. I seem to have forgotten to ask Suemo about the news regarding the Tai Su Emperor's heart flame. She furrowed her brow slightly, but quickly relaxed. Forget it, seeking the Tai Su Emperor's heart flame is in itself like searching for a needle in a haystack. She understood that finding the Tai Su Emperor's heart flame was far more difficult than searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, to completely eradicate the cold poison, there has always been one most reliable path laid out before her. That is, to cultivate with Suemo, harmonizing yin and yang. Mu Rongshue tightly shut her eyes, her voice trembling. She could clearly feel that the cold poison within her body was becoming increasingly terrifying, with the intervals of its attacks becoming more frequent. If she did not eradicate it thoroughly soon, she feared that it would not be long before she met her end. In truth, it was not that she despised Suemo. On the contrary, after so many times of suppressing the cold poison, she had developed a slight fondness for her cheap disciple. However, she was someone who was inherently disinterested in such matters, and even felt a sense of aversion. But if she were to die by the hands of the cold poison? Mu Rongshue bit her cherry lips, her starry eyes filled with conflict. Meanwhile, after Suemo exited the room, he let out a long breath. Few after this incident, I hope master's feelings towards me won't decrease. After all, that incident was indeed an accident. He genuinely did not know that the Bai flame had the automatic transformation effect. But now that it had come to this, no matter how he explained, Mu Rongshue would not believe him. Suemo lightly shook his head, seemingly prepared for a drop in affection. However, at that moment, an unusual movement occurred within the divine maiden diagram in his mind. Mu Rongshue's affection increased by 15, current affection level 40. In that instant, Sumo's face was filled with confusion. No way, after all that happened, Mu Rongshue's affection for him actually increased instead of decreasing. What? Suemo was puzzled upon hearing this, and he immediately looked up at Lin Qingyin. What happened just now? How is your progress? Suemo sighed, feeling helpless. He never expected that someone like Lin Qingyin, a quasi-emperor powerhouse and a righteous fairy, would have a penchant for gossip. And especially for this type of gossip. This is quite a contrast. Senior Lin, nothing actually happened between me and my master. What happened in the room just now was merely suppressing the cold poison. After calming his emotions, Suemo spoke softly. However, Lin Qingyin naturally did not believe him. I don't believe you. I heard the intense sounds coming from the room while I was outside. You and that quasi-emperor powerhouse must have had some kind of encounter. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Suemo offered no further explanation. You? Lin Qingyin wanted to say more, but Sumo's figure flashed, and he returned directly to the Holy Sun's Hall. Lin Qingyin naturally followed Suemo back. However, once Suemo returned, he immediately sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and adopted a demeanor that signaled not to disturb his cultivation. Seeing this, Lin Qingyin knew that Suemo would no longer answer her questions, so she could only stay to the side and begin to daydream. Suemo noticed that Lin Qingyin was no longer asking questions and was about to cultivate. At that moment, the sound transmission stone at his waist suddenly began to flicker. He frowned slightly and looked down. It seems to be Lin Mingxue. After pondering for a moment, Suemo picked up the sound transmission stone. Meanwhile, at the Lin family in Longzhou, the clan competition had just concluded and Lin Mingxue had returned to her own chamber. She sat by the bed, nervously staring at the sound transmission stone in her hand, fearing she might miss something. I wonder what the Lin family head wants with Suemo. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Mingxue let out a sigh of relief and then spoke nervously. Actually, there's nothing much. I was just worried that the Holy Sun might encounter some accident on his way back to the sacred land, which is why I contacted you. She really just wanted to reach out to Suemo and hear his voice. The idea of an accident was just a flimsy excuse she came up with. Suemo naturally understood, so he didn't expose her. Thank you for your concern, Lin family head. I have safely returned to the sacred land. I did not encounter any accidents on my way. After speaking on the other end of the sound transmission stone, Lin Mingxue bit her lip, hesitating to speak. After all, the first topic she had broached had ended, and now she needed a second topic, but Lin Mingxue truly had no idea what to talk about with Suemo. Should she discuss the Hahuan sacred land? As an outsider, she knew little about it, so there wasn't much to talk about. She certainly couldn't say, wishing the Hahuan sacred land prosperity, or something like that. What about talking about the Lin family? The Holy Sun holds a distinguished status. How could he possibly be interested in the small Lin family? As for anything else, she didn't know the Holy Sun's interests. If she accidentally said the wrong thing and upset him, it would be counterproductive. Thus Lin Mingsu's mind raced as she pondered, her delicate hands fiddling with the hem of her clothing, creating an unbearably awkward atmosphere. After a long while she stammered, "I wonder if the Holy Sun has finished with his tasks." Upon hearing Lin Mingsu's painstakingly thought-out question, Su Mo frowned slightly and asked, "What tasks have I finished? You know the Holy Sun said earlier that there were urgent matters to attend to." Now Su Mo understood and nodded. "I have already finished." The urgent matter was of course helping Murong Shui suppress the cold poison. Although there were a few unexpected events along the way, it was ultimately completed successfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingsu's face lit up with joy as she continued, "Then Holy Sun, when will you have time to come to our Lin family?" At this moment, she was like a mortal who had fallen into a deep pool, eagerly wanting to surface and breathe fresh air to alleviate the impending suffocation. To her, Su Mo was that fresh air. I have no other intentions. After all, the Holy Sun saved my life, so I thought to invite you to my Lin family. This way Mingxue can repay your life-saving grace." After saying this, Lin Mingxue quickly added an explanation, fearing that Su Mo would think she had ulterior motives. After hearing what Lin Mingxue said, a glint of light flashed in Su Mo's eyes. To be honest, after helping Murong Shui suppress the cold poison, he really had no other pressing matters. If he went to the Lin family, he could not only continue to benefit from the luck of the destined child, but also gain some information about the Wanlong Nest secret realm. Thinking of this, Su Mo smiled gently and said, "Since Lin family head has invited me so warmly, how could I possibly refuse? Let's do this. I will visit the Lin family tomorrow and meet with the Lin family head." Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue was momentarily stunned, feeling as though the world had fallen silent, her heart racing loudly in her chest. After all, she truly did not expect Su Mo to agree to her invitation. Her heart was instantly filled with joy and happiness. After being dazed for a long time, Lin Mingxue finally came to her senses, her face brimming with delight. "Thank you, Holy Sun. Does the Lin family head have any other matters?" Su Mo lightly responded and asked. On the other end of the sound transmission stone, Lin Mingxue hurriedly shook her head. No. Mingxue won't continue to disturb the Holy Sun." After saying this, she quickly turned off the sound transmission stone and let out a long sigh. At that moment, her excited heart could not calm down for a long time. Clang! Just then her door was suddenly pushed open by someone. She saw Lin Tian dressed in a golden black robe walk directly in. Upon seeing Lin Mingxue's joyful expression, he frowned slightly and asked, "Sister, what good news have you encountered? Why are you so happy? Xiao Tian, who allowed you to come in?" Lin Mingxue turned her head upon hearing his voice, and upon seeing Lin Tian, her brows furrowed tightly. Lin Tian noticed this, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, feeling a sense of disappointment. After all, Lin Mingxue had just been overjoyed, but now that he was here, she had become so cold. "I'm your younger brother. Oh, what's wrong with me coming in?" Lin Tian said somewhat unhappily. "Xiao Tian, you are now grown up, and even at the age of marrying and having children. Although I am your sister, men and women should not have close contact. From now on, unless I permit you, you cannot directly enter my room." Lin Mingxue's expression became serious as she scolded. Though today she had not changed into close-fitting garments to contact Su Mo, and her body was not seen by Lin Tian for some reason, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Got it." Lin Tian, though extremely dissatisfied, could only reply with frustration. After all, the stunningly beautiful woman before him was his sister and the head of the entire Lin family. "However, your arrival is quite timely. I have something that needs you to do. Tomorrow our Lin family will welcome a distinguished guest. You need to inform all the elders right now to use the highest standards of etiquette and prepare a grand banquet to welcome them." After lecturing Lin Tian, Lin Mingxue continued. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian frowned tightly as he felt an intense sense of crisis rising within him. "I wonder if that distinguished guest is male or female." He clenched his fists and directly asked, "You will know about this tomorrow." "All right, Xiao Tian, I am a bit tired now, so you should go and handle it." Lin Mingxue waved her hand, slightly extinguishing the spiritual candle in the room. Yes. Although Lin Tian was extremely reluctant, the soul-based pressure from his sister made him dare not disobey her command, and he could only leave Lin Mingxue's chamber. For distinguished guest. If it were a woman, it would be fine, but if it were a man. After leaving the room, Lin Tian clenched his teeth, staring fiercely at the door. In his mind, the image of his sister Lin Mingxue appeared, dressed in a light moon-white dress, resting her chin on her hand, while reading a breathtaking sight. "No one can take my sister away. Only I can be my sister's man." At the Hahuan Sacred Land in the Holy Sun Hall, after the sound transmission stone lost its glow, Su Mo stood up and walked directly towards Lu Rian's room. This time at the Lin family, he intended to bring Lu Rian along. After all, her initiative had greatly pleased Su Mo, and he was sure that the visit to the Lin family would be immensely enjoyable. As for Hua Lingxuan, after recognizing the gap between herself and Su Mo, she locked herself in her room to cultivate diligently every day. Su Mo felt somewhat helpless about this and let her be. Meanwhile, in Lu Ruyan's room. Yuan, why are you secretly looking at such things? Baishiner was holding a small book with 108 styles printed on it, looking at Lu Ruyan with a questioning gaze. Am I? Lu Ruyan's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, stammering and daring not to meet Baishiner's eyes. She had been so engrossed in her studies in the room that she hadn't noticed Baishiner and had been caught directly. Don't be fooled by her being so proactive in front of Suemo. In fact, she was quite shy. So upon being caught doing such sneaky things, she wished she could find a hole to burrow into. Just when she thought Baishiner was going to scold her harshly and tell her that such things were wrong, Baishiner instead changed her expression and said excitedly, I didn't expect that, Yuan, you are actually of the same root and origin as me. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately opened her eyes wide, looking bewildered. Baishiner chuckled and rubbed her hands together. Hee hee, Yuan, don't be shy now. This craving for food and color is a common human desire. In fact, I also like to look at such things. Saying this, she sat beside Lu Ruyan, wrapping her arm around her waist, looking excited. Come on, let's watch it together so I can learn some new knowledge. There are so many things in here that I have never seen before. Watch it together. Hearing Baishiner's words, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with disbelief. After all, in Lu Ruyan's impression, her good friend Baishiner had always been a mischievous, cute, carefree little girl. Who would have thought she had such a hobby? This was indeed too much of a contrast. For a moment, it left her somewhat at a loss. After a moment, she gently pursed her lips and nodded. Then let's watch it together. With that, the two of them blushed and began to watch 108 styles together, and the room was filled with a few exclamations. After the two had been watching for a long time, Baishiner suddenly asked, by the way, Yuan, I remember you had never looked at such things before. When did you start getting in touch with them? And why? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face flushed and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. As for me, I actually only started touching these things in the past few days. As for why I started, it's because I found that the Holy Sun was somewhat dissatisfied with me in that aspect. I wanted to learn about these things to make the Holy Sun more comfortable during our dual cultivation. After she finished speaking, Baishiner looked as if she had been struck by lightning, gazing at Lu Ruyan with disbelief. What did you say? You were getting in touch with this to make that scoundrel Suemo more comfortable. You. Baishiner wanted to say something more, but just then, bang, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then Suemo slowly walked in. The moment Baishiner saw Suemo, she immediately shut her mouth tightly. She wasn't foolish. Although she often complained or even cursed Suemo in front of Lu Ruyan, that was merely to vent her frustration when Suemo was not around. If Suemo were present, she naturally wouldn't dare to do so. When Lu Ruyan saw Suemo come in, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she hurriedly walked up to Suemo, asking sweetly, Holy Sun, why have you come? Are you looking for me for something? What on earth is going on here? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was so obedient in front of Suemo, Baishiner felt as if the sky had fallen. After all, in her heart, her good friend Lu Ruyan, like her, had been forced by that scoundrel Suemo, which led to this situation. She naturally hated Suemo, so it was only logical for her to think that Lu Ruyan also hated him just as much. She even fantasized about joining forces with Lu Ruyan to defeat Suemo and escape from his clutches. However, the series of events happening before her eyes seemed to tell her that her good friend had seemingly completely surrendered to that scoundrel Suemo. Suemo ignored Baishiner and directly said to Lu Ruyan, tomorrow, I will be leaving the sacred land to visit the Lin family. You will accompany me? Yes. Lu Ruyan nodded in response immediately. Suemo then nodded in satisfaction and turned his head to look at Baishiner. You explain to me why you are here. Upon hearing this, Baishiner clenched her fists tightly. I came to play with Yuan. What can I even do that? Suemo shrugged. You can, but. He curled his lips. You are coming with this Holy Sun tomorrow. After he finished speaking, Suemo didn't wait for Baishiner to react and turned around to leave the room. Once Suemo had completely walked away, Baishiner pointed at his back, stamping her foot in frustration. Oh, Suemo, you are such a scoundrel. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something, turning to Lu Ruyan and tremblingly asking Yuan, what on earth happened to you? Why are you so close to that scoundrel Suemo? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly at these words and advised Baishiner stop calling him a scoundrel all the time. In fact, the Holy Sun is not as bad as you think. Sometimes he is actually quite nice. What? Not as bad as I think. Baishiner widened her beautiful eyes, her tone displeased. That scoundrel, relying on the fact that he has something over me, demands that I dual cultivate with him every 3 days. Is that not bad? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face showed an awkward expression. She knew that what Baishiner said was the truth. However, she still insisted. Oh, didn't you just say that this craving for food and color is a common human desire? The Holy Sun is indeed somewhat lecherous, but we shouldn't dismiss all his other merits just because of this one flaw. Moreover, the Holy Sun is not only handsome, but that thing is also. However, she had not finished speaking when Baishiner interrupted her with a sharp exclamation. Yuan, you are really disappointing me. With that, she turned and walked out of the room without looking back. While walking, she silently shed tears, encouraging herself in her heart. Now that Yuan has been completely bewitched by that scoundrel Suemo, by Sheener you are now all alone. You must resist at all times and cannot follow in Yuan's footsteps being bewitched by Suemo. Wait a minute. Suemo just said he was going to the Lin family. I remember Lin Guest's family is the Lin family. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? The next morning, just as the first rays of sunlight fell upon the Lin family, Lin Mingxue summoned all the elders and important figures of the clan to the main hall awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. Today she wore a moon-white long dress, sitting elegantly in the main seat, exuding unparalleled beauty. However, upon closer observation, one could detect a hint of tension and weariness on her exquisite face. The tension was of course self-evident. Today marked the arrival of Su Mo, and whether as the head of the Lin family or as an ordinary girl admiring him, her anxiety was inevitable. As for her weariness, it stemmed from her excitement the previous night, which led her to mind for an entire night, leaving her spiritually exhausted and appearing somewhat haggard. Head of the family, who exactly is this distinguished guest you speak of? No matter how esteemed he is, it can't warrant all the elders of our clan, including you, to come here so early to welcome him. At this moment, an elder of the Lin family looked at Lin Mingxue, slightly dissatisfied. After his words, the other elders also turned their gazes towards Lin Mingxue. Clearly, the elder's words echoed the sentiments of the others present, not to mention that they did not even know the identity of this so-called distinguished guest. Even if a so-called top Holy Land's holy son were to arrive, it wouldn't require all the elders of the Lin family to come here in advance to wait. Lin Mingxue naturally sensed the discontented gazes of the elders, but she remained unbothered, simply replying, "You will find out soon enough." Upon hearing her words, although the elders felt discontent, they refrained from saying more. After all, Lin Mingxue, as the head of the family, held some status in their hearts. "Xiao Tian, go ask Shuanger to bring me some rouge and powder." With the elders quiet, Lin Mingxue turned to Lin Tian beside her and whispered. In truth, she was not a girl who enjoyed makeup, or at least she had never worn it before meeting Suemo. However, after not sleeping all night yesterday, she felt in poor condition and did not wish for Suemo to see her haggard appearance. "What? Sister wants to wear makeup?" Upon hearing Lin Mingxue's words, Lin Tian was momentarily shocked, his face filled with astonishment. After all, Lin Mingxue was an extremely conservative person, and she had previously stated that she did not care for external appearances and disliked makeup. Thus, throughout her life, Lin Mingxue had always presented herself without any makeup, but now, the distinguished guest you mentioned, could it really be a man? Lin Tian's fists clenched tightly, making a creaking sound. After all, someone who could make a girl wear makeup to welcome him and be so nervous beforehand could almost certainly be presumed to be a man. This filled Lin Tian with both anger and reluctance. His anger stemmed from the fact that he had long regarded Lin Mingxue as his own, a forbidden fruit, yet now another man dared to covet her. His reluctance arose from the fact that the sister he cherished would deliberately adorn herself for this man, a treatment he had never received himself. No matter who you are, regardless of your status, you must die. At this moment, Lin Tian's eyes turned bloodshot. This man, whom he had yet to meet, had already made it onto his death list, just like Suemo before. Xiao Tian. At this time, Lin Mingxue noticed Lin Tian had not moved for a while, thinking he had heard her. "I will go right now." Lin Tian took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions before turning and leaving the hall. Soon he returned to the hall with Shuanger, Lin Mingxue's personal maid. "Shuanger, hurry and help me with my makeup." Upon seeing Shuanger arrive, Lin Mingxue quickly spoke, fearing Suemo would arrive early. The head of the family is actually going to wear makeup. Is she going to meet someone special? Shuanger looked extremely surprised. Lin Mingxue remained silent for a moment, then found a reason. "A distinguished guest will be arriving shortly. If he sees me in this haggard state, it might leave a bad impression of our Lin family." Upon hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Shuanger's face. After all, Lin Mingxue's reasoning seemed a bit far-fetched. She had entertained distinguished guests before, but never had she shown such importance. Just as Shuanger was about to speak further, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, and her beautiful eyes brightened. "Wait a minute, the distinguished guest the head of the family mentioned, could it be your beloved man?" Due to her close relationship with Lin Mingxue, who treated her like a sister in private, Shuanger dared to joke like this with her. Moreover, as Lin Mingxue's personal maid, she would accompany her on her wedding night in the future, so she naturally cared about this matter. As soon as Shuanger finished speaking, Lin Mingxue's mind went blank and her delicate face turned beet red. "Shuanger, what are you saying? What beloved man? Are you talking nonsense? I might just have to spank you." Seeing Lin Mingxue's reaction, Shuanger immediately understood and became curious about the distinguished guest. She chuckled and continued, "Even if you are welcoming a distinguished guest, there's no need to be so solemn, right? Unless that person truly is the head of the family's beloved, otherwise why would you wear makeup? Furthermore, Shuang had merely guessed casually, so why did the head of the family react so strongly? Don't be so talkative, hurry and do my makeup." Hearing Shuang'er's words, Lin Mingxue felt her cheeks burning, not knowing how to refute, so she simply diverted the topic. Shuang'er, seeing this, said no more, instead moving forward to do Lin Mingxue's makeup while secretly pondering. The head of the family, this iron tree, has finally bloomed. In truth, Lin Mingxue had beautiful skin. It would not be an exaggeration to call it as fair as jade, flawless and perfect. The so-called weariness was entirely a figment of her heightened spiritual tension, a mere illusion. After all, she was a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage. Had she not mined for an entire night last night, leading to extreme tension and excitement, she would not have experienced such an illusion. Half an hour later. All done. Shuang'er satisfiedly took out a spirit mirror and handed it to Lin Mingxue. Head of the family, quickly open your eyes and see if you are satisfied with my work. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Mingxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. In the mirror, she appeared with delicate brows and cherry lips, her cheeks reflecting a rosy glow that complemented the clarity in her gaze, exuding an elegant and extraordinary charm. Hiss! At this moment, not only Lin Mingxue herself, but even Lin Tian, a powerful figure reborn, couldn't help but gasp in awe, a flash of astonishment and greed passing through his eyes. In his past life, he was a formidable emperor in another realm, having encountered many beauties, yet none could compare to Lin Mingxue before him. It was like comparing a sparrow to a phoenix, a vast difference between them. No matter who that esteemed guest is, they cannot take my sister away from me. Lin Tian swallowed hard, vowing fiercely in his heart, he head of the family. I guarantee that every man in this world who sees the current head will be captivated, including your beloved. Seeing Lin Mingxue in a daze, Shuang'er chuckled. Hearing this, Lin Mingxue's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She turned around, her beautiful eyes eagerly looking towards the hall entrance, waiting for Su Mo's arrival. At this moment, Lin Tian gazed at Lin Mingxue's stunning silhouette, his fists tightening as he could no longer suppress his greed. Just as he gathered his courage to do something about Lin Mingxue, a voice that reverberated through heaven and earth suddenly resounded above the Lin family. Heavenly Joy, sacred land, the Holy Sun has arrived. As the voice fell, the expressions of everyone in the Lin family hall varied. Lin Mingxue's face lit up with joy as she instinctively stood up, her beautiful eyes eagerly gazing towards the hall door. The other elders also turned to look at the hall door, their faces filled with shock. After all, they had heard that voice clearly. It is known that the Heavenly Joy sacred land is a dominant force in the entire ancient world, and the status of the Holy Sun is even more significant, second only to one person and above millions. Hiss! I can't believe the esteemed guest the head of the family spoke about is actually the Holy Sun. One elder from the Lin family gasped, disbelief evident in his voice. At this moment, his earlier displeasure from waiting had long dissipated, leaving only one emotion in his heart: confusion. He wondered why the Holy Sun would come to their humble Lin family. Meanwhile, unlike Lin Mingxue and the other elders, Lin Tian's expression became utterly dazed upon hearing that voice, his body frozen in place. After a long while, he finally murmured in disbelief, I must have misheard. The esteemed guest my sister anxiously awaits is actually Su Mo. Xiao Tian, snap out of it. How can you be in a daze at a time like this? Lin Mingxue, seeing Lin Tian frozen in place, hurriedly scolded. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian took a deep breath, straightened himself, while comforting himself inwardly. That Su Mo has no connection with my sister. It must be a hallucination. Just as Lin Tian was reassuring himself, suddenly the Lin family hall door was pushed open with a bang and three figures entered together. Standing in the center was a man clad in a white and gold robe, looking as handsome as an immortal. On either side of him were two women. One wore a flowing white dress, her brows and eyes painted like a picture, exuding a hint of charm. The other donned a snow-white dress adorned with white lotus patterns, her exquisite face and vibrant aura captivating. The three were Su Mo, Lu Rian, and Bai Xiner. How could this be? Upon seeing Su Mo, Lin Tian's pupils constricted and his recently calmed emotions became restless once more. It turns out he wasn't hallucinating. The esteemed guest Lin Mingxue mentioned was indeed Su Mo. Holy Sun, you have arrived. At this moment, Lin Mingxue's eyes were solely focused on Su Mo, completely oblivious to Lin Tian's change. Her heart racing with excitement, she quickly walked up to Su Mo. Even Su Mo couldn't help but gasp at the sight of Lin Mingxue, who had applied a touch of makeup resembling an exquisite fairy from a book. Lin Mingxue's temperament was of the gentle and elegant type. Although her beauty was unparalleled, it was her innate aura reminiscent of a fairy from a story that invoked no feelings of desire. However, now, with a light touch of makeup, her gentle and elegant demeanor took on a hint of seduction, instantly altering the impression she left. The contrast was enough to leave even the well-informed Su Mo momentarily stunned, causing him to unintentionally fixate on her. Holy Sun, why do you keep staring at me? Lin Mingxue, and noticed his gaze, her heart racing even faster, her cheeks turning a shade of crimson as she whispered. The sight of the head of the Lin family with a touch of makeup is truly stunning. That is why I was momentarily lost in thought. Ooh, I hope the head of the Lin family does not mind. It's fine, Holy Son, I don't mind at all. Lin Mingxue quickly shook her head. She actually hoped Suemo would keep staring at her. How could she possibly mind? Lin Tian's mentality was in turmoil, his fortune diminishing. Suemo smirked, then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, quickly spotting Lin Tian, standing not far away. He saw Lin Tian's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Suemo in front of Lin Mingxue, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Suemo, you love stealing the ones I cherish. I will surely kill you, he roared inwardly in despair. Originally, the fact that Lin Mingxue had an admired man infuriated Lin Tian. Now, upon discovering that man was his enemy, Suemo, that anger intensified. What further infuriated him was that he could only watch helplessly as Suemo and his sister laughed and chatted, seeing his sister's blushing and shy demeanor. Yet he could only stand aside, helplessly observing their interaction. This filled him with anger and jealousy. After all, even as Lin Mingxue's brother, he had never received such treatment. Moreover, what puzzled Lin Tian the most was how Lin Mingxue had met Suemo. It turns out it's Lin Guess family. At this moment, by Shiner beside Suemo noticed the furious Lin Tian, her pretty face turning pale. After all, she had never truly been to the Lin family. So when she heard Suemo mention going to the Lin family yesterday, she thought it was just a coincidence, and that it was a different Lin family. Seeing Lin Tian now filled her heart with an indescribable panic. Please don't recognize me, I beg you. Bai Shiner kept her head down, taking a slight step back, tears welling in her beautiful eyes, constantly praying. Suemo naturally noticed Bai Shiner's unease, but he made no move, merely smiling slightly as he looked at Lin Tian. He softly asked, fellow Taoist, you look quite familiar. Have we met recently? As Sumo's words fell, all the elders around turned to look at Lin Tian. As Sumo's words fell, all the elders in the grand hall simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Tian, their eyes filled with astonishment. After all, they had never heard that their young master had any connection with the Holy Son of Hahuan. Not only the elders, but even Lin Mingxue wore an expression of disbelief at this moment. Xiao Tian, are you very familiar with the Holy Son? Feeling the gaze of his sister and those around him, Lin Tian suppressed his anger, clenching his teeth tightly. After a long moment, he finally looked up at Lin Mingxue, revealing a strained expression. We have indeed met a few times. Just a few days ago, I represented our Lin family at his wedding, but we are not very familiar with each other. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. He could not reveal his animosity towards Suemo. At least not now. Upon hearing this, the many elders finally recalled. That's right, our young master did represent our Lin family at the Holy Son's wedding a few days ago. It seems they indeed met recently, but it is unknown what impression the Holy Son has of the young master. Lin Mingxue also remembered that she had not cared much about the wedding of the Holy Son because she did not know Suemo, which is why she let Lin Tian attend. At this moment, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have personally gone to congratulate him. Perhaps she could have met the Holy Son in advance. She had no additional thoughts about Suemo already having a wife, as having multiple wives is quite normal for someone of the Holy Son's stature, especially for the Holy Son of Hahuan. Thus, she would not give up her fondness for Suemo simply because he was married. There is still a significant difference between cultivators and mortals in this regard. Meanwhile, Suemo was completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in Lin Mingxue and the other elders' minds. Upon seeing Lin Tian so flustered, a barely noticeable wicked smile appeared on his face. Lin brother says we are not familiar, but I know you very well. By the way, Lin brother, I have specially brought along an old acquaintance of yours today. With that, Suemo slightly turned to the side. In an instant, Bai Shiner, who had been hiding behind Suemo, came into Lin Tian's view. Shiner. Upon seeing Bai Shiner, he instinctively exclaimed. Lin Tian's voice pierced through Bai Shiner's heart like a sharp blade, causing her delicate body to tremble as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Suemo, seeing this, added fuel to the fire. Oh, I almost forgot. Shiner has nothing to do with you, so let's not talk about any old acquaintances. Lin Tian's mental state continues to deteriorate and his fate decreases, further affecting his chances of seizing opportunities in the secret realm. As the Book of Time stirred once more, all the humiliations he had suffered in Hahuan Holy Land resurfaced in Lin Tian's mind. His eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins and his fists clenched tightly. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself, suddenly raising his head to stare at Bai Shiner, once again speaking. Bai Shiner, why are you not speaking? Lin Tian's voice echoed like a reverberation in the valley, continuously ringing in Bai Shiner's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble even more violently. Yet she ultimately remained rooted in place, not responding to Lin Tian. One reason was naturally due to Sumo's threat, which made her afraid to speak. The second reason was that after what had happened last time, she had spoken so coldly that now she did not know how to face Lin Tian. However, what she did not know was that her evasive attitude had become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Shiner, have you gone mute? Why don't you say something? Back at Hawan Holy Land in front of so many people, weren't you quite the talker? Why is it that now you can't even be bothered to explain anything? Seeing Bai Xiner's apathetic attitude, Lin Tian was instantly enraged, shouting at her. As Lin Tian's words fell, the many elders around, including Lin Mingxue, were immediately startled. Without exception, they all looked at Lin Tian with incredulous eyes. Clearly, they never expected Lin Tian to speak in such a tone in the family master's grand hall. Moreover, the Holy Son of Hawan was present here as well. Xiao Tian, do not be rude in front of the Holy Son. Lin Mingxue was the first to react, scolding Lin Tian with an angry expression. Lin Tian's Dao heart was damaged. After hearing Lin Mingxue's words, Lin Tian staggered back a few steps, trembling as he covered his heart with his hand, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Mingxue. Why? After all, in Lin Tian's eyes, Su Mo was the perpetrator and he was the victim. Yet his sister chose to scold him for the perpetrator, Su Mo. How could this not cause him heartache? Lin Mingxue, however, did not pay attention to Lin Tian, but instead looked up at Su Mo, her voice carrying an air of apology. Holy Son, this is Lin Tian, my younger brother. He has always been reckless since he was young. Please do not mind him. Su Mo smiled, waved his hand casually, pretending to be magnanimous as he said, it's no problem, young people can be a bit reckless. Boom. As Su Mo's words fell, Lin Tian felt as if a heavenly thunder had struck his head, causing his eyes to turn blood red once again. Su Mo, I want you dead, I want you dead. He screamed inwardly in a fit of rage. He needed to know that as a reborn powerful being, his actual age had already surpassed 1,000 years, while Su Mo, a junior, yet to reach 20, dared to call him a young person. This was an utter humiliation. It was not entirely his fault for being unable to maintain his composure. After all, as a mighty being reincarnated, Lin Tian could be described as quite arrogant. Yet he encountered Su Mo, this villain who not only stole his opportunities, but also toyed with his beloved. It was already remarkable that he had not gone mad. No, I must endure. Once I successfully seize the family's secret realm opportunity, I can easily crush Su Mo. I must hold on now. Lin Tian, as a reborn powerful being, had a better mental state than the previous Yifeng. Even in the face of such great humiliation, he ultimately managed to endure. This surprised Su Mo a bit, but, you can endure this time, but what about next time? Su Mo's lips curled up slightly. The Holy Son is indeed broad-minded. Mingxue feels inadequate in comparison. At this moment, Lin Mingxue showed a touched expression, praising Su Mo. Then she turned to Lin Tian with a tone of disappointment, sternly instructing him, Xiao Tian, you must learn more from the Holy Son in the future. Do not get angry at the slightest provocation, understand? Lin Mingxue's voice pierced through Lin Tian's heart like a sharp arrow. Lin Tian's Dao heart was damaged and his fortune continued to decline. No, I must endure, I must endure. Lin Tian gritted his teeth after a long while. He finally looked up at Lin Mingxue and spoke each word deliberately. I know it now. Lin Mingxue, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Bai Xiner, who had been silent with her head down, and frowned as she asked, Holy Son, may I ask who this lady is? Your Excellency, the Holy Son, may I ask who this lady is? Lin Mingxue glanced at Bai Xiner and inquired of Su Mo. She was not foolish and could clearly sense that this lady besides Su Mo had some connection with her younger brother. The complex relationship left Lin Mingxue a bit perplexed. Hearing this, Su Mo turned to glance at Lin Tian, then smiled, and said directly, her name is Bai Xiner. She is the personal maid of this Holy Son. Lin Tian was overwhelmed with anger, his Dao heart suffering double damage, and his fortune continued to decline. A dragon has its reverse scale, let alone someone like Lin Tian, a son of supreme fortune, and the reverse scale is none other than the woman he is determined to be his own. Lin Tian was already on the verge of exploding. At this moment, after Su Mo publicly declared that Bai Xiner was his personal maid, he could no longer hold back. After all, no matter how much Bai Xiner tried to distance herself from him, in his eyes, she had always been his woman. Su Mo, you are courting death. A tremendous pressure suddenly erupted from Lin Tian's body, and a terrifying roar instantly echoed throughout the entire main hall. In that instant, all the elders in the hall, including Lin Mingxue, Bai Xiner, and Lu Rian, instinctively looked up towards the direction from which the sound came. Upon seeing that it was Lin Tian, many elders were momentarily stunned, then began to discuss, with faces full of anger. Has that brat Lin Tian gone crazy? The Holy Son has no enmity with him. How dare he insult the Holy Son like this? Indeed, this rash child will eventually bring disaster to our Lin family. Patriarch, how do you usually educate him? This was not to say that Lin Tian had no status in the family, but primarily because the Lin family compared to the Harmony Holy Land was too colossal a difference. Whether in overall strength or heritage, the disparity was vast, even to the point of being a difference between clouds and mud. Since Su Mo entered, these elders had been thinking of ways to curry favor with him. Yet Lin Tian, on the other hand, directly insulted the Holy Son of Harmony. It should be known that if Su Mo truly became angry because of this, it would not only be Lin Tian who suffers, but the entire Lin family. That is why they were so furious. At this moment, not to mention the elders, even the usually gentle Lin Mingxue revealed anger on her delicate face upon hearing Lin Tian's voice. She suddenly turned her head and shouted angrily at Lin Tian. "Little Tian, you must not insult the Holy Sun." Hearing this, Lin Tian not only did not retract his words, but instead roared again. "What I said is already mild. Oh, I wish I could kill him right now. Sister, although I do not know how you came to know him, you must believe me, everything he shows in front of you is an act. He is nothing but a despicable villain. Sister, you must not be deceived by him." Just as Lin Tian was about to continue exposing Su Mo, a loud boom resonated. A majestic pressure of mid-transcendence suddenly erupted from Lin Mingxu's body, instantly enveloping the entire hall. "Shut up." Her face showed a fierce expression, and her voice contained unprecedented fury. "From now on, I do not want to hear you insult or discuss the Holy Sun. Otherwise, even if you are my brother, I will not show mercy." As Lin Mingxu's words fell, Lin Tian was instantly frozen in place, feeling as if something in his heart had shattered. At this moment, Lin Tian felt only one thing: pain, and excruciating pain. He did not know how long it had been before he cautiously raised his head, looking at Lin Mingxue with eyes filled with madness. "Lin Mingxue, I am your brother. Now you do not protect your brother, but instead favor an outsider. Are you still my sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mingxu's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation, but it quickly turned into resolve. "I do not want to repeat myself. Oh, remember this." With a crack, Lin Tian's Dao heart shattered, and his fortune faintly showed a trend of turning blue as the Book of Time stirred. Lin Tian suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, I remember. If our parents knew that you favored an outsider like this, I wonder how they would feel." He finished speaking and left the main hall without looking back. Watching Lin Tian's retreating figure, Lin Mingxue shook her head slightly and sighed. "Little Tian, when will you ever grow up?" Earlier, her defense of Su Mo, while indeed containing a hint of emotional selfishness, was more due to the terrifying background of Su Mo. The Lin family could not afford to offend him. She had thought Lin Tian had matured enough to control his emotions, but it seemed he had disappointed her greatly. After a moment, Lin Mingxue cast aside her thoughts and turned to Su Mo. At this moment, the sternness she had just shown in front of Lin Tian had transformed into an overwhelming nervousness. "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, little Tian is still young and his mind is not yet mature. Please do not hold it against him. I will definitely educate him well in the future," she stammered, trying to make amends for Lin Tian's previous behavior. However, her feelings for Su Mo, coupled with the dual pressure of his identity, left her somewhat flustered. The Lin family had need not be so nervous. This Holy Sun is not angry, nor have I said I would hold it against him. Just as Lin Mingxue was flustered, Su Mo waved his hand slightly and smiled. Lin Mingxu's favorability increased by 10, current favorability 80. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingxue could not help but show a touched expression, and her feelings for Su Mo deepened. At the same time, she secretly marveled at Su Mo's broad mind, truly worthy of being the Holy Sun of the sacred land. "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, I have prepared a residence for you. If you have no other matters, I can take you there now," Lin Mingxue continued. "Good, then please lead the way for Su Mo." Su Mo nodded. Lin Mingxue showed a delighted expression, then did not delay further and hurriedly led Su Mo and the others out of the hall. Before long, they arrived at a magnificent residence. After Su Mo and the others entered, Lin Mingxue smiled and said, "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, if you have any needs, you can directly convey them to me. I will excuse myself for now." Just as she was about to leave, Su Mo suddenly spoke. "Wait." Hearing this, Lin Mingxue paused her steps, then turned to Su Mo and asked, "Does the Holy Sun have any other matters?" Su Mo smiled. "Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask the Lin family had a few things." Lin Mingxue, upon hearing this, her eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and she eagerly sat down beside Su Mo. "What is it?" "As long as Mingxue knows, I will definitely tell the Holy Sun." The Lin family. Su Mo had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Lin Mingxue. "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun calling me Lin family head feels a bit too distant. It makes me uncomfortable. From now on, just call me Mingxue." Saying this, Lin Mingxue shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Mo's gaze. Su Mo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, Mingxue." Wan Long Chao. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Lin Mingxue frowned slightly, about to shake her head in denial. However, at that moment, she suddenly recalled something, her pupils narrowing. "Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, I believe I have heard of this secret realm, though I am uncertain if they are the same." "Oh." Su Mo's expression shifted to one of curiosity upon hearing this. Seeing Su Mo's apparent interest, Lin Mingxue continued, "In the forbidden area of our Lin family, there exists an ancestral secret realm that has been passed down since ancient times. I once stumbled upon the Lin family's ancient texts and learned that this ancestral secret realm was seemingly known as Wan Long Chao in ancient times." "An ancestral secret realm." Suemo fell into deep thought, then suddenly leaned forward, gazing intently at Lin Mingxue. Mengxue, to speak frankly, there is something I need from within that Wanlong Chao. Therefore I wish to enter and search for it. May I ask for your consent? Looking at Suemo, who was so close to her, Lin Mingxue was initially taken aback, her pretty face turning a deep shade of red. Your Excellency, the Holy Sun, you are my savior. How could I possibly refuse? And also you are too close, or I need to. Suemo noticed Lin Mingxue's slight, trembling, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he stood up and clasped his hands. Then allow me to thank you, Mingxue. When will this Wanlong Chao be opened? It will open tomorrow. Lin Mingxue, still flustered, answered Suemo's question and then continued, her face flushed. Does your Excellency have any other matters? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Nothing else. Suemo nodded with a smile. The moment his words fell, Lin Mingxue suddenly stood up and quickly left the place, her expression appearing unnatural. Watching Lin Mingxue's retreating figure, Suemo smiled faintly, then sat cross-legged on the mat, murmuring softly, tomorrow home. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving, Lin Mingxue did not return to her family's main hall, but headed straight to Lin Tian's residence. Looking at the tightly closed door, Lin Mingxue sighed softly and then reached out to knock. Xiao Tian, are you inside? As Lin Mingxue's voice fell, Lin Tian's expression darkened abruptly within the room. So you only remembered me after talking to Suemo. He sneered inwardly, then closed his eyes, unwilling to acknowledge Lin Mingxue. However, at that moment he seemed to think of something and quickly opened his eyes, revealing a look of delight. Wait, could it be that my sister has come to apologize to me? According to Lin Tian's memories, before his rebirth, whenever Lin Mingxue upset him, she would come to his room at night to apologize. Surely this time would be no exception. Thinking of this, Lin Tian hurriedly got up, opened the door, and smiled. Sister, you are here. Looking at the delighted Lin Tian, Lin Mingxue opened her mouth, but did not speak. In truth, Lin Tian was not mistaken. Lin Mingxue had indeed come to apologize this time. However, seeing Lin Tian's current demeanor, she couldn't help but ponder within herself. Xiao Tian clearly caused such a great disaster, yet he still appears completely unconcerned. Was I too indulgent with him before? With this thought, Lin Mingxue let out a long sigh, abandoning her earlier shyness and tension from Suemo, lowering her head and reprimanding Lin Tian. I came here to ask you, do you know your mistake? As Lin Mingxue's voice fell, Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. He truly did not expect that Lin Mingxue's purpose for coming here was not to apologize, but to continue pursuing him. The scene in the Great Hall replayed in his mind, and Lin Tian's expression was instantly consumed by rage. Mistake? Tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? He suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily at Lin Mingxue. What did I do wrong? You openly scolded the Holy Sun in front of everyone in the Great Hall. Does that not count as a mistake? Seeing that Lin Tian was still unrepentant and shouted back at her with indignation, Lin Mingxue's heart filled with disappointment, and she exclaimed in anger. He deserved it. Don't talk about scolding him. I wish I could slice him into 1,000 pieces. Let him. Slap. However, before Lin Tian could finish his words, a crisp sound echoed. Lin Mingxue suddenly raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and a sharp pain surged into Lin Tian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He trembled as he raised his head, staring blankly at Lin Mingxue. Sister, you actually hit me. Lin Mingxue clenched her fists, her expression turning cold. Using your words from earlier, you deserve it. At this moment, even Lin Tian, a reborn strongman who had experienced countless hardships, could no longer maintain his composure. Do you have any idea what Suemo did before? He was about to explain the origins of his enmity with Suemo, but was directly interrupted by Lin Mingxue. Just now I have thoroughly investigated your grievances with the Holy Sun. At the wedding, it was you who spoke disrespectfully first. It was indeed your fault. Yet the Holy Sun was able to spare your life. This already shows great magnanimity and mercy. And you, instead of being grateful for the Holy Sun's compassion, have once again spoken disrespectfully and insulted him, showing not an ounce of repentance until now. Lin Mingxue paused, looking at Lin Tian with disappointment. Lin Tian, you have truly disappointed me too much. Think about it well yourself. After finishing, Lin Mingxue bit her cherry lips tightly, directly turning around to leave, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. In an instant, the large room fell into utter silence. Lin Tian's newly restored Dao heart shattered once again. A piece of information that Lin Tian could not see slowly appeared. He stood there dazed at the door, and after a long while, he suddenly looked up and began to laugh maniacally, his expression twisted. Ha ha, Suemo stole my beloved, severely injured me, and I should thank him for his compassion. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. At this moment, his hatred for Suemo had reached its peak. Lin Tian's laughter abruptly halted, and he revealed a fierce gaze akin to that of a beast. Very well, since all of you are forcing me, do not blame me then. Suemo, I will make you die. With that, he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, a token radiating monstrous dark and cold demonic energy containing supreme pressure, suddenly appeared before him. In his last life, he was besieged by many enemies and had no choice but to self-destruct his soul along with the few treasures he had left drifted through countless worlds before ultimately seizing Lin Tian's body. This token was one of those treasures. Qian Mauling. Looking at the black-red token exuding monstrous demonic energy, before him Lin Tian grinned and smiled savagely. This black and red token, like the previous soul summoning platform, is a treasured artifact that Lin Tian brought from his previous life. Its function is quite simple: to sacrifice high-level flesh and blood to summon the alien celestial demons despised by all worlds. At that time, the alien celestial demons would devour the flesh and blood offerings to assist the summoner in a task. Moreover, this item, like the life-saving treasure soul summoning platform, is a one-time use, making it extremely precious. He had never considered using it on Su Mo before. However, now he only wanted Su Mo to die quickly, so even if he lost another treasured artifact, he would not hesitate. Lin Tian's face showed madness as he took out the prepared flesh and blood forming hand seals and beginning to chant. With flesh as bait, with blood as a contract, alien celestial demons descend. Boom. As Lin Tian finished speaking, a torrent of blood-red demonic aura suddenly appeared above the celestial demon token. Crack. Accompanied by an immense pressure, the space above began to crack. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the space completely shattered and a figure slowly stepped out. Dressed in a black robe inscribed with strange runes, his face covered in dark demonic patterns, he exuded a terrifying and eerie aura. Who was calling me? A voice that did not seem human reached Lin Tian's ears. He hurriedly looked up and eagerly said, "It is I who summoned you." The alien celestial demon looked down at Lin Tian, a disdainful cold smile appearing on his face. He, an ant who is not even in the great ascension stage, can summon me? How interesting. Speak, what do you need me to do for you? I need you to help me kill someone. Lin Tian's face showed madness as he quickly relayed some basic information about Su Mo to the alien celestial demon. Oh, so it is the chaos body, the first physique with both flesh and law? This is quite interesting. The alien celestial demon immediately became interested and then asked, "Where is he now?" Hearing this, Lin Tian's face lit up with joy as he eagerly pointed in a direction. "He is in a grand hall less than 10 miles from here. Go and eliminate him now." However, to his confusion, the alien celestial demon did not move at all after hearing this. This made Lin Tian anxious. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and completely eliminate this person. Don't rush, I am new to this world and quite happy. I must enjoy it well. Oh, after I finish enjoying, I will come back to eliminate him. After saying this, the alien celestial demon suddenly took a deep breath, his face filled with ecstasy. Oh, the air here is so sweet. Compared to the pitch-black alien realms, this world is simply paradise. You? Lin Tian raised a finger about to scold the alien celestial demon for dawdling, but at that moment the alien celestial demon suddenly looked down with a gaze full of murderous intent at Lin Tian. A mere ant in the integration stage for me to agree to help you is already giving you face. If you dare to point fingers at me, even if the contract prevents me from killing you, I can still cripple you.